A step into the abyss. Tick, tick, tick. The rhythmic sound of water dripping echoed through the dimly lit passageway, each drop landing with a dull plop that seemed to amplify the oppressive silence. Kuroto tightened his robes instinctively, as if the fabric could shield him from the ominous weight pressing down on him. He hated this place. The dark tunnel stretched endlessly ahead, a shadowy corridor leading into the depths of something far worse than hell. His mind conjured up images of unspeakable horrors waiting in the darkness. Yet, he dared not turn back. The one-eyed viper perched on his shoulder flicked its tongue lazily, a silent reminder that he had no choice in the matter. This was his reality. And his path led straight into the unknown. A meeting with the serpent. At last, Kuroto reached the end of the passage. With a slow, measured breath, he reached for the door and pushed it open. Beyond the threshold lay a fully equipped laboratory, bathed in a dim, sterile glow. The scent of chemicals and old parchment lingered in the air, mingling with something darker, more primal. A figure stood in the center of the room, back turned to him. Then, it moved. Twisting unnaturally, the figure turned to face him, revealing piercing golden eyes that seemed to gleam with both knowledge and malice. Orochimaru-sensei. Kuroto lowered his head quickly, his voice steady but his pulse racing. Orochimaru regarded him thoughtfully, his expression unreadable. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "This laboratory will be yours from now on." The words settled in Kuroto's chest like a heavy stone. Feeling Orochimaru's gaze bore into him, he wasted no time in responding. "I will not disappoint you, Orochimaru-sama," Kuroto replied, bowing deeply. Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight smile, though whether it was one of amusement or calculation remained unclear. Then his expression darkened slightly, and he looked around the laboratory, his gaze distant, almost melancholic. "I may be leaving the village soon," he said at last. "From now on, you will be responsible for acquiring your own resources." The words were casual, but their meaning was profound. Kuroto did not hesitate. Understood. Orochimaru lingered for a brief moment, his golden eyes flickering with unreadable intent. Then, without another word, he disappeared in a blur of motion, vanishing from the laboratory with the body flicker technique. As soon as he was gone, the oppressive chakra that had been suffocating the room slowly faded away. A moment of realization. Kuroto let out a slow exhale. A part of him had been dreading this meeting. Orochimaru's presence had become increasingly unsettling as of late, his aura colder, his scent tinged with blood and death. Even standing in the same room had begun to feel suffocating. Now, that oppressive weight was gone. For the first time in a long while, he felt like he could breathe. But something about Orochimaru's departure gnawed at him. According to his fading memories of a past life, Orochimaru's defection was supposed to happen after the fourth Hokage's death, after his conflict with Danzo escalated, leading to his exposure for conducting human experiments on children. But now, Orochimaru was already making plans to leave. What changed? Was it because of me? The thought was unsettling. Kuroto retraced everything that had happened in recent years, but he couldn't pinpoint where the timeline had deviated. No matter. Orochimaru's defection was ultimately a good thing for him. Whether he left voluntarily or was forced out, it meant freedom. The cost of survival. Kuroto's feelings toward Orochimaru were complicated. If not for the protection under Orochimaru's shadow, Kuroto knew he would not have survived the Third Great Ninja War. After all, 7 out of 10 students from his academy class were already dead. Even a genius like Kakashi had barely survived the battlefield, nearly losing his life in the process. Compared to someone like that, Kuroto knew exactly where he stood. He wasn't a prodigy. He wasn't born with natural battle instincts or an unbreakable will. And in a world like this, where power was everything, being weak was the greatest sin of all. Even after 10 years in this world, Kuroto still found it difficult to fully adapt to the brutality of a shinobi's existence. That was why, when the opportunity came, he sought refuge under Orochimaru. Not because of loyalty, but because in this world, survival came first. And under Orochimaru, he had a chance to live. The path to power. But survival was not enough. Kuroto knew that he needed more. He had one advantage: his intelligence. Thanks to the education from his past life, his ability to comprehend complex theories far exceeded that of most shinobi his age. And under Orochimaru's tutelage, he had gained a deep understanding of genetics and experimental sciences. Orochimaru, obsessed with the mysteries of life, had welcomed his eagerness to learn. The two had formed a mutually beneficial relationship. Kuroto provided Orochimaru with valuable insight into the potential of the Byakugan, while Orochimaru guided him in unlocking its true power. But Kuroto knew something Orochimaru did not. The Byakugan alone was not enough. At the Jonin level, it provided an undeniable advantage. But once the battlefield reached Kage-level combat, the Byakugan's usefulness faded. Against Mangekyo Sharingan, against Senjutsu, against tailed beast transformations, the Hyuga's gentle fist was powerless. And in the face of true monsters, the Hyuga could do nothing. That was why Kuroto sought the Tenseigan. It was the only way. A gamble on destiny. But achieving Tenseigan wasn't simple. Kuroto had almost no knowledge of bloodline evolution. If he was going to unlock the secrets of the Tenseigan, there was only one person in the village who could help him. A scientific madman obsessed with unlocking the forbidden mysteries of the body. Orochimaru. That was why he had placed himself under the serpent's wing. Not out of loyalty. Not out of fear. But because he had no other choice. And now, with Orochimaru gone, his true journey could begin. As Kuroto stood alone in the dimly lit lab, he tightened his fist. It was time to take fate into his own hands. Because in this world, weakness was death, and he refused to die as a weakling. The path to Tenseigan had begun. And he would stop at nothing to reach it. The path to Tenseigan. Kuroto sat in the dimly lit laboratory, his fingers tracing over the sealed scroll in front of him. Inside it lay years of research, a culmination of risk, patience, and quiet desperation. The key to Tenseigan. Theories of evolution. From the fragmented memories of his previous life, Kuroto knew that Tenseigan was the next stage of the Byakugan, a dojutsu that could rival the Rinnegan itself. But how could one evolve the Byakugan into Tenseigan? As far as he understood, there were two possible methods. The Otsutsuki bloodline method. This required combining the bloodline of the Hyuga clan with the Otsutsuki bloodline from the moon, a method that reflected the ancestry of the Otsutsuki clan. But this wasn't an option for Kuroto. He had no way of reaching the moon, nor was he from the main branch of the Hyuga clan, which meant he couldn't even access the Hyuga clan's purest bloodline, let alone that of the Otsutsuki. The Byakugan fusion method. This theory suggested that fusing multiple Byakugan together could evolve them into Tenseigan. However, the caged bird seal placed on the Hyuga clan's branch members meant that any Byakugan removed from a corpse would be instantly destroyed. That meant relying solely on Hyuga clan members wouldn't provide enough Byakugan to make this method viable. At first, both options seemed impossible. But then, Kuroto had an idea. What if he didn't need to steal Byakugan? What if he could recreate the Tenseigan's evolution from the genetic level? The genetic puzzle. It was common knowledge that all Kekkai Genkai, including Byakugan and Sharingan, were encoded in the user's DNA. So, if he couldn't collect enough Byakugan, could he collect enough Hyuga genes instead? And then, could he activate the necessary genetic sequences to force an evolution? With this bold hypothesis, Kuroto doubled down on his research into genetics and bloodline inheritance, absorbing everything Orochimaru had to offer. And through his years of experimentation, he made a groundbreaking discovery. The 33 gene sequences of the Hyuga clan. After studying countless genetic samples from the Hyuga clan, Kuroto identified 33 unique genetic sequences that were exclusive to Byakugan users. Further observations led to another revelation. Among different Hyuga clan members, the number of activated sequences varied. In his own body, only 17 to 33 of these sequences were active, while 1 to 16 remained dormant. This pattern was consistent across many Hyuga genetic samples. Only a portion of the sequences were active in each individual. This confirmed his hypothesis. If all 33 sequences could be activated simultaneously, then perhaps any Hyuga could awaken Tenseigan. The thought alone sent shivers down Kuroto's spine. But knowing wasn't enough, he needed proof. The hunt for missing genes. Thanks to the chaos of war, Kuroto was able to collect many genetic samples from fallen Hyuga clan members, all under Orochimaru's arrangements. After analyzing and cataloging hundreds of samples, he successfully extracted the 4 to 16 active gene sequences. Now, combined with his own active genes, 17 to 33, he was missing only the first 3 sequences, 1 to 3. And there was only one source for those missing genes. The main branch of the Hyuga clan. The main family's barrier. Unlike the branch family, the Hyuga main family rarely participated directly in battles. Even when they did, they were heavily guarded, making it nearly impossible for a shinobi of Kuroto's level to acquire a sample. At this point, he had exhausted all options. So he turned to the only person who might be able to get what he needed. Orochimaru. A mysterious gift. Kuroto had expected Orochimaru to reject his request, considering the risk involved in acquiring a main branch blood sample. But surprisingly, Orochimaru agreed without hesitation. Still, even for one of the 3 Sannin, Infiltrating the Hyuga main family security was no easy feat. More than a year passed without any results. The experiment was put on hold. Kuroto, though frustrated, accepted reality. He was still too weak to control his fate. If he wanted to change that, he couldn't rely on miracles. He had to create his own opportunities. And just when he began considering the newborn Hinata Hyuga as his next potential target, Orochimaru unexpectedly returned with a gift. A blood sample and skin tissue, directly from the Hyuga main family. Orochimaru's intentions. Kuroto examined the blood-filled vial in his hand, his thoughts swirling. Why would Orochimaru give me this now? By his calculations, Orochimaru's defection from Konoha wasn't far off. Yet, instead of taking Kuroto with him, he left him behind, and even went out of his way to deliver the exact sample he needed. Was this a test? Or was Orochimaru planting a spy within the village? Kuroto laughed bitterly to himself. The caged bird seal really is both a curse and a blessing. If not for the caged bird, Orochimaru might have taken him as an experiment. But because of it, he was useless as a defector. If he ever betrayed the Hyuga clan, his Byakugan would be destroyed instantly. To Orochimaru, there was no point in taking a corpse with him. The final sequence. Setting aside his doubts, Kuroto turned his full focus to the experiment. The blood and flesh tissue Orochimaru had sent was still fresh and potent. And as Kuroto analyzed the genetic code, he found exactly what he had hoped for. Out of the 33 gene sequences, 28 were active. And among them were the 1 to 3 sequences he needed most. This is from Hayashi Hyuga. Kuroto muttered to himself. The Hyuga clan leader, a man whose strength was approaching Kage level, it made sense that his genetic potential would be among the highest in the clan. Setting aside his emotions, Kuroto carefully extracted the final 3 sequences. At last, all 33 special gene sequences were in his possession. This is it. The key to unlocking Tenseigan. His hands trembled slightly as he sealed the gene fluid into a temperature-controlled vial. For years, he had lived in the shadows, powerless and weak. But now, he had a chance to change everything. Yet, he couldn't act immediately. Orochimaru's defection would soon send shockwaves through the village. To avoid suspicion, he needed to erase every trace of his research. Looking around the laboratory, Kuroto set to work, systematically erasing all evidence of his genetic studies. His time would come. But for now, he had to remain hidden.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
The next day, during the early morning exercise, Kuroto heard the whispers about an attack on the Patriarch, which also confirmed that the blood and tissue sample that Orochimaru sent him yesterday were indeed obtained from Hyuga Hayashi. Although Kuroto had his speculations regarding this, but the mere thought that Orochimaru can casually hurt the strongest ninja of the Hyuga clan, even if through a sneak attack, still made Kuroto quite disappointed in the Hyugas. Based on this information alone, Kuroto can conclude that it is not easy for a member of the Hyuga clan to reach the strength level of a Sannin even through rigorous practice and countless effort. Although not impossible, but the difficulty of the said objective is too high, unless of course, the talent is too damn high. What's more, when it comes to talent, Kuroto knows that he belongs to the mediocre category, which can easily be understood based on the number of activated gene sequence groups in his DNA. In the case of most of the Hyuga clansmen, about 20 of the 33 special gene sequences are generally active. And for strong individuals like the current Patriarch Hyuga Hayashi, as much as 28 groups out of 33 have reached activated state, while there are also individuals like him with less than 20 groups in the activated state. Therefore, it is not very hard to understand that his talent falls in the below-average category among the clansmen. If he follows the general training program, then no matter how much effort he put, no matter how much training he goes through, no matter how much experienced he becomes by doing tasks, at most he can reach the rank of a special jonin. After that, his growth in strength will stop, and he can't afford to let that happen if he wants to survive in this war-trodden world. Regarding the specific details about the attack on Patriarch, the Hyuga clan didn't release the information publicly. They probably decided to keep it a secret. Kuroto can also understand the purpose of doing so. Most probably the Patriarch Hyuga Hayashi is aware that the attacker is Orochimaru, and Orochimaru's identity is not so easy to go against. Apart from being the most talented disciple of the third-generation Hokage, he is also a Sannin with cage-level strength and a massive influence, truly a troublesome opponent to go against, not someone Hyuga clan would want to deal with if given other options. Therefore, the Elder Council of the clan must have concluded choosing silence in this matter. Orochimaru dared to take the initiative to attack not just any ninja but the Patriarch of one of the major clan of Konoha village indicates that he is not afraid to reveal his identity. This must mean that he has most probably completed all the necessary preparations required for leaving Konoha, so his defection plan could be launched any time. This conclusion made Kuroto sure that Orochimaru was about to defect. Orochimaru's defection has both pros and cons for the current Kuroto. The advantage is naturally that he wouldn't be under such heavy pressure working under some like Orochimaru, but it also leads to a disadvantage, which is that he has now lost a solid backing that provided him protection, which he will lose. Moreover, once Orochimaru leaves the village, Kuroto will also be under heavy surveillance as one of the students of the said Sunin. People who knew about my involvement in human experimentation is only Orochimaru, at least the ones that are still alive after the Third Ninja War. So long as he does not reveal my involvement, nobody should come to target me for that, and knowing Orochimaru, I doubt he would reveal it. Therefore, as long as there are no major accidents, the village should not have any direct proof of my involvement, apart from some possible doubts or speculations. Among many researchers in Orochimaru's team, not many have survived the Third War, and because of the special nature of Byakugan, his field of research was completely separate, therefore he didn't have much interaction with other researchers because of generally isolating himself in an independent laboratory. So, apart from him and Orochimaru, no one was aware of the experimental project he was in charge of. After again and again analyzing all the possible scenarios in his mind, Kuroto continued his daily morning exercise calmly, as if the upcoming storm to be brought by Orochimaru's defection has nothing to do with him. For the next few days, there were no major changes in the village. Konoha was calm as it should be, until finally on the night of the third day an Umbu in fox mask suddenly appeared at Kuroto's home and took him to a temporary Umbu base. The base was located at the northwest corner of the village, with a large area and very heavy security. There are about 7 to 8 elite Umbu teams on constant high alert, and these are the only ones that Kuroto can discover. After being brought to the Umbu base, he was escorted to a small single room with no furnishings. The room has a solid iron fence installed outside with an Umbu standing guard. These arrangements are more than just a temporary base or a temporary prison. Undoubtedly, if the Umbu under 4th Hokage are being so watchful, it can only mean that Orochimaru has officially defected either today or maybe tonight. With his Byakugan eyes, Kuroto observed everything in the temporary prison. He was able to conclude that he was neither in the first group of shinobis brought here nor among the last group, because there were people already here before his arrival and they were still being brought here one after another. Therefore his identity is neither most attention nor the least attention, which is just the perfect for him right now. The imprisoned ninjas, all Orochimaru's subordinates without exception. There are hundreds of people already here, and more ninjas are still coming continuously. Among these hundreds of famous people, there are several famous elites of the village, many jonins and special jonins. And there's nothing wrong with this. After all, Orochimaru was the commander of 2 great ninja wars. He had thousands of ninja following his orders. It is not surprising that there are hundreds of loyal subordinates over the years. After all, the village under war mobilization has tens of thousands of ninjas. If there are not even hundreds of loyal subordinates, then how come Orochimaru could compete against Namikaze Minato for the position of 4th Hokage? Due to the presence of hundreds of shinobi's, prison house was quite noisy. Not everyone like Kuroto knows or could guess the reason for being brought here. Kuroto could bet that even among Orochimaru's loyal followers many would be unaware of Orochimaru's defection. Therefore they expressed great dissatisfaction for being kept under detention with even any reasonable explanation for doing so. It wasn't until the 3rd generation personally made his appearance that the noise subsided. Although 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato has come to power, the 3rd generation is still responsible for the management of many large and small affairs in the village, and even in the eyes of many senior shinobis, 3rd generation still holds equal or maybe higher power than the 4th generation. In the presence of the 3rd generation, the screening work soon began. The first to be screened and cleared were undoubtedly the elite shinobis with high strength. The chunin that were promoted during the war period like Kuroto were not of the top priority, therefore ignored for a while. Although Kuroto was more than aware that shinobis like him that were, under special promoted to chunin in wartime do not have actual strength to that of a senior chunin, but he is still depressed over the fact that he was ignored for such a long duration. 3 days passed in a flash. After being detained for 3 full days, still, no one took him to the attention brought great dissatisfaction to Kuroto. Undoubtedly, the screening work is not progressing smoothly. Many of the shinobi under detention did not believe that Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 Sanins, would defect, therefore they did not cooperate with the investigation and review. As for the idea of using torture of the detainees, the village elder's opinion contradicts. After all, it's a simple interrogation, so it is difficult to investigate who participated in the experimentations with Orochimaru, and who are the spies left by Orochimaru in the village. It must also be known that shinobi receive strict counter-interrogation training and have just gone through the baptism of a bloody war. Nobody here is a fledgling rookie who would start spitting information under little torture. So the idea of using torture is probably pointless. And still, if the torture is used, the implications are far too great. Here not just 1, 2, or 3 but hundreds of people are detained, and executing several hundred ninjas who played many heroic roles for the village following Orochimaru's defection wouldn't be a wise choice. On the 5th day of detention, village elder Shimura Danzo finally made his appearance at the temporary prison. Danzo personally visited many of the detainees one by one. Nobody knew what sort of conversation was he having with the detainees, but he took most of the detainees with him. It's not hard to guess that they are now going to be joining Root. There was no need to think about it. Kuroto can easily deduce this result based on the information he has on Shimura Danzo from his last life. If all the shinobi here cannot be investigated properly, in that case letting Danzo recruit most of them is a much safer option for the village than allowing such a big instability factor to roam freely. These ninjas in custody here have also understood their current situation in the village. Being loyal to Orochimaru for a very long time, they would not be accepted by the 4th generation Hokage in the elite units. Adding to the fact that Minato-sama is still very young means that he would stay in power for about 2 to 3 decades. Therefore he would be building his team of loyal subordinates. So, the route remains the only best option available for most people here right now. In the next few days, Kuroto received multiple chances and invitations to join Route, but he politely declined this opportunity. In his opinion, defection is a better option than joining the Roots, that specializes in dirty work and precarious actions under Shimura Danzo's whims. Fortunately, the people of the Route were also not very interested in recruiting Hyuga Kuroto, and left happily after being rejected. At novel bin at. The village did allow Shimura Danzo to solicit quite a few ninjas under his custody does not mean he can extend his hands on to everyone. Therefore, Kuroto dared to refuse the offer as it wouldn't bring him much trouble currently. A week later, at the main entrance of the village, a young girl is carefully organizing things for Kuroto. From the girl's unique eyes, it can be understood that she is also a member of the Hyuga clan like Kuroto, and from her appearance, she is of a similar age as Kuroto. The girl's brows are wrinkled, indicating that she seems to be worried about something. Kuroto, who was looking at the remote Hokage rock, smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's just a normal change of defense. There won't be much danger, especially in the current peaceful period." The girl nodded slightly, then took out a new pair of goggles from her waist pouch and handed it to Kuroto. Kuroto glanced at the girl, did not say much, and just put the goggles into his waist pouch. In fact, from a very young age, Kuroto has worn goggles like Obito, except that the goggles he bought had darker lenses, kind of like sunglasses. His purpose in doing so was not only to protect his eyes but also to be able to hide his identity as a Hyuga on the battlefield to not get targeted for being a censor ninja. The other reason was to cover up the Tenseigan eyes he would be awakening in the future. After all, in terms of appearance alone, both Byakugan and the Tenseigan are too different. The girl is undoubtedly worried that the lens of his old goggles might have broken or will possibly break, and it would be very difficult for him to buy a new one while patrolling on the border of the Fire Nation, so she bought a new pair and gave it to Kuroto as a spare. At this point, a middle-aged ninja not far away waved his hand and signaled to everyone, "The time is up, we are setting off." Hearing this, patted the girl on the shoulder, "Yui, I'm going, don't worry too much about me, maybe I will be back soon." The girl's name is Hyuga Yui. Although Yui nodded to Kuroto's words, but the clear signs of worry on her face couldn't remain hidden. Finally, Yui took one last look at the Hokage rock at the far end and went back to the Hyuga clan grounds. This time Konoha village has again lost its top pillar strength. Orochimaru, a Sannin, defected, and Jiraiya, another of the 3 Sannin, was responsible for following Orochimaru's trails. Therefore, Konoha was the biggest loser in Orochimaru's defection. So far, all the 3 famous Konoha Sannin that were the backbone of the village back in the Second Ninja War have left the village. Although Orochimaru lost village's support, but he also got rid of the constraints of the village. Shimura Danzo definitely had the biggest gain, as he incorporated most of the forces that were earlier loyal to Orochimaru into his roots. Kuroto even suspects that Danzo was able to obtain some of the results of Orochimaru's experiments on the human body and would have probably started doing some prep work to transplant Shurinon and Hashirama's cells onto himself. But all these losses and gains were not of much importance for Kuroto now. The village leaders have probably reached a consensus to send all the shinobis that were loyal to Orochimaru and haven't been incorporated into the roots like Kuroto himself will be replaced at the various frontiers. Simply put, they intend to send these shinobis away from the village. As for what exactly is the purpose of doing so, not yet known. Coming to the team leader's side, Kuroto took a glance at the members of the team he is currently part of. Including him, there are a total of 12 ninjas subdivided into 3 squads, with 3 squad captains each, responsible for leading the squad. One thing to be noted is that neither of the squad leaders was part of Orochimaru's subordinates, while all the 9 other members of the team were under Orochimaru's authority. This team combination itself made Kuroto quite alert regarding what he might be facing in this task. The destination of the team's trip was a border post at the junction of the country of fire and the country of wind. As soon as he left the village, his guard was on full alert as if standing in a war zone. This is not him being overly cautious or something, but a profound lesson he learned just a few months ago when he was attacked less than 10 miles away from the village. The entire team that escorted the wounded back to the village from the front line suffered heavy casualties. This is not a fuss about Hyuga, but he had a profound lesson. Just a few months ago, he was attacked less than 10 miles from the village. The entire team that escorted the wounded back to the village from the front line suffered heavy casualties. If not for the fact that support from the village arrived in time, otherwise he would have already been buried 6 feet under the ground with a sold name on the memorial tablet. The cruel ninja war has taught Kuroto many things, and these habits are difficult to change for some time even if the war is now over. And Kuroto wasn't the only one with such changes. The other ninjas in the team also raised their guard to full alert as soon as the team left the village. Kuroto glanced at the figure walking at the end of the team and sighed slightly. If there is anyone in the Konoha village who isn't going to believe that Orochimaru defected, then it is Mitarashi Anko, no doubt it. Overnight she became a prisoner from a Sanin's disciple, someone expected to be the pillar strength of the village in the future. After such long imprisonment, she was also dispatched to the border together with Kuroto, completely far away from the power center of the village. From her hollow eyes and sluggish expression, it is not difficult to deduce that she is still not able to accept that her teacher, one of the 3 Sannin, actually defected from the village. She had her faith in her teacher collapsed, which is something that may not be restored in her lifetime. Taking away his gaze from Anko, Kuroto took a close look at the other ninjas in the team. In the team, only the team leader should be a Jonin, while the remaining 11 including Hyuga Kuroto and Mitarashi Anko are all Chunin. It can be considered that this team has quite high overall strength as long as they don't encounter an ambush squad consisting of several Jonins, which is least likely to happen. Besides, the war has recently ended, so the probability of an enemy shinobi appearing in Fire Nation is very slim. Sure enough, as Kuroto expected, the team safely arrived at the border post without facing much trouble along the way. After arrival at the border post, the 12-member team was officially separated into 3 squads. Kuroto was part of Team Hyuga Kuroto, Mitarashi Anko, and Inuzuka Oda, some unknown member of the Inuzuka clan known for their ninkan. The country of fire and the country of wind are not bordered by small nations like the country of rivers or the country of rain, etc. The border post where Kuroto is located is responsible for guarding the border of about 40 miles. On the one end of the guard post is the edge of the forest, and on the other end is the endless sea of sand. For now, Kuroto will be having a boring life of patrolling in the desert. At novel bin at. Time flies. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. All news about the village was cut off. Currently, Kuroto was isolated at the desert border with only daily tasks of patrolling, garrison work, and resting all day for most of his free time. During this period, he could feel that the team leader Jonin had been monitoring the 9 squad members who were under Orochimaru's command. Therefore Kuroto made sure not to perform anything that would lead to any kind of problem for him. He secretly speculated that such surveillance would not last very long. Even a village like Konoha cannot manage to keep hundreds of ninjas under constant surveillance for a very long duration of time, so there must be a period for monitoring. And sure enough, not long after, the village sent 3 more Chunin to replace the squad captains and team leader. At first, Kuroto thought that this was because the village had lifted the surveillance on them, and after some more analysis of the 3 newly arrived he concluded that these 3 were highly skilled and had a ruthless bloodthirsty aura around them. These 3 are definitely not some ordinary Chunin. Kuroto soon concluded that either they were part of Umbu under Hokage or maybe from the root under Himura Danzo. Does an ordinary border post like this one needs 3 Umbu members or roots members? The answer is self-evident, so Kuroto's thought spread. He wasn't aware of what exactly happened back at the village in the past 2 months, but he certainly understood that danger has come. Time does not wait for anyone. The Tenseigan Awakening plan must be initiated immediately. In Kuroto's impression, Atsutsuki Tonari from the Atsutsuki clan on the moon seemed to have a long period of adaptation when he went through the evolution of Byakugan into Tenseigan. Because of this, Kuroto hasn't started the Tenseigan Awakening plan as of yet. But the situation is different right now. Although Kuroto can't guess what exactly is the village planning to do him and the other 8 shinobis, one thing he can be sure of is that the danger is approaching. Taking advantage of the opportunity of patrolling alone, Kuroto came to a remote part of the desert that he had chosen long ago. Looking around with Byakugan for a while, and after confirming that there were no else in the surroundings, he immediately made hand seals, and summoned the one-eyed viper that Orochimaru had left to monitor him. Bang! With a burst of smoke, the one-eyed viper lazily crawled in front of Kuroto, and spit out a scroll from his mouth. Yes, this scroll contains the gene fluid that Kuroto hid inside the summoning space through this one-eyed viper. Kuroto also didn't have any other choice, because only in the belly of the one-eyed viper can Kuroto retrieve the precious gene serum through psychic summoning, anywhere and at any time. As for the possibility, whether it will be taken by Orochimaru, Kuroto didn't need to worry too much about it. At novel bin at. Kuroto is so sure because, for a long time, he has been storing some messy test materials in the belly of the one-eyed viper. Orochimaru had also secretly checked several times and found that they were all worthless things. So he simply started ignoring all the things he stored in the snake belly. Also, Orochimaru has defected not long ago, and I am afraid that he is still entangled with Jiraiya at this time, so he will definitely not be so free to pay attention to the things Kuroto has been during this time. After taking out the gene serum that was sealed in the scroll, Kuroto's face became completely serious. There are too many factors and unknowns involved in the process of genetic evolution. The serum in Kuroto's hand may be the ultimate key to change his fate or poison that will kill him painfully. There are too many uncertain factors in the evolution of the genetic level. The genetic fluid in front of you may be the key to change your fate or the poison that ruins your life. Without in vivo experiments, there is no data, so Kuroto cannot even estimate the probability of success at the moment, but he has no time and can only bet on whether he can control his destiny in the future and whether he can live with dignity and get rid of the helplessness of being a pathetic weakling like he is now. Everything depends on this bottle of gene serum. Without hesitating for any long, Kuroto took a deep breath to calm his nervousness, and injected the gene serum into his body. Oh shit! Almost at the same moment, Kuroto yelled in severe pain. Pain? Biting pain? Heartache? Kuroto has been a ninja for so long, he believed he had a strong pain endurance or something, it would be impossible to shake him, but until this moment, he never knew that the pain can reach this point. Slowly, he started to feel that the chakra inside his body was disintegrating. Not good. The situation had been going out of his control, so he quickly used only the minuscule chakra to forcefully disarm the psychic summon to send away the one-eyed viper. Almost at the same time as the one-eyed viper was released, all his chakra veins collapsed, following which his body also begins to collapse, and he could literally feel that the cells in his body melting away. What in the hell? With great unwillingness, Kuroto went black and fainted in the desert. After a long period of staying unconscious, Kuroto finally opened his eyes, not knowing his current situation, only to find that he somehow managed to stay alive, and right now he was resting at the guard post. He didn't have any idea how time has passed since he blacked out. The current captain of the guard post, Nara Mitsui, stared at Kuroto, who regained consciousness, and asked coldly, "What happened? What made you faint during your turn in the middle of the desert?" Kuroto, who just woke up, was a little confused about his situation. Additionally, he didn't seem to have much energy left in his body due to body cell collapsing and rearranging. I don't know why, was all he could answer. Mitsui frowned hearing Kuroto's reply. He wasn't satisfied with it. "Did you encounter an attack? Who? Is it some sand shinobi?" Asked more detailed questions about the possible reasons for his blackout, but all was for naught. Kuroto finally shook his head, feeling tired from being asked continuous questions. Finally he said, "No one attacked me, it was my own body that had a problem. I seem to be sick." Since ninjas can also get sick, so it was the most feasible answer he could come up with his current situation, so as not to draw any unnecessary trouble. Ninja world works on several natural phenomena, and it is not too rare for ninjas with blood limits to suffer from strange blood diseases. Kimimaru and Itachi are typical examples of individuals that suffered from blood sickness, so even though Mitsui still had some doubts in his heart, but when he saw clear signs of weakness on Kuroto's face, he decided to accept the current explanation and didn't take the matter any further. After Nara Mitsui left, Kuroto did a full body checkup of his body. The violent reaction of body cells resulting in the collapse of tissues upon gene serum injection far exceeded than he could have ever expected. This fact itself made him realize just how much danger he went through to activate special gene sequence in his body. It is nothing more than a blessing to be able to survive. Although he hasn't recorded any detailed values and made any data analysis, but based on the fact that he did this experiment upon himself, Kuroto can deduce that his body was on the verge of collapse when continuous activation and recombination was taking place. If he isn't incorrect, then he went through cell assembling and collapsing countless times during the whole process. It is his luck that he survived such a desperate process, Kuroto thought with a long sigh of relief. Now that he was analyzing the process, he couldn't help but be frightened thinking about his resultant death if he did not get lucky. At the same time, he also understood that when it comes to genetic knowledge, he is still just a beginner in the field. After calming himself down, Kuroto started analyzing the result gene serum had on him. Kuroto's body almost collapsed, which is undoubtedly a response to the activation of a special gene sequence in the body. In other words, the number of the special gene sequence that is lacking in the activated state, the body has to undergo activation and recombination the same number of times. Since he lacked 16 groups of activated gene sequence, therefore his body went through 16 reorganizations. Each set of activation and recombination is an almost set invitation to the gates of death, and Kuroto went through this process 16 times, means he touched the edge of life at least 16 times. It is really a fluke to be able to survive, but the results are also great and maybe they are worth it. Now that all 33 special gene sequences in his body are activated, Kuroto can feel that his body is completely different from before, and this change is still going on. The clearest change is that he can feel the amount of his chakra growing at a very fast pace. Getting up from the bed, Kuroto came in front of the mirror in the room slowly. Lifting the goggles, he found that the original pale white pupils now looked much different. His pupils were glowing with bluish light, as if like stars in the night sky. These pupils looked so beautiful and mesmerizing with their royal blue color. So beautiful. Even Kuroto couldn't stop himself from praising the beauty of these eyes. The more he looked at himself, the more he felt attracted to them. Just as he leaned forward, trying to see more clearly, form a close range, but suddenly, a strong sense of dizziness enveloped him, and simultaneously he felt a sharp tingling pain in his eyes. After a while, this dizziness and tingling gradually subsided. Hyuga was slowly standing up while supporting himself through the wall. He understood that this dojutsu cannot be used during the adaptation period, even to make the simplest of observations and awakening, so he closed his eyes and put on his goggles again. Lying back on the bed, Kuroto couldn't help but think. Now that his Byakugan has evolved into Tenseigan, he has to consider many things about the future, but for now, he has to safely pass the adaptation period as he is in a weaker state than otherwise, so he can't just be happy yet. He needs to find a way to survive this difficult period of adaptation, as the looming danger on him has not subsided yet. But he also has hope for the future because he has finally awakened the legendary Tenseigan. In the evening, Anko and Inuzuka Oda came to Kuroto's room to visit him. After chatting for a while, Oda suddenly smiled and said, "Kuroto-kun, this time you are got a little unlucky because of being sick." Kuroto was a little confused as to why would Oda say something like that, so he asked, "Why?" Oda explained, "The captain just assigned a special task for Anko-chan me. If it can be successfully completed, maybe we can be transferred back to the village, then I won't have to endure the sandstorm here again. At novel bin at. A special mission you say? Kuroto was really startled by the information he just received, but he didn't show it in his expression and simply wished Oda and Anko good luck. I wish you success in your mission. For some reason, there was a bad premonition in Kuroto's heart after hearing about the special task, but as per the code of conduct of shinobis he can't inquire about the details of the task, so even if he had his suspicions he chooses to remain silent, because if it exactly the case he thinks it is, then it would probably be useless to express his opinion. Finally, Oda patted Kuroto's shoulder and said with a grin, "Don't worry, the village will not forget us excellent ninjas who have experienced wars. It will not be long before you will be transferred back to the village. Now you can rest assured. So focus on recovery for now." Kuroto had his doubts about whether that is really the case asked. He didn't have any proof, only doubts, so all he could say was, "Be careful on the task." After chatting about a few more topics, Oda and Anko left Kuroto's room and went to go on their task. In an instant, 3 days passed. In this adaptation period, Kuroto constantly went through many dizziness and tingling torture sessions, but this torture was also not without any benefit, because it leads to growth in chakra and body strength. Although he hasn't accurately tested it yet, however, Kuroto can estimate that the amount of chakra in his body at this time is approximately 10 times than before injecting the gene activation serum. There are no standards for the classification of ninjas. The standards of the genin, chinin, jonin, quasi-kage, and even kage will change according to different environments and eras. For example, Hyuga Kuroto himself, before the injecting gene activation serum he was actually a shinobi with the strength of just a senior genin, after all except the most basic 3-body technique, and standard Hyuga softboxing. He hardly knows any other useful techniques. But even so, he was promoted to the rank of a chinin by the village and led the team to perform several tasks and investigation missions. But in any case, a vague and universally recognized criterion still exists. A ninja who can perform E-level ninjutsu, or can use his own blood succession limit, is qualified for being classified as a genin. A ninja that can perform C-level ninjutsu multiple times can be regarded as a chinin. A ninja that can perform B-level multiple times, and be proficient in more than just one combat art including ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, or proficient in kekai genkai techniques will be regarded as a jonin. And kage tier is vaguer than any other rank. The best method would be to pick out one of the strongest ninjas in the village. Therefore, the concept of kage level strength is different in different eras. Since such vague means cannot give a solid idea, therefore the chakra volume has become one of the important bases for judging the strength of a ninja. Because of this, the chakra volume has become one of the important bases for judging the strength of a ninja. Although Kuroto's current strength is probably that of a senior genin, his chakra volume has already surpassed that of a low-level genin, and is quickly racing towards the standard of a normal genin. During 3 days of adaptation, Kuroto was barely able to use his eyes. Through careful observation, he found that his eyes became like azure-color crystal gem, shining with breathtaking brilliance, and people couldn't help but be immersed in it and hard to extricate themselves. At the same time, he found that the caged bird seal on his forehead still existed, but it seemed to have lost its effectiveness. Of course, the bird in the cage targets Byakugan and all the brain nerves that connect Byakugan. Now, the dojutsu in the Kuroto's eye sockets are no longer Byakugan but the legendary Tenseigan. Therefore, although the seal of the cage bird has not been destroyed, it has still been solved and won't have much effect on him. The adaptation period of the Tenseigan lasted as per Kuroto's prediction, and not long after he was able to see familiar chakra that was quickly approaching the outpost. Without thinking about it, Kuroto hurriedly leaned on the wall and walked out of his room. After a while, a thin figure rushed into the outpost. This figure is no one else other than Mitarashi Anko, who went out with Oda a few days ago on a special mission. At this time, Anko's complexion was extremely bad, her face was almost bloodless, her body was covered with various scars, her breath was also very disordered, and she seemed to have experienced several life and death battles. Relying on the vigilance that was tempered in the war, when Kuroto judged that the person was Anko, he had already stretched his hand into the ninja bag around his waist and took out a kunao. Tenseigan under the goggles was also blooming magnificently. He searched for any possible trail that might be following Anko. However, after only a slight scan, Kuroto found that there were no trails following Anko, so he was relieved and finally relaxed his guard. At this time, the other ninjas in the post also surrounded them, either bandaging Anko's wounds or asking about the details of the attack on her. Kuroto, who was on guard on the side, relied on the incomparable insight of the Tenseigan to notice that when the team leader Nara-Mitsui next to him saw the Anko, a strange expression flashed across his face. The expression seemed to reflect as if things didn't go as they should have. At this very moment, the doubt within Kuroto's heart was confirmed. In fact, he had thought of this possibility a long time ago, but he still wanted to deny it even if was quite sure about his guess. But now that his doubt has been confirmed, he has to stay on guard against the squad leader and team captain Nara-Mitsui. On the other hand, Nara-Mitsui's attention was on Anko, so he didn't notice Kuroto's abnormality and the change in Kuroto's guard against him. Is the task completed? Mitsui calmly asked Anko. Anko replied Mitsui coldly, "We were ambushed as soon as we arrived at the location of the mission. It was a trap. Oda died on the spot. I managed to escape back after hiding in the desert for 2 days. When Mitsui heard this, his face was a little unnatural. Maybe the spy we placed among the sand ninja was exposed, so you were ambushed. I will report it to the village. After saying just that, Mitsui hurriedly left, and Kuroto didn't say anything, just silently lifted the Anko. As soon as they entered Anko's room, she suddenly asked Kuroto, "Are we abandoned by the village?" Anko is obviously not stupid to be accepted by Orochimaru as a disciple. These so-called special missions this time are full of loopholes, and she naturally noticed it. Kuroto helped the Anko dress the wound, and said, "Don't think too much about it. It is common for things to go wrong during the tasks, and you are still less experienced, so don't worry too much, just focus on recovering for now." Kuroto knew he wasn't fooling anyone, but that's all he could say to comfort her. Hearing Kuroto's words, Anko said nothing, and her face returned to the same numb expression she had most of the time during their assignment on this guard post. After dealing with Anko's injury and reconfirming that no enemy approached the post, Kuroto returned to his room. As soon as he lay on the bed, his expression became gloomy. He grits his teeth with all his strength and mumbled in frustration. How can they do this with us? How dare they treat us as such? In his heart, Kuroto has realized. Based on the conversation between Mitsui and Anko just now, he roughly judged that the so-called special mission Mitsui handed over to Oda and Anko should be to make contact with the spy that Konoha had planted in Sand Ninja Village. But how could the Konoha village give such a secret mission to two merchant ninjas who are still under the screening period? It simply doesn't make any sense to do so. So Kuroto's intuition is correct. This so-called special task is a trap. The village may have really abandoned their old ninjas that were under Orochimaru's authority, and they are trying to clean them one by one through reasonable means. Is it Shimura Danzo? Sandame-sama? Or maybe Yandame-sama? The first target of Kuroto's suspicion is Danzo. Orochimaru defected early this time. There are many inside stories in all this matter, therefore, it is difficult to judge what role Danzo played in it, but there is no doubt that Danzo must have a big part. Judging by the thought process that since Shimura Danzo is the biggest beneficiary of this whole fiasco as a result of Orochimaru's defection, the biggest suspect is naturally him, who most likely prompted Orochimaru's early defection. As such, both Danzo and Orochimaru may have completely cut off their relationship, so it would be reasonable for Danzo to dispose off of Orochimaru's former subordinates who did not agree to join the roots. The suspicion of the Sandame-sama can't be ruled out either, because the Sandame-sama is the kind of person who can really do a lot of unbelievably stupid things for the so-called stability. This was the case when he didn't take any severe action in regards to the events that led to Konoha's White Fang to commit suicide, or the events that would be happening in the future as per Kuroto's memories from the past life. For example, to avoid a likely war with the Cloud Village, Sandame pressured the Hyuga clan to surrender Hyuga Hayashi under Cloud Village's demand, let Uzumaki Naruto grow up under village's discrimination and abuse, and Uchiha clan downfall. Therefore, he is also a possible suspect. As for the Yandame-sama, Kuroto thinks he wouldn't do it. This is not just his faith upon Yandame-sama, but the fact that Yandame-sama were a civilian ninja. They have neither the support of their own clan nor from Sandame-sama. Therefore, Yandame-sama should not have enough power to complete these arrangements. At the same time, Yandame-sama doesn't need to rush to clean up the possible dissidents considering the advantage of Yandame-sama's strength and age. In short, no matter who is presiding over this purge behind the scenes, Kuroto has already become the target of the other party, so Kuroto knows that the danger is already over his head, and he doesn't have much time. Days pass by, and now a week after the attack on Anko event, Kuroto finally passed the Tenseigan adaptation period. The dizziness and tingling sensation disappeared completely, followed by a comprehensive enhancement of vision. Tenseigan gives the user all the abilities that Byakugan provides to its owner, in a much enhanced form. This is especially the case with subtle insight. Through just ordinary observation, Kuroto can roughly judge the enemy's next move through his chakra flow and muscle expansion and contraction. In addition to insight improvement, the other biggest change within Kuroto is the growth in his chakra volume. Kuroto estimates that his current chakra volume is roughly 45 to 50 times before injecting the Gene Awakening Serum. Such high chakra growth is simply frightening, to say the least. Kuroto also faintly feels that he has awakened some other abilities, but currently, due to being present at the guard post, he can't check them because he is not sure what kind of effect they might have on the surroundings. I'll have to somehow go to some area where my movements will not be under monitoring to have a complete understanding of my current set of abilities. Kuroto made a mental note. Suppressing his inner excitement, Kuroto continued to analyze that changes within his body after the completion of the adaptation period following Tenseigan Awakening. A few days later, finally, it was Kuroto's turn to be on patrol duty alone. On this day Kuroto was really excited to have finally got a chance to understand the abilities of the legendary Tenseigan. Phew. Standing on the yellow desert, Kuroto took a light breath and extended his right hand parallel to the ground. As soon as he extended his hand, he could feel the flow of chakra. He concentrated on the objective in his mind, and finally, with just a single thought, a strong force was exerted into the air with him as the epicenter, as a result of which the swarming yellow sand was blown away like a hurricane head-on. Looking at the resulting sandstorm in the distant sky that occurred because of him, left Kuroto's mouth was left half open in shock. Holy shit. This trick was comparable to Tendo Pain's Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, and the principle is also suction and repulsion. According to Kuroto's memory from his previous life, Atsutsuki Tonari also used this technique. Since it is a natural ability of Tenseigan, then this technique will be called Rain Wheel Push. Rain from reincarnation, which is the literal English meaning of Tenseigan. Wheel term is used for most of the Tenseigan abilities and push for repulsion. Similarly, Rain Pull for Tenseigan version of Bansho Tenin. Kuroto then tried Rain Wheel Push and Rain Wheel Pull to have a better understanding of chakra consumption and the effective range of the technique. As the initial excitement passed, Kuroto gradually discovered the shortcomings of Rain Wheel Push, that is, the effective range is only about 15 meters, and the further the distance, the weaker the effect. Kuroto frowned while struggling to catch his breath due to overexertion. Most of the attacking ninjutsu above sea level can have an attack range of more than 20 meters, and some can even reach 50 meters, and the killing range of throwing weapons such as kunao, shuriken, etc. can easily exceed 20 meters. In other words, once the enemy has opened the distance, it is quite difficult for Kuroto to control the enemy with a simple push and pull. With his current capacity at best, he can use it to play some role in defense and interference. Putting the shortcomings of small attack range aside, for the time being, Kuroto, who was still panting, discovered another shortcoming of himself, and that is low chakra volume. Don't get wrong, his chakra has at the very least increased 40 to 50 times since awakening Tenseigan, which ultimately made Kuroto very excited, but now that he has used Rain Wheel Rush and Rain Wheel Pull several times, he was surprised to find that his chakra is almost exhausted. It is only now that he realized just how small his initial chakra volume was. Moreover, 40 to 50 times interfered with his objective judgment and made him wrongly estimate his chakra amount. Because his previous chakra volume was at the standard level of a low-level Chunin, which is too mediocre, so even if it is increased by 40 to 50 times, the total volume is still not very exaggerated, only surpassing a high-level Chunin. In this scenario, it's a far cry from his thinking to be able to use this ninjutsu wantonly, and in comparison to Atsutsuki Tonari, who could play with the moon as a toy after awakening Tenseigan, he is so far behind that he can't even begin to understand the difference. So regarding Atsutsuki Tonari as his standard for reference will only lead to mental attacks. Why is this? Where is the problem? Is my method of evolving the Tenseigan wrong? One question after another flooded Kuroto's mind. After being confused for a while in doubts, anxiety, and even panic, he finally calmed down, and after another thought, all the previous puzzles were solved. According to the memory of previous life, the only person who awakened the Tenseigan was Atsutsuki Tonari, so Kuroto subconsciously believed that as long as he awakens the Tenseigan, he would also gain the same level of strength as Atsutsuki Tonari. But then thinking about it, Kekkei Genkai also gives a different level of strength to different people. The strength level with the same Kekkei Genkai will vary from individual to individual. The same concept applies to Byakugan. There are many ninjas in the Hyuga clan that are much better than Kuroto. Similarly for Shurinon, when compared to Uchiha Madara, the vast majority of Uchiha are like salted fish. According to the story, Atsutsuki Tonari was the large descendant of Atsutsuki clan left on the moon. He was also a veritable genius, who had all the inheritance, knowledge, and records belonging to the Atsutsuki clan at his hand to increase his base strength to cage level even when he didn't awaken the Tenseigan. After awakening the Tenseigan, it was a matter of course for Atsutsuki Tonari to reach super cage level strength in one fell swoop. The current Hyuga Kuroto is really not comparable to such a powerhouse. At novel bin at. Kuroto's and Tonari's starting lines are not the same at all, so obviously it is quite unrealistic for Kuroto to awaken super cage level strength like Tonari, with just the Tenseigan. After comprehending this point, Kuroto relaxed. He then tried using other techniques but found out that he can't do so. He is unable to enter the Tenseigan chakra mode. So it is simply impossible for him to cut the moon in half as Tonari did or to use the truth-seeking orbs and other abilities of great power. Is it necessary to use hand signs to enter the Tenseigan chakra mode? After spending more than a decade as Hyuga Kuroto, many memories of the previous life have become blurred, so Kuroto can't seem to remember whether Atsutsuki Tonari needed to use hand sign printing to enter the Tenseigan chakra mode. If it is necessary to print hand seals, what seals should be used? And what would be the direction of flow of chakra? Because of facing so many doubts and uncertainties, Kuroto now realized the troubles he was going to be facing because of the lack of knowledge he inherited from his ancestors, unlike Atsutsuki Tonari. Furthermore, he has now reminded of the fact that all the individuals who have brought major wind and rain in the ninja world up until now or will do so in the future like Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Obito, Uzumaki Nagato, Uchiha Itachi, Yondaime Sama, etc., have more or less received the careful guidance of powerful cage level or superior ninjas, and have, therefore, inherited all kinds of knowledge and techniques. And him on the other hand? Nothing? Don't get me wrong. He has in fact learned a vast amount of scientific knowledge under Orochimaru's guidance, but he still doesn't know much knowledge and techniques as a ninja. But Kuroto is not the kind of person who would get depressed over it. If he finds a problem, then he has to find a method to solve it. Speaking of the most valuable inheritance for Kuroto is naturally the inheritance left by Atsutsuki Hamura on the moon. There is also the guardian giant Tenseigan formed by the fusion of a large number of Byakugan, but currently, Kuroto doesn't know how to get on the moon, and there is also the existence of Atsutsuki Tonari on the moon, so he can only ignore them for the time being. The Hyuga family may have hidden some secret inheritance, which may be worthy of his attention. Orochimaru's research and development capabilities are among the best in the world, so if he wants to go any further, the connection with Orochimaru cannot be broken. But the way of cooperation, Kuroto felt that it had to be changed. Continuing to be a spy for Orochimaru, being a marionette without any self-consciousness, has no future in his opinion. He must change his identity from a mere subordinate to a collaborator to gain profit from it. This again involves a question of his strength. In the ninja world, the weak are not qualified to talk about cooperation with the strong. After thoroughly readjusting his mentality, Kuroto began to evaluate his current combat capabilities. In terms of chakra, he has undoubtedly surpassed the level of a high-level Chunin and almost reached the level of a special Jonin, coupled with the unparalleled insight of the Tenseigan, as well as the soft fist and the unpredictable rain wheel push/pull. If not unexpected, he feels that defeating a Takubitsu Jonin is possible for him, but if facing a real Jonin, he will most certainly die. At novel bin at. Of course, that is only according to his current strength level. With the enrichment of experience and the further development of the Tenseigan, he believes that it will not take long for his strength to reach the level of a Jonin, even surpass the elite Jonin. By then, he will be qualified to have a good talk with Orochimaru-sensei. After looking forward to the future, Kuroto brought his thoughts back to the present. He is still in the village's cleansing plan, and his strength is far from the point where he can wrestle with the village. Therefore, how to protect himself without exposing his Tenseigan is his immediate priority. As soon as he returned to the outpost, Mitsui recruited Kuroto and said coldly, "Be prepared, there is a task for you tomorrow." Kuroto's expression shrank. "What mission?" Mitsui said, "I will personally lead the team, and I will talk about the specific task tomorrow on the road." Kuroto wanted to refuse, but after a slight hesitation, he finally nodded. In fact, he also knew that he had already escaped a round of cleansing because of his illness, so now that he has recovered from his illness, he can't afford to rely on it anymore. The next day, the heavily armed Kuroto and Mitsui set off because the Mitarashi Anko's injuries were not healed, so only the two of them participated in this operation. On the way, Mitsui gave a brief explanation of the task. Like the previous missions of Anko and Oda, it is also to respond to the Konoha spy lurking in the sand-hidden village and retrieve the information collected by the spy. After listening to the mission introduction, Kuroto was 100% sure that this mission was a trap to cleanse him. His expression on the outside remained the same, but he thought to himself in his heart, who will be responsible for final execution? Is it the root ninja? Or the Umbu? Or will it be a sand ninja? If it's the root ninja, Kuroto can be sure that 9 out of 10 chances of the person who presided over the purge is Shimura Danzo, and if it was Umbu, then the 8 out of 10 chances for the person responsible is Sand Aim. But if it was Sand Shinobi, the situation could be complicated. If it's sand, it would simply mean that the Konoha village and Sand village have reached a consensus. In other words, this is no longer a matter within the village, but a matter involving more than one village. The authorities of both the village behind the scenes are probably responsible not just a certain person, that would eventually mean but the entire Konoha high-level decision-making body. While running through, Kuroto quickly analyzed the situation that he was about to face in his mind. To deal with a Chunin promoted during wartime, there is no need to dispatch a Jonin. The opponent should be a 4-person team composed of Chunin. Because I belong to the Hyuga clan, the other party should not presuppose an ambush, otherwise, it would be exposed in advance. The other party should attack me from all directions after I reach the junction point. Or, pretending to be a junction, take advantage of my precautions, and strike the killing move. So what role does this Mitsui play in all this? Is he just leading me into the ambush, or would he participate in the siege? After awakening, the Tenseigan, Kuroto's mentality is gradually changing. If earlier, all he wanted was to survive, then now he has more desire and ambition in his heart. It is also because of Tenseigan that he is full of confidence, so after getting rid of negative emotions such as fear, confusion, etc., he accurately analyzed the situation that he might face. After a long crossing, Mitsui and Kuroto came to the junction. Here is the gobi covered with rubble. The surrounding area can be described as unobstructed, and it is not a suitable place to make contact. At the far end, stood a lone figure, appeared a little fuzzy in the wind and sand. Kuroto stared at him and immediately found that the opponent's body contained a large volume of chakras that far exceeded the level of a Chunin. In addition, Kuroto also found that besides the figure, there seemed to be some corpses of sand shinobi lying stumblingly. This strange scene made Kuroto feel the danger. He immediately stopped and said in a deep voice, "Captain, something seems to be wrong." Mitsui also frowned tightly at this moment. Obviously, the situation before him was a little different from what he had expected. But he didn't have the sharp insight of Kuroto, so he could neither judge the strength of the stranger nor observe the few corpses looming in the sand at the feet of the stranger through the wind and sand. After hesitating for a while, Mitsui ordered, "Go, let's go over." Mitsui was the captain. He gave the order, so Kuroto had no choice but to follow him slowly towards the stranger. After a while, the two came to the stranger. The stranger was wrapped in a grey-brown cloak, and even his face was covered with a cloth cover. Only a pair of bright eyes were exposed, but the pupil in these eyes was extremely murderous, like a beast watching his prey. At this time, Mitsui found a few corpses dressed in sand-hidden costumes lying at the stranger's feet, and his face suddenly became embarrassed. "You, who are you?" The stranger slowly uncovered his hood, pulled off the cloth cover, tilted his head, and said with a joking expression, "Oh, it turns out they are waiting for you here. Sassori of the Red Sand." Title: Sassori of the Red Sand. Sassori of the Red Sand. Looking at the red-haired man in front of him, Mitsui and Kuroto exclaimed in unison. The identity of the other party is no stranger to the two who have just experienced the Third Ninja War. The Sassori of the Red Sand, a genius puppet master, one of the strongest ninjas of Sand Village, who disappeared along with the disappearance of the Sandaime Kazekage, and was finally classified as an S-rank missing nin. He has appeared on the battlefield many times to collect the corpses of ninjas and has several records of killing the elite jonin. His strength is so strong that even ninja villages gave up on chasing him. He is a trouble that the 5 ninja villages are unwilling to put their hand into. Sassori stood akimbo with his hands on his hips and chuckles. "Do you recognize me already? Yeah, Konoha ninjas, now that you have had the chance to meet me, please help me try this newly made artwork." As he said so, Sassori took out a scroll with 3 written on it. Bang! After a burst of white smoke, a puppet appeared in front of Mitsui and Kuroto. At novel bin at. Looking at the black iron sand floating around the human puppet, Mitsui, who was stunned, said tremblingly, "This is magnetic done? Sandaime Kazekage." Kuroto was also very surprised, but he was not surprised by Sandaime Kazekage's puppet, but by the fact that he encountered such a strong ninja, like Sassori of the Red Sand at such a remote place. Such terrible luck? It is difficult for Kuroto to judge exactly what strength Sassori currently possesses, but at the very least he should be above the level of an elite jonin. He is an enemy that Kuroto can't deal with anyway at present, so the moment he saw Sassori, he only had one thought left in his mind. And that's how to save his life. The man puppet who manipulated the Sandaime Kazekage slowly floated up, while Sassori smiled and said mischievously, "This is my most satisfying work so far. Shinobis of Konoha, enjoy my art." As soon as Sassori's voice fell, the iron sand floating around the Sandaime Kazekage's puppets turned into countless fine needles in the sky and shot like raindrops at Mitsui and Kuroto. Mitsui flung back while holding 3 kunai with detonating charms in each hand and shot it towards the sky. Kuroto, who was slightly behind, hid behind Mitsui and ran backward quickly. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion of the 6 detonating charms caused a burst of smoke on the desert. Seeing that the thrown detonation paper barely blocked the iron needle, Mitsui took a cold glance at Kuroto and then fled towards the outpost without uttering a single word. "Even if you don't speak anything, will you even run away alone? That's just fantastic." Obviously, Mitsui has finally showed his true self and no longer concealed his malice towards Kuroto. Naturally, Kuroto no longer cared about anything either and fled in another direction. Watching the two of them flee after putting up just a small resistance, Sassori smiled and jumped to the back of Sandaime Kazekage's puppets, and then Sandaime Kazekage's puppet turned the iron sand into 2 huge iron sand wings through magnet gun and flew in the direction of Mitsui's escape. Obviously, the leader Nara Mitsui was Sassori's first priority. He can fly. The corner of his eye swept Sassori, flying with the help of the Sandaime Kazekage's puppet, and Kuroto heart sank. In the ninja world, the ability to fly is a huge advantage. Once you encounter a ninja with the ability to fly on the battlefield, you will often fall into an extremely passive situation. As far as the current situation is concerned, the Kuroto, running on the ground is definitely not as fast as the Sassori flying in the sky. Suppressing the mixed thoughts, Kuroto calmly observed the movements of Sassori, while secretly analyzing his situation. "I saw Sandaime Kazekage's puppets. Sassori will definitely not let me go." The fact that the Sandaime Kazekage's corpse was turned into a human puppet by the Sassori should still be a secret, so in order to avoid trouble, Sassori will not let anyone who knows this secret stay alive. In other words, at the moment when Sassori revealed the Sandaime Kazekage's puppets, Mitsui and Kuroto were already on the list of targets to be killed. The nearest post from here is nearly 2.5 hours away, and even if we somehow managed to arrive at the outpost, the stationed ninjas there cannot resist enemies of Sassori's level. So simply trying to escape is not an option. I have to find a way to repel Sassori. While Kuroto was pondering the countermeasures, he suddenly discovered that Mitsui, who was running as fast as him, suddenly fell to the ground. What's going on? After a little shock, Kuroto immediately reacted. The iron needle just now was poisonous. The explosive tag thrown by Mitsui before did block a large number of iron needles, but 1 or 2 iron needles still passed through the explosion and scratched Mitsui's arm. No matter what happened, neither Mitsui Nakaichi nor Kuroto paid much attention to this fact. But now seeing Mitsui suddenly fell, Kuroto immediately reacted, and he was also reminded according to the memory of his previous life, Sassori was indeed a master of poison. Without Mitsui's resistance, continuing to escape will not only waste physical strength but will only add to the embarrassment, so Kuroto decisively stopped. Stepping forward while bringing out a kunai, and killing Mitsui who was poisoned and unable to move, Sassori leisurely came to Kuroto and said with a playful smile, "Why, did you give up on escaping?" Kuroto looked at the Sassori. "I have always been curious, why did you defect? With your strength and status, even if you want to be a Kazekage, it is not impossible, right?" Unexpecting of the calmness shown by Kuroto, Sassori glanced at him once again, and said with a smile, "Don't try to buy time, no one can save you." As Sassori continued to walk forward, Kuroto continued to speak. That's right. You dare to plot even against the Sandaime Kaze Cage, known as the strongest Kaze Cage. How can a mere sand village be in your eyes? Isn't that the case? Sassori didn't answer but narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes were still full of playfulness. He was really curious about what Kuroto wanted to do while he was trying to borrow time. Although curious, Sassori still slowly approached Kuroto. 19 meters. 17 meters, just 2 meters more to go, come on. 14 meters, just a little more. On the surface, Kuroto appeared calm, but in his heart, a group of Kuroto silently calculated the distance between himself and Sassori. Right now, his only chance of winning is to unexpectedly use Ring Wheel Push/Pull to unexpectedly land a heavy impact on Sassori's body and then use Soft Fist Taijutsu to seal Sassori's acupoints and stop his chakra flow. And the current effective range of Rain Wheel is only about 15 meters, so Kuroto must be as close as possible to Sassori. When Sassori approached a distance of about 11 meters, Kuroto slowly raised his hands. The Sandaime Kaze Cage's puppet connected by the chakra line shining with light blue light quickly floated, and the iron sand surrounding it also turned into iron spears. Knowing that it was close to the extreme distance, Kuroto no longer hesitated, immediately stretched out his hands, and started Rain Wheel Pull with all his strength. At the moment Kuroto raised his hand, Sassori, who had already had a rich experience for a long time fighting life and death battles, raised his mouth, and revealed a mocking smile. Then, while the puppet manipulating the Sandaime Kaze Cage protected his front, he retreated backward. In the eyes of Sassori, Kuroto's actions were nothing more than activating a one-hit kill type suicide ninjutsu. He had already encountered this situation many times, and there was nothing to care about. Being the maker of the Sandaime Kaze Cage's puppet, Sassori couldn't be more clearer of its defense capabilities. Even the A-level ninjutsu can hardly break the iron sand defense of magnetic dawn, so those ninjas who tried to die with him eventually became part of his collection and nothing more. However, what he was expecting to happen did not happen, but on the other hand, the corner of Sassori's mouth that hadn't fully grinned suddenly froze. Accompanied by a huge howling sound, the Sandaime Kaze Cage's puppet that stood in front of Sassori was sucked away by a very powerful suction force. This suction force was so strong that it even broke the chakra line connecting his hands and the Sandaime Kaze Cage's puppet in an instant. And when Kuroto saw that it was not Sassori but the puppet of the Sandaime Kaze Cage that was pulled by his Rain Wheel Pull, Kuroto was also left speechless. At this moment, there was only one thought left in Kuroto's mind. It was really over this time. With the experience level of a strong ninja at the level of someone like Sassori, once the unexpected effect is lost, it will be extremely difficult to succeed in a sneak attack the second time. And fighting against Sassori, even if it is only a trivial scratch, Kuroto will lose his fighting ability due to poisoning, and there is no freaking way he wouldn't be getting injured if he fought against Sassori. Therefore, the failure of this sneak attack meant that the victory or defeat has already been decided for Kuroto. In the very instant, the Sandaime Kaze Cage's puppet was attracted by the Rain Wheel Pull and was held by Kuroto through the neck with one hand, so it lost the control of the magnetic dawn due to being disconnected with the chakra strings. The iron spears in the air collapsed and turned into black iron sand that scattered all over. At novel bin at. Looking at the Sandaime Kaze Cage's puppet held by Kuroto, from a distance, Sassori's face was extremely red from embarrassment. At this moment, he was both surprised and suspicious, and even a little frustrated. Although Kuroto's heart was a little frustrated due to messing up the one opportunity he had of successfully repelling Sassori, but Kuroto still maintained his calm facade on the outside, and the slightest anger was not visible on his face. In this way, for a while, the two people who were both a little cautious of the other side confronted each other silently. This kind of confrontation made Kuroto, who was lacking confidence in his chances of survival, made even more nervous, and at this moment, he was surprised to find that the chakra in his body was constantly rushing to the Sandaime Kaze Cage's puppet he was holding. The abnormal change protruded. Kuroto still did not dare to show any signs on his face, staring coldly at the opposite Sassori. Feeling the chakra in his body pouring more and more into the Sandaime Kaze Cage's puppet, Kuroto's courage became more and more empty. He was thinking that he had finally awakened the Tenseigan with such difficulty, and if he lost his life in the first battle his heart can't accept this result. When about 2/3 of the chakra in the body poured into Kaze Cage's puppet, the puppets held by Kuroto suddenly twitched disorderly. With the twitching of the puppets, the iron sand that had previously been scattered out of control also floated. Sassori was startled when he saw this and shouted, "Damn, you actually know how to use puppetry? Who are you? Why were you here to meet with the assassination team of the Sand Village?" Sand Village's assassination team. Listening to the Sassori's question, Kuroto's heart stunned. The identities of the corpses that fell beside the Sassori before were indeed Sand Village's assassination squad. This undoubtedly means that Sand Village has also participated in Konoha's cleansing operations, and it also means that all the senior leaders of Konoha have acquiesced to this cleaning. But that's not something he can deal with right now. Suppressing the resentment for the decision-making body of Konoha in his heart, Kuroto brought his attention back to the current fight. After the initial ignorance, he now understood why the Kaze Cage's puppet was suddenly activated by him. According to the vague memory of previous lives, the Tenseigan, like the Rinnegan, has a similar great ability, which is to control puppets. The method for the Rinnegan to control the puppets is using the black stick. Pain's 6 paths are all puppets under the control of Nagato's Rinnegan, while the method of the Tenseigan to control a puppet is to inject the Tenseigan chakra. Once a sufficient amount of the Tenseigan chakra is injected, it can even activate souls within the puppets, allowing them to acquire a certain degree of intelligence and autonomy. In Kuroto's impression, Atsutsuki Tonari relied on this kind of puppet, and the main body did not show up in the ninja world initially, so he easily defeated the Hyuga patriarch, Hayashi Hyuga, who was close to the cage level, and sneaked out of the village taking away Hyuga Hanabi. After comprehending this point, Kuroto had a thought. Without the control of the chakra line, under Kuroto thoughts, the puppet of Kaze Cage slowly floated, posing an attacking posture to the opposite Sassori, as if guarding Kuroto from the front. At this moment, Kuroto said indifferently, I am not interested in getting rid of San's missing nin. We don't need to fight anymore. Sassori's face was now sullen and fuming with rage hearing Kuroto's words, taking away my beloved collection, do you think I will let you go? Even Sassori also faintly felt threatened, in the face of these never-seen-before mysterious methods, that Kuroto used to control the Kaze Cage puppet. At this moment, he had listed Kuroto as a powerful enemy who could threaten his life. Kuroto smiled, this puppet retains most of its combat power. I have to say that you are indeed a genius in making puppets. This smile is not Kuroto's pretentious gesture, but he really felt happy at this moment, because he has Sandaime Kaze Cage's puppet under his control, therefore he has the flying ability in his hands, so it is up to him whether to stay and fight or just run away. And the reason why he didn't leave the battlefield immediately and continued to have a word with Sassori was simply to buy time to think of a method to hide his identity to avoid future trouble from Sassori's pursuit of revenge. After all, Kuroto doesn't want someone like Sassori to be after him all the time. Kuroto knows that if he displayed a little carelessness going against Sassori he will definitely lose his life, so he doesn't want Sassori to be coming after him. You can control the puppet without using the chakra thread. How did you do it? After a pause, Sassori suddenly tilted his head and smiled evilly, forget it, when I catch you, everything will be clear. After that, Sassori took out a red scroll. With Sassori's soft words, the scroll was suddenly thrown, and a group of figures flew out of the scroll, floating around him. These figures are all puppets wearing red cloaks. There are as many as 10 puppets. They have different shapes, some carried knives, some with swords, and some with huge shurikens. Sassori smiled and said, Red secret skill, performance of 10 puppets. Looking at the scene in front of him, Kuroto said secretly, it seems that Sassori at this time has not yet mastered performance of 100 puppets, but even the performance of 10 puppets is not something I can deal with. Wouch, wouch, wouch. Amidst the shaking of the puppets, the 10 red robe puppets pounced on Kuroto. Kuroto's brow furrowed, and he raised his hand again to make a rain wheel push. After losing 2/3 of the chakra, he actually had no combat effectiveness, so he used the rain wheel push to bounce off the 10 red robe puppets that had fallen on him, and immediately jumped on Kaze Cage's puppet. In an instant, the iron sand in the sky turned into a pair of iron wings, and Kaze Cage's puppet flew away with Kuroto towards the corpse of Mitsui at the far end. Sassori, who was repelled away with the puppets, secretly cursed, damn it, this is another unknown technique. Sassori feels a headache thinking about the strange and unknown techniques that can be performed at will without the need for the seal, but through this confrontation, he also keenly perceives that the effective range of the strange push and pull technique is only about 15 meters, so he immediately changed the engaging strategy, and a puppet was manipulated to launch a long-range throwing attack on Kuroto. However, Kaze Cage's puppet, who was under Kuroto's control, hardly needed Kuroto's command to use Magnet Dun and blocked all the incoming Kunao and Shuriken attacks. Sassori, who was chasing after Kuroto, saw this, had his face sinking, and he felt as if he was slapped in the face by his masterpiece. Soon, under the control of the Sassori, all the throwing weapons of the 10 red-robed puppets were replaced with 1,000 bones that had been hardened with poison. Since Magnetic Dun can't control non-metals, so Kaze Cage puppet changed part of the iron sand into a hemispherical-shaped shield that protected Kuroto from behind. Tink, ding. For some time, the sound of Kunao and Shuriken hitting the iron sand ball wall continued coming as Kuroto was making his escape. Kuroto didn't entangle with Sassori and directly flew over Mitsui's corpse, while also throwing a few kunaos wrapped in an explosive tag at his corpse without any hesitation. Boom boom, boom, boom. With a violent explosion, Mitsui's body suddenly fell apart. The reason why Kuroto destroyed Mitsui's body was to prevent Sassori from finding his identity based on Mitsui's identity. After all, he doesn't know how long he will stay at the border post. If Sassori rings at the door, he won't even have a place to escape. You must know that the village is trying to clean him at this moment. If he abandons the post and escapes, the village would just find a convenient excuse of punishing him for a crime of fleeing, and he will be executed fairly, which is not something he will allow. So, he ruined Mitsui's body, therefore Sassori would not be able to figure out Kuroto's identity that easily. Because no matter how strong Sassori is, eventually, he is only a missing nin at this point in time, and without the support of Sand Village backing him up, he will inevitably lack a source to give him the required intelligence for him to figure out Kuroto's identity. And this time Konoha and Sand Village did secret cooperation. It involves the cleaning of their own people, so there must be very few insiders, and they must be the highest level authorities of both the villages, so whether Sassori wants to get information from Konoha or Sand, it is very difficult for him to find out the specific list of personnel involved under this purging operation. At novel bin at. Kuroto thought all these messy thoughts while escaping in the sky, while Sassori chased him on the ground, and the distance between the two sides naturally kept on increasing. Glancing at the furious Sassori that fell far behind him, Kuroto smiled freely. Sassori at the moment hasn't joined Akatsuki. Although he has an impressive record of killing a cage rank individual, he still belongs to the category of the traditional sand hidden puppet master. He has few methods in his hands, and that is being too dependent on puppets or poisons, besides he also lacks the means to deal with all kinds of weird techniques. Therefore, after Kuroto luckily took away Sandaime Kaze Cage's puppet, Sassori's effective combat power was immediately reduced. This weakening does not only refer to combat effectiveness. More importantly, it is mobility. Without the Kaze Cage's puppet, Sassori lost the initiative on the battlefield. This is one of the reasons why the Yondaime Hokage-sama can surpass Sunin and other cage-level ninja at such a young age. Those fighting against Yanadam-sama can't catch up to him in terms of speed, and those who can't fight him in terms of strength can't escape him. Where, when, and how? All three initiative lies in the hands of Yondaime-sama's hands. This is the biggest helplessness all the enemies of Yondaime-sama must have faced. And as the strength of Yondaime-sama kept increasing day by day, slowly he became almost unbeatable, and finally, the alias Golden Flash became an existence highly feared by the enemies. The current strength of Sassori hasn't reached the peak state. Once he joins the Akatsuki organization, learns about the Rinnegan, and understands the concept of power above cage level, his strength will be further improved. With this thought in mind, Kuroto gradually got rid of Sassori's chase, broke away from the desert, and went in the direction of the woods at the border of the country of Tea. After repeatedly confirming that he wasn't being chased by Sassori any longer, Kuroto deliberately circled around and finally stopped on a big tree miles away from the border outpost. He knows that if he simply went back, he would be the one blamed for the death of Nara Mitsui. However, he can't report his encounter with the Sassori of the Red Sand, because once he does so, then under the vigorous investigation of the village it would get increasingly difficult for him to keep Sandaime Kazekige's puppet in his hands. And once an S-level missing nin is involved in this matter, the village will definitely send elite ninjas for carrying out an investigation, in which case the probability of his Tenseigan being exposed will increase greatly. Therefore he must enact a scene to make Mitsui's death seem reasonable and believable. After thinking about it for a while, Kuroto started taking action. He wrapped Sandaime Kazekige's puppet in a bandage from head to toe, now only his dull eyes were exposed, and finally, he put a grey cloak over. Because the puppet is originally made from a human corpse so its body shape was almost the same as before, only on the chakra line were there now for controlling it manually. After Kuroto took care of the puppet's disguise, it now looked like a living ninja covering its body all over. After a closed inspection and rechecking to find no flaws, Kuroto handed it Fukonao and let it cut him to make the act seem more real. When all this was done, Juruto rushed towards the direction of the outpost. At the outpost, hearing a sound that was calling for help, Midarashi Anko, who was recovering from her injuries, was stunned and immediately jumped out of her room and came outside. At the same time, the other two squad leaders in the outpost also jumped out and looked in the direction of Kuroto's call for help with full alert. In a moment, the three shinobis were able to spot Kuroto covered in blood stumbling towards the outpost, and behind him was a strange ninja chasing after Kuroto. The three shinobi didn't hesitate at all and immediately rushed towards the strange ninja with the intent to kill. Even if the Sandaime Kaze Cage puppet only used taijutsu, it was much better than Anko and the other two Chunin squad leaders, so Kuroto made sure not to overplay so that him being able to escape won't seem suspicious. On the side a short confrontation took place. Anko and the two squad leaders together exchanged some blows with the puppet and after a small stalemate, pretended to attack, dodged a few attacks, and then immediately retreated. The other three were kind of confused why would the enemy choose to retreat when he had the advantage over them in terms of strength, but they still decided not to think too deeply about it and didn't bother to pursue it. Seeing the strange ninja no longer around, they turned towards Kuroto, who was catching his breath and injuries. The most senior of them immediately asked him, "What happened?" Kuroto just shook his head. "I don't know. Captain Mitsui and I were attacked as soon as we sneaked into the lands of Wing Country. In the surprise attack we encountered, Captain Mitsui died on the spot. I was able to somehow escape, but the enemy decided to give chase. I hid on several locations and somehow arrived here." When Anko heard Kuroto's story, her expression was gloomy again. However, the expression of the two squad leaders was of being surprised. After Kuroto came to his room, Anko followed him, and now she was helping him wrap bandages over his wounds, when she said hoarsely, "Every one of them dead." The them here refers to all the shinobi that were part of Orochimaru's subordinates who came with Kuroto and Anko to this border outpost. Today only Kuroto didn't go for a mission. There were two other teams too on special mission, but only two squad leaders returned alive and the subordinates in the team encountered accidental death. Kuroto remained silent as Anko informed him while helping him treat his wounds, and just nodded silently. Only a stupid won't notice if there's no problem if, in such a remote border outpost with 12 shinobi assigned for duty, 8 people died in less than 2 weeks, more so under similar situation, especially during the non-war period. Obviously, this is all being done under the orders of higher authorities. After a while, Kuroto spoke in a light whisper, "Be careful of them, most likely they are root shinobi, don't give them any opportunity." Anko has also noticed that something is definitely wrong with them and nodded. Finally, she asked, "What happened to you today?" Kuroto glanced at worried Anko and replied quietly, "Don't worry too much about me, we really encountered an accident today." After taking care of Kuroto's wounds, Anko returned to her room without saying anything unnecessary as she also understood their current situation. Kuroto was now lying on the bed, thinking carefully about what happened today. Expectingly, today's mission was a trap, and Sand also participated in it. If there was no unexpected presence of the Sassori of the Red Sand, what Kuroto would have faced today is probably Sand Village's assassination team's combined siege. Perhaps, if necessary, Captain Mitsui would have also participated in the siege to eliminate him. As for why Sand Village is getting involved in Konoha's cleaning operation, Kuroto pondered a little over this matter, and after a little brainstorming, he had the most likely answer. Sand Village's Yondaime Kaze Cage has just taken his position because of the disappearance of the Sandaime Kaze Cage. With the Third Shinobi War being over, the Yondaime Kaze Cage needs to weaken the influence of Sandaime Kaze Cage in the Sand Village, so Sand Village actually needs to clean its own people too, and for them, this demand is much stronger than Konoha's. In addition, after the war, Sand signed the alliance treaty with Konoha. This can also explain why Sand Village participated in Konoha's cleaning operation. The highest level of the two sides has obviously reached an agreement to clean up the abandoned children for each other. This not only prevents one's own hands from being contaminated with the blood of his fellow villagers but also provides a possible excuse for them to blame the death on someone. Having figured this out, Kuroto also knew that even if it was Danzo who presided over this purge in the village, the Sandaime Hokage-sama, and other high-level officials must have tacitly approved of this or at least were aware of the details. Otherwise, Danzo alone would not be able to bypass the village authorities and negotiate such a major action with Sand Village without consent from others. At the thought of so many people being ruthlessly abandoned by the village, Kuroto was both disappointed and angry. It can be said that 90% of these people are innocent. It was only a small group of them who have actually participated in the human experiments performed by Orochimaru, and most of them have only participated in a peripheral scale, like Kuroto. The real core projects that involve bloody human experiments are almost all done by Orochimaru personally, and there are very few people who are even qualified to about them, much less participate in them in the first place, and even Kuroto is not one of those. This is not Kuroto trying to shirk the responsibility, but except for Orochimaru, there might only be a handful of people who can independently carry out complex human experiments. What is the purpose of the village going so far this time? The more Kuroto thinks about it, the more he feels that something is wrong in this whole fiasco. The village's senior leaders cannot be unaware that this purge will affect many innocent people, but they still did it. There must be something Kuroto didn't know about. Kuroto did more brainstorming thinking about Orochimaru's active defection and the uncharacteristic behavior of Danzo, who has always tried to maintain some level of cooperative relationship with Orochimaru. And suddenly it finally struck him. It must be because of some anger and grievance due to something that Orochimaru must have done, that might have made Danzo go into hysteria and the bastard finally decided to eliminate all the possible subordinates or Orochimaru from the village. It has to be the case. But regardless of whether Kuroto is correct or not, it cannot change the fact that the purge has already begun. So, he has to converge his diverging thoughts and calmly sort out the threat he is facing right now. The threat at hand is undoubtedly the purge issued by the village. Now that the purge has already begun, the village will not let go of him, so even if Kuroto has escaped this time, there will be another waiting for him, and the intensity will exceed as the times increase. In addition, the threat of Sassori cannot be ignored. Sandaime Kaze Cage was once known as the strongest Kaze Cage, but in the end, he died at Sassori's hands. Just this fact alone proves how dangerous Sassori actually is. Now that Kuroto has offended the other party, he has to be on constant vigilance. Thinking about it, in fact, what is most imminent is the village's reaction to Mitsui's death. Once the village suspects that Kuroto had some hand in it, then there will only be one option available for him and that is to defect. I don't know if I can hide that scene from the village. At novel bin at. It was actually a wonderful move on his part to have used Kaze Cage's puppet in act as a wandering ninja. Because of the Third Ninja War that finished not long ago, there are a large number of wandering ninjas who defected from many ninja villages, so it's not strange to have encountered one of those during a mission, as currently, the power spur of each village has weakened to some extent, and this is especially the case at the borders. In addition, the two other team leaders who were suspected to be the Roots ninja in the post also saw the puppet posing as a wandering ninja, which made Kuroto's words more convincing. After thinking about it all night, Kuroto recovered the Sandaime Kaze Cage's puppet that had been hidden near the outpost and sealed it inside a scroll at the first opportunity he got the very next day. Right now, there is serious attrition in the post. Among the remaining 4 ninjas, there are 2 wounded, Anko and Kuroto, so the village will send a support team over at any time, or may already be on the way, and the support squad will inevitably have a scout-type ninja. If he continues to let the puppet wander near the post, it is likely to hit the support squad and be exposed. In the final analysis, the identity of Sandaime Kaze Cage's puppet is too eye-catching. Not to mention someone like Kuroto who is very cautious by nature, even the bold Sassori dare not use it so easily, and once it is exposed in Kuroto's hands, it is very difficult for him to give any explanation without revealing the secret of the Tenseigan, which is a risk he is unwilling to take. After all, the Sandaime Kaze cage was once the cage of a village from the 5 major ninja villages. Even if it is just to maintain their image as a major ninja village, Sand Village wouldn't stop at anything from eliminating the possible suspect of killing their cage and retrieving the dead body of their cage. Kuroto, who has already been listed as a target to be cleansed by Konoha, doesn't have any intentions of offending Sand Village at all. Anyway, at present, there are only 2 people alive who are aware that the Sandaime Kaze cage was turned into a human puppet, and they are Kuroto and Sassori. Kuroto has no intention of revealing this information, and as for Sassori, as the culprit who killed Sandaime Kaze cage and turned him into a puppet, he would definitely not take the initiative to reveal this information. Furthermore, as far as Sassori's temperament is concerned, it is estimated that at this moment, he is still wandering around the ninja world collecting core for making various puppets while also brainstorming on how to retrieve the Kaze cage puppet from Kuroto. He won't be exposing this information at all, as it would also disgrace him for losing such a thing in the first place. While thinking these messy thoughts, Kuroto went back to his room to continue rest for recovering. For the next few days, everything was calm. Taking advantage of the few remaining opportunities, Kuroto continued studying the Tenseigan's ability to control the puppet. After many attempts, he found that the flexibility of the puppet depends entirely on the amount of Tenseigan chakra he poured into the puppet. In short, the higher the volume of chakra, the higher will be the flexibility of the puppet. Kuroto is obviously not a puppet expert. He doesn't know if Kaze cage's puppet belonged to a relatively high-end quality or not. In short, simply activating it consumes almost half of his chakra volume. If he wants the puppet to use its high-end ability like magnetic done, it requires more than 2/3 of his total chakra. So, when the Kaze cage's puppet is activated, at most 1/3 of his chakra can be used by Kuroto. Kuroto also tried infusing all his chakra into the puppet to see if this puppet could go further and possess a small amount of self-autonomy. But the result disappointed him. He doesn't know if his total amount of chakras is too small, or for other reasons. Anyway, even if he infused all of his chakras, the puppet did not change any further. However, at this time Kuroto has learned to adjust his mentality, and nothing is compared with the impression of its Satsuki Tonari, so he did not feel too frustrated, just a little annoyed over his weakness. In the blink of an eye, 3 weeks passed. At novel bin at. And he was wrong on the part that the village would be sending a support team due to lack of the number of people at this outpost. Kuroto was quite doubtful as to why the Konoha village did not send any support team during this period, nor was he of Anko sent on any so-called special mission. This is obviously not in line with his expectations, nor in line with common sense. It would be understandable if there was some kind of short delay, but 3 whole weeks? How can that be allowed? It is simply unthinkable to leave the guard post understaffed. This leads to only one possible scenario, at least that's what Kuroto can think of. Could it be that something major happened in the village? Kuroto then searched in his memories to find the clues to figure out if there was some kind of major event that happened at this point in time, but he wasn't getting anywhere as his memories are too vague. But suddenly a picture flashed in his mind, and he was covered in a cold sweat. He now had the answer and all could do was murmur it silently. 9. Nine-tailed chaos. Although he doesn't remember the exact time of Kyuubi rebellion happened, Kuroto does know that it happened on the night of Uzumaki Naruto's birth. Naruto's mother, Uzumaki Kushina, who was the current Kyuubi's Jinhyuriki, had all the information related to her regarded as highly confidential. And someone with zero political power like Kuroto can't inquire about her status. But this does not affect his speculation, because Hinata is about the same age as Naruto, and he has already received news that the patriarch's wife was pregnant before he left the village. If Naruto is a few months older than Hinata, then Naruto's birth should be around this period. Why did I forget about this? At the bottom of his heart, Kuroto blamed himself. In fact, this is also unavoidable. After all, he has been in the world of the ninjas for more than 10 years, and his memory is a lot vague. In addition, he has always been under the threat of death because of his weak strength. Until recently, he neither had the ability nor any willingness to intervene in various major events, so he didn't care much about them happening in the ninja world if they didn't involve him, and delved all his attention in finding a solid method to improve his strength. Now it's different now. With the Tenseigan awakened, he already has the ability to intervene in many things, so now he must pay attention to every major event in the ninja world like a real reincarnated individual in order to profit from them for his advantage. After making a mental note for himself, Kuroto analyzed the current possible situation in the village. If the Kyuubi rebellion did happen, it means that the power center of the village will change drastically. The Yondaime Hokage-sama, who was in his prime, passed away together with his wife Uzumaki Kushina, who was the Kyuubi Jinhyuriki, as a result of which Konoha has again lost 2 shinobi with cage-level combat power. This will lead to an awkward state of the current military power of Konoha. In the previous decade, Konoha has lost so many powerful individuals. Heiate Sakumo committed suicide, Senjutsu Nade left because of experiencing severe mental trauma due to the death of her brother Senjun Awake and lover Dan Kato. Then not long ago Orochimaru defected, following which Jiraiya left the village to pursue Orochimaru's tracks, and now 2 of the most powerful shinobi have again passed away. In current Konoha, if 2 generations involving the young and the middle-aged generation, if we exclude Jiraiya who is not in the village, then there is almost no one left with the combat power of Kage level. Sandaime Hokage-sama and Shimura Danzo are the only 2 people with the highest raw power currently. In addition, at the time of the Kyuubi rebellion, Kyuubi was suspected of being controlled by the Shuriken, leading the top decision-making authorities to suspect the Uchiha clan to be responsible for this. As such, the complete Uchiha clan, an important combat force of the village, was under constant surveillance and completely isolated from the rest of the village under high pressure. All the powerful members of the Uchiha clan were on the watch list. And based on the memories, Kuroto can predict that Uchiha's infighting with the village will be inevitable. After thoroughly analyzing the changes that Konoha will experience in its power center, Kuroto began to analyze the change in his own situation because of Kyuubi rebellion. There is no doubt that the leftover old subordinates of Orochimaru are no longer such a threat to the village when compared to the powerful Uchiha clan, suspected of causing the Kyuubi rebellion. What's more, a large number of ordinary ninjas were killed in the Kyuubi rebellion, therefore the village has lost a lot of manpower. Not only they have to rebuild the destroyed area immediately, but also deploy elite shinobis to monitor the Uchiha clan, even if it is Konoha, strongest of the 5 major villages. I'm afraid that the manpower is still not so much at hand, especially because of the large number of deaths in the Third Ninja War, so it is not unreasonable to ignore the border post for some time. It didn't take long for Kuroto's speculations to be confirmed true. The village sent a message, abandon the outpost, and all the staff was ordered to immediately return to the village. After a simple cleanup, the 4 people at the outpost embarked on the returning journey back to the village. On the way, Kuroto secretly rejoiced, feeling that he was lucky that Sassori did not find him for such a long time. In fact, Kuroto was thinking about this matter. It was actually an accident that resulted in him seizing up Sandaime Kage's puppet. Kuroto obviously didn't do it intentionally, and even if he did, he doesn't think he could have achieved it. Kuroto is clear about this, but he doesn't know whether Sassori is clear about this or not. In the eyes of Sassori, Kuroto's rain wheel pull and the technique of manipulating puppets without the chakra line or need for printing hand signs are really weird, which caused him to misestimate the strength of Kuroto, mistakenly believe that Kuroto's strength is at least the level of an elite jonin. Therefore Sassori might have directly ignored some random border outpost that generally doesn't have any elite jonin personnel as staff for keeping watch unless there is some emergency period, which was obviously not the case at that time. This is because according to common sense, border outposts that are mainly used for early warning will not deploy elite jonin. As a result, the border post where Kuroto was located became a state of black under the lights, but it also became the safest place for him. This is why the Sassori has not been able to find Kuroto up until now. Rushing all the way hurriedly, the 4 finally returned to the village a week later. The village at this time is simply a big construction site. Everywhere busy workers can be seen, various scaffoldings were spread throughout, transport vehicles were continuously coming and going. Anko asked Kuroto with a little confusion while pointing towards the damaged city walls in the distance, what happened in the village. The 2 suspected root ninjas who were traveling with them seemed to know some news, but looking at the scene in front of them, they still showed surprises in unison. Obviously, the damage to the village far exceeded their previous expectations. Kuroto was also surprised at this moment. Although it has long been known that the Kyuubi rebellion brought deep bone marrow damage to Konoha, the dilapidated scene of the village still made it difficult for him to adapt for a while. You must know that even in the 3 shinobi wars that have occurred since Konoha's establishment, and the village never once suffered such severe losses. After arriving at the task center, the 4 of them disbanded after a brief task handover. Kuroto, who was finally freed for the first time in months, is not idle but inquired about the changes in the village. Before long, he collected a lot of information. First of all, the exact time when the Kyuubi rebellion occurred was about a month ago. If you count the time, it happened to be within a few days before or after Kuroto encountered Sassori at the border. Secondly, in the turmoil of just one night, the village lost more than 20 elite jonins and hundreds of shinin and genin ninjas. Almost all the ninja families in the village suffered casualties. It is said that the funeral alone lasted for a whole week. In the end, several blocks that had been ravaged by the Kyuubi were completely razed to the ground. The casualties of civilians are hard to estimate. Even now, there are still many civilians whose bodies have not been found. After collecting enough information, Kuroto returned home full of thoughts. This guy Obito is no stranger to Kuroto, because, among the classmates of the same period, there were few who can barely be defeated by Kuroto, and Obito was one of them. And now such a person has grown strong enough to fight Yondaime Hokage-sama while controlling Kyuubi simultaneously and control the entire ninja world in the palm of his hands as the backstage big boss, and that too with just single Mangekyo Shuriken. To be honest, Kuroto is really upset. This is too frustrating, even if Obito had the Uchiha Madara's inheritance with him or Zetsu helping him out to some extent. However, although Kuroto was upset, and he also knew in his heart that now that Obito had Mangekyo Shuriken and Hashirama's cells implanted in him, he was no longer the tail of Crane, so Obito can't be treated similarly to how he used to be during their Ninja Academy days. At the same time, Kuroto also has an ambition in his heart. Since Obito can stir wind and rain in the entire ninja world with just a single Mangekyo, then why can't he who has finally awakened the Tenseigan get out of merely being an audience and step on the stage and control the ninja world as he wants? Decide the trajectory of the flow of events as per his whims? Or simply change the face of this forsaken world into how he sees it fit to be? When something called ambition burned in his heart, Kuroto's thoughts became more agile. White Fang, the cage-level powerhouses of Sunin's generation, either died, left, defected, or escaped. Now there is only Jiraiya left who is not ambitious for taking the position of Hokage. Among the cage-level powerhouses of Yondaime Hokage-sama and second-generation Kyuubi Hyuraki's generation, there were only Hokage-sama and Kyuubi Hyuraki themselves with true cage-level combat power. Others of the same generation like the Hyuga Hayashi, Uchiha Fugaku, and other patriarch, although not bad in terms of strength but still cannot be classified as true cage-level in combat effectiveness. This simply reveals the loss of talent Konoha experienced due to several losses. This is a huge period of crises for the current Konoha, but for Kuroto, it's the golden opportunity of a lifetime. Because for him, the only real competitors are Kakashi, Gai, Asuma, Shisui, Itachi, and other ninjas of the same generation. And out of these both Shisui and Itachi, the two powerful ninjas of the younger generation are of the Uchiha clan. Because of the tension between the Uchiha clan and the village, the stronger their strength, the more cautious village authorities will be against them, so they can be excluded from posing any competition. In the future, this will be my stage. Kuroto is very sure of this in his heart, and this is not only his confidence in himself but also his hope for the future. Kuroto now faces only two problems stopping him from taking the position of Hokage. First is his Tenseigan, although the Hyuga clansmen generally do not activate Byakugan when in the village, but if someone happens to activate Byakugan in his presence, then his Tenseigan will be exposed immediately. After all, there is a clear difference between Tenseigan and Byakugan. The second problem is his identity. Kuroto was Orochimaru's old subordinate. Kuroto hasn't come up with any good solution to deal with the first problem, since he can't deactivate Tenseigan, so the best he can do is to temporarily avoid the Hyuga clansmen. As for the second problem, considering the shortage of manpower in the village right now, and now that the attention of the village leaders will be directed towards the Uchiha clan, Kuroto feels that it might not be too difficult for him to solve it as long as he works properly. But then Kuroto's face sank again. The status of a Chunin promoted during wartime is too low. Anyone can step on them as long as it is for their convenience. Because of the experience during the past few months, Kuroto was really fed and aggrieved. The helplessness he felt, the resentment and anger for becoming a cleansing target, and the sorrow brought by the helplessness in being unable to do anything made him understand one simple truth. If you don't want to be stepped on, then climb to the highest stair. In Konoha, I need a different status, a status completely different from the mediocre one I had in the past. And when Kuroto thought of a method to improve his status, Kuroto subconsciously thought of Yondaime Hokage-sama. Yes, Yondaime-sama is the best representative of the story of a mere civilian ninja becoming someone to be highly revered by all the ninjas alive in the current ninja world. If Yondaime-sama's characteristics have to be summarized, then Kuroto's mind instantly thinks of the words, powerful, sunny, and high profile. The crueler the war, the more dazzling he appears. In fact, it won't be wrong to say that the Third Shinobi World War was the stage that allowed Namikaze Minato to obtain the position of Konoha's Yondaime Hokage, the highest authority of a Konoha, even though he was born as a civilian. At novel bin at. Now that the was is over, Kuroto must also develop a higher profile than Yondaime Hokage-sama if he wants to gain a huge reputation. He must show up in front of everyone with an incomparable strong posture so that everyone can understand his power, so that when people consider Hokage's successor, he will subconsciously flash in their minds. Of course, the change of personal settings needs to be done step by step and should not be rushed, otherwise, it will inevitably arouse suspicion among the village leaders. After making up his mind, Kuroto no longer delays and immediately moves. In peacetime, the fastest way to show off your talent is through task completion, and a good-looking task resume is also an important basis for promotion. After making up his mind, Kuroto immediately came to the mission center. Compared with usual, today's mission center is slightly deserted. When he came to the counter, Kuroto said to the staff responsible, "I am Chunin Hyuga Kuroto. Could you please show me which B-level tasks can be claimed?" The staff verified Kuroto's identity and handed him a task list. These are all B-level tasks. You'd better pick the first few pages. Those employers are waiting in a hurry. Kuroto also knew that there was a serious shortage of manpower in the village right now, and many tasks were overstocked, so he didn't say much, and immediately checked the task list. The village's classification of tasks is very rigorous. Jonin can accept all tasks including S-level, Chunin can only accept B-level to D-level tasks, and lower-level ninja can only accept C-level to D-level tasks. These tasks are further explained. S-level tasks are generally commissioned by certain forces, mainly assassinating important personnel, stealing confidential information, etc. Most of the A-level missions are also commissioned by certain forces, mainly protecting key personnel and crusade against traitors. B-level to D-level tasks are generally commissioned by individuals, of which B-level and C-level tasks will encounter combat, and D-level tasks will not have combat. Since Kuroto is Chunin, and he has the strength of a Takubitsu Jonin without using Sandaime Kazekige's puppet, so choosing the B-level mission is the most suitable choice. After briefly checking the task list, Kuroto frowned. The tasks on the task list are nothing in terms of difficulty, but most of the tasks have requirements for the number of people. The least demanding of them also requires a team of at least 2 ninjas to receive. At this time, a short figure appeared in front of the working window next to Kuroto. Kuroto glanced at it from the side of the light, and then he was taken aback. This little guy is none other than the genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi. Although he was only 6 or 7 years old, Itachi had already shown maturity far beyond his age at this time. The little guy looked was more mature than many adults from his thought process, and here he was quietly flipping through the task list rigorously. After a while, Itachi handed the task list back to the staff and asked a little childishly, "Excuse me, is there no C-level task that can be claimed by a single person?" The staff at the window of Itachi seems to have been used to dealing with the Uchiha clan. He was not surprised that a 6 or 7-year-old child asked to receive a C-level task alone. He just shook his head normally. "No, you have to think about it. If you receive a C-level mission, you should find a ninja you know to form a team." Hearing this, Itachi was a little distressed, and whispered, "It seems that I can only wait for Shisui to return to the village." Kuroto smiled. "Hey kid, you haven't graduated yet." Itachi replied politely, "Because of the reconstruction, the school took a 4-month vacation." Kuroto did not expect that the ninja school was also destroyed in the Kyuubi rebellion, and said, "Since it's a holiday, stay at home. It's dangerous for you to go on a mission alone." Itachi replied with a serious face, "Now the village is understaffed, and many tasks are backlogged. If no one is doing it for a long time, it will have a great impact on the prestige of the village." Kuroto was startled, not knowing what to say for a while. After taking a look at Kuroto, Itachi asked, "Excuse me, senpai, are you Chunin?" Kuroto nodded. Itachi smiled with joy, "Senpai, are you short of a teammate? My name is Uchiha Itachi. Although I haven't graduated yet, I am already a qualified ninja." Kuroto shook his head and said, "I want to take on a B-level mission, you are not suitable." At this moment, the village was suspicious of the Uchiha clan. Kuroto's personal troubles have not been completely eliminated yet, so he didn't want to have anything to do with the Uchiha clan. Itachi said quickly, "I have checked the B-level mission, and there is no mission that a single person can take, so you must also need a member, senpai." Kuroto pondered for a while and felt that in the future it was indispensable to deal with the powerful Uchiha clan, so it was necessary to understand the Uchiha clan's fighting methods in advance. Itachi is one of the most dazzling genii in this generation in Uchiha clansmen, and establishing a personal relationship with him earlier may have some unexpected benefits. After calculating all these thoughts, with a smile, Kuroto, who had an idea, said, "Okay, but everything must be under my instructions, and you can't act without authorization." Itachi hurriedly bowed to Kuroto, "Please rest assured, senpai." After discussing the matter of team formation, Kuroto looked through the task list again, and Itachi stood aside properly, quietly waiting for Kuroto to select the task. When I turned to the second page of the task list, a name suddenly caught Kuroto's attention. Shino? Who dare to openly claim him? Kuroto slandered in the bottom of my heart, and Kuroto immediately checked this task seriously. The task is very simple. It is to escort a doctor named Shino to the country of land adjacent to the country of fire. Staring at the task introduction, Kuroto frowned slightly. For some reason, he always felt familiar with something from it. After a while, he finally remembered. In the vague memory, there is indeed a remnant of the Sky Village disguised as a doctor, traveling around the countries, gaining prestige, while waiting for opportunities to steal the secret forbidden techniques of various Shino villages, and this guy seems to be called Shino. Tossing out a man-made tail beast named Zero Tail, making a lot of noise in the ninja world. Will it really be him? Secretly, Kuroto decided that he would follow this task no matter whether it was allowed or not. After completing the procedures for receiving the task, Kuroto and Itachi quickly met the client. Looking closely at the man named Shino in front of him, Kuroto had an answer in his heart. The person in front of him, whether in appearance or dress, roughly matches the Shino in his memories. There is no doubt that this guy is the remnant of Land of the Sky, the future creator of the Zero Tail. Knowing the identity of the other party, Kuroto calmly introduced himself. "My name is Hyuga Kuroto, and I am a Konoha Chunin, and I am also the leader of the team who accepts your entrusted task. The one next to me is my team member. His name is Uchiha Itachi, Konoha Genin." Shino, who was just in his early 30s, was very polite and bowed. "Then I will ask you to this time. We will definitely try our best, but before we set off, I need to know something about it." After a pause, Kuroto asked, "You should have your own reasons for raising the task to level B, right? Tell me, who is the enemy we might face?" Shino was a little embarrassed and coughed slightly. "In fact, it's not an enemy, it's just a little misunderstanding. When I was in Union Village before, it seemed that a theft happened in their village, so they suspected me of it. The theft is related, but you know that I am just an ordinary doctor. How could I have anything to do with this kind of thing? I have to be an idiot to actually believe you." Kuroto secretly laughed because he knew Shino's true identity. He also changed his mind and thought, this guy seems to have a good way to steal techniques from other ninja villages. Even the high-level spies of Konoha can hardly penetrate the ghost places like Union Village. It is even more difficult to steal information, ninjutsu, forbidden skills, etc., and this shameless Shino can actually steal something from the Cloud Village, and what is even more amazing is that he can retreat after that. This is definitely something to surprise people. Kuroto decided it might be useful to keep an eye on this guy as he might be useful in the future. Kuroto decided not to eliminate him. After a little preparation, the group of 3 set out on the trip to Tenokuni. As soon as he left the village, Kuroto noticed Itachi's seriousness. Whether it was the choice of route or the camping location, his choice appeared quite decent and impeccable. On the road, Itachi would even correct the errors and omissions on the map he carried with him from time to time. When camping, he would record the itinerary of the day and occasionally write down some experience. It can be said that the existence of Itachi has saved Kuroto a lot of manual trouble. Naturally, Kuroto was not idle either. He used the unparalleled insight of the Tenseigan to observe Itachi and Shino all the time. Through the changes in their facial expressions and the expansion and contraction of their muscles, he exercised his insight and predictive ability. Sensitive Itachi quickly noticed this, but he thought Kuroto was just examining whether he was a qualified ninja. So there is no resistance. Shino was also undoubtedly aware of it, but he tried his best to cover it up, revealing an appearance of ignorance, laughing, and talking about the interesting things when traveling around. After several weeks of walking and stopping, the group finally arrived at the border between the country of fire and the country of lightning. Seeing it was getting late, Kuroto said, "Itachi, find a suitable camping site, rest well tonight, and cross the border tomorrow." "Yes." Itachi responded properly, and then jumped to the tree, looking for a suitable camping site. Shino on the side laughed and said, "Kuroto-kun and Itachi-kun are worthy of being Konoha ninja." Kuroto nonchalantly waved his hand, ignoring the false praise from Shino. The ninja world speaks only by strength after all. Shino still smiled and said, "I have seen many ninjas when traveling around, but there are not many ninjas as good as you, and it will probably not be long before your names will be spread in the ninja world." Knowing what Shino meant, Kuroto didn't care about the flattery and turned the topic to medical skills. It is undeniable that this Shino is very accomplished in medical skills, especially in the fields of bandaging techniques, human meridians, herbal pharmacology, etc., surpassing ordinary doctors by a lot at novel bin at. This is one of the reasons why he can pretend to be a doctor and travel around the world, otherwise, he would have been captured for being a spy long ago. After finding a camp with a wide view, the 3 of them discussed the human meridians while eating dry food. Of course, it was Shino who was explaining, and Kuroto and Itachi were studying. The meridians of the human body are not mysterious to Kuroto, because of being born in the Hyuga clan. He has learned meridian knowledge from the clan for the practice of soft boxing, while the meridian knowledge explained by Shino is for the medical fields, different ideas, and different viewpoints. Under the collision, Kuroto has gained some deeper understanding of the human meridian system. Itachi also listened very seriously, and within a short while, he wrote and painted several pages in his pocketbook. The human meridians are not unfamiliar to the Uchiha clan either, who have the Shuriken, but there is no medical inheritance related to the human meridian in the Uchiha clan, so this knowledge of Shino is especially precious. Shino explained with dedication, but he did so naturally for a purpose. In his eyes, the 2 ninjas, Kuroto and Itachi, belong to the 2 great clans of Konoha, are of great value in making friendship. Once a personal relationship is established, he will be active in Konoha. While chatting, Kuroto suddenly asked, "By the way, what the hell did Union Village lose? Want to trouble you as a doctor so much?" "I don't know this, I have nothing to do with this matter." With an awkward smile, Shino explained, "This time, if it wasn't for the plague in a village in the country of lightning, I wouldn't have gone there. An old friend of my friend came over personally and begged me to go there. I really don't want to run around at this time." Knowing that there is no useful information coming out of Shino's mouth, Kuroto said, "Well, I will think about it. Let's rest for now. We have to hurry tomorrow." Hearing this, Itachi used wire and bells to lay several tripwires around the camp, and then he jumped up and found a branch with a good view to rest. Staring at Itachi, who is skilled in arranging traps, Kuroto secretly sighed, Uchiha clan is really good at training ninjas. At such a young age, Itachi can already set up such complex traps. After observing the early warning traps set up by Itachi, Kuroto randomly picked a clean spot, leaned against the tree trunk, and fell into a light sleep. In the false sleep, Kuroto thought about his own affairs. Except for the lack of inheritance about the information on Tenseigan, the biggest problem that restricts his improvement at the moment is the amount of chakra. As the Tenseigan entered a stable period after the adaptation period, the increase in his chakra volume has also stabilized. Although it is increasing every day, the effect is far less significant than during the adaptation period. In terms of chakra volume alone, although he already has an impressive chakra volume among the peers of the same generation, this does not satisfy him. He hasn't reached anywhere near Yondaime Hokage Sama's level. In fact, there is no way to solve this problem. The tail beast is a very good supply of chakras. Almost all the Jinchuriki have near inexhaustible chakras in the raw form. The difference lies in whether they can control it or not. However, the 9-tailed beasts are in the hands of the 5 great shinobi villages, and they are still Akatsuki's goal in the future. Therefore, capturing these tailed beasts is no less than grabbing food from the mouth of a tiger. If he doesn't pay attention, he will set yourself on fire. On the other hand, Ribi is different. This is a self-made artificial tailed beast. Although its strength and stability are far inferior to the original nine-tailed beasts, if it is only used as a chakra battery, it might solve Kuroto's low chakra level problems. Thinking of this, Kuroto inadvertently glanced at Shino, who was resting not far away, and thought to himself, when Ribi officially appeared, Uzumaki Naruto had grown into a teenager. If I have to wait for more than 10 years, it wouldn't exactly be useful for me. Need to search for another method to accelerate the time of Ribi's appearance. The next morning, the three packed up and went on the road again, and when they entered the territory of Ta no Kuni, Land of Sound, they were immediately spotted by a group of wandering ninjas. The wandering ninjas are often missing nin of the 5 great ninja villages and the rebellion ninjas of the small ninja villages. These ninjas are generally not strong, so most of them are entrenched in small countries like the country of tea or waves without the protection of the ninja village. Looking at the wandering ninjas hiding far behind him, Itachi asked, "Captain, what should we do?" Kuroto looked around and said lightly, "There are 3 ninjas ambushing from the front, and 3 are behind. I will solve the front, you solve the back, a quick fight, don't delay if not necessary." Swish, swish. Following Kuroto's order, he and Itachi turned into 2 after-images, one after the other, pounced on the wandering ninjas who were staring at them. On Kuroto's side, he didn't use Rain Wheel, but with the amazing insight of the Tenseigan, he solved the 3 wandering ninjas in front of him with 2 soft fists attack each. And when Kuroto turned around to check, Itachi also ended the battle. With the exquisite kunai throwing skills, coupled with the movements without a trace of extra action, Itachi's battle is also straightforward, not inferior to Kuroto in any aspect. The whole battle seemed to be just an inconspicuous episode, and the 3 of them didn't care too much and continued on their way. After walking for another half-day, Kuroto suddenly stopped. Both Itachi and Shino looked puzzled, but upon noticing that Kuroto looking into the distance with a very serious face, so they didn't ask questions, but unconsciously became alert. After a few breaths, Kuroto said in a deep voice, "We are probably in trouble." Itachi asked, "Is it Cloud Shinobi?" Kuroto nodded. The 4 people who are fast approaching them all have a good amount of chakras, especially the leading one. The amount of chakras is more than anyone Kuroto has ever seen before, even more than the Sandaime Hokage. Moreover, the 4 of them did not even try to conceal their movements. This simply meant their target was his group. Kuroto is not stupid. By now he had realized that what Shino had stolen in the Cloud Village should be something very important. Otherwise, the other party would not be so set on retrieving it that they sent such an elite team to pursue it. After just 10 breaths, the 4 figures appeared on the surrounding big trees, condescendingly examining Kuroto and others without hiding their presence. While the other party analyzing Kuroto's group, Kuroto also observed the other party. There are a total of 4 people on the opposite side. The leader is a female ninja who is probably of the same age as Kuroto. And based on the memories of his previous life, Kuroto can make a good guess of her identity, although he doesn't exactly remember her name, but he can be sure she is the Jinchuriki of Madatabi. In addition to the Jinchuriki, the other 3 in the team seem to be high-level chunin. Their responsibility should be guarding Madatabi Jinchuriki, specially arranged by Yondaime Raikage of the Cloud Village. After a brief stare of the opposite party, Jinchuriki spoke coldly, "Hey, Konoha brats, hurry up, go back and tell your village that you encountered Cloud Shinobi. Konoha won't blame you for giving up the task." It was obvious that she and Kuroto were of similar age, but he was treated as brats. Oh, now the readers can imagine our protagonist's mood. Worder, I don't blame her. Taking a kid Itachi to the mission was your idea? Obviously, she doesn't understand who is Itachi. Similar to all the Cloud Shinobi's, Madatabi Jinchuriki is also very conceited of her strength and did not hesitate to look down on Kuroto and Itachi. Such blatant disrespect isn't unnatural from the Cloud Shinobi's side. According to Kuroto's vague impression of Madatabi Jinchuriki, she is too arrogant. She insisted to single out Akatsuki's undead duo and ended up being captured. Not only lost Madatabi but also lost her life. At novel bin at. Shino's face was uncertain at this moment. He has a lot of experience traveling around the world. In his eyes, Hyuga Kuroto and Uchiha Itachi are indeed very good ninjas, but compared with Cloud's Jinchuriki, they are obviously weaker. Itachi is a thoughtful person. When he saw the lineup sent by Cloud Village, he guessed that Shino, as their employer, must be hiding something very important. Seeing Kuroto and Itachi seemed unmoved, Jinchuriki girl said again, "This guy named Shino has stolen our important secrets from Cloud Village. He is a complete liar. Do you think it is worth it to give up your life for such a worthless person?" Shino immediately defended, "I have never entered your village at all. How could I steal your secrets? It is not honorable for you to treat a doctor like this." Jinchuriki sneered, "No need to argue, we will know after the interrogation, whether you're speaking the truth or not." Kuroto was really hesitant at the moment. He did the task to uplift his status and reputation. If he didn't fight, he would betray his employer, let alone complete his objective. I am afraid he would in fact be punished by the village for giving up on the mission. And the Jinchuriki is not an ordinary opponent. Once he fights, the degree of battle is difficult to control. Boom. Just as Kuroto was weighing the pros and cons, there was a sudden explosion in the distance. For a time, both the enemy and their eyes were attracted to the distance. When Kuroto looked, he found that 2 people were fighting in that, and recognized both of them. They were none other than his teacher Orochimaru and Jiraiya, 2 of the 3 Konoha Sennin. At this moment, from the corner of his eyes, he suddenly noticed that a hint of joy flashed across Shino's face. Only Kuroto noticed the instantaneous joy that flashed on Shino's face, as only the Tenseigan has such insight to be able to capture such micro and nano expressions. Others, including Itachi, who hasn't yet awakened Shuriken, didn't notice this change. Kuroto, who noticed this, pondered in his heart. Why is Shino so happy upon noticing Orochimaru and Jiraiya's presence? The fact that Orochimaru defected from Konoha is already well known in the world. He and Jiraiya also appeared here at almost the same time as their group arrived here, but this doesn't affect their current situation. There is no real help coming. Unless Shino is sure that Orochimaru and Jiraiya will join forces to help us deal with Cloud Ninjas? But if that's the case, how can he be sure that Orochimaru, a defected ninja, will help? Obviously, he knows that Cloud Village is hunting him at this time, so why does he insist on coming to the country of lightning? Hiring Konoha ninja to escort him, without even hiding his true name. Does it mean that he wants to provoke a conflict between Konoha and Cloud? And if that's his purpose, is he assured that he can escape unscathed out of all this? Could it be? Orochimaru appearing here at this convenient time isn't just some simple coincidence? Does that mean Orochimaru hiding in Tanokuni is the trump card? Is he working for Orochimaru? No, at best Shino is a Chunin level, and at this time Orochimaru won't be taking subordinates that would be a burden on him. So the best explanation is that there must be some kind of cooperative relationship between the two. Combining the observable information with his vague memory, Kuroto quickly had an answer. But anyway, the coincidental appearance of Orochimaru and Jiraiya is a turning point for Kuroto. If Orochimaru really cooperating with Shino, then he will not ignore Shino, and neither will Jiraiya let Konoha ninja get killed by Cloud Ninja in his presence. As soon as his thoughts turned, Kuroto immediately put his hand behind him and made a gesture to Itachi. Upon seeing it, Itachi quickly took out a Konoha signal flare for help and fired it high into the sky. Huie Iniasul, bang bang bang. Accompanied by a blast, the signal flare exploded 3 red smoke clouds in the air. In fact, firing signal flare was kind of unnecessary. When Kuroto and others found Orochimaru and Jiraiya, they also found Kuroto and others, and tacitly stopped fighting and rushed in Kuroto and others' direction. Soon, one after the other, Orochimaru and Jiraiya appeared in front of Kuroto and others. Looking at the group of people in front of him, Orochimaru spoke with a hoarse voice and smiled gloomily. I didn't expect to meet Cloud Village's Jinchuriki here. It seems that I have gained something today. Jiraiya also said in anxiousness, don't be foolish, Orochimaru, it will cause war. Orochimaru ignored Jiraiya, and moved his gaze away from Cloud's Matatabi Jinchuriki, and glanced at Kuroto and his group, stopped at Kuroto and Itachi respectively, and finally fell on Shino's body, revealing a playful smile. On Cloud's side, as Orochimaru and Jiraiya appeared one after another, Cloud Ninja no longer had their previous composure, and the 3 Cloud Ninjas who were traveling with Jinchuriki were even restless now. Unlike Hyuga Kuroto, which was barely trying to survive in the war, and the kid Itachi who hasn't yet gained his reputation, the fame of Orochimaru and Jiraiya was achieved through countless battles, the trials of life and death. Even if Cloud Shinobi were arrogant earlier, but now upon seeing these two arrive at the same time, obviously, they dare not be so arrogant anymore. This isn't over yet. Seeing that nothing could be done, the Jinchuriki left some empty words and decisively led the team to retreat. Orochimaru had no intention of pursuing them at all. Obviously, the threat from Jinchuriki was completely ignored. Seeing Cloud Ninja take the initiative to retreat, Jiraiya on the side also let out a long sigh of relief. Kuroto moved the object of the guard from Cloud Ninja to Orochimaru, and asked tentatively, Master Jiraiya, do you need our help? Officially, Orochimaru is Konoha's defected ninja. On the surface, Kuroto, who is Konoha ninja, naturally has to make a clear stand. However, Jiraiya only waved his hand. Orochimaru is not something you can deal with. There is nothing for you here. Go and perform your own tasks. Kuroto was also just asking for formality's sake, and he stopped talking after hearing this, and immediately left with Itachi and Shino. After experiencing this storm, the 3 became more careful. They bypassed all the towns and did not deal with anyone. When encountering flat, open, unobstructed terrain, they even changed to traveling during both daylight and night. So cautiously, the 3 Kuroto finally reached their destination safely a week later. This village is indeed suffering from a plague, and the site is full of depression, and there is indeed a villager who claims to have written a letter asking Shino to come to the village to heal the plague. As for Shino's identity, Kuroto already knew, so he pretended not to notice anything, and completed the B-level escort mission. On the return trip, Itachi looked back at the village behind him, and whispered, Captain, there is a problem with this Shino. I know, but it's not our business. After hesitating a little, Itachi said, I don't know if it is my illusion. I always feel that he is hostile to us Konoha. Kuroto looked at Itachi with some surprise, and said, maybe that is indeed the case. Sky Village was destroyed by Konoha, so it is normal for Shino to be hostile to Konoha. Kuroto can judge Shino's identity because of the memory of his previous life, but Itachi has such a keen intuition at such a young age, which really surprised Kuroto. When camping at night, Kuroto noticed that there was a signal left by Orochimaru on a big tree not far away, and he knew that Orochimaru was summoning him, so he casually made an excuse and quietly came to the indicated place. As soon as Kuroto arrived, Orochimaru's figure walked out of the shadow. As always, Kuroto greeted respectfully, Orochimaru-sama. At novel bin at. Orochimaru looked at Kuroto with interest, and then said after some pause, Kuroto-kun, the feeling you gave me this time seems to be different from before. Kuroto replied calmly, thanks to your help, I almost died at the hands of the village. Therefore, I appear to be a little different. The corner of Orochimaru's lips curved, a blessing in disguise, yes? Then you have to thank Shimura Danzo. Does that mean Shimura Danzo was responsible for the cleansing? Well, I overestimated his skills and underestimated his methods. Orochimaru looked casual as if talking about something completely unrelated to him. Kuroto tentatively said, it seems that you must have snatched something he really wanted for himself. Orochimaru did not deny it, but smiled, yes, it is indeed a very good baby. After confirming his guess, Kuroto did not continue to probe, but took the initiative to change the subject, and asked softly, that Shino is also dealing with you, right? Orochimaru glanced at Kuroto because of his question, I can't even hide this from you, you really seem to have made some progress from before. Kuroto shook his head staying humble, he has exposed too many flaws, let alone me, even Uchiha's little guy has noticed that something is wrong with Shino. With a non-committal smile, Orochimaru said, he stole some secrets about physical regeneration from the Cloud, which is very helpful for my current field of research. So, no wonder Cloud sent such a strong pursuit team. Seeing Kuroto seemed very interested in physical regeneration, Orochimaru said with a hoarse voice, Kuroto-kun, if you are interested, I can also consider giving you a copy of the research results. The secret technique that even strong people at the level of Orochimaru are interested in, if Kuroto says he is not interested, it is undoubtedly deceiving himself, so he bluntly said, what do I need to do to get it? Orochimaru answered something that was not what he expected, what do you think of Uchiha Itachi? Kuroto answered without much need to think, unlike many so-called geniuses, he is a true genius? Maybe in 3 to 5 years, he can grow to an unparalleled level. Upon listening to Kuroto's evaluation of Itachi, Orochimaru took out a scroll from his arms and threw it to Kuroto. He also said, help me keep a close eye on him, and pay more attention to him. I am very interested in this Uchiha kid. With these words left, the figure of Orochimaru disappeared into the shadow, as if it had never appeared before. Holding the secret technique scroll that Orochimaru threw over, Kuroto thought, is it Itachi's Shurinon or Itachi's body that Orochimaru covets? There is no doubt about Itachi's excellence, but Kuroto is a little confused about the so-called pay more attention of Orochimaru. What does it mean? After returning to the camp, Kuroto found that Itachi was writing and drawing on the pocketbook he carried with him, so he asked casually, what are you writing? Itachi replied seriously, I'm recording the mission log. According to the village's regulations, all ninjas who perform missions must record mission logs. When returning to the village to hand over missions, the mission logs will be kept as files and sealed in the archives of the mission center. But the rules are rules. In fact, there are very few ninjas willing to record mission logs in such a detailed manner. Most ninjas, such as Kuroto, simply dictate the summary of the task when handing over the task completion report, then record it on the spot by the staff of the task center, and finally save it in the archive. Seeing Itachi's dedication, Kuroto said with emotion, Itachi, you are the most meticulous ninja I have ever seen. Although you are such young, you are indeed meticulous in everything you do. Closing the notebook, Itachi replied, I just want to learn more from my senpais. Kuroto shook his head and smiled, saying nothing more. After that, the return journey was smooth. Unlike the time when they came, Kuroto and Itachi, who rushed at full speed like ninjas, returned to the village in just 1 week. After submitting the task log in the task center immediately upgraded the difficulty level of this task from B to A. As for the reason, it was because this mission involved Cloud Village, which is one of the 5 great ninja villages similar to Konoha Village, and the other side also dispatched their Jinchuriki and his guard team. Jinchuriki is regarded as the strongest combat power in ninja villages, except for Kages. They are even considered the pillar of ninja villages. Therefore, when encountering such tricky characters in the task, and to able to successfully complete the commission is not considered easy. So, generally, the task center will upgrade the level of such tasks to their appropriate standards. Of course, the reward money given to Kuroto and Itachi is still the standard for the B-level mission, but their mission archives files have one more A-level mission completion record. It is very rare for Chunin to complete an A-level mission, not to mention Itachi, who has not graduated yet, so Itachi who walked out of the mission center was very happy. Looking at Itachi's smiling face, Kuroto said with emotion, only now can he really smile innocently like a child. Before leaving, Itachi bowed deeply to Kuroto and expressed his gratitude sincerely. Kuroto-senpai, thank you for your guidance. I learned a lot from this mission. You are worthy real Konoha ninja. Kuroto smiled and said, however, I don't remember teaching you anything. Itachi replied, although you are not a talkative person, you have taught me a lot with your actions, especially when we encountered the Matatabi Jinchuriki. You let me understand the persistence that a Konoha ninja should have. Kuroto was startled when he heard the words, and immediately asked, don't you think I was embarrassed at that time? Itachi shook his head. Kuroto raised the corner of his mouth, then you know why when facing Cloud's humiliation can I keep calm? Itachi thought carefully for a while, and tentatively replied, because anger interferes with judgment. Shouldn't the ninja not get angry? No. He waved his hand, and Kuroto smiled mysteriously. It's because I suddenly felt better when I thought of the Uchiha Itachi being looked down together. Itachi and Kuroto had some fun conversation, and after chatting a few words, he left. Looking at Itachi's leaving figure, Kuroto sighed slightly. I have to say that the Uchiha clan is indeed weird. They are too easy to go to extremes. There is this guy Obito who wants to put the entire world into an illusion so that he can live together with the girl he loved. There is this guy Itachi who killed off his entire clan, relatives, and parents for the sake of peace. And there is the Madara of all people. The guy simply wants to put the entire ninja world in an infinite genjutsu and decide the course of their life as per his whims. If it's just thinking extremes, there are too many such people in the world. But the Uchihas are different, and it is also their source of strength. The more extreme they are, the stronger their pupil power. Once their Sharingan evolves into Mangekyo, these people will have both the motivation to develop their extreme ideas and the strength to realize them. At novel bin at. Just think about it, makes Kuroto shudder to the core. An Uchiha should never be offended. In the Hokage office, the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi is holding a tobacco pipe in his mouth, while looking at the file in his hand. Suddenly, Sandaime-sama asked the Hokage assistant beside him, that kid from Uchiha clan just completed an A-level mission. Because the village has now launched comprehensive monitoring of the Uchiha clan, so the fact that Itachi has just completed the task on the front foot, at the back foot, the mission archive file has already been passed to the Hokage office, for a review. The assistant replied, yes, it was originally a B-level commission, but Cloud Village was involved in the mission, and the other party also dispatched their Jinchuriki, so the mission center updated the mission evaluation and upgraded the B-level to a level. While looking at the mission record, the Sabdame said, this Hyuga Kuroto is related to Orochimaru. The assistant replied, yes, during the Third Shinobi World War, Orochimaru used his relationship to arrange Hyuga Kuroto from the front-line battlefield to the hospital and served as a hospital guard for a while. However, Hyuga Kuroto isn't a medical ninja although is proficient in wound dressing, and his reputation in the medical class is not bad. Apart from close contacts with Orochimaru, there is no other stain. The Sandaime took out Kuroto's personal files again, read his record, and then wrinkled his brows. Was he sent for cleansing? The assistant replied, yes, the Roots took him for cleansing once, but because the team encountered an unidentified wandering ninja, the cleaning operation failed and the Roots ninja Naramatsui who accompanied him was killed. The Sandaime's frowned brows tightened again. Unidentified wandering ninja? Can you confirm it? The assistant replied, yes, there was also news from Sand Village's side. Their assassination team responsible for the Purge operation was also annihilated. However, the news they passed was a little vague. They seemed to know who the murderer was, but they didn't want to reveal. So the intelligence team analyzed that this so-called wandering ninja was probably a missing nin of Sand Village. The brows of the Sandaime now relaxed, since you can be sure that it was not made-up incident by Hyuga Kuroto, then observe him for a while. If there is no abnormality, cross him out of the cleaning list. Following the rebellion of Orochimaru and the Kyuubi rebellion that followed, the village lost one after another the three Kage-class combat powers including Orochimaru, Yondaime Hokage, second-generation Kyuubi Jinchuriki, several elite and high-level jonins, as well as a large number Chunin and Genin ninjas. And according to the information returned by the spies lurking in the other big ninja villages, these ninja villages seemed to be conspiring together after learning that Konoha had been hit hard. They were all a little bit ready to move. Coupled with the problems of the Uchiha clan in the village, the Sandaime who were struggling and internally and externally and have been a little tired of coping, so Danzo's purge action has been stopped indefinitely by him. Of the scene that happened in the Hokage office, Kuroto naturally had no way of knowing. He who had just completed the A-level mission was walking towards his home at the moment. Kuroto's parents died in the war a long time ago, but because Kuroto was part of the wealthy Hyuga clan and was sheltered by the clan, his childhood was much better than the other orphans in the village. At least, he owns a single family house left to him by his parents. When he returned home, Kuroto noticed that the house was spotlessly clean. Obviously, someone had been helping him with cleaning when he was on the task. The only one who would so is Yui. Hyuga Yui is Kuroto's engagement partner. The marriage contract was made when Kuroto's parents were still alive, so after his parents passed away, Yui's family took care of him very much and treated him completely as a family. Kuroto is really grateful to Yui's parents. After closing the door, Kuroto took out the secret technique of physical regeneration he had obtained from Orochimaru. After careful research, he was able to figure out the principle of this secret technique. Simply put, it is to use extremely special techniques to stimulate the cells in the body with chakra, to accelerate cell division, so as to achieve rapid accelerated healing of wounds and rapid recovery of chakras. In terms of effect alone, this secret technique lives up to its name of physical regeneration, because it really regenerates the body by accelerating cell division. But Kuroto knows that the number of possible divisions of every human cell is limited. If the rate of cell division is accelerated, then it actually accelerates the consumption of lifespan. In other words, the more frequently this technique is used, the faster the user dies. However, if used only in desperate situations, it would be a really useful technique. Thinking of the shortcomings of this technique, and also thinking of the Furo Fushi no Jutsu that Orochimaru was about to develop in the near future, Kuroto's heart really revered it. Orochimaru possesses Furo Fushi no Jutsu, so the body can be replaced frequently. In this way, he completely overcomes the shortcomings of this technique. No wonder the later Orochimaru was kind of like a cockroach, can hardly be killed, even Itachi can only find a way to seal him. The secret technique of physical regeneration can not only quickly recover the injury, but also because of the production of new cells, the body continuously obtains a new source of chakra, so once the secret technique is cast without scruples, then the caster is almost not afraid of any kind of damage, and have a continuous supply of chakras. To others, this is tantamount to suicide. But for Orochimaru, who is about to develop Furo Fushi no Jutsu, the secret technique of living corpse reincarnation, according to which if one body is damaged, it can be replaced by another, this is not a problem at all. Thinking of this, Kuroto really had to admire his teacher Orochimaru. Although Kuroto couldn't use it unscrupulously, it was not a bad thing to master one more secret technique after all, so he quickly condensed his thoughts and concentrated on learning the secret technique of physical regeneration. I don't know if it is due to the physical changes brought about by the Tenseigan, or the increase in chakras in the body. Kuroto has learned this new technique much faster than before. In addition, the secret technique involves human meridians knowledge, and he was already very familiar with it, so he soon mastered the direction and method of chakra flow of this secret technique and the steps of forming seals. After thoroughly mastering the secret operation, Kuroto didn't hesitate and immediately destroyed the scroll recording the secret technique. He was cautious not to leave any evidence that could be used against him. After learning the secret technique, Kuroto pondered the problems encountered in this mission. Regardless of whether the rain wheel control, a combined term used for push/pull, a powerful and useful technique, or the Sandaime Kazekage's puppet is very powerful, but he can't use these techniques openly. He can't include these techniques in his conventional fighting method if he encounters an enemy in the presence of a Konoha ninja. Kuroto's fighting method is already very simple and of singling out. This feeling of restraining his strength was fully reflected in this mission. Therefore, Kuroto urgently needs a series of fighting tactics and techniques as a means of defending against the enemy which he can use openly. Taking into account his identity as a Hyuga, if want to reasonably obtain more and stronger means of defending against the enemy, further development of Gentle Fist is undoubtedly the best choice of combat method for Kuroto at the moment. It's time to try to train Gentle Fist again. The principle of revolving heaven is not complicated. Previously, it was restricted by the insufficient chakra volume, so I have not been able to successfully practice. Now Kuroto's chakra volume has far exceeded that of Niji, and since Niji can understand it by himself, then there is no reason why he who possesses the Tenseigan can't understand. The next day, Kuroto found a small forest far from the land of the Hyuga clan for training. After confirming that there was no one in the surroundings, he did not waste any time and immediately began to try. There are two ways to master the revolving heaven. One is to master the various acupoints of oneself, and the other is to have sufficient chakras and be able to control chakra stably. For Kuroto, both these methods are usable, so after only a few attempts, he was able to perform revolving heaven to some extent. At novel bin at. From this, it further proves that the physical changes brought about by the Tenseigan to Kuroto are not only reflected in the growth of his chakra volume, but he is also reflected in chakra control, insight, somatosensory balance, and perception, etc. Phew. After a sigh of relief, Kuroto wiped off his sweat with the towel prepared in advance. After a morning of hard practice, he has barely mastered revolving heaven. Although there is still a lot of room for optimization and improvement in the use of skills, it is no longer a problem to use it in actual combat. After mastering the secret technique of physical regeneration and the technique of revolving heaven, Kuroto was in a good mood, so he took a short break at noon and came to the mission center again. Like last time, the mission center is still deserted, and most of the ninjas who come and go are in a hurry. Because there was a record of leading a team to complete A-level missions, and there were too many tasks in the mission center, Kuroto was made an exception and obtained the permission to receive A-level missions. A-level tasks are generally commissioned by politicians of various countries or large forces. Under normal circumstances, at least ninjas who are of particularly high ranking can receive them. And as his body gradually adapts to the Tenseigan, Kuroto's strength grows every day, and now he has mastered the technique of physical regeneration and revolving heaven. The strength has also reached the level of Takubitsu Jonin, so it is no problem to take some A-level tasks that are not too difficult. After simply flipping through the A-level task list, Kuroto curled his lips. At the level of A-level missions, there are very few that are allowed to be received by a single person. Even if there are 1 or 2 missions that are allowed to be received by a single person, they are also difficult tasks such as assassination, which require Jonins, even elite Jonins. Only the shinobis at that level can complete such tasks with confidence. At this time, Kuroto realized that the lack of a tacit teammate was a very big problem. Just as he was starting to have a headache on who to search for forming team, a green figure rushed into the mission center. Turning his head and looking around, Kuroto realized that the green figure holding a tabby cat was not a stranger, but a classmate named Might Guy who graduated with him at the same time from the Ninja Academy. At this moment, Guy is hurriedly handing the tabby cat in his arms to the staff of the task center, seeming to be handing over the task. Seeing this scene, Kuroto smiled. In the impression of Kuroto based on his previous life's memories, Guy is a powerful elite Jonin, a representative of Konoha's strong fist flow, and even Konoha's top power pillar in the later period. But in this life, Guy gave him the impression of a complete crane tail, a strong competitor who competed with Obito for the last place in the Ninja Academy. At first, Kuroto thought it was his own crossing, which caused some deviation. But with the growth of strength and experience, he now understands that this is not the deviation caused by his own crossing. This seemingly funny green tights wearing guy in front of him will definitely become the might guy in the near future. The reason is also very simple. The strong fist is closely related to physical fitness. Without speed and strength, strong fist taijutsu is not very effective. Therefore, at an early age, because the body has not yet developed, the ninja who practices a strong fist will be far inferior to the ninja who practices ninjutsu. This is completely natural and does not involve personal talent. Once the practitioner reaches adulthood, with the full development of the body, the ninjas who practice strong fist flow will quickly enter the peak period and catch up with the orthodox ninjas who practice ninjutsu. What's more, Guy has Hachiman Tonkao no Jin, the secret technique of using the 8 inner gates, handed down in him by his father Maito, so as he grows older, this crane tail will inevitably shine with a different brilliance. Kuroto's heart was a little eager when he thought of Guy's Hachiman Tonkao. A secret technique is generally passed on from father to son, from master to disciple, or from close friends. Perhaps the village also has a collection of the inner 8 gates, but with the current status of Kuroto, it is obviously unrealistic to obtain it from the official channels in the village, so Guy in front of him is the best source of obtaining this technique. As for how to make friends with Guy, this is not difficult for Kuroto, because there is a ready-made example he knows, and that is Kakashi. As long as Kakashi, or someone like Kakashi, can be considered an eternal rival by Guy, then there is almost no need for Kuroto to take the initiative to do anything. Guy will come to him by himself. After making up his mind, Kuroto came to Guy, and said with a slight contempt, "I remember you are already Chunin, why are you still doing the task of finding cats and dogs?" Guy also recognized Kuroto, and immediately dropped his head in a little embarrassment. "Ahaha, I was just exercising, by the way. I found it coincidentally, so I caught it." Staring at the claw marks left by the tabby cat on Guy's face, Kuroto smiled lightly. "Then it's not that nobody wants to team up with you, so you can't get the high-level mission." After being revealed mercilessly by Kuroto, Guy suddenly drooped his head and said with a little discouragement, "Everyone thinks since I don't know how to use ninjutsu, so they don't want to take me on missions." Sure enough. After chuckling, Kuroto said lightly, "Obviously, strong fist has no future." Guy suddenly raised his head and shouted, "I will definitely prove to everyone that even if you can't understand ninjutsu or genjutsu, a strong fist taijutsu user can become a worthy ninja." Naive. Kuroto snorted coldly, and said slowly, "It seems that I need to make you recognize the reality. Come with me, I will let you know that our Hyuga's gentle fist is the best taijutsu technique." Guy, who heard this statement, was quite shocked. He didn't expect Kuroto to be willing to compete with him. After graduating from school, ninjas rarely compete with each other unless they are very close friends or comrades, because during the contest, you will inevitably leak information about your own ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, etc. techniques, and this information is about your own strength and weakness. If leaked to an enemy, it is easy to be targeted and the consequences will be disastrous. After taking Guy to the remote practice range, where he practiced revolving heaven in the morning, Kuroto stopped, just here. Guy was full of vitality at the thought of being able to compete with Kuroto, who was born in the Hyuga clan, and saw him stretch out his thumb and show his big white teeth. Kuroto on the other hand still looked cold, and waved to him impatiently, indicating that they could start anytime. Guy stopped talking nonsense and turned into an afterimage as he rushed towards Kuroto. Bang! The two sides collide their fists, and there was a low muffled noise. So fast. Kuroto was stunned in his heart. Not daring to underestimate the enemy in the slightest, Kuroto immediately rallied the blows. Bang, 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 at novel bin at. In an instant, the two figures fought fiercely to and fro in the forest. The key to practicing strong fist is fast speed, accuracy, and intent, so if insight is not enough, the average ninja can't keep up with the rhythm of the refined strong fist taijutsu fights. The short encounter between Sasuke and Rock Lee before the Chunin exam is the most typical example. However, the current Kuroto is not Sasuke, and the Tenseigan is much superior to Tomo Shuriken of Sasuke. So, although Guy's speed is very fast, Kuroto still adapts quickly. At this moment, under the black goggles, Kuroto's Royal Blue Tenseigan is shining brilliantly. The flow of chakra, the contraction and expansion of muscles in various parts of his body, and even the flying trajectory of the gravel caused by stepping on the ground can't escape the inside of the Tenseigan. Guy's swift speed gradually slowed down under this dojutsu, and it seemed that the time rate Kuroto was experiencing was different than the actual flow rate. The battle continued. In the scene, Kuroto looked more and more relaxed. But in reality, every time he parries, every attack he blocks, Kuroto can't relax his guard at all. He really didn't expect that after only a few years of effort, Guy's strength has become so great. Even if it is just parry and block, it faintly makes him struggle to keep up. Guy, who was in a fighting state, changed his previous comical temperament, and the whole person became so awe-inspiring, and there was a natural magnificence between his every gesture. After a series of rush attacks reduced Kuroto's dodge space, Guy immediately shouted, "Leave hurricane." Whoosh, whoosh. Guy's whole body is really like a green whirlwind, fiercely blowing towards Kuroto. Kuroto didn't choose to back down or dodge in the face of Guy's attack and decided to meet it. As a result, the whole chakra in his body stirred and greeted him with a soft fist. Boom. There was another muffled sound, and Guy was shot out and fell to the ground. Although there was no big scene when Kage class or Elite Jonin class ninjas are fighting against each other, the edge-to-edge taijutsu type battle here was much more intense than that of ninjutsu type battle. The last blow just now, if it weren't for Kuroto to seal the acupuncture points on Guy's leg with a gentle fist chakra injection, blocking Guy's meridians from instilling chakras into his leg, Kuroto would be the one who had been knocked off. Although his heart beats like a beat, and his arms are already sore, Kuroto still maintains that indifferent cold look with his lips curling mockingly and said, "It seems that you haven't made much progress in the past 2 years." However, Guy, who seems to have already been used to cynicism from others, didn't pay much attention to Kuroto's teasing. Instead, he praised Kuroto sincerely with the idiotic sparkle in his eyes. "Kuroto, you are amazing." Kuroto, with one hand on his hips, imitating the look of Orochimaru, chuckled softly, "I can't feel any joy to be praised by a weak person like you." Guy, who was lying on the ground, immediately lowered his head. Seeing Guy's depression, Kuroto secretly said, "Did I discourage him a little too much?" Just as Kuroto was about to console Guy with a few words, Guy suddenly put away his frustrated expression and said loudly, "I am Konoha's proud blue beast. One day, I will catch up with you." "Sure enough, I think too much." Murmured to himself, Kuroto said, "Hey, it wasn't all your strength just now, was it?" Guy jumped up immediately. "Of course, I still have a trick up my sleeve." Kuroto backed his faintly red and numb arms to his back, and said contemptuously, "You? And have a trick up your sleeve? I don't believe it." "But it's true," Guy said. "Are you sure it's not just your imagination?" Kuroto also knew that technique, but he has to pretend to look down on Guy. "No, it's a secret technique that I can use," Guy said with deep emotion as he mentioned it. "Is that so? Then let me see it." Finally, Kuroto demanded. After a little hesitation, Guy shook his head. Kuroto just wanted to force Guy to use the Hachiman Tonkao, so he deliberately said while continuously hitting Guy's with a pointy finger, "Why? You think I can't take on some mere trick from you? Are you looking down on me? At novel bin at." Guy hurriedly waved his hands and explained, No, my father said that this is a forbidden technique and made me swear to never use this technique against companions." Is that so? Although your father is a respectable ninja in my opinion, but I don't believe you have any forbidden techniques that can hurt me." After a pause, Kuroto said, "You don't seem to understand the difference between our strength. Fight me with all you have, you don't have any qualifications to reserve any technique, or you might seriously get hurt. Besides, it's disrespectful to not use all of your strength." Guy still hesitated, but this is really a very powerful forbidden technique. I haven't fully mastered it yet." Kuroto stepped forward, full of momentum. "Is your talent surpassing me? Or is your blood purity surpassing me? If you don't do your best, if you don't use everything you have, how are you going to win against me?" I. Guy stuttered and was continuously shaking his head left and right. Staring at the stuttering Guy, Kuroto continued to press, "Or, is it that you never thought about defeating me? If that's the case, you can go. I am not interested in challenging a weak person like you." After Guy listened to Kuroto's words, his whole body was struck by lightning, and then he slowly clenched his fists. What the hell? In just a moment, Kuroto realized that Guy's aura had changed. At this time, Guy looked at Kuroto and shouted, "Kuroto, you are right. I should use all of my strength when fighting a strong, noble, and genius ninja like you. Only in this way, my youth will not be wasted." Kuroto was confused, and said secretly, "I barely got a touch with the noble. When did the term genius hook up with me? Could it be that my pretending effect is so good that he feels that I am a genius?" Just as Kuroto was muttering, Guy's momentum suddenly rose. The first inner gate, Kaimon, open. There was a change in the flow of air around Guy. The second inner gate, Kyomen, open. The airflow gradually turned into waves of air. The third inner gate, Siamen, open. Chakra floated out of Guy's body. It was as if it really manifested alive. The face of the opposite Kuroto was continuously sinking as water as Guy started opening inner gates one after other, but his heart was shocked. Hey, no need to get desperate. That's enough, don't open anymore. You will kill me if you open more. Guy naturally couldn't hear Kuroto's heart, so there was no sign of stopping. The fourth inner gate, Shomen, open. The dissipated chakra seemed to thicken, and a dense wave of air rose up, like the tail beast chakra cloak, enveloping Guy. Maybe it was that Guy could only open up to the fourth gate at present, or maybe he knew that it was just a mock battle between companions, so after opening Shomen, Gate of Injury, he stopped from opening any further. "Kuroto, get ready, cause here I'm coming." After saying so, without waiting for Kuroto to answer, Guy turned into a flash of green lightning and ran around Kuroto, seeming to be looking for the best opportunity and opening to attack. Following Guy's figure, Kuroto's Tenseigan eyes swayed quickly from side to side in his eye sockets, following Guy's movement closely with his dojutsu. With Tenseigan's insight, it is still more than enough to capture the figure of Guy who opened the fourth gate, but being able to capture the figure of Guy does not mean that Kuroto can physically keep up with Guy's action and speed. With a sinking heart, Kuroto said secretly, "Damn it, too fast." Kuroto's physical combat experience is still at the level of Chunin. Although he has been practicing secretly after awakening Tenseigan, he still lacks actual combat beyond the Chunin level, so as Guy opened the injury gate, the battle level has advanced beyond Kuroto's responsive level. After the endurance stage, he immediately keenly noticed that his body faintly couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the battle. Seeing Guy who was still spinning around him at high speed, looking for an opening, Kuroto was also getting anxious, thinking hard about the possible countermeasures. Indeed, Kuroto is not up to the level of Takubitsu Jonin without the use of Rain Wheel and the Kaze Cage puppet, but his chakra volume has exceeded the level of a high-level Chunin, and this is his advantage. So, he quickly made up his mind, which is not to compare moves, not to compare speed, only to fight chakra in terms of chakra consumption. In this mock battle, he must win. No matter what happens, he must win in this mock battle. With the Tenseigan, he can't allow himself to be defeated even once, even if it's just some mock battle. As Kuroto made up his mind, Guy also made his move. He kicked his foot on the ground, and while stirring up the dust in the sky, the whole person, under the huge reaction force, shot in his direction like a cannonball. Boom! The speed is so fast that it seems to have surpassed the level of a sonic boom, and the entire training grove is shaking because of the resulting vibrations due to strong impact. Kuroto's expression shrank, and he reacted immediately. In fact, before Guy took the shot, Kuroto with his keen insight had already captured the change in the flow of chakra in Guy's chakra meridians, but such micro-change was not enough for Kuroto to counterattack with gentle fists, so he didn't hesitate anymore and used Revolving Heaven. Bang! It was another real collision. Guy was bounced off and knocked down 4 or 5 big trees in a row. The momentum impact spread far and wide and shocked many people in the village. Kuroto is also not in good condition. At this moment, he can feel that there is some internal bleeding, and he is also feeling really dizzy. However, after just a few breaths of effort, Guy stood up and turned into an afterimage again, stepping up into the air, mixed with the sound of popping and quickly moved in midair. Seeing Guy, who was able to move quickly in the low air just by stepping on it, Kuroto immediately dispelled the idea of taking the initiative to attack, suppressed all kinds of thoughts, and began to focus solely on defending himself. In the rushing sound of air, Guy made another move. This time, he used the leaf whirlwind from top to bottom. Before his figure arrived, the resulting winds swept the entire grove. Leaf whirlwind. Revolving Heaven. Because of Tenseigan, no matter how Guy concealed his attack trajectory, he couldn't escape Kuroto's insight, so if Kuroto completely abandons the intentions of making active attacks and just focus on defense, he will be able to barely grasp the time to launch Revolving Heaven. Boom. Not surprisingly, Guy's leaf whirlwind was once again blocked by Kuroto's Revolving Heaven. Guy's whole body was shot out like a cannonball, falling far outside the small forest, and even almost hitting a few villagers passing by, causing a lot of noise. In the forest, Kuroto felt as if he couldn't move a step now. The bones won't break, right? Feeling the soreness, he was feeling from all over the body, especially in his hands, Kuroto was secretly frightened. At this moment, he noticed the ground under his feet. With his location as the center of the circle, the spiderweb-like cracks on the ground continued to spread around, extending 7 or 8 meters away. Not long after, Guy, who had already lifted the effect of the Hachiman Tonkao, slowly walked into the grove. Seeing Guy lifted the Hachiman Tonkao, Kuroto also breathed a sigh of relief, but said coldly, "Under my perfect defense, any attack is ineffective. You should have experienced this." Guy gasped, and said, "Kuroto, your Hyuga clan's Byakugan and Gentle Fists are indeed well-deserved to be called one of the best bloodlines and combat techniques. I feel that my every move was under your attention. It felt that no matter what I did it couldn't escape your eyes." In the fourth gate state, both the attacks Guy initiated on Kuroto were blocked by him very easily, at least that's what Guy believed seeing the unaffected state of Kuroto. This fact led Guy to believe that he has no chance of winning this mock battle even if he continued to fight. Kuroto's face was still indifferent. "Of course, all your attacks have been seen through by me." Guy sat down on the ground. "Hey, I still lost. Humph, you should be proud of yourself to be able to force me to use Revolving Heaven. Your secret technique is indeed commendable." After a pause, Kuroto said again, "Take a good rest today. See you at the mission center tomorrow morning." Guy was taken aback for a moment, and then said in surprise, You don't mind making a team with me for going on missions? Don't be late, because I don't like waiting." After Kuroto left a word, Guy no longer said much and Kuroto simply walked towards his house. At this moment, he was about to fall apart, and he couldn't stand any longer. If he didn't leave, he might have fallen unconscious because of all the pain he was feeling. The nervous Guy seemed to have nothing to say. He was only cheering and bounced back home in excitement for tomorrow. Not long after Kuroto and Guy left one after another, a team of Umbu appeared in the woods where the two fought. After a brief survey of the scene, one of the Umbus said, "There are no traces of using any ninjutsu, nor does it seem to use any genjutsu. It is a pure taijutsu battle." The leading Umbu said solemnly, "Is the identities of the two fighting parties confirmed?" The Umbu member on the side replied, "Well, one is a Chunin from the branch part of the Hyuga clan, name, Hyuga Kuroto, and the other is Might Du-san, Chunin Might Guy. Looking at the traces, it seems that the kid from the Hyuga clan has won." Looking around the surrounding trees and the pits of different sizes all over the ground, the Umbu team leader said, "They have caused such big disturbances by using only taijutsu techniques. Report it to Hokage-sama. These two boys are worthy of attention." On Kuroto's side, when he returned home, he found that Yu was cleaning his house. Seeing her, Kuroto's heart suddenly felt warm and he forgot all the pain he was feeling. Yu hurriedly came out as soon as she noticed Kuroto. "Kuroto-kun, welcome home." Kuroto smiled. "Thank you, Yu, for taking care of my home while I was away." In the presence of Yu, Kuroto puts away all his acts. If there is anyone in the Konoha village that Kuroto can trust unconditionally, it's the girl standing before him. At novel bin at. As soon as Yu came out, she noticed the reddish and swollen arms of Kuroto, and exclaimed in surprise, "How come you got injured, Kuroto-kun? Come, I'll bandage you." "It's no big deal, I just accidentally got slightly injured during a mock battle, not something to be worried about." However, Yu didn't listen to Kuroto and pulled him onto the tatami, and started cleaning the wounds. The two sat in silence while Yu was doing her work. After most of the work was done, suddenly Yu spoke, while still applying the medicine to Kuroto's hands. "Kuroto-kun, Hisashi-sama asked me to apologize and ask for your understanding. Hyuga Hisashi is the twin brother of the current patriarch of Hyuga clan. He is responsible for assisting the patriarch in managing the Hyuga branch." Kuroto was a little confused because of what Yu said. "Apologize? Apologize to me for what?" Yu said. "Aren't you angry? Everyone in the clan thinks you are angry at them, so during this period you didn't return to the clan, nor did you interact with anyone. It seems like you are avoiding them." Hearing Yu say that, Kuroto immediately reacted. Undoubtedly, the clan misunderstood. The clan obviously thought that Kuroto had grievances against the clan and complained that the clan did not speak for him during his involvement in the Orochimaru defection incident, so he probably alienated himself from the rest of the clan. This is obviously not true because Kuroto never thought as such, because he knows what Hyuga, what Uchiha, and what any other clan. On the front, these clans surely do have high political standing, but it is not possible for them to influence the final decision-making authorities, i.e. the Hokage and the Elder Council, unless of course, they have a member of their clan a part of it, which is not the case here. The death of Hyuga Hisashi is a clear example of this. Even in the case of legitimate defense done by Hayashi-sama, the clan couldn't influence the village to refuse Cloud Village's demand and ended up sacrificing the twin brother Hisashi-sama in Hayashi-sama's stead. In such a case, what authority does the Hyuga clan has to be able to protect him during Orochimaru's defection? Therefore, Kuroto doesn't resent the Hyuga clan because he also knows that they are powerless. The alienation from the rest of the clan is only to protect his secret to have awakened the Tenseigan to be accidentally discovered, but now that he knows that the clan has misunderstood his intentions, he can use this misunderstanding as an excuse. Otherwise, an unreasonable alienation from the rest of the clan will inevitably arouse the suspicion of the elders. While all this was going on in Kuroto's mind, Yu's innocence didn't allow her to discover Kuroto's absent-mindedness while he was cooking some plans, and she continued to speak. Hisashi-sama also said that at today's Jonin Council, the son in Jiraiya-sama also praised you. Even in the face of Cloud Village's Jinchuriki, you made sure to not to affect village's reputation by running away or giving up a task. Looking at Yu, who seems to be quite happy while informing Kuroto of his great deeds, he asked gently, "Jiraiya-sama has returned to Konoha." Jiraiya-sama returned to Konoha today. Sandaime-sama should have called Jiraiya-sama back to stop his tracking of Orochimaru. This shows that the trouble the village is facing is much bigger than he has calculated. Kuroto thought in his heart. In the Third Shinobi War itself, Konoha didn't have the advantage it did during the Second Shinobi World War while it was facing the combined attrition from the four great villages. If it were not for the emergence of Namikaze Minato, Konoha's Golden Flash, who was able to reverse the situation on several battlefronts, the war might still have been in the stalemate period. So when the rest of the villages learned that one Sunin defected, Yondaime and second-generation Jinchuriki both sacrificed themselves, they naturally started having some thoughts of taking advantage of Konoha's weak situation. Anyway, all that aside, after Yu applied for medicine on reddish swollen parts of the body, Kuroto took a rest early. The battle with Guy can be said to be one of the hardest battles he fought since he had awakened the Tenseigan, but at the same time, this battle also gave him much-needed experience. As a taijutsu sparring partner, Might Guy is simply impeccable. In the early morning of the next day, Kuroto wrapped his arms and legs with bandages before rushing to the mission center. A short night of rest isn't enough to recover from the injuries, but for the sake of his face, he doesn't want Guy to see him covered in bruises. By the time Kuroto arrived at the mission center, Guy was already waiting at the gate and greeted Kuroto as soon as he saw him coming. "Kuroto? Here, I am here." Looking at Guy, who was bouncing around at the gate of the mission center, Kuroto suddenly felt embarrassed as he also became the center of attention along with Guy. Kuroto obviously didn't reply to Guy's overly excited greeting and directly entered the task room and started flipping through the available A-level task list. Guy didn't seem to notice Kuroto's embarrassment, whispered from the side, "Kuroto, isn't his A-level task list that only Jonin can take?" Kuroto casually explained, "I just led the team to complete an A-level mission a couple of days ago, so I was granted permission to be able to take on A-level tasks." Guy was obviously surprised. "What? You completed the A-level mission? For Might Guy who has only dealt with D-level and C-level tasks, being able to complete B-level tasks is already out of his expectation, much less the A-level task that is simply a dream come true. So naturally, he was quite surprised to hear that Kuroto led a team to complete an A-level task as a Chunin himself. Kuroto glanced at Guy and pursed his lips and spoke in fake annoyance. What's so strange about it? I and the Uchiha kid were part of the team, so it is natural for us to complete an A-level task easily. Guy smiled seeing Kuroto's arrogance. That's right, I forgot, you are a genius. Kuroto nodded in satisfaction. He just wanted to establish his strong image in Guy's mind, even though the of being called a genius irked him a little, but he doesn't have any other choice if he wants to achieve his purpose. After flipping through pages in the mission file of A-level tasks, one particular mission caught Kuroto's eyes. The objective of the task is, suppress the wandering ninjas in the Land of Fire. Fighting between ninjas is a very common situation in A-level missions, as such Kuroto has to keep 3 points in mind before finalizing which mission to choose. 1. The distance to the location of the mission shouldn't be too far, because if the location is too far away then accidents are likely to occur on the way since the Third Shinobi War has ended not long, so it wouldn't be strange if Kuroto encountered another missing like Sassori of the Red Sand or some other S-class ninja of other shinobi villages that might lead to confrontation. Kuroto doesn't want to take the risk. 2. The goal of the mission, i.e., the enemy he would be fighting / suppressing / killing shouldn't be too strong. 3. And lastly, the background of the enemy shouldn't be too complicated for Kuroto's own good. At this stage he isn't very interested in making someone enemy that might eventually bite him in the back at some point, so he absolutely doesn't want to attract the hatred of someone, when he already has a Sassori looking for him. Since the mission of suppressing the wandering shinobi in the Land of Fire perfectly meets all the 3 conditions as per Kuroto's requirements, therefore it is the mission that Kuroto finds to be most suitable to take on. After deciding, Kuroto passed the file to Guy who was eagerly looking in Kuroto's direction to see what is the objective of the mission. Kuroto asked Guy, how about this task? As he received the task file, Guy quickly went through the mission objective and various other task details and then finally replied, I have no objection. Since that's the case, let's take this task. Kuroto finalized. And Guy agreed. After finalizing, Kuroto got the task to register with the staff, and finally, the 2 Chunin set off immediately towards the location specified. On the way, Kuroto analyzed the detailed information about the task provided by the task center when they registered with the staff. The entrusting party of the task is the daimyo of Fire Nation. At Novel Bin At. Recently, a group of wandering ninjas successively attacked several villages around the border of Fire Nation, causing a lot of loss of life and heavy damages to the property. According to the intelligence reports, there are about 5 to 7 wandering ninjas, who are suspected of being missing nin of the Mist Village. Their strength is of Chunin level and their methods are really cruel. Because of the Third Shinobi War, the number of missing nin increased quite a lot. This is the case for all the villages and Konoha is no exception to this fact, but generally, most of these rebel ninjas who flee from war make their base of operation in and around small countries without any ninja villages to avoid attracting attention from any major ninja village, but that doesn't seem to be the case here. These wandering ninjas have been attacking villages of Fire Nation so blatantly, this fact alone shows that something is definitely off here. The enemy dares to attack and plunder from the villages of Fire Nation so openly. This means the strength of the enemy is definitely not weak. Make sure to not take them lightly and do not make any careless mistake. Kuroto made sure to warn Guy about the seriousness of the matter. Guy also nodded seriously to Kuroto's words. From Guy's reaction, Kuroto noticed that he is a little nervous, so Kuroto decided to ease his thoughts a little. Don't get too nervous, although I am saying that this matter isn't as simple as it appears to be, but that's not necessarily that big of a deal. After all, the enemy is only attacking the civilian parties, so as long as we don't make any stupid mistake, there shouldn't be any problem completing the task. Listening to Kuroto's words, Guy clenched his fists and spoke with vigor. I'm not afraid of them. Kuroto just smiled at Guy's action and the two then continued their journey. A few days later, Kuroto and Guy traveled all the way to a village that had been attacked not long ago. From the state of the village, it is not difficult to guess that it has been attacked not long ago. The whole village appears to be in a mess with corpses all over the place, the air filled strong stench of blood, and the sound of crying and wailing of the few survivors all around. As soon as Kuroto and Guy reached the village, they both were shocked by witnessing the horrendous state this village was in. It wasn't their first visit to a place with such a bad situation. After all, both of them have experienced a war not long ago, but the scene here is equally troubling even when the war has ended. This just shows the suffering of the common folks at the hands of shinobi. After arriving at the village, Kuroto came to a survivor and asked, "We are shinobi from Konoha village, can you describe to us who attacked this village?" The survivor's expression was quite dull. For a while he seems to stare at Kuroto in a dazed state, and finally replied, "I don't know, who are they? They kept killing and killing and killing, and then, they left. They just left after killing them all." Midway through the speech he started crying and couldn't even express his words properly. Kuroto, although a little shocked but wasn't much affected by witnessing the tragedy this village faced, and continued asking calmly, "How many people were there in total? How long ago they left? And, did see the direction they left in?" Upon Kuroto's further questioning, the survivor pointed in a direction. "They left in that direction? I don't know how many they are, and it's been a few hours since they left." Kuroto stared at the direction pointed by the survivor, and then stated coldly, "We'll chase." Guy, who was opposite to Kuroto already filled with righteous indignation, nodded fiercely. For the people of the Hyuga clan, tracking is a basic course. Every member of the Hyuga clan who has been to the battlefield is a tracking master, and Kuroto is no exception to this fact, so he quickly found the traces of tracks left by the enemy. After following the tracks for a while, the two Chunin arrived in front of a quagmire. There were signs of footprints still left, upon checking which Kuroto reached a conclusion: the information in the task objective is accurate. There are most likely 5 shinobi on the enemy side, and since they didn't care of hiding their steps, their strength also doesn't seem to be very high, or most likely they were in a great hurry. Listening to Kuroto's conclusion, Guy anxiously said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's catch up." However, Kuroto shook his head, and pointed towards a big tree not far away. "Don't panic, look at the moss on that tree." Guy looked in the direction pointed by Kuroto only to notice the half footprint left on the moss collected on the bark of the big tree. He wondered, why are there footprints here? Does that mean someone else is following this group of shinobis? These footprints in the quagmire obviously do not belong to the same group of shinobi. If the footprints in this quagmire belong to the group of wandering ninjas, then the footprints on that tree should have been left by another shinobi. That's most likely the case. Since we took this task, so Konoha should not have sent anyone else on this task, therefore the most likely suspect that the other group of shinobi who are following those wandering ninjas must be from the village hidden in the mist. Kuroto nodded to Guy's question as well as gave his thoughts on who might be the third party involved in this mission. And Kuroto's explanation isn't without a reason, since they have received that these rebellious ninjas were most likely part of the village hidden in the mist, so it isn't strange for Mist Village to send their tracking and hunting unit. Since this mission now involves another one of the 5 great ninja villages, therefore Guy seems to out of options on what to do. Then what should we do? Kuroto pondered over the matter for a while, and then firmly replied, "Anything and everything that hinders us from completing the task should be treated as an enemy. But, no buts, let's chase after them." After following the tracks for a while, Kuroto and Guy finally caught up with the 2 other parties. However, they had to hide because 2 ninjas were confronting each other. A total of 4 ninjas dressed in Umbu uniform were on one side, only the leader didn't wear an Umbu mask. Instead, he wrapped the lower part of his face with a bandage. Based on his figure and appearance, Kuroto recognized him as Mamakai Zabuza. On the other side, there are only 2 people, both being Konoha's Umbu. One of them was quite young, with silver-white hair. Although he was wearing a kitsune mask, Kuroto recognized that he is the genius ninja of the same generation named Heitake Kakashi. Both sides were full of war intentions and ready to confront each other at any moment. Seeing that more Konoha ninja arrived, Zabuza lifted the long sword behind, as if he was about to initiate the attack. While standing on the branch of a tree, Kuroto condescendingly glanced at the Mist Umbu ninja with one hand on his waist, said with an arrogant expression, showing his contempt for the other party, "Leave." Zabuza, who heard the contempt Kuroto showed, was now furious. "Do you want to die, brat?" Kuroto didn't bother to answer Zabuza and lightly ordered Guy, "Go and teach him not to mess with Konoha shinobi." And Guy, who has become accustomed to obeying Kuroto's instructions along the way, didn't care whether the other party was a mist shinobi, so following the order, he shouted an acknowledgement and rushed to Zabuza. Both the Mist Umbu and Konoha Umbu were taken aback by the arrogant behavior shown by Kuroto and Guy, but being a trained shinobi still allowed both parties to take action immediately. Just gave way to some area for Zabuza and Guy to fight one-on-one. As a ninja that specializes in taijutsu combat, Guy continued to dominate close-quarter combat and didn't give the opponent any chance to use ninjutsu. However, Zabuza isn't a simple enemy. He seems to have confidence in his sword skills, therefore he wasn't afraid of taijutsu and kenjutsu battle. For some time, the exchange of punches and the blade arcs flew all around. At this time, Mamakai Zabuza is already a famous ninja of the Mist Village. Although he is not yet promoted a 7 ninja swordsman of the Mist Village, he is still one of the best among the peers of the same generation in the Mist Village. All his moves are sharp and extremely dangerous for the enemy. Might Guy is also in the phase of rapid growth in his strength. His speed, strength have all increased dramatically every day. He isn't the same Guy during the academy days where he was treated as the tail of the crane. The battle between these 2 individuals soon heated up, and their range of moves spread wider and wider, causing the 2 Mist Umbus who were watching to retreat to a further distance. Not long after, Guy launched a kick towards Zabuza's face that the other party blocked with the blunt part of his broadsword. After exchanging this blow, both of them leaped further away from each other, leaving the contact, and the scene fell into a strange silence. After the 2 sides retreated, the scene suddenly fell into a strange silence. Guy looked solemn. After this short confrontation with Zabuza, more than 10 stab or cut wounds appeared on his body. Although these wounds were really shallow and not really penetrating through his skin, he was injured anyway. Zabuza was also not in a much better condition. He was panting heavily while holding his broadsword. During the confrontation, Guy was able to deliver a kick to Zabuza in the ribs. The effect seemed to be certainly visible from Zabuza's current state, who was unable to straighten his waist properly, and signs of feeling dull pain were visible from his breathing. Kuroto, standing on the tree, saw this opportunity and immediately said, "Guy, you can retreat. Let me handle him from here on." Guy didn't argue to Kuroto's order and silently stepped back for a quick retreat. Although the confrontation just now was short, it did allow Guy to weigh his options against Momokai Zabuza. He understands it all full well that if not for using Hachiman Tonkao, it would be really difficult for him to beat the enemy. As soon as Guy retreated, Kuroto silently stepped down on the ground below from the tree branch. In the presence of everyone, Kuroto calmly walked forward towards Zabuza and said with the same contemptuous tone, "I am different from Guy. I won't need to get so serious to deal with a low-level, no-name, pathetic mist ninja like you." Kuroto's tone clearly showed he was looking down at Zabuza similar to how Boa Hancock looks down on everyone except for Luffy. He was clearly expressing that he was talking to a pathetic bug he could squash at his whim, or at least that's what he wants everyone here to believe. But where did Zabuza receive such contempt? He was now furious for being looked down on. "A brat like you dare to call me a no-name? That's it, now you have done it. Step. Step. Foosh." Kuroto immediately injected chakra into his legs and rushed towards Zabuza at a flashing speed. This was the opportunity he was waiting for. Although Zabuza was surprised by Kuroto's sudden change of actions, but he wasn't just some rookie ninja. After all, refocusing his mind to the state of battle ready, he immediately slashed his sword horizontally opposite to the direction of Kuroto's incoming momentum. Swish. The cutting wind generated by the slash rushed in Kuroto's direction. But Kuroto wasn't afraid at all, and no one has noticed the Tenseigan shining with magnificent light under the goggles he was wearing. Through the incomparable insight on the Tenseigan, he had already noticed the flow of chakra in Zabuza rushing towards the chakra veins in his hands, and at the same time, there was no chakra rushing towards his legs at such intensity, adding to the fact that there was no sharp contraction of muscles in his legs. This series of small details led Kuroto to know Zabuza's tactical intentions in advance. Zabuza made the horizontal slash just to force Kuroto back. The leg muscles didn't contract to show there would be no follow-up chasing or incoming sword slash attacks towards Kuroto's retreat, and since the chakra was still continuously rushing towards his hands indicated that he plans to use ninjutsu attack to follow up the previous slash. After understanding Zabuza's intention and making all the tactical calculations in a matter of split seconds, Kuroto directed chakra in his muscles accordingly. For the others witnessing the fight, Kuroto suddenly stopped, leaned back a little, and then rushed towards at a faster speed. Kuroto's whole set of movements were done in an instant while avoiding the cross slash. With almost no extra effort, he didn't retreat and went ahead in Zabuza's direction. What? Seeing that the enemy didn't change his direction or retreated, it seemed that he wasn't worried whether Zabuza would add a follow-up sword slash, instead use ninjutsu in the direction of his retreat, that is if he did retreat. Instantly he realized that Kuroto has seen through his tactic, but now it was already too late to change his course of action. Kuroto was already very close and not at all deceived. As soon as he approached Zabuza, he waved his hands and struck a series of gentle fist attacks. Seeing the incoming strike, Zabuza's heart couldn't calm down. At this moment, whether he swings the sword or directly discard it to make a series of hand seals to launch some ninjutsu attack, it was already too late. At novel bin at. Bang, bang, and bang. A series of low muffling sounds of palm hitting the body sounded in the field, but it was transmitted clearly to the ears of everyone present here. Amidst the sound of the palm strikes, Zabuza's body trembled and finally dropped to the ground like a deflated ball. Plop. Hiss. Whether it was the other three Umbu of the Mist Village or Konoha's Umbu, both sides took a cold breath. Not for anything but because Kuroto solved Zabuza like a piece of cake? Is it so simple to defeat Zabuza? Obviously, no. The strength of Momokai Zabuza is simply amazing. Neither Heitake Kakashi, hailed as the most genius in this generation of Konoha shinobi, nor the Umbu shinobi standing next to him would be able to win against him with complete certainty. But Kuroto appeared so relaxed, the confrontation was so simple, and he defeated Zabuza pretty easily as if the opponent was just some fledgling underdog. Kuroto's on the other hand, still kept the indifferent and cold expression. He glanced at the three other mist shinobi standing not far away, turned around, and kicked the unconscious Zabuza in their direction. Take him and get out. The three mist shinobis supported Zabuza, while one of them spoke, "We are ordered to hunt down the rebellious nin." Upon hearing this reply, Kuroto raised his head slightly, looked at the mist ninjas, and said coldly, "The rebellious nin you speak of is my target. If any of you dare to intervene, I don't mind disposing of you lot together." Seeing the unconscious Zabuza and two more Konoha Umbu, standing not very far away, Mist's group looked at each other, nodded to each other, and then hurriedly retreated while carrying Zabuza on their backs. After the mist shinobis retreated, Kuroto didn't speak anything to the Umbu, directly called Guy, who had wrapped his wounds, and continued to chase after the mission target. After both Guy and Kuroto left, the two Konoha Umbu ninja looked at each other. The elder Umbu muttered, "Hey, did that kid used revolving heaven just now? Is he from the Hyuga clan?" Kakashi, who was still in his kitsune mask, nodded to the elder Umbu's word and spoke, "Well, I know both of them. We are from the same class from the academy, one is Might Guy, and the other one is Hyuga Kuroto." Elder Umbu was surprised by Kakashi's words. "If I remember correctly, in your year, other than you there were no promising students, right? Then how come both of them were so strong?" "That's right, most of the shinobis of Kakashi's year have already died in the war, and those who survived were high-level chunin. Only Kakashi was ahead of his peers and managed to qualify as a jonin at such a young age, so in the eyes of Umbu, Heitake Kakashi is the most genius of his generation, but here it appears that's not entirely the case." Kakashi was also at a loss at this moment. He didn't have a very deep impression of Kuroto. According to his understanding, Hyuga Kuroto was a mediocre student and didn't have any sort of talent to attract any attention to himself, but Kuroto's performance today really surprised him. The attitude and confidence Kuroto showed in the face of the assassination unit of the Mist Village unconsciously reminded Kakashi of his teacher, Namikaze Minato. The elder Umbu continued with some emotions in his words, "Make sure to write down the event of today and report to Hokage-sama after returning. Such talents should be brought to Umbu first, especially in the situation the village is facing currently." On Kuroto's side, Guy couldn't help but ask Kuroto, "Kuroto, why don't we just ask the Umbu ninja if they have any information about those rebellious ninjas?" Kuroto smiled upon hearing Guy's question, because it would be pointless, so there is no need for that since the Mist Assassination Unit appeared here indicates that those wandering ninjas are indeed rebellious nin of Mist Village, and the appearance of Konoha Umbu here should be only for monitoring this very assassination unit, otherwise they would have already started the battle. Now there is no need to think anymore, it is not difficult to guess. Mist Village sent assassination units simply means they want to clean up their mess themselves and take away the corpses with them. This means that there might be a ninja among the rebels with Kekai Genkai unique to the Mist Village. Kakashi and the other Umbu were obviously sent to monitor the entry of the Mist Assassination Unit in the Land of Fire. This can be confirmed because they didn't start the battle but only stood in a stalemate. Now that Guy heard Kuroto's words, it made sense. If the Konoha Umbu ninjas were only responsible for monitoring the entry of the Mist Assassination Unit, then they wouldn't have exact information about the team of those wandering ninjas. Moreover, I have already locked the traces of the team of wandering ninjas, so there's no need to delay any time, thought Kuroto silently. Then they continued to chase when suddenly Guy said, "Kuroto, what you did just now in the battle just now was really beautiful. I really didn't expect that the enemy couldn't even stop or counter your approach." Kuroto's lips curved slightly after hearing Guy praise him, although only slightly, but he smiled in a reserved manner. In the performance just now, Kuroto was actually a little proud, but he would not let it go to his head. The reason for that is very simple. No matter how strong Zabuza is, after a hard fight with Guy both his stamina and physical strength were consumed a lot, and the most important thing is that he had broken a few ribs. Although a small injury from a shinobi's standard that wasn't very visible from the outside, but it still had a great impact on his combat capacity, especially limited his physical skills. This is one of the main reasons why Zabuza intended to make Kuroto fall back and rely on the long-range ninjutsu tactics, because engaging in taijutsu combat would have undoubtedly given Kuroto an advantage because of his ribs injury. Therefore, it won't be wrong to say that Kuroto not only took advantage of the opponent's injury but also exploited it pretty effectively, and coupled with the advantage provided by the incomparable insight of the Tenseigan, his win was pretty much guaranteed. Various factors piled together to create this quick victory for Kuroto. Of course, it also shows that Kuroto is changing. His original mediocre self is disappearing and is now being replaced by a powerful person with great determination and keen insight who is good at grasping the right opportunities. Guy, who was running on the side, asked with some curiosity at this moment, "Kuroto, you didn't seem to be afraid of those mist shinobis. What do you think was their shinobi rank?" Kuroto replied, "He should only be a Takebutsu Jonin at best." In particular, although Takebutsu Jonin also falls in the category of a Jonin, they are actually quite different from the real Jonin level, because the term Jonin is a very broad ranking concept with many monsters hidden in it, and in some cases, various cage-level powerhouses also falls in this rank. On the other hand, Takebutsu Jonin is a very special class, because the truly strong ninjas easily get promoted to a Jonin quickly. Therefore, most of the ninjas who stay at Takebutsu Jonin rank are inferior to real Jonin ninjas, and the probability of encountering a cage-level shinobi in this ranking is much less. Secondly, Kuroto's attitude towards the Mist Village shinobi wasn't entirely because of his confidence in his strength, but also partly an act. In fact, Kuroto already began his performance as soon as he was aware of the Konoha Umbu's confronting Mist Village assassination unit. Kuroto wants to change the image of his previous mediocre self, but he doesn't want to be seen as an aggressive or ardent person either. Therefore, who to use as his stepping stone to achieving this objective is very important for him. In terms of strength, he has already reached the level of a Takebutsu Jonin. Only the lack of combat experience is a problem for him. Therefore, suitable opponents are important for both aspects, and luckily enough these mist shinobis just so happens to fill both the category. His arrogant attitude against the enemy was also a planned tactic. Belonging to the Hyuga clan, one of the major clan of Konoha village, makes his status to be classified as a noble, even if he is of the branch part, so being a rich and powerful with slight arrogance makes for a perfect image for a shinobi with noble lineage. And, being a little arrogant makes it difficult for others to mess around with him. When facing an arrogant person, truly smart individuals will definitely think twice before having any unhealthy idea or provoking him for their own good, and this will eventually reduce many troubles for him. But there is one more reason that prompted Kuroto to build a strong image for himself as soon as possible. A few days back he learned from you a piece of information that is very useful for him. In view of the shortage of manpower in the village, the senior management has decided to select a group of individuals to be promoted to the rank of Takebutsu Jonin. And Kuroto definitely wants to seize this opportunity, to get rid of his status as a Chunin promoted during wartime. Currently, his shinobi status is much inferior to that of a normal Chunin. Therefore, if he becomes a Takubitsu Jonin, it would be equivalent to stepping up 2 ranks in one small leap, and he would have surpassed all the Chunin and free from the status of being classified as cannon fodder class, by being viewed as a member of high-level combat power in the village. By becoming a Takubitsu Jonin, B can also submit requests to the village to learn some advanced ninjutsu and even some secret skills if shows his appropriate worth by accumulating the trust of village authorities. In the beginning, Yondaime-sama also gained the opportunity to learn Hiraishin no Jutsu by accumulating merit points on the battlefield of the Second Shinobi World War and completing various missions, and obtaining Hiraishin no Jutsu allowed him to lay out a solid foundation for him to eventually reach the combat class of a cage-level shinobi in due time. And Kuroto isn't going to waste this opportunity either, therefore becoming a Takubitsu Jonin is much important for him to obtain some resources, who don't have any inheritance left to him. While all this was going on within Kuroto's head, both of them finally found the group of wandering shinobi. There was a total of 5 of them, all dressed in mist shinobi uniform. The leader had white hair tied in a bun with 2 scarlet dots on his forehead, which indicated that he is a member of the Kagaya clan belonging to the Mist Village. As soon as Kuroto realized the enemy, he spoke in a low voice, "Be careful, he seems to be a member of the Kagaya clan with Shikatsumayako Kekii Genkai." Guy nodded cautiously. The well-known Kagaya clan isn't something to be taken so lightly. Guy, who has experienced the war on the Mist Front, knows this better than Kuroto. The Kagaya clan is both notoriously powerful and psychologically crazy beyond recovery, therefore they are really feared on the battlefield. While Kuroto and Guy were analyzing the enemy while still being hidden, one of the rebellious shinobi standing opposite to the ninja of Kagaya clan among them spoke out loud, "Did Konoha get so weak to have sent 2 brats to chase us?" The other companions also laughed, and teased, "Ha ha ha ha. I heard that Konoha's Yondaime Hokage died in his own village not long ago. It seems that the days when Konoha was hailed as the strongest of the 5 ninja village is coming to an end. Ha 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 ha." Not being provoked because of the mockery, Kuroto looked around and confirmed that there was no other presence nearby, and he decided to try out something that he thought of just now. Shikatsumayako Kekii Genkai of the Kagaya clan combined with their superb physique almost integrates attack and defense. The general method of combat and weapons won't be of much use against them. Even the gentle fist may not be much effective in penetrating the skeletal carcass of Shikatsumayako Kekii Genkai, therefore Kagaya clan is said to have unmatchable taijutsu skills, and unfortunately for the 2 Chunin, both of them are taijutsu specialists. Therefore, Kuroto decided to use Rain Wheel Assault, to attract the leader of this wandering ninja unit and try to seal his chakra with a gentle fist strike before the opponent could activate his Kekii Genkai. After making up his mind, Kuroto deliberately showed a weak front to make the enemy less cautious of him. "This is the territory of the Fire Nation, please leave immediately." When the enemy ninjas heard Kuroto's plea, they laughed unscrupulously. Some even became so carefree to even take out wine flask from their waist pocket and started drinking wine, not at all being watchful of Kuroto and Guy. Nice. Kuroto thought inwardly. Taking a few steps forward, Kuroto pretended to present a little weak stubborn attitude, and shouted, "If you don't leave at this very instant, then don't blame Konoha for being rude." Now, this attracted the attention of all the others. Kuroto was using the backing provided by the Konoha village, therefore the ninja of the Kagaya clan also walked forward a few steps towards Kuroto, and said with a mocking smile, "Boy, you know who I am." Just halfway through his sentence, then suddenly he felt a strong force acting on him and drawing him in the direction of Kuroto. As soon as the target flew up, Kuroto intercepted him instantly. Originally, there was only a gap of about 10 meters between the 2 parties, and as the enemy walked closer to reduce that distance, he reached towards Kuroto in the blink of an eye under the acting force of Rain Wheel, as soon as the 2 sides intercepted. Bang, bang, bang. With the muffled sound of palm strikes, the ninja of the Kagaya clan didn't even get the opportunity to active his Kekii Genkai ability, due to chakra points being sealed by gentle palm strikes. Sealing all the chakra points wasn't the end. Kuroto went further and used gossip palm strikes against him, aiming at the vital points, and due to the enemy being unable to protect himself, it destroyed his brain. As a result of which the whole person fell to the ground like a sandbag without being able to do anything. At novel bin at. These rebellious shinobi are different from the mist assassination unit they faced not long ago. The task requirement is to dispose of these ninjas, therefore Kuroto went for the killing strikes from the very beginning. At the same time, Kuroto initiated the attack. He also signaled Guy. Therefore, Guy also went ahead to start his series of close-quarter combat with the other shinobi. Except for the ninja of the Kagaya clan, the other 4 were only high-level genin, therefore even before Kuroto could come to support Guy, they were already lying in a pool of blood. Kuroto and Guy didn't waste any time. After rechecking of anyone's presence around and repeatedly confirming that no one else was left to be disposed of, they sealed the corpses of ninjas in the sealing scroll and returned to the village without any more delay. On the way, Guy couldn't help but ask in wonder, "Kuroto, what was that attack just now? How come the leader of these wandering shinobi flew towards you?" Kuroto smiled and spoke with an arrogant snort, "Don't think that you are the only one with a secret technique at his disposal. The trick I just used is a secret technique too." Guy doesn't have any Kekii Genkai himself, but his acuity isn't weak and his mastery of strong fist taijutsu is especially very high, so Kuroto's use of Rain Wheel naturally will not escape Guy's perception at such a close range. But Guy didn't think much about it. Since Kuroto explained that it is a secret technique, He immediately exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't even notice it, until the Kagaya clan shinobi was already very close. I have to say, your technique is really very powerful. Rain Wheel is the same as Tendo Pain's Shinra Tensei. It's a really strong technique and doesn't even need seal printing, so it can be used at a moment's notice. At novel bin at. Those unaware of its existence are very easy to get caught in the first encounter under a surprise attack. Not long even Sassori of the Red Sand was almost taken by surprise by this technique, and he still lost the Sandame Kaze Cage puppet that is now in Kuroto's control. This just goes to show just how useful is Rain Wheel in changing the battle situation." At this time, Kuroto put his smile away and said solemnly, "Remember, don't reveal information about this technique to anyone. It's a secret technique which will actually be effective only if its information isn't known to the other party." The secret of Rain Wheel is also one of the reasons why Kuroto didn't choose to capture the wandering ninjas alive but was eliminated on the spot. Guy nodded to Kuroto's words, "I understand, I won't tell about it to anyone." Kuroto wasn't worried whether Guy would accidentally reveal this information, although the said party looks a bit funny and comical. Kuroto knows it full well that Guy is actually a very disciplined shinobi. After some more discussions, both Kuroto and Guy speeded their travel speed to return to the village as early as possible. Back to the village, Hyuga Kuroto and Might Guy went straight to the task center and deliver a comprehensive task completion report along with the proof of the completion in the form of 5 corpses. Since the mission was completed perfectly, the authority of Team Hyuga Kuroto was increased again, and now all the A-class tasks including assassination missions were open to Team Kuroto. Because Kuroto not only completed the mission perfectly but also managed to gain a corpse of Mist Shinobi with Shikatsumayako Kekai Genkai, so which was considered over-completion. A ninja's body is, to a certain extent, a source of intelligence. In particular, the corpse of a ninja with some kind of Kekai Genkai is of a greater research value, so during the war period, the major ninja villages generally organize a capable corpse collection team, specifically responsible for collecting the corpses of ninjas with Kekai Genkai for the purpose of research. In the following months, Kuroto and Guy completed tasks like madmen. As Chunin, they completed 4 more A-level missions and 9 B-level missions with a very efficient rate. The 2-man team now attracted quite the attention from other shinobi for their effective task completion. The receptionist at the mission center also began to take the initiative to screen out the missions team Kuroto to provide better convenience. After completing another B-level mission, Kuroto, who was on his way home, suddenly felt someone spying on him. He observed his surroundings calmly but couldn't find anything to confirm this feeling. Although people were passing by him on the surrounding streets, it didn't appear as though someone was hiding in the dark. Kuroto can be very sure of this because of the Tenseigan, but he still felt that someone or something was spying on him. It made him wonder why he suddenly felt as such. Then suddenly he thought of a secret technique that could have been used to give Kuroto this feeling, a secret technique used by Sandame Hokage-sama. Crystal Ball Jutsu? Does that mean Hokage-sama spying on me? It seems that the hard work of the past few months has finally allowed me to enter Sandame-sama's field of vision. After guessing that it might be Hokage-sama secretly spying on him, Kuroto didn't care too much. The snooping of Sandame-sama obviously meant that he has started to consider candidates, and Hyuga Kuroto is under inspection. Otherwise, given the current situation of the village, Kuroto doesn't believe Sandame-sama, who are busy with official duties and much important paperwork, will be interested in observing some shinin. Such spying lasted for a month. Kuroto is originally very cautious of his actions, and after realizing that Sandame-sama might be spying on him, he became more mindful of his actions. There was no abnormal behavior. Except for performing tasks continuously, he can be quite sure that Sandame-sama won't find anything else. And sure enough, it didn't take long for Kuroto to receive a notice for being selected as a candidate for internal assessment for promotion to the rank of a Takubitsu Jonin. Takubitsu Jonin is regarded as the high-level combat power of the village. Although the village can mobilize tens of thousands of shinobis in the war period, in fact, the number of Jonin and Takubitsu Jonin are limited to a few hundred. The remaining percentage of shinobi are Chunin and Genin. This difference in number signifies that a Takubitsu Jonin has the status and power of a deputy commander. During the war period, a Takubitsu Jonin is even required to command several 3-man teams to perform tasks. The site of the assessment was an Umbu secret base. Upon reaching the exam site, Kuroto found several familiar faces. Among the candidates, there were various shinobi of his generation including Might Guy, Ui Kurane, Sarutobi Asuma, Umino Iruka, Mitarashi Anko, Shiranui Genma, Heiate Gecko, Ebisu, and others. These Chunin ninjas are of the same generation as Kuroto. Other than them, there are also many elite Chunin who have already reached middle age, and there is also the figure of Uchiha Shisui, a genius shinobi from the Uchiha clan who is only a few years younger than Kuroto. As soon as Kuroto entered the selection grounds, he could hear Guy shout from a distance, "Kuroto, here, here." Not intending to embarrass Guy, Kuroto walked over and greeted his teammate and other shinobi of the same generation together at the same time. If it was before, Kuroto would be a little reserved in getting along with this group of people. After all, shinobi is a profession that regards strength to be a very important factor. If there is no strength, even if the opposite party is a classmate from the same year, their relationship will never be truly harmonious. Fortunately for Kuroto, that's no longer the case here. He is confident enough in dealing with these classmates calmly. In terms of mental fortitude, he even feels a little superior over the rest. Seeing Kuroto's indifferent cold face, Sarutobi Asuma decided to take the initiative. Hey Kuroto, I heard that you and Guy have completed several A-level missions in a very short period, is that really true? Attracted by Asuma's question, the rest of the shinobi also focused their attention on Kuroto. Obviously, they are very interested in listening to the candidate of the talk of the town. Kuroto nodded arrogantly. Yeah. Guy on the side also laughed and said, how about it? I didn't lie, did I? We really did complete many A-class and B-class missions in the past few months. As the person in question always being laughed at by everyone, Guy has always been listening to others gloat and brag about their strength and achievements, but today, it is finally his turn to boast. Naturally, he is in a surprisingly good mood. When the tale of the crane, like Guy, now became an object of reverence, everyone's mood was obviously a little down, but everyone here is a shinobi, they have a strong mind, so the topic gradually changed during the waiting period for the Takubitsu Jonin test. Asuma glanced around, and then whispered in a low voice only for everyone to hear, I heard that more than 200 Chunin candidates are participating in the assessment, and there are only 15 spots available for Takubitsu Jonin rank. Hiss. Everyone took a shocking breath. More than 200 participants competing for 15 spots, this means that one selection per 13 or 14 individuals. How tough it would be to be ranked up to a Takubitsu Jonin can be imagined from this fact alone. Asuma's early information naturally made many of these Chunin ninjas depressed. Iruka said in a pessimistic mood, it seems to be hopeless right now. Kurane and Ebisu also sighed, apparently as unconfident as Iruka. Seeing Iruka sighing in such a depressed manner, Asuma looked dissatisfied. Hey, can't you have a little confidence over yourself? That bastard Kakashi has already reached the rank of a Jonin ninja so long ago, how can we give up so easily? As the son of Sandame Hokage, Asuma has been left behind by Kakashi. This has always been Asuma's heart knot, and the fact that sometimes Sandame-sama even uses the example of hey take Kakashi to educate him, which makes him very depressed. Guy on the side, who considers Kakashi as his eternal rival, also clenched his fists and agreed, yes, we must catch up with Kakashi, as soon as possible. Kuroto on the side didn't bother in getting involved in the discussion of how to catch up with Kakashi when the likes of Obito, Nagato, Tonari, and Madara are the enemies he is preparing himself to fight against. Therefore, Kuroto took the time to observe other candidates. He roughly counted and the result was the same as Asuma said. There are most like about 200 Chunin ninjas here. However, none of them had a very high amount of chakra. This made him confident enough in his abilities. As Kuroto was analyzing the candidates, a young ninja came to the front and spoke, Senpai, thank you for taking care of Itachi. He has mentioned about to me several times and said that you are a very good ninja. Kuroto looked at the other party and asked, if I am not wrong, you are Uchiha Shisui. Upon realizing his mistake, Shisui apologized. Please forgive me for my rudeness in not introducing myself. Senpai, I am Uchiha Shisui. Looking carefully at the young Uchiha, who was not very tall, standing in front of him, Kuroto's thoughts suddenly dispersed. Uchiha Shisui? A young boy who played a much crucial role in directing Itachi's life, an indirect cause of Uchiha's genocide, a young man who gave his entire loyalty and heart to the village but was relentlessly disappointed, another one of those individuals betrayed and suffered at the hands of Shimura Danzo. After losing his Mangekyo Shurinon to Shimura Danzo, to avoid further escalating the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha village, he resolutely committed suicide silently. Perhaps the only Uchiha who was a more genius than Itachi, ended his short life in a really tragic way. Thinking about Shisui's future, Kuroto couldn't help but sigh heavily. Shisui's sad end isn't inseparable from his naivete. He shouldn't have exposed his Mangekyo Shurinon, let alone disclose his dojutsu technique, the Kato Amatsukami, to the elder council of the village. Even if it is Kuroto in Sandame-sama's position, and if the Uchihas are planning a coup d'etat, then the appearance of a strong ninja with such an influencing jutsu at hand will definitely make him feel uncomfortable. This is why, even if Shisui showed complete loyalty to Konoha, he still couldn't gain the trust of the elder council. It's really sad. Kuroto sighed. Condensing his divergent thoughts, Kuroto smiled. I have heard a lot of legends about the Shurinon. I hope to be able to battle you to get the chance of experiencing the power of the Shurinon personally. Shisui also smiled. Compared with Senpai's Byuukugen of the Hyuga clan, there is not much advantage that comes with the Shurinon, but I still look forward to getting the chance of having a battle with you. Translator's note, total bullshit? Shurinon doesn't come with advantages? If that's the case, then it might as well be better to say that the Rinnegan only provides a beautiful color to the eyes. There's a limit to being a humble individual. After a few more polite words, Shisui turned and left. At novel bin at. Shisui knows it very well that the suspicion of causing the Kyuubi's rebellion falls upon the Uchiha clan, so he kept a certain distance from the other ninjas in the village to protect himself and the other side. Looking at Shisui's back that is gradually moving away, Kuroto couldn't help but sigh again. In Kuroto's opinion, Uchiha's idea of coup d'etat was ridiculous, as there were only 3 clansmen with enough strength to have some chance of making out any difference, but the more troublesome thought was that all 3 of them were either not sure or had opposite thoughts. Of those 3, Shisui and Itachi didn't agree with the idea of a coup. Not to mention the patriarch Uchiha Fugaku himself didn't want to choose that course. It was only because the rest of the Uchiha clan was angered at the unfairness they were facing did he agree to the plan. His will for the coup was still not very strong, and it collapsed completely after his son's rebellion. Uchiha Fugaku gave up all the resistance and fulfilled to play a deep role in Itachi's path as a shinobi with his own life and his last words. And it is also really hard to say whether the Uchiha would have successfully won the coup d'état even if Fugaku, Shisui, and Itachi all three supported the idea. And if the coup really happened with three united, although not be able to take over Konoha, they could have still destroyed it entirely. Shisui himself could have wiped out the entire resistance from the Elder Council of Konoha with Kato Amatsukami. Just as Kuroto sighed at the fate that the Uchihas went through, Guy approached him and whispered in a low voice, "Hey, although this kid Shisui is very famous, he seems to be quite approachable among the Uchiha." Genma and Gecko, who were standing on the side, coldly said, "It depends on who he is talking to. Kuroto is from the Hyuga clan, so obviously, the other party will be polite, but if it is changed to you or someone else, he may not even pay attention." Asuma also leaned over and said with a serious face, "This guy is not easy from what I've heard about him. If you encounter him during the assessment, be extra careful." Guy looked curious. "Is he that good? I heard that he has a record of successfully killing 3 jonin of the Mist Village. He is a recognized genius of the Uchiha clan." After a pause, Isma continued, "I heard my old say that his strength is already enough to be promoted as a jonin. This time participating in the Takubitsu jonin selection is actually just for appearance's sake." Everyone was surprised. "What?" Looking at the surprised people, Asuma just shrugged. "What's weird about it? Take a good look around you. He is the only Uchiha ninja here, which already explains it all." With that said, everyone immediately looked around. And it was true that in the crowd present here, the ninja wearing Uchiha's crest was only Uchiha Shisui. Upon realizing the meaning of what this implied, everyone's face sank. Asuma obviously didn't speak wrong. This means that in the promotion assessment one spot has already been reserved for Uchiha Shisui. Of course, there's nothing wrong with it. Given Shisui's strength, it is obviously a breeze for him to pass the selection naturally, and such a reason also limits the Uchiha clan to send more ninjas of their clan, as it would cause useless competition for the same spot, as the only one spot is reserved for the Uchiha. However, that's not the only thing Kuroto noticed. Upon looking around, he realized that no other Hyuga clansmen were participating in this assessment apart from him, and he thought silently, "Is there any agreement between the Hyuga clan and the village, and a spot was also reserved for me?" Seeing the change in Kuroto's expression, Asuma winked from the side and patted his shoulder. "You realized it, didn't you? The Hyuga clan must have also reserved a spot for you." Kuroto folded his arms and snorted unhappily. What a superfluous action. If Kuroto says he is disgusted over the thought of going through the back door or something, then it would him being hypocritical, because Kuroto doesn't believe in fairness and virtue. It's always survival of the fittest and strongest, and having a noble status comes with its own set of benefits. Therefore, it is not a problem for him, but in front of this group of classmates, he must show disdain for exploiting this kind of privilege or unfairness. Yet, with Kuroto's strength, passing through this assessment shouldn't be a problem. As Kuroto's teammate, Guy supported Kuroto's words, although he couldn't have known Kuroto's inner thoughts. Everyone has also heard rumors of Kuroto's strength and knows that his strength has indeed grown very fast, so they nodded in agreement, and the fact that the children of the noble clans have some privileges, everyone takes it for granted, so although a little surprised, no one fretted over it. At this time, the Sandaime-sama finally made his appearance at the assessment grounds. Those taking part in this assessment are all experienced ninjas, so Sandaime-sama were not wordy and directly announced the rules of the assessment. This time the focus of assessment will be combat strength. As long as the overall combat strength of the candidate meets the sufficient standards, or if they specialize in a certain aspect that is considered difficult to be matched by others, then they will be qualified to pass the assessment. These rules make it much easier for the ninjas with Kekai Genkai or those with mastery of some secret technique to have a serious advantage over the ninjas of commoner origin to pass the assessment. The opponent in the assessment will be selected from a random lottery. In the first round of assessment, Kuroto's opponent is Ui Kurone. On the 9th combat range, Kuroto with one hand on his said calmly, "Kurone-chan, it seems your luck is not very good." Kurone's face was a little gloomy. She was trying to keep a calm facade, didn't reply to Kuroto's provocation, just staring intently at Kuroto, seems to be looking for a flaw to exploit to her advantage. As a ninja specializing in the use of genjutsu, it is really not easy to battle against ninjas specializing in taijutsu, more against someone with a Kekai Genkai like the Byakugan, much less the Tenseigan. It is already a known fact that dojutsu-type Kekai Genkai, whether it is the Byakugan or the Shuriken, there is a certain degree of natural resistance to being affected by genjutsu, although not 100%, but the effect will be greatly reduced. This is also a reason why Kuroto is very curious about how the Tenseigan would react if influenced by a genjutsu. To find out, he didn't take the initiative to attack, he generally does, but waited patiently for Kurone to make her move. Kuroto's unwavering posture gave Kurone a great sense of oppression, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Under the pressure of silent confrontation, Kurone finally couldn't bear it after all. Magen, Jubakusatsu Demon Illusion, Tree Binding Death. As soon as Kurone made her move, she went with her best genjutsu technique, which is also one of the secret genjutsu techniques passed down to her from her father. As soon as Kurone cast the genjutsu, Kuroto suddenly fell into a trance, but then instantly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Kurone was simply shocked. What? How is that even possible? From the chakra's response, Kurone clearly felt that Kuroto had cracked her genjutsu, and this result shocked her. According to common sense, even if the enemy can break free of the genjutsu, still they need to use some kind of method to do so. This can be achieved by disrupting the flow of chakra, or self-mutilation to stimulate oneself. In short, a method is definitely necessary to break for genjutsu dissipation. But here Kuroto did nothing as such, but was still able to break free of her illusion, which kind of made her really confused. Kuroto also had some realization of the effect of genjutsu on him now. Undoubtedly the Tenseigan like the Byakugan, Sharingan, and Rinnegan is highly resistant to the effect of genjutsu. If it is an ordinary genjutsu, he hardly needs to do anything actively, the Tenseigan can passively remove the effects of genjutsu on him. And the whole process only takes an instant. After realizing this, Kuroto decided to suppress the joy in his heart for now, as the battle was still not over, and said to Kurone, I'll give you a piece of advice, if you meet with someone with some kind of dojutsu ability, don't use genjutsu as the primary source of attack against them. Kurone stared hard at Kuroto. Why did my genjutsu attack have no effect on you? How did you break free of the effect of genjutsu without using any genjutsu dissipation method? Kurone's loud questioning attracted the attention of many chunin who had not yet participated in their respective battles. Being the center of focus, Kuroto thought, this is a good opportunity to establish the image of a strong person, so he said lightly, against a ninja with a strong pupil power, ordinary genjutsu are simply meaningless, as genjutsu technique is of yin chakra nature and the dojutsu kekai genkai increases the mental strength of a ninja, so the change of yin nature has less effect on them. This is why I said to you before, the reason for your bad luck is that your genjutsu techniques are not much effective against me. Although understanding the reason behind the failure, but Kurone isn't the type of person to give up and concede defeat so easily. She snorted at Kuroto's words and immediately started printing hand seals. Taijira Baratijira Horseox. Genjutsu, flower petal escape. Wish. As Kurone cast the technique, signs of a slight breeze blowing through the 9th battle range appeared. This made Kurone's lips curve. You have now been caught in a genjutsu technique. Not wasting the opportunity, she went with the flow of the breeze and swooped towards the still Kuroto. Even when Kurone was approaching so fast, Kuroto still stood motionlessly. It appeared as if was caught in an illusion and seemed to be unaware of his surroundings. But just as the audience thought that Kurone has almost won, Kuroto raised his right arm and accurately sealed Kurone's attack route. You. Shocked by the sudden response, Kurone couldn't help but mutter. Her attack was blocked at such a close range, this made her stunned on the spot. Kuroto didn't even bother to reply, just turned his body and with a sharp momentum kicked Kurone in the gut, making the dazed Kurone fly away while coughing up some blood. It seems that you still don't understand what I explained a while ago. The passive resistance due to difference in mental strength due to pupil power of dojutsu renders your genjutsu techniques meaningless against me. Kuroto stated this fact plainly. Kurone got up from the ground with a face full of unwillingness, and asked a little desperately, why? The genjutsu she uses are all secret and unique techniques passed down to her from her father, and her proficiency in genjutsu is something she takes great pride in, but today that pride is shattered as a weak glass, in the face of plain facts. Not only Yui Kurone, but even many other chunin who were watching their battle were also shocked. Even Shisui, who has already finished his battle with a one-sided victory, was also quite surprised after taking notice of the battle. Kuroto knows that Kurone also lost her father on the night of the Kyuubi's rebellion. He didn't want to emotionally agitate her too much, but it is an unavoidable fact that unless it is a genjutsu like Koda Amatsukami or Tsukuyomi, then they would be pretty ineffective against dojutsu type Kekai Genkai. Making Kurone realize this point earlier in the timeline would be a good thing for her. Therefore, Kuroto said coldly, it's the hard truth. Rather than realizing this in the face of an enemy, let me tell you from beforehand. As for whether you want to accept it or not is entirely up to you. Listening to Kuroto's tone, Kurone couldn't help but ask, can your Byakugan see through my genjutsu techniques? Kuroto just shrugged and wasn't interested in answering. Then he remembered Kurone was played by Itachi pretty badly, so he decided to kindly remind her, if you encounter an enemy who is truly proficient in genjutsu kills, don't fight him / her a pure genjutsu battle, especially if the enemy has a dojutsu kekai genkai, otherwise the consequences would be quite unpredictable. At novel bin at. Although pretty upset, Kurone nodded at Kuroto's words silently and decided to admit defeat. Although she is defeated in this battle, it wasn't without gain for her. On the contrary, this battle made her realize her weakness and understand what type of ninjas naturally restrain her. On the side, the Sandaime Hokage watched this scene, while pondering over Kuroto's words, and then he ordered the Umbu ninja standing next to him, in the last round, arrange a contest between Hyuga Kuroto and Uchiha Shisui. The Umbu in question was also paying close attention to the match just now, so he nodded and said, yes, it shall be done, Hokage-sama. After this discussion, the next matches began. One by one, the contestants were being screened out. Unsurprisingly, Kuroto won all the next 2 rounds and therefore was qualified to enter the final round of assessment. By now only 30 chunin left in the venue. Among these 30 chunin ninjas, the only figures left of the same generation as Kuroto were Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, and the much younger Uchiha Shisui. As for the other classmates, they all got eliminated. Asuma had already anticipated Kuroto's and Shisui's winning streak, but he was surprised when Might Guy, who was considered another of those Tale of the Crane students in their academy days, also won 3 games in a row, and he praised Guy. Guy, it appears you've also made great progress. Guy was obviously very happy. He stood in his signature pose, showing his shining white teeth, and said with an energetic laugh, "Ha ha ha ha, I am Konoha's blue beast, obviously I am going to be strong." Seeing all the Chunin ninjas present looking at them with a weird expression because of being attracted by Guy's loud laughs, Asuma waved his hands in embarrassment. "Don't look at me like that, I don't know him, I really don't know him." At this time, Sandaime Hokage-sama came over slowly while smoking from a tobacco pipe. All the Chunin present gave their salute to Hokage-sama. Sandaime-sama smiled and said, "All the people present here are some of the best Chunin in this village. As the Hokage, I can't express in words how proud I am of all of you. However, the number of spots available for the promotion to Takubitsu Jonin is limited, and therefore, we still need to go through a final round of assessment." As Hokage-sama stated this, everyone's faces were now solemn. Being selected up to this point definitely means that all the remaining 30 Chunin are outstanding in strength. It has hard to guarantee victory, therefore the final round of assessment will inevitably have some fierce confrontations. Ahem. After a slight cough, Sandaime-sama announced, "Let's start the final round of assessment." The matchups for the final rounds were also done by drawing lots, and the details for the match came out very quickly. In the first match of the final round, the participant to duke out are Hyuga Kuroto vs Uchiha Shisui. Seeing the result of the draw, Kuroto wasn't much surprised. Obviously, he is smart enough to know just how fair the drawing process, manipulating the matchups is indispensable for the officers and is beyond what he can interfere with. It is also necessary for seniors to judge the candidates. Shisui saw also stunned momentarily and then returned to a calm self. However, unlike the calm Kuroto and Shisui, others present were obviously very interested in the results of this confrontation. As the two great dojutsu of the Konoha village, which one of the Shuriken or the Byakugan is stronger or weaker, this topic has always been a topic of repeated discussion in the village. Therefore, the fight between Hyuga Kuroto and Uchiha Shisui definitely attracted everyone's interest. There was no need to think too much. Kuroto gently leaped and landed on the first battle range. On the other hand, Shisui walked in slowly. As soon as the two sides stood opposite to each other, Kuroto said, "As I've mentioned before, I am curious to see the strength of the most genius Uchiha of this generation. Additionally, I am also quite interested in facing the Shuriken. I hope you won't let me down." And as soon as the signal was given, the fight begins. Kuroto's mindset at this moment is very good. He knows that at this moment Shisui is definitely not going to use Mangekyo Shuriken or any abilities related to it. So, what they would be competing against would be basic skills. Kuroto is sure that he has equal or higher chakra volume than Shisui. The Tenseigan are extremely resistant to genjutsu. Although his ninjutsu skills are not very apt, they can be compensated with his taijutsu proficiency in Gentle Fist. Therefore, his chances of winning are not small. As Shisui slowly approached the training grounds, he did a short courteous bow to Kuroto, and spoke politely, "Kuroto-senpai, let's do our best." Kuroto nodded at Shisui's words, and after both made the seal of confrontation, the referee around gave the instruction to begin the combat. The test begins. As soon as the referee's voice fell, Kuroto and Shisui subconsciously entered the battle state. The first shot was taken by Shisui and instantly he shot about a dozen shurikens. Clank, clank, clank. Some of these shurikens collided with each other midair, changing their respective flight trajectories, either forward or backward, or left or right. As a result, they covered the entire sky towards Kuroto. Although Kuroto has seen Itachi Shurikenjutsu skills during their mission together, but again seeing Shisui's skills in Shurikenjutsu, Kuroto was still stunned. Whether the angle of throw or application of the amount of strength used in each throw is simply impeccable. Even with the Tenseigan, Kuroto can't find any escape route left to dodge the incoming shurikens. Reducing his impetuosity, Kuroto decided to take the action, and at the very next he shot 8 shurikens. Ding, 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 dang, dang, dang. Suddenly, the impact of the shuriken intercepting each other resounded throughout the examination site. Watching the dazzling Shurikenjutsu battle, the Chunin all held their breath one by one. Those who can advance up to such proficiency in throwing skills are naturally regarded as specialized in Shurikenjutsu, and this can be clearly seen from the battle taking place on the stage. Look, those shurikens blocked by Kuroto's throw are starting to move again. However, Guy's sudden exclamation said something else. Asuma said with a solemn face, "It's wire string." Shisui uses specially treated steel wires to manipulate shurikens. If you don't look very carefully, it is really difficult to find them. The audience also exclaimed, but it didn't affect Kuroto on the stage. Kuroto obviously knows of Uchiha's special Shurikenjutsu, so how could he not pay attention to the second stage of the opponent's attack? So when he counterattacked, he already directed his attacks at the wire string that connected shurikens. It's just that these wire string are specially treated, therefore not only are they extra durable, but also very hard to find because of not reflecting any light. Even with the Tenseigan, Kuroto is unable to find them individually moving at such high speed. Additionally, Shisui's manipulating skills are also very sophisticated, so after a while, Kuroto still missed a few wire string. The consequence of this small mistake quickly reflected in him falling into a disadvantage. Another mistake is that Kuroto didn't bring too many shurikens with him. He came slightly unprepared because the shurikens weren't available in his stock, and within a few seconds his shuriken stock was emptied. On the other hand, Shisui took out a scroll, unsealed it, and suddenly countless shurikens popped out of the smoke. Chained by the wire steel, these shurikens fly up and down in the air forming a network, as if they were illusionary. For a second Kuroto even felt that Shisui was manipulating these shurikens telekinetically instead of manually through the wires. Kuroto muttered with a somber expression in his heart, can Shurikenjutsu even be used with such an advanced mastery? Off grounds. Asuma shook his head seeing the pressing situation of Kuroto. Kuroto is about to lose. This Shisui is, even more, stronger than I anticipated. Guy stared at the two people who were in mid-confrontation and said without turning his head, don't be so hasty in making your judgment. They are just warming up. Look at them. Kuroto hasn't even moved from his spot at all. As Guy said, as soon as Kuroto realized that just having the Tenseigan alone would not make up the difference in his Shurikenjutsu skills, that Shisui enhanced and mastered with countless hours of practice, so Kuroto gave up the entanglement of Shurikenjutsu decisively and rushed straight towards Shisui. Taijutsu combat is where Kuroto is advantageous. Seeing the Kurotos aggressively rush towards him, Shisui's fingers moved slightly. His movements were so light and so controlled that all the shurikens flying around immediately shot towards incoming Kuroto. Revolving Heaven. After several months of continuous training, Kuroto has become very proficient in Revolving Heaven, and now he can use it in his combat very easily, anytime, anywhere, any section. Clink, clink, clink. The impact of revolving resulted in countless shurikens blasted into the sky causing pain in the eardrums of the audience present, and the shurikens that were bounced into the sky flew in all directions towards the audience. Doton, Tajudori Yuhki Earth Release, Multiple Earth-Style Wall. Sandaime-sama quickly used Earth Release and 4 Earth Walls were erected on the edge of battle range to block the incoming shurikens. The Chunin ninjas watching the battle also retreated 10 meters behind. Among them, Asuma heaved a sigh while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. These two guys. Guy didn't seem to care, and laughed. It is inevitable to take some risks to watch such a wonderful battle. This is youth. Hi. On the battle range. Not wasting the opportunity that appeared because of him using Revolving Heaven, Kuroto finally approached Shisui and shot out a palm strike. The force of the strike was unstoppable as Kuroto used all the strength in that strike. Shisui was also not afraid, and immediately pulled out the short sword on his back, and the 3 tomo in his Sharingan were spinning rapidly as he intercepted Kuroto's attack. In an instant, the two starting fighting a taijutsu battle. The movements were so fast that after images started to appear all around. At novel bin at. One of the chunin in the audience was shocked and muttered, what is up with their taijutsu skills? Is it just me or are they really appearing so weird? The other chunin watching the battle agreed and nodded. Kuroto and Shisui's fierce taijutsu battle really seemed a little weird. Their attacks would always stop abruptly midway, often slashing in the midair and suddenly stopping their attacks, or a sudden change of direction of the following attack just after the previously stopped strike. Even after a series of attacks, either of them has yet to make a complete attack. Most of the time, they are repeatedly switching their choice of attack, changing strikes, or forcibly stopping midway, and because they are doing all these actions instantaneously, that in the eyes of bystanders, their taijutsu battle appears really weird. Asuma on the other hand said in disbelief, so frequent predictions and corrections? Their insight and perception are getting too exaggerated. Is it even possible to have such an advanced battle foresight? Asuma's words seemed to speak the collective thoughts of the audience, and suddenly everyone came up with an idea. Is it possible to do whatever you want with Dojutsu Kekai Genkai? Sandaime Hokage also flicked their eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. The Umbu standing on the side asked softly, Sandaime-sama, they are intentionally competing with their pupil power, right? Sandaime-sama nodded at Umbu's words. He wanted to explain more about his thoughts about this, but before he could the two on the battle range suddenly separated and retreated to a corner. Such a high-intensity contest of pupil power is obviously a big burden for both Kuroto and Shisui, so this kind of weird close combat is difficult to last much longer. Kuroto was panting heavily while taking the support of the ground with one hand. At this moment, his whole body is sore, and his calf is beginning to tremble. If he doesn't take the support of the ground with his hands, he isn't sure whether he can even stabilize his figure. This contest was not just about pupil power, but also the neural control they have over their body, perception, action speed, reaction speed, and instantaneous speed were all taken into account. The minute changes in their attacks midway put extreme pressure over the muscles of the whole body, so even if it was a very short confrontation, the resulting effect is no less than a whole afternoon training he sometimes does together with Guy. Shisui on the other side was in even worse condition. He was sweating profusely, panting heavily, and looked extremely tired. Initially, Shisui didn't pay much attention to Itachi's praise for Hyuga Kuroto. It's not because of his arrogance or pride, but he indeed qualified to look down on most of the so-called geniuses in Konoha. But after this series of short confrontation, he experienced it firsthand just how strong Hyuga Kuroto and his Byakugan are. He never thought that he would fall behind someone in the battle of insight and reaction since awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, but the reality here really hit him hard. Neither of them rushed to get up but took a tacit rest while observing the other party. After a while, Kuroto, who has already caught his breath, stood up first and said, "Let's continue." Shisui didn't seem to have recovered completely, but he still stood up and nodded seriously. Kuroto stumped his feet heavily, as a result of which the 2 shuriken were lying around his feet bounced and were immediately caught by him with both hands and thrown towards Shisui simultaneously. At the same time, his figure flashed at high speed after the 2 shurikens. He rushed towards Shisui. Shisui has already faced a disadvantage in a close-quarter taijutsu battle, so this time he didn't dare to let Kuroto close in so easily, and immediately printed hand seals. Snake Hirama Monkey Aborahorsautager. Cat on, Gokaku no Jutsu Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. As soon as Shisui shouted, a huge amount of flame was released from his mouth and took the form of a sphere, almost covering the entire battle range. Seeing the fire sphere rushing towards him, Kuroto had no choice but to use Revolving Heaven again as a counter. The battleground now became a big stove, and it was a stove with a fan no less. Kuroto's use of Revolving Heaven broke the fire sphere, as a result of which the entire training ground was now on fire. The ninjas watching the battle were thankfully less affected because of the earth wall Sandaime-sama created, but they still had to occasionally dodge the blazes of fire, and finally, everyone had to back up to a more distance to be able to watch the battle safely. On the battle range, Kuroto, who resisted the Great Fireball technique, was also a little uncomfortable. Revolving Heaven is a technique used to mainly counter taijutsu attacks. When used to defend against ninjutsu attacks, its effectiveness is greatly reduced. Therefore, although Kuroto somehow managed to block the effect of the Great Fireball technique used by Shisui, he still had to use 3 times or possibly 4 times the chakra that was used in the fire release technique itself. Even if his chakra volume is higher than Shisui, such an exchange ratio is really unbearable. Fortunately, after blocking the fire release technique, Kuroto was already very close to Shisui. Shunshin no Jutsu, Body Flicker Technique. Knowing how horrible Kuroto's close-quarter taijutsu skills are, Shisui ignored the body fatigue and used the body flicker technique without any delay. Accompanied by Shisui's voice, more than a dozen Uchiha Shisui appeared around Kuroto. As soon as he saw Shisui use his signature technique, Kuroto immediately stopped and didn't rush madly. He scanned around all the Shisui around him with the Tenseigan, but for some reason every image of Shisui appeared original, making it extremely difficult for him to distinguish between them for a while. Kuroto doesn't have much knowledge about Shisui's body flicker technique, but he knows of the title Shunshin no Shisui. Since Shisui can become famous with his alias as Shisui of the Body Flicker, it simply explains just how pedantic his skills in body flicker technique are. At this moment, more than a dozen Shisui spoke in a unison voice, "Kuroto-senpai, I'm going to attack." The words sounded like a series of echo sounds from all the direction, extremely difficult for Kuroto to distinguish the original source. As soon as Shisui's voice fell, a storm of attacks followed. Kuroto was having it really difficult because of being besieged from all directions by more than a dozen Shisui. He didn't even get the chance to defend properly, and more than a few stab wounds appeared on his body. As a last resort, he had to use Revolving Heaven again and barely block the siege he was facing because of Shisui's body flicker technique. After achieving a short respite, Kuroto finally had a short opportunity to observe the body flicker technique of Shisui. After continuous observing, Kuroto finally managed to have some understanding of it. The body flicker technique of Shisui under his extremely high velocity and mobility allows him to leave behind multiple tangible afterimages that could strike with actual force, making it extremely difficult for the enemy to resist. But in the final analysis, the body flicker technique is also a taijutsu skill, and as long as it is some taijutsu technique, except for some forbidden ones, Revolving Heaven is impeccable in dealing with them. At novel bin at. After realizing this, Kuroto no longer took the initiative to attack, but chose to defend. In a battle of chakra consumption, he definitely has an advantage over Shisui. And so, a battle of one-sided attack and one-sided defense began. Shisui's attacks were not going through the defense of Revolving Heaven. After blocking a series of rapid attacks numerous times, Kuroto wiped the fine drops of sweat from his forehead and said, "If only up to this degree, you can your signature technique be effective on me." Shisui also noticed this, and he decisively stopped the body flicker technique and finally spoke while heaving for breath, "Kuroto-san, I unable to match you, I concede, I lost this battle." "What?" Kuroto uttered in shock. He was taken aback by Shisui's sudden acknowledgement of defeat. Obviously, he didn't expect Shisui to admit defeat so easily. Shisui smiled helplessly at Kuroto's shocking reaction and explained, "My chakra is almost exhausted, and it seems to me that Kuroto-san still has quite a lot of chakra, so even if we continue as it is, I will lose eventually." Looking at Shisui's tired face, Kuroto suddenly realized. The awakening of Mangekyo Shurinon although provided a qualitative improvement for Shisui, and improved his combat effectiveness and chakra purity, but didn't help much in the physical aspect of his strength. Rather, awakening a Mangekyo at such a young age is being a burden for him, as it is most likely affecting the ratio of yin nature chakra and yang nature chakra. Therefore, long-lasting fights aren't Shisui's specialty, at least for now. After all, awakening a Mangekyo is an abnormal mutation of the Kekkei Genkai, and the natural essence of Shurinon is quite unstable because of its negative nature. Unless the user gains the eternal Mangekyo Shurinon, it will remain a double-edged sword for the awakener, and the more frequently it is used, the greater the burden it will cause to the vision and body of the user. This also gives Kuroto some understanding as to why Shimura Danzo dared to attack Shisui. The first reason is that the Mangekyo causes a lot of burden to its user, so if Shisui is fighting he will subconsciously avoid using the Mangekyo. The second reason is that he initiated the attack using in the name of the village or for Konoha to justify his actions, which subconsciously suppressed Shisui's intention to use a killing blow against Danzo. After all, no matter what anyone might say, but if the Uchiha Shisui really attacked Shimura Danzo with the intentions to kill, then for the Shisui with techniques Kota Amatsukami and Susanoo at his hands, Danzo was nothing more than an upper jonin, and if Shisui chooses to put away all his scruples and decided to use all his methods, let alone Danzo, even killing Sandaime-sama wouldn't have been a pipe dream. After all, he only needed to use Kota Amatsukami once and the Elder Council would have disappeared. Although Kuroto felt a bit unpleasant, he knows Shisui wouldn't be using Mangekyo Sharingan abilities here, which is similar to how he wouldn't be using Rain Wheel and Cake Cage's puppet. What's more, if Shisui really did take out the big guns likes of Kato Amatsukami and Susanoo here, Kuroto is quite sure he can't resist them without going all out, so without worrying too much, he calmly accepted the victory. After forming the seal of reconciliation, Kuroto walked off the battle range and was immediately surrounded by Guy, Asuma, and other Chunin around. Guy happily congratulated, "Congratulations Kuroto. At novel bin at." After winning this round, Kuroto's promotion to a Takubitsu Jonin was now official, so Guy congratulated him in advance. Asuma glanced at Shisui in the distance, and whispered to Kuroto, "I was right to have thought that Shisui has a well-deserved reputation. Except for you, I am afraid, close to nobody here can defend his body flicker technique." Guy also raised his head and agreed with Asuma's words. I thought for quite a long time, but I couldn't figure out a way to defend against this technique. Shisui's body flicker technique is so fast, his Kenjutsu skills are also off the charts. I am afraid if I have to fight against him, then without relying on Hachiman Tonkao I don't stand a chance." Listening to the praises he was getting from all around, Kuroto thought silently, to some extent, I with the Tenseigan does restrain the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Firstly, the Tenseigan is extremely resistant passively to normal genjutsu, even if it is cast by the Sharingan user. This fact alone greatly suppresses most of the Uchiha specializing in genjutsu. Secondly, with the powerful insight provided by the Tenseigan, I am almost immune to Uchiha's special Shurikenjutsu, which again makes me almost invulnerable to the Uchihas with mastery in Shurikenjutsu. And lastly, because of the evolution of the Byakugan to the Tenseigan, and the awakening of all the 33 genetic sequences, my growth in chakra volume has also surpassed most of the Uchiha of the same generation. Therefore I have a lot of tactical advantages over the Uchiha because of higher chakra level. Of course, these advantages only lie over the normal Uchiha with 3 Tomo Sharingan. If I have to compare against the Uchihas with the Mangekyo awakened, it would be really hard to say whether my Tenseigan could withstand the Mangekyo dojutsu techniques, at least at this point. Breaking out of his thoughts, Kuroto just smiled at Guy and Asuma who were still discussing Shisui's body flicker technique, and said it is undoubtedly true that Shisui is the most genius Uchiha of this generation, and besides Itachi who is still very young in terms of age I am afraid hardly anyone can match him, so him having such strength is quite normal, don't worry too much about it. Asuma nodded at Kuroto's words but his face remained gloomy. Guy laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, there is one more goal I have to catch up to." Asuma was speechless by Guy's optimistic attitude. What is there to be so happy about it? Guy patted Asuma on the shoulder and showed his white teeth while laughing happily. The passionate competition between companion is the real youth. You have to work hard Asuma, or you'll be left behind in the dust. Fending off Guy's hand that was patting his shoulder, Asuma looked at Kuroto, then glanced at Shisui in the distance, and finally stared at Guy. Left behind? Huh. Don't underestimate me. After speaking this Asuma turned and walked away to the side angrily. Guy didn't care about Asuma's anger and started looking around eagerly, muttering to himself, when will it be my turn? My blood is rushing, I can't wait to fight. After the staff cleaned and repaired the damage of the first battle range, the assessment continued. Guy and Asuma performed well and successfully defeated their opponents, each receiving a valuable spot in the Takubitsu Jonin ranking. After a series of more rounds, 15 winners were quickly decided, and with the emergence of these 15 winners, the Takubitsu Jonin assessment officially came to an end. Although Uchiha Shisui lost to Hyuga Kuroto, but because of his off-the-charts strength and impeccable performance, he also won an extra special spot and was successfully promoted to a Takubitsu Jonin. Regarding Sandaime-sama's decision of promoting Uchiha Shisui to a Takubitsu Jonin, under special consideration, none of the other candidates expressed any opinion. This is because everyone witnessed the battle between Hyuga Kuroto and Uchiha Shisui, and they all know that Shisui is overqualified for the rank of Takubitsu Jonin rank, but it was just his bad luck to have been pitted against Hyuga Kuroto that resulted in his loss. After the assessment was completed, Hokage-sama stopped Hyuga Kuroto, Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, and Uchiha Shisui behind. While exhaling a puff of smoke from the tobacco pipe, he examined the 4 Takubitsu Jonin, and spoke quite frankly. The 4 of you are some of the most excellent shinobi of your generation. You all are also the future pillar strength of the Konoha village. Therefore, to further enhance your strength and experience, I hope you can accept to join the Umbu department and become the cornerstone of the village to protect Konoha from the shadows. Konoha is in really dire need of a new generation of shinobi with high strength. Hyuga Kuroto, Might Guy, and Uchiha Shisui did not hesitate for a moment and immediately agreed on the spot. Each has their respective reasons and objectives to accept this opportunity, but the ultimate goal is still the same. However, that's not the case for all the four present here. Unexpectedly, Sarutobi Asuma, the son of Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, clearly expressed his opposition to the idea of joining the Umbu unit. He folded his arms over his chest and said, "I don't want to become a sneaky guy in the shadows." Hokage-sama frowned at the unexpected answer from his son, and spoke coldly, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Sarutobi Asuma, who is in his rebellious teenage period, and has his daddy issues, was not afraid of Hokageoda-san. He coldly swept past Kuroto, Guy, and Shisui and shouted at Hokage-sama in a loud voice, "I will prove to you that I am no worse than anyone here." After declaring this, he shook his head and left the office before anyone could react. Asuma is not an idiot but in fact is a truly perceptive person. At least as a strategist he is a genius, so after these few rounds of assessments, facing the opponents in each round being exactly weaker than him, he realized the tricks being used to make him qualify as Takebutsu Jonin. Although Kuroto might believe that there's nothing wrong with this, but Asuma on the other hand, who has got his daddy issues, can't stomach the fact according to his self-esteem that he is promoted because of the political influence of Hokageoda-san. And he also realizes that he is not strong enough to fight against the likes of Hyuga Kuroto and Uchiha Shisui, and he can't guarantee his win even against Might Guy, so choose to leave with disappointment. After Asuma's little trouble, Hokage-sama didn't have any interest left to continue to say anything. He just briefed the three about the whole process of being recruited into the Umbu, and then turned and left. Being exhausted for the day, Kuroto rejected Guy's proposal to celebrate their promotion and returned home alone. But as soon as he entered the house, he found the one-eyed viper sitting right in the corner of his room, hissing his tongue. After taking out the note from the viper's mouth and looking through it, Kuroto burned it immediately, following which he changed into everyday clothes, and went to a specific izakaya in the village. Going up to the second floor, he entered a single reserved room and said to Orochimaru, who was calmly resting while sipping sake as if he was in his daddy's laboratory, "Orochimaru-sama, it could be very dangerous sneaking into the village in the broad daylight." "Dangerous?" Orochimaru smiled contemptuously. The Yondaime and the Kuwabai's Jinchuriki are no longer in Konoha and the old man is all-time busy with the official and political affairs of the village. The village is far less dangerous for infiltrating than it seems. And indeed, Orochimaru is damn well correct. There are not many cage-level shinobis in the village, and after the death of Yondaime-sama, hardly anyone in Konoha could pose a threat to Orochimaru, who is a cage-tier ninja himself. Whether it is the Toad-san and Jiraiya or the Sandaime-sama himself, they would be resistant to using full force when fighting against Orochimaru because of their long-term kinship and master-disciple relationship. Not to mention him being almost unkillable, cockroach-like tendencies. So, although Konoha at this time seems to be heavily guarded, for the likes of Orochimaru, who is extremely familiar with all the secret passages and routes of the village, coming to Konoha is like taking a walk in his backyard. Thinking all this in his head, while resisting the oppression of being in Orochimaru-sama's presence, Kuroto asked respectfully, "In that case, what did you need me for?" Orochimaru stared at Hyuga Kuroto for a while and finally spoke, "Oh, don't be so hasty. How was the Takebutsu Jonin ranking up assessment?" Kuroto's face changed slightly when he heard Orochimaru mentioned about Takebutsu Jonin rank up assessment, but he controlled his emotions and replied respectfully, "Everything went smoothly in the assessment. Sandaime-sama arranged for me to enter the Umbu unit." Kuroto was really surprised at the fact that Orochimaru knew about the test as soon as it was finished. This obviously meant that he had more than one spy in the village working for him. Orochimaru put down the sake cup, stared at Kuroto with a very scary expression, and asked, "Kuroto-kun, your recent growth is somewhat out of my expectation. Is there a secret you are hiding from me? Or is there some kind of discovery in the research of the Byakugan that you would like to inform me?" Hyuga Kuroto's strength has improved exceptionally in a very short period. Those who don't know him any better might not find this very strange and think of this as him entering a period of rapid growth. After all, Kuroto is at an age where his strength should increase rapidly. Similar to Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, Heitake Kakashi, etc., strength continuously improves with the passing of days and it changed every day. But Orochimaru is different from everyone, as he knows the person Hyuga Kuroto quite well, at least more than anyone out there possible. Orochimaru knows that the shinobi Hyuga Kuroto isn't of the kind with the unusual talent to match the likes Heitake Kakashi or other ninjas who are considered to be real geniuses, so Kuroto's recent performance and his rapid growth aroused Orochimaru's curiosity. Kuroto knows that he can't hide his changes from Orochimaru, but he wouldn't admit it, so he shook his head. "The study of Kekkei Genkai cannot be done overnight. I believe you are aware of this fact more than anyone. As for the question of hiding something from Orochimaru-sama, I don't believe I am capable of doing that." Orochimaru squinted non-committal manner at Kuroto's response. "Really now, Kuroto-kun?" Orochimaru knows that Kuroto has only participated in the research for a few years. It is unlikely to have obtained impressive results and discoveries at such an early stage. Moreover, he has also checked Kuroto's laboratory, which mostly contains the basic genetic testing data involving in vivo testing. Imagine not even having any living subjects to conduct experiments on. How can one obtain test and research results? Of course, Orochimaru didn't know that Kuroto had already done a very lively test, and the subject of the test was himself, so naturally, he wouldn't find any proof of test subjects or any data collected. After thinking for a while, Orochimaru smiled and said, "It seems that I didn't notice it before. You not only have the potential to become a scientific researcher but also have the potential to become an excellent shinobi. Thank you for your praise, Orochimaru-sama," Kuroto stated courteously. As if suddenly remembering something, Orochimaru again smiled and said, "I recently met an interesting guy, and he asked me for your information." "Who?" "The S-class missing nin of the Sand Shinobi village, the Sassori of the Red Sand." Not removing the eye contact with Kuroto, Orochimaru asked word by word, "Have you had some encounter with him?" Kuroto nodded calmly, unfazed by the pressure Orochimaru was putting on him. There was indeed an encounter. Obviously, during this period the S-class defected ninjas like the Snake Sun in Orochimaru, the Sassori of the Red Sand had joined the Akatsuki organization successively, and Orochimaru, one of the three Sunin, is a natural target for Sassori to inquire information related to the shinobis of Konoha village. Kuroto had already expected this to happen, so he didn't show any surprised or unnatural look but agreed calmly. Observing no change of expression on Kuroto's face, Orochimaru continued, "He seems to want to kill you pretty badly. What did you do to attract his hatred?" Kuroto believes that with Sassori's pride, he will not reveal the details of his encounter with Kuroto or the fact that he lost Sandaime Kazekage's puppet to Kuroto, so Kuroto briefly described the cleansing action Konoha authorities conducted but omitted the details of the accidental victory of Sandaime Kazekage's puppet from Sassori's hands. After explaining it all, Kuroto smiled with fake nervousness. A mere Chunin somehow managed to escape from him, maybe this wounded his pride. Hearing Kuroto say this, Orochimaru showed a rare laugh, which surprised Kuroto. Can Orochimaru also laugh naturally? Kuroto thought silently. What Kuroto didn't know was that although Orochimaru and Sassori temporarily formed a team in Akatsuki, they weren't really getting along well. Although both are addicted to achieving immortality, one is taking the path of mechanical and non-biological technology, while the other is taking the path of medical and biological technology, and both of them have reached the threshold to achieve it in their respective fields. It is conceivable that the differences in their scientific views will lead to occasional ideological conflict. After laughing for a while, Orochimaru said, "Although I didn't give him any information about you, he must have some other source of information too, so you have to be careful. He is a paranoid person. I don't want to see you becoming part of his puppet collection." Kuroto replied with a bitter smile, "To have the attention of such a strong person on myself is definitely not a pleasant experience." And some more discussion between Orochimaru and Kuroto continued. The Uchiha clan grounds. Seeing Shisui's figure coming back, Itachi, who was hovering on the side of the road, hurriedly greeted him. "Shisui-san, how did the assessment go?" Shisui replied while stroking Itachi's head, "Well, it did go pretty well, I suppose. At novel bin at. So Shisui-san, are you now a Takubitsu Jonin?" Itachi was overjoyed when he heard Shisui, and immediately asked, "What were the judging criteria? Tell me quickly." Shisui was also not reserved and talked about the interesting and incident during the Takubitsu Jonin assessment. Itachi listened carefully to all the details, then suddenly asked, "Shisui-san must have easily defeated all the opponents, right?" Shisui's face became a little stiff at Itachi's questioning, and he shook his head slightly. "In the final round of the assessment, I lost to my opponent, but Hokage-sama felt that I performed well and allowed me to be promoted to Takubitsu Jonin." Itachi was surprised. "Lost? How is this possible? Shisui is the most genius shinobi in the Uchihas. He has earned this title based on his track record. And it is already believed that Shisui possesses the strength of a Jonin, and this information has been recognized as a fact by the Uchiha clan, so it never occurred to Itachi that in the assessment for being promoted to Takubitsu Jonin, someone could beat Shisui. Look at you being so shocked. In fact, even I didn't think I would lose." With a helpless smile, Shisui continued, "You also know the person who defeated me, and he is Kuroto-san of the Hyuga clan." Itachi suddenly muttered, "Kuroto-san." Since a very young age, Itachi has the keenness and wisdom beyond that of ordinary people. He who is an extremely observant person can always find some details that other people don't pay attention to. Because of this, the last time when he encountered Cloud Village's team, he was able to notice that Kuroto-san was not afraid of the Nibi's Jinchuriki. At that moment, he was able to deduce that Hyuga Kuroto was definitely not any run-of-the-mill Chunin. While Itachi was processing the information he has of the person named Hyuga Kuroto, Shisui continued with a solemn expression, "There is an endless stream of strong individuals in the ninja world. We must never be blinded by the power of the Sharingan. We must always remain humble and polite. Being prideful is not wrong, but we must not develop arrogance in our character." Itachi seemed to understand what exactly Shisui is referring to. He nodded seriously. Looking at the people passing through in the distance, Shisui asked in a low voice, "What is the first thing you see in them?" Itachi observed carefully and said with some sadness in his tone, "Pride. Yes, they are prideful for being born in the Uchiha clan." After a short pause, Shisui continued in a deep voice, "But this pride has turned into arrogance, and when that happens a person becomes too much unbearable for those around him." In the previous battle with Kuroto, not only didn't use the Mangekyo Sharingan, he also had some reservations in going all out even only basic combat skills. The reason for that isn't only because he is aware of the village's suspicion of the Uchiha clan, but also because he clearly felt the undercurrent surging within the Uchiha for the past few months. Even the other shinobi villages know about the lack of power Konoha is facing currently, not to mention the Uchiha clan who lives in the village itself. There has never been a lack or ambitious people within the Uchiha clan, but until now there were too many strong people in the village, such as the Sunin, Yandame-sama, the Kuwabai's Jinchuriki, Sandame-sama, etc., so the Uchiha could only choose to stay silent. But now that there is no news of the Slug Sunin, the defection of the Snake Sunin, the death of Yandame-sama and the second-generation Kuwabai's Jinchuriki and the aging or Yandame-sama, coupled with the suppression the Uchihas are facing because of the suspicion, so the ambitions of many people that were silent until now have started to break out irresistibly. Shisui wasn't to do anything to put oil in those already burning ambitions with his actions, all he could do is try to contain it as much as he can. Therefore, when put against Hyuga Kuroto in the Takebutsu Jonin assessment, he chose to concede defeat quite early. This is one of the methods he chooses to destroy the ambitions of the Uchiha clan. Shisui's emotional words made Itachi lost in thought. He was naturally aware of the undercurrents surging within the family. He could already vaguely feel the contradiction between the Uchiha clan and the village even when he was much younger, but he could not do anything about it. After a moment of contemplation, Itachi wanted to say something but stopped. Shisui-san, if the news of your loss to Kuroto-senpai spread, I'm afraid. It's not just the suppression from the village that the Uchiha clan was excluded from the village. It can be said that most Uchihas are not very easy to get along with. The main reason for all this is that once Uchiha's people open their dojutsu Kekkei Genkai, their strength will advance by leaps and bounds with the awakening of their Kekkei Genkai, and eventually they will grow into Jonin pretty easily. This is almost an inevitable fact. It doesn't take them too extraordinary effort to gain power above others. Over time, it is natural for them to develop a sense of superiority over others. Therefore, Itachi was very worried that after the news that Shisui, the most genius of the Uchiha, had lost to Hyuga Kuroto, the unruly individuals in the clan would definitely go to seek trouble with Hyuga Kuroto. This is not unprecedented. Shisui smiled. I know what you are worried about, but you can rest assured that Kuroto-san is stronger than you or I might think. Itachi immediately understood the purpose of Shisui, so he was even more curious about the battle between Shisui and Kuroto, and hurriedly asked, "Tell me about your battle with Kuroto-senpai." Shisui recalled the previous contest with Kuroto and said slowly, "I never thought that Kuroto-san, who had been so unknown before, has higher jujutsu power than me. Hey, every time I think of such a genius is so low-key, but I was repeatedly called the most genius by the Uchiha clan, enjoying the envy and admiration of the companions in the village. I really felt ashamed." After shaking his head and sighing, Shisui described the process of the battle again. Both Genjutsu and Taijutsu are almost ineffective against him. Upon hearing Shisui's view of the battle, Itachi lowered his head and muttered to himself for a while, and then he said again, "Kuroto-senpai is so strong, it seems that I have been worrying too much for nothing." Shisui recalled something now, and said, "I also had a feeling during the entire time I was fighting him." Itachi asked, "What feeling?" "Kuroto-san seems to know that I didn't use my full strength in the battle. It seems as if he..." Shisui wanted to say that he had a feeling that Kuroto seemed to be aware of the fact that he had awakened Mangekyo Shurinon, but he quickly shook his head and drove this kind of absurd idea out of his mind. At present, there are only two people that are aware of the information that he has awakened the Mangekyo Shurinon, and those two are none other than Shisui, himself, and Itachi, and Shisui believes that Itachi is more than sensible enough to not reveal this secret to anyone. On the other side of Konoha village. Private room, 2nd floor, Izakaya at Novel Bin at. Izakaya on the 2nd floor. After talking about his encounter with the Sassori of the Red Sand, Kuroto thought for a while, and tentatively asked, "Orochimaru-sama, do you know about the tail beasts?" Orochimaru was a little surprised by Kuroto's sudden question. "You are interested in the tail beast? Is it because of the Nibi Jinchuriki you met not long ago?" Kuroto did not hide it and naturally nodded. "Due to my lack of talent, my chakra has never been sufficient enough. To solve this problem, I read many books and materials and conduct some research, but the final answers all point to the tail beast." Orochimaru smiled softly. "It seems we are quite similar, aren't we? You two will do whatever it takes to get the answer you are looking for, but I'll give you a piece of useful advice. Don't touch the tail beasts, they are more troublesome than one might think." Kuroto quickly said, "Tailed beasts are the secret weapons of the 5 great shinobi villages. Of course, I won't do anything to harm their interests so ignorantly. Therefore, I came to another conclusion, and I wanted to ask about it from you, Orochimaru-sama." "Ho, and what conclusion did you reach?" Orochimaru asked with some curiosity. "Is it possible to artificially create something akin to that of a tailed beast?" Now this question drew Orochimaru's interest. Seeing the positive change in Orochimaru's expression, Kuroto immediately explained his idea of making an artificial tailed beast to him. With Kuroto's current knowledge reserves, it is absolutely impossible to be able to create an artificial tail beast. If he wants the zero-tailed artificial tail beast to come into existence in advance, he must rely on the power of the Orochimaru, the second best researcher in the shinobi world. As for why not the best? That question is very easy to answer. The best is already dead. Naidame Hokage-sama Senju Tobirama in Kuroto's belief was the best researcher in the shinobi world. Moving that aside and coming back to the discussion. Surprised by Kuroto's thinking, Orochimaru was again taken aback for a moment, and then said in a hoarse voice, "Kuroto-kun, you really are different from others, you are a person full of ideas and imagination." Kuroto looked at Orochimaru expectantly. "Is it possible to realize this vision of mine, Orochimaru-sama?" After thinking for a while, Orochimaru said in a deep voice, "In fact, the Konoha village has been studying the tail beast since the time of Shodei Hokage-sama's era of power. Until the Naidame Hokage-sama came to power, the tail beast research project has always existed. But then I don't know why, the project was suddenly called off, all the research data was sealed, and the tail beast research project was completely suspended." Kuroto, who heard this and thought in his heart, the village really has studied the tail beast in the past. In fact, since he met Shino, Kuroto has been trying to figure out from which village did he possibly stole the technology to artificially create a zero-tailed tail beast. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, the political situation of the village hidden in the mist and sand has always been unstable, and their military strength is also not very high. Therefore, it wouldn't be wrong to say that they simply do not have the ability to conduct in-depth research on the tail beasts, and this fact is clearly visible from their unstable Jinchuriki. So, these 2 villages can be eliminated. As for the village hidden by the rocks and clouds, does focus on comprehensive research, but their focal point of research is the development of earth release and thunder release plus taijutsu skills respectively. Although Cloud Village has some understanding and research of tailed beasts because of Turtle Island and the inheritance left by the clan of Ginkaku and Kinkaku that were distantly related to the Sage of the Sixth Path, this is clearly visible from the fact that Cloud Village has perfect Jinchuriki, but Kuroto doesn't believe they have enough research resources and researchers that can conduct artificial tail beast research. Therefore, Konoha is the only village that had both resources and methods to conduct tail beast research. The presence of Shodame Hokage-sama with his wood release alone made it possible to suppress the tailed beasts, coupled with Naidame Hokage-sama's scientific interest and scientific psychology most likely made such comprehensive research quite possible. Therefore, Konoha is the only village from which Shino could have obtained research results about the artificial tailed beasts. This is the reason why Kuroto believes Orochimaru is the most likely person to be able to give him some data on what he is looking for. Converging his divergent thoughts, Kuroto asked promptly, "So what made the research to be suspended?" Orochimaru replied, "Although I don't know the specific reason, as much as I can guess, it was probably because of the unstable nature of the artificial tailed beast. I did check some information on this topic, and all the data states that the probability of the tailed beast running away is very very high. There is no suitable method of sealing or suppression, and once the tailed beast runs away, it will be a total disaster. Therefore Sandaime probably put a stop to this research." Kuroto once again put forward an idea. "What happens if we abandon the attack ability of the tailed beast and just use it as a chakra battery? Wouldn't that improve its stability?" Orochimaru glanced at inquisitive Kuroto, and said in a guiding tone, "The accumulation of a large volume of chakra itself has quite the destructive power, and there is no such thing as abandoning the attack ability. I tried using similar assumptions that you're thinking in my early years, but it didn't work accordingly. Therefore I reached a thesis, according to which to improve the stability of the artificial there is most likely only one method, and that is, using only one chakra source to create the artificial tailed beast. Additionally, the source of chakra shouldn't be too aggressive in nature." Kuroto frowned upon hearing Orochimaru's thesis. Then according to this theory, in terms of single chakra source except for the tailed beasts themselves, close to nobody can act as a source of chakra for supplying the artificial tailed beast. Exactly, in the ninja world, perhaps only Shodame-sama can supply chakra to the artificial tailed beast with his own power. Anybody else, including Naidame-sama, probably doesn't have enough chakra volume to meet the criteria. After a short pause, Orochimaru continues, "Moreover, as I mentioned previously, the source of chakra shouldn't be aggressive or violent by nature, else the artificial tailed beast might run away, which again eliminate all the natural tailed beast, as their chakra is extremely violent by nature since there was no suitable source, so probably the research project was abandoned." Upon listening to Orochimaru's thoughts on the matter, Kuroto tried thinking about everything from the memories of his previous life, hoping to find some answer to this seemingly unsolvable question. He can vaguely think of several people who have an extremely large amount of chakra, but these people are all extremely strong, standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, but no one of them would suitably work for Kuroto as a source of chakra. Excluding these useless people, Kuroto also thought of the 2 extremely mysterious places with extremely large energy sources. First is the Ryomayako dragon vein of the ancient city Raran in the Kingdom of Wind, and second is the Morio sealed in the Land of Demons by the Witch of the Land of Demons. Kuroto wanted to mention the Ryomayako and Morio to Orochimaru, but after considering that it would be difficult to explain how he knew these secretive and highly classified pieces of information, Kuroto hesitated, and finally chose not to speak. And taking a look at Orochimaru, he seems to have no interest in artificial tailed beasts. However, this is also quite normal. Chakra volume is not a problem for Orochimaru, who has mastered Furo Fushi no Jutsu living corpse reincarnation and the secret technique of physical regeneration and is now developing the Edo Tensei. After weighing all the information he has in his hands, Kuroto finally asked the million-dollar question, "Orochimaru-sama, could you tell me what will it cost me to get information about artificial tailed beasts from you?" Orochimaru looked at Kuroto with interest. I'm curious, Kuroto-kun, why are you so attached to the artificial tailed beast? Is there any specific reason you would like to share with me? Who knows, I might share the know-how of its research without you paying me anything. Obviously, Kuroto won't reveal his true intention. The first rule of negotiation is, never reveal your true intentions, only then can you get benefit from it. Therefore, Kuroto didn't answer directly, but asked a question in return. Then why are you so fascinated by the Kinjutsu forbidden technique? As you said before, you and I are the same type of people. To research something, do I need to have a specific reason? It's just a matter of interest. Orochimaru patiently waited for Kuroto to complete his speech and then spoke. Although what you speak is indeed true, but your explanation isn't enough to convince me. After shaking his head while staring at Kuroto, he smiled slightly. However, I also wish to see what kind of monsters can you make, and what you become. So, this time I'll excuse your request. Kuroto was obviously overjoyed upon hearing Orochimaru agree. So you agree. However, Orochimaru didn't answer Kuroto's question but stretched out 2 fingers. I will give you all the information, but there are 2 conditions. Please speak. Orochimaru smiled and said, first, I want you to share the research results with me. Second, I want you to collect information on all the members of the Umbu unit, including Old Man's shadow guards. The manner in which Orochimaru spoke was not conditional but like an order. This obviously meant Kuroto didn't have any other choice or any room for bargaining, so he nodded and agreed. After some more discussion, Orochimaru got up and left. On the night of the same day, Kuroto got all the information about the artificial tailed beast stored within a sealing scroll from the mouth of the one-eyed viper. Seeing the scroll in his hands, Kuroto can infer that Orochimaru had stolen most of the forbidden technique and research material from the archives before defecting from the village, and this may also be a reason why the village senior officials carried out a bloody cleansing of Orochimaru's former subordinates. Unfolding the scroll recording the data of the artificial tailed beast, Kuroto just glanced slightly and frowned. The complexity of the research articles and the experimental data about the artificial tailed beast is beyond all his previous expectations. The research states that there are more than 700 kinds of complicated fuinjutsu techniques involved in the process, many of which are sealing techniques that would be difficult to perform even for the likes of elite Jonin ninjas. Additionally, the artificial tailed beast has unusually high requirements for the type of material used for its core body. According to the data, the village has conducted tests using 17 different types of material, of which only one material, namely purple clay, could barely carry a huge volume of chakra. Purple clay is a special product of the Numa no Kuni country of swamp. It is a special type of clay soil found in the deepest part of the swamps. Because of its source, purple clay is difficult to mine, so the overall output is quite scarce. As a result of this, the market price is equivalent to gold, which is a very rare and expensive metal. Kuroto had the idea that only obtaining a large source of chakra would be the problem in creating an artificial tailed beast, but after learning this information, almost everything from the source of chakra to the material for the core body is a problem. It's no wonder that even Shino, who controls the remaining military power of the Land of Sky, also took so many years to finally be able to create Zero Tail even if it was in the incomplete state. After sighing with disappointed emotion, Kuroto shook his head and put away the scroll. With his current means, it is simply a pipe dream to be able to create an artificial tailed beast, whether it is the suitable materials required or the necessary fuinjutsu sealing technique knowledge, or the most important of all, funds to carry out research and experiments. He lacks it all, so Kuroto doesn't have any option but to temporarily give up the artificial tailed beast project. After clearing all the thoughts, Kuroto went to sleep, as he was mentally exhausted by the series of events that took place today. Early the next morning, Kuroto rushed to the Umbu office. After going through the complete recruiting procedure, he received his new ninja ID. Now he was officially a Takebutsu Jonin of the Konoha village, and at the same time, he was also an Umbu working directly under Hokage. In the equipment room, Kuroto met Might Guy and Uchiha Shisui. After greeting each other, the 3 of them carefully selected the equipment for each of them. At Novel bin at. When it was their turn to choose the mask, Kuroto tried an eagle-faced. It felt just right, so he opted for this mask. Guy chose an ordinary dog face mask. Shisui appeared confused between a kitsune and a Nico mask. In the end, he gave up the kitsune mask that appeared deceitful and opted for a relatively docile Nico mask. While all this was going on, there was one thought that seemed to really confuse Kuroto, and that was how come Might Guy selected in Umbu. Kuroto is clear than anyone that the person named Might Guy, with his straightforward and honest-to-boot personality, lacks the necessary darkness needed to be an Umbu ninja, and this fact should also be very clear to Kakashi and Sandaime-sama too. Even then they decided to select Guy in Umbu squad. This is something that Kuroto can't comprehend, and in fact he can remember from the memories of his previous life, that although Might Guy tried to join Umbu to accompany Kakashi and help Kakashi overcome the darkness, but was eventually rejected by Sandaime-sama himself, using the same reason, so how in the hell is he now a part of Umbu? Honestly, Kuroto could only sigh at such unpredictable changes in the story. It most likely is his influence, because he can't think of any other possible reason for this to happen. Putting away the unnecessary thoughts, Kuroto followed Shisui and Guy to exit the equipment room. Hokage office. Hyuga Kuroto, Uchiha Shisui, and Might Guy, who had now changed into their official Umbu costume, stood upright in the presence of Hokage-sama. The Sandaime-sama observed the 3 recruits carefully for a while, then nodded in satisfaction and said, "Yes, all 3 of you appear very energetic. I believe you all will retain this vigor. Now before officially becoming a member of the Umbu Black Ops, you 3 will have to undergo a recruitment test. If you 3 pass the test successfully, then you'll undergo Umbu special training. Let's call your team, Temporary Recruitment Class 11 until it becomes official." After saying this much, Sandaime-sama clapped lightly. Following the sound of the clap, a figure fell beside him. Hokage-sama introduced, "He is Kitsune. I believe you 3 knows his identity. He will be the captain of your temporary squad and also the proctor for your test." Kitsune took off his mask and indifferently introduced himself, "Hey, take Kakashi, pleased to meet you all." Following Kakashi's gesture, Kuroto, Guy, and Shisui also took off their respective masks and introduced themselves one by one. "Now come that matter of your recruitment task." Hokage-sama knocked on the table with his tobacco pipe for attracting the attention of the 4 teenagers, and continued, "A few days ago, the witch of the country of demons sent a request to the Konoha village, hoping that we would send some shinobi to help seal a demon from another world. The detailed mission information is in this scroll. This will be a semi-Umbu mission. That means you all wouldn't be acting as Umbu, but Kakashi would be responsible for judging whether you 3 are qualified to join Umbu. The mission rank is S-class. Good luck." When Kuroto heard this, his heart almost froze. Not because of the so-called recruitment test or something, but because just yesterday he thought of the Moro of the Land of Demons as a possible chakra source, and today Hokage-sama has assigned a mission to help the Witch of the Country of Demons seal the said demon. Kuroto didn't know if it was just a mere coincidence or whether the village authorities have learned of the detail about his artificial tailed beast plan. Not paying any attention to the 3 recruits, Sandaime-sama stood from his seat, turned around, and looked at the village from the window of his office. After a momentary daze, he continued, "While on the mission, the 4 of you will operate as a team of a Jonin captain and 3 Takubitsu Jonin ninjas, not as a member of Umbu Black Ops. It is highly likely that you'll encounter the shinobi of the other great villages too while on this mission. Try to extra careful and operate in such a manner to avoid any unnecessary conflict with them." "Yes." The 4 shinobi nodded in unison. "That is all. Disperse." With Hokage-sama's final order, the 4 shinobi left the Hokage office. The time was short and the task was urgent. None of the 4 delayed any longer and left the village and rushed to the country of demons, after preparing the required equipment and material supplies in the shortest amount of time. As soon as the 4 left the village, Guy excitedly spoke while rushing toward their destination, "Kakashi, my eternal rival? I am finally close to catching up to you." Kakashi replied feebly, "Yes, yes." Guy didn't notice Kakashi's impatience at all, or even if he did, he probably chooses to ignore it. Kakashi, chasing after companions and growing together is the real youth. When I think of this, I feel so full of energy. Kakashi turned his head and slightly glanced at Hyuga Kuroto and Uchiha Shisui behind the team while continuing to deal with Guy's antics. Behind, realizing that Kuroto seemed to be a little upset, Shisui asked curiously, "Kuroto-san, is there something wrong?" Kuroto shook his head slightly, "Nothing." Right now, Kuroto's mind is highly focused on figuring out a certain possibility, and that is his suspicion on the village for being given this mission. Kuroto is indeed a little suspicious over this mission. Just yesterday he met Orochimaru and discussed the artificial tailed beast plan, and although didn't mention Moro but still thought of it as a suitable chakra source. Is it just a coincidence to be sent to the mission of sealing Moro the very next day? However, he did all the brainstorming all he could, and it seemed that the witch of the country of demons did pass away around this time, leaving behind her only daughter Shin, as the next generation of witch who was about the same age as Naruto. In Kuroto's impression, based on the fact that Shin was around the same age as Naruto and that her mother Moroka, the witch of the land of demons before Shin, died sealing Moro to protect her daughter, and based on the mission details it seems that now is that time, but it is this coincidence that makes Kuroto feel more uneasy. Seeing that Kuroto was still worried about something, Shisui decided to divert Kuroto's attention towards some other thoughts and asked, "Kuroto-san, what do you think of this mission and recruitment test?" Kuroto, who was busy storming out his brain, answered casually, "The land of demons is located between the Wind Nation and the Earth Nation. This time the objective of the task involves a demon from the other world, therefore the High Priestess will most likely seek help from Sand Village and Rock Village too. As such, the mission will definitely involve the participation of multiple shinobi village. In short, it will be very troublesome." Shisui asked a little curiously, "Hey, I don't know what kind of monster that demon from the foreign world would be." Kuroto thought about it a little and decided to reveal some information he knew about Moro to his teammates. "According to my guesses, the demon should at the very least have the chakra level to match that of a tailed beast. Otherwise, Hokage-sama wouldn't classify this task as S-class. Tailed beast level." After a moment of contemplation, Shisui whispered to Kuroto in a low voice, "Kuroto-san, I have a short-term countermeasure against the tailed beast, but I am afraid that after using it, I will temporarily lose my combat effectiveness." Kuroto was taken aback by what Shisui said. Obviously, Kuroto knows that Shisui with his Mangekyo Shurinon has a short-term countermeasure against the tailed beast, but he didn't expect Shisui to reveal a hint of this information to Kuroto, at least not at this early. They don't even know each other for too long. Is this trust or is it his naivete that eventually led him to be betrayed at the hand of Shimura Danzo? Kuroto spoke solemnly after a short silence. When we were duking it out yesterday, I already had a feeling that your Sharingan is different from the normal Sharingan. Hearing Kuroto's solemn answer, Shisui seemed hesitant a few times. It appeared as if he wanted to say something, but he still had a lot of concerns. Upon noticing Shisui's internal struggle, Kuroto smiled and spoke, "You don't need to explain it to me. Everyone has their secrets. After all, these secrets are also what makes people unique in a way. As long as your intentions are not harmful to the village, your secret will remain safe." At novel bin at. Shisui sighed in relief upon Kuroto's comforting words and said sincerely, "Thank you, Kuroto-san." Kuroto waved his hands nonchalantly. "It's no big deal. Actually, I also have a few secrets. In fact, I too have a secret technique in my arsenal that can hold off against the tailed beasts even if for a short duration." What Kuroto spoke is not nonsense. Sandaime Cake Cage, known as the strongest Kaze Cage, has the ability to suppress Ichibai with his magnet release, and since Sandaime Kaze Cage puppet is in his hands, he naturally has some ability to contend against a tailed beast class strength, even if only for a short time. Upon hearing Kuroto say this, Shisui smiled slightly and said, "Sure enough, I always felt that you didn't use all your strength in yesterday's battle, Kuroto-san." Sharing one's secrets is undoubtedly one of the best ways to get closer to each other. After only a short discussion, the friendship between Kuroto and Shisui improved a lot. Of course, this is also related to the fact that both of them are members of the noble clans, and shinobis with dojutsu kekai genkai, therefore their situations are much similar than it may seem, and as the saying goes, birds of a feather flocks together. The front end of the team. Kakashi turned his head back after observing Kuroto and Shisui talk for a while and said to Guy running beside him, "Kuroto seems to have become exceptionally stronger in the past few months." Guy smiled hearing this. "You're saying? He isn't inferior to your genius talent." Yes. Kakashi dropped his head and said nothing more. After being traumatized by his father's suicide, then one after another death of his friends and teammates Obito, Rin, and finally his teacher Minato, Kakashi has become a depressed, indifferent, and silent person. Very occasionally would he say more than a few words, that too only when he is with people he would consider as a friend. The four members of Team 11 are all outstanding ninjas from Konoha's new generation of shinobis, and their speed of traveling is naturally amazingly fast. In just 1 week, they crossed the border and entered the Land of Rain. In a cave, the four, Kakashi, Guy, Kuroto, and Shisui sat around a small bonfire while analyzing the next route. Between the Land of Fire and the Land of Demons, there are several small nations such as Land of Rain, Land of Birds, and the Land of Bears. At present, there are several rebellious ninjas hidden in these small countries. If they aren't careful in the choice of route to take, then encountering a fierce battle wouldn't be so surprising, which isn't something they could afford due to the urgency of the task. Therefore they must be cautious in selecting the most optimum route. After a while of discussion, Kakashi, who has marked the route, put away the map. At this time Guy whispered, "The weather of the Land of Rain is really bad. It rains all day long, making the environment really humid and sticky." As the captain of the team, Kakashi dutifully explained, although the Land of Rain is small, it also has its own shinobi village. The demigod Hanzo of the Salamander is the leader of the Rain village, so we have to be extra careful while passing from the Rain country. Both Guy and Shisui nodded seriously at Kakashi's words. Hanzo of the Salamander is a known figure throughout the shinobi world. The title of Sunin was granted by Hanzo himself. Kuroto leaned against the dry wall of the cave and pondered to himself, based on the timeline, Hanzo should have been killed by Nagato by now. Sassori and Orochimaru joined the Akatsuki successively not long ago. This implies that the Akatsuki has transitioned from the time when Yahiko was the leader to the stage with Nagato in power. As far as Kuroto could remember, after Nagato became the leader, the first thing he did seemed to be avenging Yahiko's death and taking control of the Rain country from the shadows. And following Yahiko's death, Nagato no longer cared about good or evil, right or wrong. Compared to some Morio that only ravaged the Land of Demons and its surroundings, the Akatsuki organization under Nagato's power was a group of real monsters, hidden in the ninja world, with the ability to destroy all the shinobi villages. Thinking about Hanzo, a powerful shinobi known as the demigod, died so silently, Kuroto couldn't help but feel cold sweat down his back. Hey, shinobi world is really very sinister. After passing through the Land of Rain without encountering any surprises and dangers, Class 11 also passed through Land of Birds and Bears quite smoothly. Class 11 thought that everything went well up to now and they would soon be able to meet High Priestess of the Land of Demons, but unexpectedly as soon as stepped into the Lands of Demons, trouble started coming at their door on its own. Boom! Loud sounds echoed throughout, and the sky was filled with clouds of dust and smoke. Guy retreated suddenly seeing this and shouted, "Damn it, we are a little late, what to do about these monsters?" At this time, in front of the four shinobi of Class 11, was an army of stone soldiers moving at ghostly will. These ghost army should be the brigade of stone soldiers serving the demon Morio. They rushed towards Class 11 with aggressive steps. Kakashi used Chidori against a few of the stone soldiers. Guy used Konoha Daisenpu to kick away a few of them, but without any damage. These stone soldiers stood up again and started coming after the four. Seeing their attacks being ineffective, Kakashi frowned. These seem to be unbreakable. Kuroto also doesn't have much knowledge about these stone soldiers, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that these stone soldiers and nothing more than an army of soulless puppets acting under the orders of someone else, so he suggested, there's no need to waste any time here on these puppets, I would be best to meet with the High Priestess first, I think she should know what to do with them. Regarding the current situation of Land of Demons, all 4 of the Class 11 have no idea, therefore everyone agreed with Kuroto's proposal and rushed to the Temple of High Priestess bypassing the slow-moving puppets in the hinterland of this country. Along the way, everything they saw or heard was all about stone soldiers raging in this country. Not just some small villages but even the large towns have suffered, there is a very high casualty count among the civilians, shocking the 4 ninjas who have experienced the 3rd Shinobi War not long ago. Although shinobi are trained to become emotionless, they still couldn't bear to see such loss of life. Still, they grit their teeth and increased their speed because the 4 of them knew very clearly. Rather than wasting time here entangling with these puppets, it's better to meet the High Priestess and find a method to solve the one controlling them in one go, otherwise, the victim count will keep on rising. Fortunately, the Land of Demons is not a very big country. After just a few days of high-speed traveling, they arrived at the Temple of the High Priestess. On a high cliff. Standing on the edge of a high cliff, the 4 members of the Class 11 observed the Grand Temple in the distance. There was an extremely thin barrier surrounding the temple that protected it from the attacks of the stone army. Since these stone puppets couldn't pass through or break the barrier, they surrounded the temple from all directions. Seeing that the temple was still standing, Kakashi sighed with relief. Since the Temple of High Priestess is safe, that means we still have a chance. Guy anxiously said, but with so many of these stone soldiers present, how do we get in? Kakashi turned his head and asked Kuroto, Kuroto, can you look for an open route that we could take to enter the temple? Kuroto shook his head, I did. But the temple is surrounded by the stone puppets from all directions, leaving close to no space, gaps, or dead ends that we could use. Finally, Shisui said in a deep voice, in that case, making our way from the front is the only option left. Obviously, it is not an easy task to make their way forcibly. They have already tried dealing with these stone soldiers several times on their way here since entering the Land of Demons. Although these puppets have extremely clumsy movements, they are powerful. Once they start battling, it would be very difficult for Class 11 to make an effective conclusion. Kuroto, who was still observing the surroundings, suddenly pointed to a high cliff on the opposite side. Look at that. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed at, and they saw a few figures appearing on the opposite high cliff. From their clothing, they seemed to be sand shinobi. As the captain of the team, Kakashi pondered for a moment and said, that should be the Sand Ninjas team sent by the Sand Village for the same task. We might be able to cooperate with them to break through the encirclement of the Stone Army and enter the Temple of the High Priestess. The current common enemy is the demon from the foreign world, so in this crisis situation, nobody was opposed to the idea of cooperation with some another village. Therefore, everyone nodded one by one in agreement to Kakashi's proposal. Soon the two sides met together. The Sand team also consists of 4 shinobi. The captain of the team is a kunoichi named Pakura. Pakura of the Scorch, a very powerful kunoichi, well known throughout the ninja world for her Scorch release Kekai Genkai, and is also recognized as a war hero of the Sand Village. As the captain, Kakashi came forward and exchanged a few words with her to reach a consensus. The two captains, Kakashi and Pakura, took charge of the assault at the forefront. Guy and 3 other shinobi of the Sand Village were responsible in the middle, and at the end were Kuroto and Shisui. After deployment, the gate crash operation began immediately. With a sharp, singing sound of a bird song, Kakashi took the lead of the charge, his hand shining with the thunder of Chidori. He dashed into the encirclement of the stone army. Boom, boom, boom. Followed by a series of loud noises, stone puppets fell to the ground one after another. Chidori's penetrating power was fully demonstrated by Kakashi at this moment. Almost instantaneously, he had already torn through the queue of 5 layers. Seeing the aggressive charge of Kakashi, Pakura, who followed him closely, immediately printed the hand seals and shouted, Scorch release, 5 great streaming explosive. 5 scorch balls appeared around Pakura instantly, desiccating the surrounding stone soldiers into dry sand. The 3 sand ninjas in the middle of the team used earth release, earth-style wall. As a result, 2 earth walls protruded from the bottom of the ground, protecting the corridor that Kakashi and Pakura forcibly broke through, establishing a temporary safe passage in the array of stone soldiers. At the end of the assault team, Kuroto shouted towards Shisui, Shisui, head to the middle, I'll hold off the back. Knowing the strength of Kuroto, Shisui didn't talk any nonsense, and immediately rushed to the middle squad. Kuroto, who was at the back, now completely focused on dealing with the stone soldiers. With the inside of the Tenseigan, the attacks of the stone soldiers became slow-moving frames for Kuroto's perception. Unless absolutely necessary, Kuroto didn't even use Revolving Heaven to deal with these stone soldiers. With simple gentle fist strikes and Shurikenjutsu, Kuroto was able to deal with them. And from an extremely close distance, Kuroto was also able to see that the chakra signature of all these puppets was exactly the same, which obviously implies that the source is the same. At novel bin at. Moreover, the source of chakra felt extremely evil and violent in nature. If the source of chakra behind this stone army is Moro, the demon from the other world, then, thinking of this, Kuroto shook his head. Such evil and violent chakra isn't suitable to act as a source for the artificial tailed beast, therefore the option of using Moro as a possible chakra source was eliminated by Kuroto. Although there were only 8 ninjas in the 2 teams, every one of them is an elite of their respective shinobi villages, especially Pakura, who was already near Kage tier Kunoichi, so it didn't take much time for the joint team to make a breakthrough. Passing through the array of stone soldiers, they safely entered the temple protected by the barrier. As soon as the combined assault team entered the enclosed barrier, they heard the cheering sound of the guards protecting the temple from within the barrier. Because of the weakening of the seal of Moro, the High Priestess of the Land of Demons had to bear the whole burden of continuous assault from the monster, as a result of which the guards of the temple didn't dare to relax even for a moment. Now that they finally saw some powerful reinforcements arrive, they were naturally filled with joy, discarding away quite the anxiety and fear. In the temple, the High Priestess was sitting on the futon with a sad face, and there was a little girl probably around 1 year old beside her. From each of their appearances, it wasn't very difficult to judge that they shared the bond of mother and daughter. On one side, a group of shinobi stood dressed in the official uniform of Rock Village shinobi. Obviously, this meant that the shinobi of Rock Village had arrived here before the Konoha Village and Sand Village, and from appearance alone, the ninjas of Rock Village all looked very arrogant and quite unruly. When Kuroto saw this group of rock shinobi, he suddenly became very angry and had the urge to kill them. These are the same rock shinobi that ambushed Kuroto only 10 miles away from the Konoha Village, while he was escorting the wounded back to the village. Back then, it was his closest encounter with the feeling of death. If not for the fact that support from the village arrived in time, otherwise Kuroto would have died aggrieved just like most of the ninjas that were part of the escort team. Kuroto never forgot to ask the identity of such a bold rock shinobi and learned that they were the famous beheading troops of the Rock Village. While Kuroto was busy controlling his killing urge, the rock shinobi were also observing the newly arrived helping hands. Did Konoha send such imps to die? It appears, the rumors that Konoha has grown weak is actually true. A ninja of the rock beheading troop spoke condescendingly. There was no need to speak of Pakura, who is a famous figure from the Third Shinobi War, and the beheading corps of the Rock Village are a force to be greatly feared. Among these famous and strong individuals of both the villages, Team 11 of Konoha that consisted of young Kakashi and the 3 not-so-known, recently promoted Takubitsu Jonin, really lacked the required influence at first glance. In Konoha's team, the older ones were only around 15 years old and the youngest Shisui was around 11 years old, so they were indeed few imps compared to rock and sand ninjas. However, Team 11 isn't allowed to be looked down upon, because all their actions influence the reputation of the village. If these 4 left a weak impression in the subconscious of other forces, then it wouldn't be very surprising if a ninja army is invading Fire Country in a few weeks, therefore, they can't appear to be weak. So Kuroto spoke coldly, if you think so, then you better be careful not to accidentally die in the hands of this imp. If it was someone else trying to provoke them, Kuroto would be too lazy to bother, but facing the rock beheading troop, he just couldn't hold his sharp tongue. Captain of the rock beheading team, who was standing with his arms folded around his chest, said with a gloomy look, "Kid, do you want to die? If you think you can do it, why don't you try? If you think you can do it, why don't you try?" Facing the Rock Village's elite beheading corps squad leader, Kuroto wasn't afraid at all. He took a step forward, releasing his unmasked killing intent for the other party. Kuroto is more than clear why the other party is trying to provoke Konoha's shinobi team. Undoubtedly the impact because of the unexpected death of Yondaime Hokage and second-generation Kyuubi's Jinchuriki has yet to fade away. The Sand Village and Mist Village are not being so proactive against Konoha because of their weaker military power for whatever reasons, but the Cloud Village and the Rock Village aren't the same. There are definitely signs of them trying to make small movements here and there. This is one of the reasons why Konoha shinobi can't afford to shrink back or appear weaker here, because these kinds of provocations won't decrease if one party shrinks away, rather the more one party shrinks the more another party will intensify. Feeling Kuroto's unmasked killing intent, the captain of the beheading unit squinted his eyes and put his hands on the short sword at his waist. For some reason, he felt that this not-so-young brat wasn't bluffing. On Kuroto's side, Kakashi, Guy, and Shisui immediately got into a fighting stance, and the members of the rock beheading unit on the opposite also became alert for any possible attack. An intense stare-off was taking place with both parties looking for an opportunity to make an effective attack. Seeing that the situation was getting worse by the second, the High Priestess sitting on the futon stood up with the intentions to persuade and resolve this matter peacefully. "Ninja-san, I ask you all to please let go of your prejudices. For the time being, the demon from the foreign world is breaking through the weakening seal as we speak, and the stone army will soon be able to get past the barrier protecting this temple. I ask that you all work together to solve this upcoming calamity." Listening to Priestess' request, both sides finally didn't continue with provocations anymore. They also know that infighting isn't a wise choice given the current situation, since the monster is continuously approaching here, so each side took a step back to maintain a temporary peace. Pakura, who had been watching the two sides going at each other, finally asked the witch, "High Priestess, could you please elaborate on the current situation?" The witch nodded. "The enemy we have to face is a demon from a foreign world, named Moro. His objective is to destroy the shinobi world and create Senin Okoko 1000-year kingdom to rule over it. Long ago a clan of shinobi had borrowed his ghost army to help him achieve this goal. However, he was stopped and sealed away by my ancestor. However, the seal isn't permanent and it has been broken by the descendant of that very shinobi clan, freeing the soul of the demon. The barrier enchantment I placed around the temple can hold both the demon and his ghost army to pass through, however it cannot hold off against the cultist following him. This is why Moro will definitely order his cultists to attack here in order to kill me, who can reseal him. If I were to die before resailing him, the whole shinobi world will be destroyed by him. After understanding the gravity of the situation, everyone's faces were gloomy. Although nobody here has faced the demon Moro, but having dealt with his ghost army gives them some understanding of what kind of power he might possess, and if it exactly as the priestess described, then letting him run amok in the shinobi world would put the whole world in danger. After the priestess finished with the explanation, Kakashi asked straightforwardly, Miko-sama, you mentioned that you have a method of resailing the demon. While stroking her daughter's hair, she replied, yes, that's right. The priestess of each generation has the responsibility to keep the demon sealed away, but the location where the seal is placed is in the land of swamps. At novel bin at. It is obviously good news that the demon can be resailed, but the location is troublesome. Pakura asked while pondering over all the details, then how are we going to lead the monster to the objective location? Hearing Pakura's question, the priestess smiled sadly, don't worry, everyone, I am the biggest threat to that monster. As long as I personally go there, he will definitely follow. As soon as priestess revealed this detail, Kakashi took out a map and spread it directly on the ground. Although the land of swamp is adjacent to the land of demons, the distance between the target location and the current location is still well over several hundred miles. The planning of the route has to be done carefully as the priestess isn't a shinobi and paths are quite steep and mountainous. After some more thinking, Pakura said, the ghost army isn't really troublesome. With their slow speed we don't have to be worried about them catching up to us as long as we break through their encirclement. The captain of the rock team also nodded in agreement, and in that case, the enemies we have to particularly careful against is the demon himself and the cultist shinobi. The shinobi following the Morio's command was originally just a group of weak ninjas with their leader Yomi only at the level of a jonin. But now they have been blessed by Moro, they have an almost inexhaustible supply of evil chakra from the demon. With this they can unscrupulously perform ninjutsu, and even use several large-scale combined attacks, making them much more dangerous. Considering that the situation might get out of hands if their team were to be chased while traveling to the Sealing Mountain, Pakura said with a hint of bloodlust in her tone, instead of being besieged by the cultists and the stone army on our way to the Sealing Mountain, it's better to use this enchantment that can block the intrusion of ghost army to solve the cultists, and then escort the priestess to the Sealing Mountain in the land of swamps. The captain of the rock unit agreed, we think so too. Kakashi also nodded with Pakura's proposal, we have no objections. Following the unified opinions of Konoha, Sand, and Rock Shinobi, they all mobilized in the temple immediately and prepared for the upcoming battle. Because of the Byakugan and mastery over Revolving Heaven, giving him both sensor abilities and high defensive techniques, Kuroto was responsible to personally guard the priestess and her daughter. Unlike most of the shinobi that were highly worried, Kuroto wasn't very concerned about the situation, so his thoughts were more focused on the artificial tailed beast plan. As Kuroto has gained more knowledge and data about his Tenseigan in the past few months, he has come to understand that the biggest obstacle stopping him from being able to use other abilities of the Tenseigan is his lack of chakra volume. Therefore, only by increasing his chakra supply can Kuroto utilize other abilities of the Tenseigan. And this problem isn't very difficult to judge considering the case with Nagato and his Rinnegan. Madara transplanted the Rinnegan to Nagato while he was very young, but he awakened the Rinnegan only after the emotional stimulus because of his parents' death, but it should be noted that he still couldn't use all its abilities. It was only when he had grown up did he start using other abilities of the Rinnegan after another emotional stimulation due to Yahiko's death, but that still sucked away most of the vitality within him, making him the dried up skinny person he appeared in the story. One thing to not forget is that Nagato is from the Uzumaki clan whom Madara selected carefully to revive him. The Uzumakis are well known for their especially high chakra volume and tenacious vitality, and such a person was so overwhelmed under the effects of the semi-awakened eyes of God. So Kuroto suspects that the Tenseigan didn't yet awaken all the abilities is because it's probably protecting him, as the current him can obviously not support the fully awakened Tenseigan. This is the reason why Kuroto seeks the artificial tailed beast more relentlessly. He most definitely needs a battery that continuously provide him with chakra energy. Only then can he continue his research on the Tenseigan with confidence, because he doesn't want to become like the skinny Nagato, as the gains wouldn't be worth it. Kuroto wasn't very concerned about Moro and the Ghost Army because he is aware that although they are undeniably a big threat that cannot be underestimated, but that's all. There are countless such powerhouses hidden within the ninja world. Let's not mention the others. Nagato with the Rinnegan is more than enough to deal with the Moro and his ghost army. Therefore, even if the Miko-sama fails to successfully seal the demon, it is impossible for him to truly destroy the shinobi world. Moreover, Kuroto vaguely remembers, the seemingly weak Miko-sama of the land of demons in front of Kuroto actually has mastery over extremely powerful fun sealing techniques. If nothing changes, then her self-sacrifice would be more than enough to seal the demon successfully. Therefore, Kuroto converged his racing thoughts and started to make his own set of calculations over how he can be benefited from the situation here. After a while of brainstorming, he glanced at the little girl beside the Miko-sama and asked, "Is she your daughter, Miko-sama? What is her name?" The little girl didn't wait for the Maiko-sama to answer and said in an excited voice, "My name is Shin." Maiko-sama smiled at her daughter's excitement as watched Kuroto and Shin talk. Kuroto squatted beside Shin and spoke in a teasing manner, "Oh, your name is Shin-chan? You have a pretty nice name." Shin-chan stared straight at Kuroto's eyes and asked courageously, "Ninja Nii-chan, your mask is really interesting, can I see it?" With a smile, Kuroto took off his mask and handed it to Shin-chan. Shin-chan jumped and ran around the hall in excitement. Looking at the carefree Shin-chan, a trace of melancholy appeared on Maiko-sama's face. From the conviction that Kuroto could see within her eyes, he understands that she has made up her mind. Even if she has to sacrifice herself, she would do it all to seal the demon. So, Kuroto asked, "Maiko-sama, are you really sure you can seal the demon?" Maiko-sama lowered her head and answered, "In order to avoid the threat so that everyone can live safely, I will seal it, definitely. Even at the cost of your life." Maiko-sama suddenly raised her head in shock at Kuroto's sudden unexpected question. Although she didn't understand why he would ask this but still calmed herself down and nodded her head firmly, "Yes, even at the cost of my life." As soon as the Maiko-sama nodded, a loud sound echoed. Boom! The loud sound was the result of a violent explosion just outside the hall. There is no doubt that the enemy has infiltrated the temple. With this, Kuroto was immediately alert. He immediately took his umbu mask from Shin-chan and stood on guard in front of the Maiko-sama and her daughter. Gradually, the sounds of explosions outside became more frequent. The entire temple was faintly shaking. Shouts of the enemy, shouts of guards and the wailing of the wounded were all mixed together in this chaotic situation. Kuroto was staring at the gate with only one thought repeating in his mind. It doesn't matter whether this mission was simply a coincidence or some kind of enticement from the Hokage-sama. Since I have come to the land of demons, I can't afford to waste this unexpected opportunity. Since Kuroto made up his mind, he whispered lightly to the Maiko-sama, "Your daughter is still too young, she isn't yet ready to live without the protection of her mother." Maiko-sama asked in puzzlement, "What are you trying to say?" Kuroto said quite frankly, "The demon isn't exactly as dangerous you think it to be. I would say he is at the level of a tailed beast at best. In the shinobi world, although there aren't many methods to suppress someone as strong as a tailed beast, but that doesn't mean there aren't none." Hearing Kuroto's words, Maiko-sama seemed to be thinking something. Without waiting for her to speak, Kuroto directly stated his condition, "I need some special materials from the land of swamps. If Maiko-sama is willing to help me in obtaining them, I can guarantee your life." Arranging some special materials wouldn't be much difficulty for someone of her position. At best it could be considered extra reward or compensation, but she had doubts whether a 14 or 15-year-old teenager really had the ability to go against the demon Moro. But she also doesn't have very many choices, so she asked, "What exactly do you want?" Kuroto stated his requirement, "Purple clay." Purple clay is not only expensive, that would take him at the very least 3 to 5 years if he were to collect it alone, but it would also bring attention towards Kuroto, as purple clay is a really precious material. But if it were the Maiko-sama of the land of demons, this problem would be solved. With her high status, the expensive price wouldn't be a trouble, and it would also avoid any suspicious attention, giving him a sense of assurance over the secrecy of his artificial tailed beast plan. Hearing that purple clay is what Kuroto wants, Maiko-sama frowned slightly. "As far as I know, purple clay can be used for fun techniques. What do you need it for?" Now Kuroto obviously can't answer this question, so he promised once again, "As long as Maiko-sama gives her word in helping me obtain purple clay, I will guarantee your safety until you successfully seal the demon, and I don't back down on my promise." This promise is not some empty words from Kuroto, but he really has the confidence to fulfill it. With his strength, he isn't much worried, and if worst comes to worst, he can just bring out his secret cards. Whether the Kazekage's puppet in his possession or Shisui's Susanoo, both of them have the ability to fight against tailed beast class opponents for a short time, and can also be used against Moro without any problem. With him and Shisui keeping the demon busy, it would get much easier for the Maiko-sama to seal it. Seeing Kuroto's confidence, Maiko-sama decided to trust in the words of the teenager. After all, even if he can't fulfill it, she would only die, and death is something she has prepared herself to face long ago. Therefore, "All right, I promise you," was Maiko-sama's reply. Although purple clay is precious but not enough to make Maiko of the land of demons to consider too much or hesitate. After the deal was settled, both parties quiet down tacitly. Only the ignorant Shin-chan raised her head, stared at her mother for a while, then turned towards Kuroto, not understanding why the both of them went quiet all of a sudden. When suddenly, several shinobi in white robes rushed into the main hall of the temple. Kuroto didn't hesitate and directly used rain wheel rotation to attract them towards him and killed them instantly with precise gentle fist strikes. This whole process only took a few breaths. As soon as traces of panic started to appear on Maiko-sama's face, the enemy shinobi were already dead. Maiko-sama, who couldn't even see the enemy shinobi's appearance, was taken aback and finally exclaimed, "You really are an excellent ninja. Since I have made a promise, then I would naturally do my best to keep Maiko-sama safe." After a short pause, Kuroto asked again, "I hope Maiko-sama can keep our agreement confidential." Maiko-sama nodded gently, "Don't worry, I give you my word." As more time passed, the outside noises started to calm down. At novel bin at. Not long after, the shinobi of Konoha, Sand, and Rock returned to the hall of the temple one by one under Pakara's lead. "Most of these cultists have been eliminated by us. The leftover won't be enough to pose a threat. The captain of Rock's unit said, "Maiko-sama, we should depart now." Kakashi also nodded silently. Kuroto glanced at the group of people. They all looked a little tired, but none of them was injured, and this is also normal considering that the enemy shinobi were only genin or chunin level at best, while Konoha, Sand, and Rock shinobi are all elites of their own villages. Aside from the enemy's high chakra volume provided by Moro, all their techniques are only chunin or genin class, so it is natural for them to suffer a crushing defeat. Suddenly Kuroto thought of something and asked, "What happened to their leader of the cultists?" Guy laughed heartily. "Their leader managed to escape, but I don't think he would survive considering he was pierced by Kitsune's Chidori." Hearing Guy mention this, Kuroto vaguely remembered it was remnants of cultists that triggered the resurrection of Moro in the main series, but he isn't sure whether the leader of the remnants in the future is the same as the current one. But it was no use thinking about it anymore. Who knows what might happen in the future? After all, his presence here will keep affecting the events, and as he starts getting more and more involved with the happenings, the future might be a totally different picture than what Kishimoto-sensei painted. Since the leader of the cultists was mortally wounded and the problem of harassment from the enemy was resolved, the next step of escorting Maiko-sama to the Demon Mountain in the Land of Swamps can be carried out immediately. Before departing, Maiko-sama hid Shin-chan in a secret room in the temple. Nobody knew what Maiko-sama talked about with Shin-chan, but Kuroto can guess that Maiko-sama was prepared to sacrifice herself if need be, even with his promise to protect her. Well, he can't do anything about that other than to fulfill his side of the deal. Since all the preparations were completed, the team finally went through the plan. Pakura with her Scorch Kekai Genkai was responsible for opening up the path, Team 11 of Konoha was responsible for the personal protection of Maiko-sama, and the Rock Shinobi were responsible to stop the chase of Ghost Army in the back with their Earth release techniques. Soon, the group broke through the encirclement of the Ghost Army outside the temple and moved towards the targeted destination. On the way, Maiko-sama was continuously guiding everyone, while also sensing the approach of the Ghost Army and the demon himself. According to Maiko-sama's real-time sensing, they realized that the demon was chasing them very fast, at least not inferior to the speed of an elite shinobi. Fortunately, in the previous battle, in and around the temple, the demon himself didn't show up, or rather couldn't show up, otherwise successfully breaking through the encirclement would have been troublesome. At the temple, the demon and his ghost army couldn't pass through the barrier set up by Maiko-sama, therefore all he could do was to send the cultists to kill her. But now that the Maiko-sama is out of the protection of enchantment, Moro will no longer sit back quietly only waiting to be rescued. Seeing that the demon was continuously closing on them, the captain of the Rock unit said, "Hey, we can't continue like this. And Rock Shinobi aren't the only one feeling stressed." Pakura also agreed, "If we continuously consume chakra like this, I am afraid that even if we do get to the ceiling mountain, we won't have enough chakra left to suppress the demon." Unlike the demon with almost inexhaustible chakra, the consumption of the shinobi traveling at full speed is extremely high. If they can't get rid of the chase in a short time, then the situation would turn more and more unfavorable for them. Kakashi suggested, "In that case, choose a suitable place to set up an ambush." Maiko-sama, who was carried by Guy on his back, thought for a while and hesitantly spoke, "I can set up a temporary fun enchantment. If it works, it may be able to trap Moro temporarily." Pakura nodded, "Please do then." The plan of action was finalized and everyone immediately got to work. They choose a steep gorge with a winding river in the valley as the spot for setting the ambush. With some assistance, Maiko-sama placed several seals on the rock walls on both sides of the canyon. All these fun techniques were all very complicated. Others simply started feeling a headache trying to understand them, and Kuroto wasn't any better even with his Tenseigan. The demon finally appeared after waiting for some time after setting up the ambush. Moro was a gigantic creature with a very long and dark purple body, and multiple dragon-based heads, at least 4 were clearly visible, with glowing red eyes and bluish tongue hanging down from his mouth and a light purple elusive aura surrounding his body. How could it be so big? Everyone exclaimed looking at Moro's huge and strange body. Although most of his body is covered in a purple aura, it is not difficult to judge that his size is as big as a tailed beast, implying that he is a monster in the true sense. Pakura frowned seeing Moro's size. She isn't very good against foes with such big size. At novel bin at. Even many ninjas with cage-level strength like Pakura aren't very good at dealing with big monsters. Kakashi and Guy's condition wasn't any good either. They were reminded of the night of Kyuubi's rebellion. The image, or Moro and raging Kyuubi from half a year ago, seemed to overlap within their mind. Moro's huge size was like a nightmare for most of the ninjas. So, everyone's reaction to Moro's appearance was kind of justified. If anyone present was not shocked, then it was undoubtedly Maiko-sama, who was familiar with the demon from long before, and Kuroto because of his memories. As for Shisui, for some reason, he wasn't afraid of the demon either. However, he wouldn't dare using his Manjikyu techniques because once exposed, the village elders would find it difficult to tolerate him because of the threat he might become for them being an Uchiha. Realizing that Moro had entered the ambush circle, Kuroto, who was still calm, shouted, "Start." With Kuroto's shout, everyone immediately recovered and launched the attacks according to the pre-discussed plan. Earth release, Earth flow river. Earth release, bottomless swamp. Earth release, mudslide. Earth release, earth and rock flow. The 4 members of the Rock unit, Kakashi and Sand Shinobi, distributed on both sides of the canyon, immediately printed hand seals and launched several earth release ninjutsu. Instantly, Quicksand, mud, soil walls, and stone pillars surrounded the demon from the 4 sides, temporarily trapping him in the canyon. Roar. A breathtaking loud roar came from the demon's mouth, making everyone to freeze momentarily. Maiko-sama warned, "Everyone, be careful, don't get too close to him." Meanwhile, the demon was struggling violently, but it was a little difficult for him to get free because of being trapped in the mud swamp at the bottom. Scorch release, multiple furious lions. To prevent the demon from breaking free, Pakura used her Scorch release to land several attacks at demon's heads, forcing him deeper into the swamp. At this time Maiko-sama started chanting the sealing spell. Following her chant, the fun techniques printed on both sides of the canyon started glowing, and a thin enchantment appeared covering Moro within it. As soon as Maiko-sama completed the chant, Guy hurriedly asked, "Was it successful?" Maiko-sama nodded weakly. With Maiko-sama's state, it can be judged that even the temporary seals are burdensome for her to cast, as Maiko's sealing techniques use vitality as its fuel. Seeing that the ambush was successful and the demon is temporarily trapped, Kakashi didn't dare to delay any longer, and immediately urged everyone, "Let's go, we don't know how long will this hold him off, we have to hurry to the sealing mountain." Instantly the shinobi scattered all around returned to the assault formation again and rushed toward the sealing mountain at full speed. Rumble. Loud noises continued to be heard from behind, clearly indicating that the demon was slowly breaking free from the trap, and every time he hits the enchantment, the whole canyon would shake, showing his incredible power. Maiko-sama weakly reminded everyone, "Moro can influence and manipulate others. Don't get too close to him, otherwise, you will become a puppet under his control." Everyone had cold sweat listening to this detail. Obviously, no one would want to fight against such a monster, but unfortunately, the current situation doesn't give them much choice. After continuously traveling for several days and nights, the assault team finally arrived at Demon Mountain. Looking at the sinister appearance of the mountain ahead, Pakura asked while suppressing the uneasiness in her heart, "This creepy place is the Demon Mountain?" Maiko-sama nodded while giving a short explanation. "There is a naturally active volcano within the Demon Mountain capable of suppressing evil chakra. It is an excellent place to seal Moro." Listening to Maiko-sama's explanation, Pakura asked, "So what should we do next?" Different from their previous self, whether the sand or the rock shinobi, didn't have any trace of arrogance, only anxiety after witnessing the demon personally and the danger he could pose to their respective villages. Therefore, everyone wanted to complete the task as soon as possible. Maiko-sama said while pointing towards the entrance of a cave that went straight to the inside of the mountain, "Lead the demon inside that cave and seal its body there." Captain of the rock unit asked in puzzlement, "Only seal the body?" Maiko-sama nodded gently, "Yes, only his body will be sealed there." Rock unit captain continued asking in puzzlement, "Why?" "Moro's power is far too strong, and his chakra is extremely corrosive in nature. If he is sealed as is, he will be able to break free within a few years." After a short pause, she continued, "So its body and soul must be sealed separately to decrease his chances of breaking off from here. In that case, please start the sealing process immediately." Kakashi spoke as he started looking into the distant sky and said thoughtfully, "I have a feeling if we don't hurry it wouldn't be possible to finish all the necessary requirements before he gets here, so we don't have much time." At this time Kuroto stood up and said to everyone, "Just guard the outside, let me be responsible for guarding Maiko-sama during the final sealing process." Everyone was surprised by Kuroto's sudden voluntary action. Protecting Maiko-sama during the final sealing process can be said to be the most dangerous part of this mission. Not to mention sand and rock shinobi, even Kakashi, Guy, and Shisui of the same village looked inexplicably at him. Nobody could understand why would Kuroto volunteer for the most dangerous part of the task. Pakura asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" Kuroto stated calmly, "You already understand what I mean. When the demon comes, let him pass through, without putting any resistance. All you need to do is to block the ghost army, and I will be responsible for suppressing the demon while Maiko-sama is sealing it." Captain of the rock unit said mockingly, "I can't rest assured with just you responsible for suppressing the demon." Although he was unwilling to personally fight the demon, he didn't want to mess things up, so he immediately disapproved of Kuroto's request. Seeing the disapproval from both the villages, Shisui also stood up, bowed to everyone, and said sincerely, "I too will be responsible in suppressing the demon together with him. Please rest assured we will definitely fulfill our part of the task." Kuroto was earnestly grateful to Shisui for his support and whispered, "Thank you." Shisui didn't say anything but passed a gentle smile. Pakura on the other hand said coldly, "If you want to really take that part then, Konoha must be held responsible in case you fail." In her view, the confidence of these two shinobi in suppressing the demon even after having witnessed the power of the other party simply means they have some means to complete the job. Although Kakashi also had some doubts, he still chose to trust Kuroto and Shisui, seeing their confidence. As for the captain of the rock unit, he didn't have any option but to nod with a gloomy expression because of the approval from both Kakashi and Pakura. After the decision was finalized, everyone immediately began preparation. Kuroto took Guy to the side and spoke in a whispering voice, "Don't let anyone other than the demon enter inside the cave, not even you and Kakashi, understand?" Guy was a little confused. "Why? I will explain all that later, for now just do what I asked." Obviously, Guy didn't agree and asked anxiously, "Then what if you have an accident inside? Do you just want us to watch from the outside?" Kuroto said solemnly, "If both I and Shisui can't suppress the demon together, you would just be coming to die either way." Kuroto, you have to trust your companions. I might not be strong enough to help you, but Kakashi is very powerful. If it's him, he would definitely find some method to help you. Idiot! It is because I trust both you and Kakashi that I am asking you to trust me too. Besides, blocking stone soldiers isn't an easy task. With a smile, Kuroto insisted, remember my words, no one other than the demon is allowed to enter. Use Hachiman Tonkao if need be. Seeing the solemn look on Kuroto's face, Guy decided to trust in Kuroto's words and nodded seriously, I promise. With Guy's assurance, Kuroto, Shisui, and Maiko-sama walked inside the cave of the Demon Mountain. While walking in the gloomy cave, Kuroto asked Maiko-sama, how long will it take you to complete the preparation? Maiko-sama seemed to have considered this long ago, so immediately answered him, setting up the preparation won't take much time, but it will take at least 15 minutes or probably even longer in activating it. Kuroto frowned hearing this, in other words, we have to suppress Moro for at least 15 minutes. Maiko-sama nodded solemnly. At novel bin at. Maiko-sama wasn't sure whether Kuroto and Shisui could suppress Moro that long, so she was prepared to sacrifice herself while sealing the demon. Except for her daughter Shin, nothing else is stopping her from doing so. Hearing Maiko-sama's words, Shisui gritted his teeth and said earnestly, Kuroto-san, let me fight against him. Kuroto just glanced slightly at Shisui from the side and shook his head. You are far too young to be able to fight against someone of the tailed beast class. You may have the necessary power, but your immature physical constitution would be under severe burden if you consume too much pupil power. Shisui's strength is more dependent on his pupil power at his current age. In terms of pure physical power, he is only slightly better than others because of the limitation of his immature physique, and this is also the reason why he lacks the necessary amount of chakra. Shisui wanted to insist, but... However, before he could finish speaking, Kuroto interrupted him. Don't worry, I already have a plan. All you have to be responsible for is suppressing the demon in starting. I will take care of him after that. At this time Maiko-sama walking on the side also interjected. Maybe I can also delay him for a while. Kuroto asked her in puzzlement, what can you do? Upon Kuroto's question, she hesitated for a while, finally sighed and decided to confess, the demon Moro has a deep connection with the Maikos of the land of demons. If you insist on knowing, he is actually part of me. Shisui's eyes widened at this unexpected information. What? However, Kuroto wasn't as surprised, although he doesn't remember the exact story behind the entanglement between the Maikos and the demon, he still knows that there is a secret connection between the two, otherwise, the demon wouldn't chase after her all the way from the lands of the demons to the land of swamps. After finally confessing the biggest secret she has hidden in her heart, Maiko-sama seemed to feel relaxed, and she kneeled down in front of Kuroto and Shisui to express her apology. Kuroto sighed and stepped forward to lift Maiko-sama, who bowed to them in doxa because of her guilt. Now is not the time to feel guilty or repent. Once Moro is successfully sealed, you will have all the time in the world to redeem your sins. Maiko-sama nodded silently while Kuroto took a glance towards Shisui and continued after giving him a tacit nod. Maiko-sama, we may be using forbidden techniques to suppress the demon. We hope that you can keep the information about them a secret. Maiko-sama solemnly promised Kuroto and Shisui, please be assured, I swear not to reveal any information to anyone. With her promise, the estrangement between the three disappeared. Following this discussion, Maiko-sama got busy with the arrangements for sealing the demon while Kuroto and Shisui analyzed the surrounding terrain to have an in-depth understanding of the battle site to use it for their advantage. Being in the belly of the mountain with an active volcano makes the area around extremely dangerous with boiling lava everywhere. Even a little bit of carelessness would lead straight to death by vaporization. Therefore, combat here is extremely difficult not only for them but also for the enemy. But from the looks of it, this isn't the first time Maiko-sama came here because she is shuttling back and forth all around so easily while arranging the sealing techniques. After looking around with the Tenseigan, Kuroto reminded Shisui, surface rocks doesn't look very durable, make sure to pay attention to them while in battle. Shisui nodded while observing the surroundings with the three Tomoshari non. After a little while, Maiko-sama completed all the necessary process. Looking at all the symbols arranged around the mountain, Kuroto exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, Maiko-sama's mastery in Funjutsu is really something to look up to. At novel bin at. Shisui also nodded. As far as I know, Maiko's Fun mastery is as strong and famous as the Uzumaki clan. With the demise of the Uzumaki clan, it would be difficult to find someone as proficient as Maiko-sama in Funjutsu in the current shinobi world. Suddenly Shisui thought of something, muttered in sadness, and being too famous is not a good thing. The Uchiha clan is the perfect example of this. With their high reputation, even the young children of the clan develop arrogant and domineering personalities. They even look down on the companions of the same village, which is one of the major reasons why the Uchihas are continuously isolated from rest of the Konoha. However, Kuroto wasn't thinking of these things now but seriously considering how he can seek more assistance from her for his plan. According to the scroll given to him by Orochimaru, the sealing techniques account for more than 70% of the process, and lack of source material has led to a lack of Funjutsu knowledge. This point has become a serious problem for him considering the importance of Funjutsu in most of the rituals and techniques. Therefore, the existence of Maiko-sama with such high proficiency in Funjutsu is an impeccable treasure for Kuroto. But considering her position, reputation, and prestige, if he wants to learn something from her, Kuroto must consider his approach quite carefully, else it might cause some diplomatic issues. Kuroto was also trying to think of the result he might get from seeking Miko-sama's assistance. In the artificial tailed beast plan, Konoha village used Uzumaki Fuinjutsu techniques. Although the Uzumaki clan has very high accomplishments in the field, if he seeks extra assistance from Miko-sama, then combining the Uzumaki and Miko's Fuinjutsu techniques may or may not give some unexpected results, and that could also be of great benefit for him. As Kuroto was mulling over the pros and cons, suddenly the ground shook. Shake. Shake. At the same time, pieces of rubble from the surrounding walls and roof also fell on the ground and lava, resulting in immediate vaporization. Wish, wish. Miko-sama, sitting at the center of the ceiling formation, said loudly, "He's here." Kuroto and Shisui glanced at each other and hid around the surroundings. Not long after, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, Morio's humongous body came inside the cave in a flash. "Moroku, you shouldn't refuse me." Morio, who blocked the entire entrance of the cave, arched up and spoke in a sinister voice. Miko-sama seemed to ponder over his words for a moment, then shook her head. "No, you are the wrong one." Morio slowly approached Miko-sama while trying to entice her. "Unify with me. Once our power combine, we will be the strongest, and the whole world will crawl at our feet. The 1,000-year kingdom wouldn't be a dream anymore." "No, no, no." Seeing Moroku's continuous denial, Morio still didn't take any action, but spoke loudly. "What are you worried about? You should be very clear that with our powers combined we will be unstoppable. What ninja? What samurai? Every one of them will crawl at our feet like the ants they are. No, doing so will only bring infinite disaster and chaos to the world." Miko-sama continued to delay the time by speaking in a loose tone. "You are being too arrogant." "Arrogant?" Morio snorted condescendingly while speaking in rage. "You are the one being too stupid? Did you forget who we are? Did you forget?" "No, what are you doing?" Halfway through the conversation, Morio instinctively felt an incoming danger to himself. Seeing that the plan was revealed and Miko-sama couldn't delay any more time, Kuroto and Shisui immediately rushed out of hiding. Before Morio could react to the sudden appearance of the two, Kuroto shouted, "Shisui, do it." As soon as Kuroto gave the order, Shisui closed his eyes and opened them again, with 3 tomo rapidly spinning as they blended together into a 4-edged shuriken. Susanoo. Without any hesitation, Shisui directly used the legendary Susanoo. Following his shout, an emerald green humanoid avatar with a fiendish look and a red tomo in the center of its chest made up of Shisui's chakra manifested around him. The sudden appearance of Susanoo between Miko-sama and Morio left both of them shocked, as neither could have imagined the little guy with a cat mask could bring out something so majestic and horrifying. The horrifying Susanoo chakra made both of them aghast. Since keeping Susanoo manifested would be very burdensome for Shisui, he didn't waste any moment and directly held the demon with all his strength, restricting any kind of movement. Morio was angered by how he was being treated and roared in fury, "Humble human, how dare you!" Boom. As Morio was again interrupted halfway through his words, only this time by a huge iron spear that fell from the sky and fiercely inserted in his mouth, making the demon roared in pain and anger. Miko-sama looked at Kuroto hovering in the sky with a stunned look on her face. At this time, Kuroto was standing on an iron sand platform, hovering in the midair, and beside him, there was a strange ninja covered in bandages from head to toe with a pair of iron sand wings on his back. Seeing Miko's stupefied look, Kuroto faintly said with a prideful smirk, "Miko-sama, don't just stare in a daze." Kuroto's words brought Miko-sama out of her dazed state, and she immediately activated the ceiling formation. The chakra energy emitting from the ceiling formation made Morio's spine tingle because of the danger his instincts were feeling from it. It should be noted that both Miko and Morio are part of each other. Just like Morio understands Miko's fear and weaknesses, similarly Miko also understands Morio's fear and weaknesses. Therefore Moroku-sama was able to clearly feel Morio's mental state and struggling. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As Morio was continuously struggling to free itself from Susanoo's grasp because of the instinctive danger, the whole cave started to shake due to his harsh movements. It wasn't difficult to figure out from Shisui's expression that his hold was weakening. To keep Morio impaled on the floor, he gritted his teeth and urged the chakra he could muster into the Susanoo. The two behemoths continuously struggled, one keeping the hold and the other escaping the hold, as a result of which large cracks became apparent on the ground, gravel was falling, dust was rising, lava was becoming more and more active as the time passed, making it seem as if the entire cave will collapse and the volcano will erupt any moment. Kuroto was calmly observing the battle between the two with the Tenseigan from midair while simultaneously avoiding the falling rubble. Morio's body is larger than Shisui's stage 2 Susanoo that only has a skeletal upper body, therefore Shisui is not the dominant one in this struggle. Seeing this, Kuroto no longer waited and immediately transferred more Tenseigan chakra to cause a cage puppet to perform his strongest move. Magnet release, Iron Sand Law. At novel bin at. Following the call, iron sand particles gathered into the air in the form of countless spears, and with the speed of a cannonball fire, the iron sand spears continuously pierced Morio's body, firmly nailing him on the ground. But that wasn't the end, as more iron sand gathered and connected all the impaled spears like thorny branches, confining Morio's body within an iron sand prison. Miko-sama, who was continuously transferring her chakra along with her vitality into the ceiling formation, muttered in surprise, "Really, magnet release? In the ninja world, people known for mastering magnet release are only those of the Kazekage clan, and those alive from them could possibly only be Sandame Kazekage who disappeared mysteriously, and the Yondame Kazekage who is currently in power. Although Miikos generally doesn't pay much involved with the events happening in the shinobi world, but they still have general happenings and information of the shinobi world. In Kuroto's previous attack she wasn't sure, but now that she has witnessed the strange ninja hovering alongside Kuroto, use the Iron Sand Law, she felt convinced that he is using magnetic release Kekai Genkai. This makes her wonder how is that even possible, because it is simply not possible for Konoha shinobi to master a sand hidden technique, and she can also understand why he would ask her to not reveal the information about it. Anyway, back to the fight. Under the combined effect of Shisui's Susanoo and Kazekige's Iron Sand Law, the pressure on Moro increased several times, resulting in his struggle becoming weaker. Moro roared in an eardrum-popping sound, "Damn it! You stupid humble humans, you don't understand to whom you have provoked." However, Kuroto and Shisui were unmoved by Moro's shout, and they increased their effort in suppressing Moro. "Moroku, watch and learn. These ants can't stop me." Maiko-sama's face changed suddenly and she shouted in warning, "Hurry up, get away from him. Moro's going to use mind control arts. Ha ha ha, ha ha, he can't escape." With maniacal laughter, Moro stared at Shisui and shouted, "You should be honored to become my plaything." Secret art, the demon within. The demon within is a genjutsu that allows Moro to control the hearts of humans. The subject once under the effect of this genjutsu becomes a soulless puppet who only obeys Moro's command mindlessly. After activating this genjutsu, Moro immediately ordered Shisui, "Quickly go and kill them." The target that Moro ordered for Shisui to kill was naturally Kuroto and the Kazekage puppet hovering in the air, so Kuroto and Maiko-sama both looked at Shisui with anxiety. In fact, Maiko-sama's heart was almost at her throat that she even forgot to continue transferring chakra to the ceiling formation. For a moment, everyone's attention was at Shisui. And Shisui, with his Mangekyou wheel spinning, was silent. Then suddenly, he let go of one of Moro's head to free his left arm, raised it high in the air, and bonked the head that gave him the command with all his power. Bang! A loud sound echoed. With a muffled sound, Moro's head slammed to the ground, leaving the demon himself and Maiko-sama dumbfounded. How is this possible? Extremely surprised and shocked, Moro shouted in hysteria, "It's your eyes. Damn it." Obviously, Moro isn't an idiot ignorant and immediately figured out that the cause of the failure of his mind arts on Shisui is his Mangekyou. Maiko-sama also breathed a sigh in relief. She was really scared just a moment ago. If Shisui really became Moro's puppet, then the situation would have definitely become irreversible for them. And if that were to happen, then she wouldn't even be sure if she would be able to seal Moro even with her death as the catalyst. Although Maiko-sama was glad and slightly happy, it was a different case for Moro. The demon was shouting at Shisui in anger, "A human such as you can resist my mind art. This is enough for you to be proud of for the rest of your measly life. It appears you are a rare strong individual among the humans." Halfway through, the only free head of Moro twisted, looking at Kuroto on the other side with a wicked smile, and shouted, "Ha ha ha, if I can't control that brat then you will become my puppet." Secret art, the demon within. The sudden action of Moro again brought despair to Maiko-sama as again her heart was about to fall off her mouth in panic. Currently, she was feeling both extremely angry and increasingly annoyed. Anger at Moro's despicable actions, that he suddenly attacked Kuroto with mind arts, but more annoyed because she forgot to warn Kuroto in advance because of her panic. According to Maiko-sama, Shisui was able to resist the effect of mind arts was most likely because of those dojutsu he has, as the Maiko she knows that it must be the legendary Mangekyou Shuriken of the Uchiha clan, although it is extremely shocking for her to see someone capable of resisting Moro. Maybe with the Mangekyou it is a possibility, however that's not the case with Kuroto as he doesn't have the Mangekyou, therefore she didn't believe Kuroto can resist Moro's attack with the Byakugan, as she is well aware of the true essence of this dangerous art. In midair, Kuroto was standing at the iron sand, felt a wave of evil chakra pass through him, and then, there was nothing. Feeling that nothing should not have happened, Kuroto ignored the demon who was laughing arrogantly and asked Shisui in a puzzled manner, "What is he trying to do?" Shisui seemed to seriously ponder over Kuroto's question and then replied with some uncertainty, "He seems to be trying to perform some sort of genjutsu on us, because of the Mangekyou. I don't feel anything. What about you, Kuroto-san?" I don't feel anything either." After a short pause, Kuroto curled his lips and said, "Well, he knows how to bluff for sure." Shisui also nodded earnestly, "Well yeah, I was a little scared." Kuroto then turned towards Maiko-sama and asked, "Maiko-sama, how much longer will it take for the seal to activate completely?" Maiko-sama, who was again brought out of her stupor by Kuroto's carefree attitude, immediately restarted transferring chakra into the ceiling formation. Maiko-sama's mind was in a mess right now. She's been dumbfounded more times in the past few hours than in her entire life. Now all she feels is that it is a waste to worry about these two strange ninjas. The demon was also flabbergasted because his genjutsu didn't have any effect on Kuroto either, so he looked at Kuroto in more surprise. "Impossible? How can you two resist the effects of my mind arts? How is this possible?" When dealing with the cultists, he didn't even need to use secret technique to control them. His simple orders were more than enough for them to follow like a soulless puppet, so Moro didn't expect his secret to be ineffective against both the humans here. Outside the cave, Scorch release, extremely steaming murder. Accompanied by the hissing sound of steam, the surface of countless terracotta puppets gradually dried up, with numerous cracks appearing that became larger and larger as the moisture turned into a vapor mist, and eventually all the puppets shattered into a pile of gravel. However, Pakura didn't pay much attention to them. At this time, she was a little pale and stressed. On the other side, after continuously using Earth Release ninjutsu to temporarily imprison many puppets, the captain of the rock unit turned his head and looked at the entrance of the cave with a solemn expression. He could only imagine what kind of fierce battle would be taking place inside the cave based on the loud rumbling noises and the continuous shaking of the mountain since the demon went inside. At the cave entrance, after temporarily repelling the ghost army with detonation charm, Kakashi retreated to Guy's side and asked anxiously, "Guy, are they really okay?" Guy nodded without any hesitation. "I believe in Kuroto." Rumbling noises. As soon as Guy spoke, another loud noise came from inside the cave. Accompanied by the loud noise, a breath of evil chakra could also be felt from the outside. Kakashi quickly looked at the cave with the Sharingan passed on to him by his teammate Uchiha Obito. In the vision of the Sharingan, Kakashi could see that the evil chakra belonging to Moro was so substantial that it was getting difficult to be contained within the cave, as it spread in the surroundings making the area all around gloomy and chilling. Wiping the trace of sweat from his temple, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Facing such a demon means looking for death. Inside the cave, Kuroto, who was hovering in midair, shouted to Shisui, "Leave the rest to me." Shisui nodded without any argument and dispersed the Susanoo. It has only been a few minutes from the beginning to now, but he was already out of breath. From Shisui's condition, it can be judged that awakening Mangekyo at a very young age is not a good thing. Without Susanoo's suppression, Morio's struggle to free itself became more intense. At novel bin at. The previous failure of ineffectively casting his secret technique not only slapped away his arrogance but also dropped his confidence in himself. At this moment, Moro has understood that both Kuroto and Shisui are strong ninjas with weird dojutsu powers that make him feel uneasy instinctively. Such a thing was unimaginable before. In fact, Moro has been unable to catch up with the series of changes since the appearance of Susanoo. He is unaware of the top powerhouses of the shinobi world. Never did he imagine falling into such a dangerous trap, making him a little panicked at the situation. It wasn't until now he realized that the cultists that were following his orders didn't have any power to stand up to the top powerhouses of the shinobi world. It was simply a mistake to use those weaklings as a basis to judge the strength of the entire shinobi world. Moro has also been aware that the strange ninja hovering beside Kuroto is a soulless puppet, but unfortunately, he hasn't been able to manipulate it because of the interference of Tenseigan chakra. Two powerful shinobi about whom he knows close to nothing, plus the Miko of the lands of demons who can naturally restrain him. No matter how arrogant he may be, Moro realizes that the current situation is unfavorable for him, making him feel that if he doesn't escape from here then he can't avoid the fate of being sealed here. Therefore, he was putting all his effort in getting out of restraints. Facing the crazy struggle put up Moro, Kuroto looked grim. Since Kuroto has already revealed the Kaze Cage puppet and openly used magnet release so naturally, he won't hesitate in transferring all his chakra, so matter how many iron spears Moro get rid of, they will keep on coming to firmly nail him in one place. Damn human. The continuous barrage of iron spears piercing his body made the demon roar in anger. The current combat effectiveness of the Kaze Cage puppet with all the chakra that Kuroto transferred, is close to the Kaze Cage himself while he was still alive, and the Sandaime Kaze Cage was known as the strongest Kaze Cage with cage level strength. If such a powerhouse is restraining the demon, then short-term suppression isn't very difficult. Time passed second by second, and finally, the ceiling formation was activated. In just a few moments, all the fun symbols arranged all around the cave emitted a faint glow. This glow became brighter and brighter like a dazzling sun. Moro was feeling more and more threatened as this was all happening. His struggle to escape was near suicidal. Even if he injured himself in the process, all he wanted was to escape from this damn cave. Rumbling noises. Due to the shaking of the mountain, a part of the ground on which Moro was impaled broke apart, resulting in iron sand scattering all around. Seeing this, Kuroto made up his mind. It's already reached this point, how can he give Moro any chance to make a comeback? So without any restraint, Kuroto transferred his leftover chakra to the Kaze Cage puppet. The crushed and shattered iron sand once again reformed into spears, piercing the demon's body. Although, Shisui still wanted to help, however, as soon as he took a step forward, his feet softened, and fell to the ground. Using Susanoo consumed most of his chakra, although he didn't feel the immediate effect, but when he thought of using it once again, Shisui realized that with his current immature physique he can't bear it. At this moment Miko-sama also finished chanting, following which she slowly got up from her position, pointed at Moro, and spoke in a sublime voice. Fun technique, the demon's ceiling, start. The dazzling glow around the cave brightened at Miko-sama's command and all the light spots flew towards Moro. No. Moro struggled in horror and wailed. Moro's final struggle was violent that it was getting increasingly difficult to breathe because of the evil chakra escaping in the surrounding, and even then, he was still able to resist the ceiling. Seeing no option left, Kuroto sighed and used the secret technique of physical regeneration, forcibly squeezing out the chakra from the new cells. Cough cough, cough. He coughed out blood because of the overconsumption and burden he was feeling, but this technique did help fight the demon to the end. With the last wave of attacks, the demon could no longer resist the sealing technique, and accompanied by a wailing sound, his huge body deflated like a popped-up balloon. As soon as Moro wilted, Maiko-sama made several hand seals, following which the light balls all around merged into a curtain of light engraved with the same sealing technique. This light curtain wrapped around the demon layer by layer, firmly restricting his movements. By the time all the light dissipated, only a giant cocoon wrapped up in white cloth with the sealing formation printed on it fell in front of Kuroto and Shisui. Shisui, who somehow managed to get sit, exclaimed in joy, "Is that a success?" As if to answer Shisui's question, suddenly, a thick and dark purple chakra bursts out of the cracks suddenly, but strangely it didn't try to attack anyone, only fled in a panic towards the entrance of the cave. Undoubtedly when Morio's body was sealed by Maiko-sama, his soul hid in the crevices, thereby avoiding the fate of being sealed, and now he is trying to escape because nobody is in any condition to stop him. Seeing Morio trying to escape in the soul form, Maiko-sama was suddenly panicked. "Hurry up and stop it. If Morio's soul manages to escape, then the purpose of sealing would be useless, and there would be endless trouble in the follow-up." Whoosh! Even before Maiko-sama spoke, a sharp sound of cutting through the wind was heard. The sound was the result of Shisui throwing several shuriken towards escaping Morio. Although they were accurately targeted, nonetheless all of them passed through him and didn't cause any substantial damage to Morio's soul, which wasn't anything strange either. After all, how can something like shuriken with a physical state affect Morio's soul that is a pure amalgamation of evil chakra? Seeing the attack being ineffective, Shisui's expression sank. Although he wanted to use another attack, it was already too late as the soul of the demon was far out of his range, not mention his attacks seemed to be ineffective on Morio. Within just a few moments, Morio's soul was already near the entrance of the cave. Seeing the situation turning for worse, Kuroto gritted his teeth and decisively used rain wheel pull. Suddenly the madly laughing Morio in the soul state, who was almost close to escaping the fate of being sealed, stagnated. As if being firmly grasped by an invisible pair of hands, he couldn't move anymore. Even if he is a combination of evil chakra in the soul form, being under the effect of rain wheel interaction, he wasn't able to break free. "If I really, let you escape, then wow, cough cough, wouldn't I have put this much effort in? Cough cough cough." In vain. With much difficulty, Kuroto muttered and restarted using the secret technique of physical regeneration to obtain chakra, as a result of which he was able to increase the chakra input in rain wheel pull to drag Morio's soul towards him. With the improvement in strength that Kuroto has experienced in the past few months, the effective range of his rain wheel interaction from 15 meters to 20 meters, and this improvement isn't just quantitative but also qualitative. That is to say, within a range of 20 meters with him as the center, he can have complete control over interaction force. So, being able to escape from this attack was no longer an option for Morio. As Morio's soul slowly got pulled towards Kuroto, Maiko-sama took out a wooden box from the storage scroll and printed several funjutsu techniques on it to make it suitable for containing Morio's soul. At novel bin at. No. Please no. No. In the soul state without the protection of his physical body, he couldn't resist Maiko-sama's sealing, and with the last unwilling roar, he was completely sealed in the wooden box. Seeing that it was finally over, the three slumped on the ground and sighed with relief. At this time all three of them are extremely exhausted both physically and mentally. Maiko-sama performed several funjutsu technique one after another that took a lot out of her, especially the final fun techniques that sealed away Morio's body exhausted most of her chakra, and put a lot of burden on her both physically and spiritually, so even if she didn't personally intervene in the battle, her consumption is no less than others. Shisui's situation is not any better. Having awakened the Mangekyou at such a young age already puts a lot of burden on him before he grows up and his Mangekyou evolves into eternal Mangekyou. Additionally, he used Susanoo to suppress Morio, so his consumption was far greater than he could have imagined. As for Kuroto, his condition is the worst of all. He even had to rely on the secret technique of physical regeneration to overcome his lack of chakra in the battle, so his lifespan was also shortened by at least 2 to 3 months. Nevertheless, this is still the best situation considering just how strong Morio's actual strength is. If not for the trap and ambush method, their win would have been difficult to imagine. After a short rest, Maiko-sama sincerely thanked Kuroto and Shisui. "I am really grateful to both of you. I cannot imagine the consequences that might have happened if Morio somehow managed to escape." Moroku was grateful to both Kuroto and Shisui from the bottom of her heart. Originally, she thought that only by using her death as a catalyst would she be able to successfully seal the demon, but because of Kuroto and Shisui's help, things turned down quite smoothly. After putting away the Kaze cage puppet, Kuroto nodded to Maiko-sama. "I have done what I promised." Maiko-sama also nodded. "Don't worry, I will also honor my promise." At this time Shisui also stood up and asked Kuroto curiously, "Kuroto-san, did you use puppet technique in the battle? And was the puppet using magnet release?" Listening to Shisui's question, Kuroto decided to not hide it, and directly told the truth. "Well, it's a puppet obtained by pure coincidence, and yes, the puppet was using magnet release. As for why it can use magnet release, that's easy to answer. It's because it's a human puppet created from the body of Sandaime Kazekige's corpse." What? Not only Shisui, but even Maiko-sama was also taken aback as soon as they heard this piece of information. They couldn't help it either. Sandaime Kazekage, known as the strongest Kazekage, became a puppet? If this is not shocking, then Translator-kun doesn't know what is? Sand Aim Kazekage was killed and turned into a human puppet through forbidden techniques by a puppet master of the Sand Shinobi village that became a missing nin. Not too long ago, I accidentally encountered him in a battle and was lucky enough to have obtained the puppet by a chance of pure coincidence. Kuroto briefly explained about his encounter with Sassori. However, this information again surprised Shisui. Kazekage-sama were assassinated by a ninja of his own village. Kuroto nodded. Precisely because this information is highly confidential that I don't use this puppet often. Moreover, this matter also involves Sand Village's reputation. If revealed in public, it would cause serious diplomatic issues. Make sure to not reveal the puppet's existence, else it would definitely lead to a conflict between Konoha and Sand. Hearing Kuroto mention the seriousness of the information and it could elevate to a possible war between two of the 5 great shinobi villages, Maiko-sama and Shisui both solemnly promised, "We will never leak it out." Obviously, the reason why Kuroto dared to use Kazekage's puppet here because he is sure that neither Shisui nor Maiko-sama would reveal this information to anyone else. Maiko-sama is the kind of good-natured person who would rather sacrifice herself than let the demon run havoc on the world. Additionally, she is also indebted to him, so she wouldn't reveal it. As for Shisui, is there even a need to consider this? Uchiha Shisui committed suicide to avoid becoming the fuse of war between the Uchiha and Konoha even after being betrayed by Shimura Danzo. He is someone who would definitely avoid doing something that would threaten Konoha's peace, and for the second reason, Kuroto also knows about Shisui's manjikyu, so in a way, they are both keeping a secret for each other. And even in the worst case scenario puppet's existence is leaked somehow, it wouldn't be such a big deal to hand it over to the village as a spoil of war. After all, it was just pure luck for him to have obtained it. It's not like he is the who killed the Kazekage. His only worry would be to effectively hide Tenseigan's existence. Anyway, Kuroto decided to change the subject and ask Shisui, so the rumors about there being an advanced form of the Sharingan called the Manjikyu Sharingan above 3 Tomo state is true. If I am not wrong, you have awakened the Manjikyu, haven't you, Shisui? Shisui also didn't try to hide or evade the question and honestly answered with a smile, "Well, it is true. The technique I used to fight against Moro is called Susanoo, which the Uchihas can use once their Sharingan evolves into Manjikyu Sharingan. As said before, sharing one's secrets is undoubtedly one of the best ways to get closer to each other. After Maiko-sama, Kuroto, and Shisui shared their individual secrets, the friendship between them deepened a lot." With all said and done, Kuroto decided to ask something from Maiko-sama. "Maiko-sama, so what are you going to do with Morio's soul?" Maiko-sama, who was repeatedly checking the seal on the cubical wooden box that sealed Morio's soul, answered Kuroto's question absent-minded. After repeatedly strengthening the seal, "I am going to choose a suitable location in the lands of Demon to place to hide this box. That way Morio's body and soul will be hundreds of miles apart, so his chances of resurrecting again will be minimal. Compared to the seal on Morio's body, the wooden box sealing his soul isn't safe enough." According to Kuroto's guess, that might have been one of the reasons he managed to get free in the original series, but since Maiko-sama has stated that she would rearrange the seals on it and place it in a secure location, therefore, Kuroto decided not to worry much about it. In fact, Kuroto's mind has long been past the demon Morio and he has already begun to wonder how to ask Maiko-sama to teach him Maiko's Funjutsu techniques. After witnessing her seal Morio, Kuroto has reached the conclusion that her Funjutsu mastery is undoubtedly among the best in the current shinobi world. If he missed this opportunity, then his artificial tailed beast plan may only remain a dream forever, and Kuroto isn't willing to let that happen. While supporting each other out of the cave, Guy's figure was the first one that came into Kuroto's sight. Obviously, Guy faithfully followed Kuroto's instructions and didn't let either of the sand or rock shinobi enter inside the cave. Finally noticing that the 3 people, although in a battered state but safely, came out of the cave, Guy showed his signature smile and spoke with a thumb up. "Kuroto, I knew you will succeed." Not far away, Kakashi didn't say anything but took a breath of relief. No matter how cold and indifferent he may look, his subconscious actions speak otherwise. Pakura, along with the other shinobi of the Sand Village, also carefully observed Maiko-sama, Kuroto, and Shisui. The previous movements and shaking of the cave was felt by everyone outside, so they can more or less guess. At least Pakura, being a near-cage class kunoichi, can make some conclusions just how fierce the battle inside might have been, and the fact that both the Konoha shinobi not only managed to come out alive but also successfully sealed the demon, earned both of them her respect. On the other hand, the look in the eyes of the rock beheading unit was not so good, although their captain didn't let it show on his face, by masking himself with a thoughtful look, that seemed to say that he was considering some things by being a little absent-minded. It wasn't that difficult for Kuroto to judge some of his intentions. Since the demon Morio, which was a threat to the shinobi world, is successfully sealed, the cooperative relationship between the several shinobi villages has also come to an end, and is replaced by previous hostility just like all times. At this time, Maiko-sama, who was holding the cubical wooden box, gratefully bowed to all the ninjas present and thanked them earnestly for helping her seal Morio. Although the others that were outside didn't play any significant role, like Kuroto and Shisui, just from the broken stone puppets of the ghost army lying all around and the traces of battle left, it's not hard for her to see that the battle that took place outside to stop the interference of the ghost army was just as fierce, if not fiercer, than the one that took place inside. After all, until Morio is completely sealed, the ghost army had a continuous supply of chakra, because of which they were almost undefeatable due to their toughness and regeneration, giving them an immortal trait. And even then, the shinobi guarding the cave didn't let even a single puppet pass through, which made it possible for Kuroto and Shisui to suppress the demon. Therefore, Maiko-sama was earnestly grateful to all those present here. After everyone accepted Maiko-sama's gratitude, the shinobi of sand and rock villages left one after another, while the Konoha Class 11 was responsible for safely escorting Maiko-sama back to her temple in the lands of Demon. Because of the deal between Kuroto and Maiko-sama, Konoha shinobi were also given another mission of eradicating the remnants of cultists as an excuse of their temporary stay in the lands of demons. Of course, the work of eradicating the remnants of the cultists was handed over to Kakashi, Guy, and Shisui by Kuroto, while he recovered from his injuries at Maiko's temple, patiently waiting for the delivery of purple clay. While he didn't have nothing much to do, Kuroto recollected and summed up his battle with Moro. This battle was the first time that he had used up all his chakra since awakening the Tenseigan. Therefore, even though he had to rely on the secret technique that cost him approximately 2 to 3 months of lifespan, it still exposed and gave him an understanding of many of his problems and flaws, which was an unexpected gain. But the adverse effects of exhausting all his chakra volume were more serious than he expected them to be, making him unable to exert any energy and an extremely worn-out spirit in the following days to come. Undoubtedly, Kuroto is glad that the Tenseigan pair within his eye sockets is his own, making it perfect sync with his soul and body, so the burden is easy to bear. If his Tenseigan would have been transplanted from others, then by now he would have suffered an irrecoverable backlash, and even if he somehow managed to survive, he would have lost much of his vitality. And this was the case with Itsutsuki Tonari. After being defeated by Naruto, the Tenseigan he awakened by transplantation of Hanabi's Byakugan faded away since his chakra and spirit were exhausted. When someone like Tonari, capable of cutting the moon in half, wasn't able to keep the Tenseigan awakened, goes to show just how difficult it is to maintain the Tenseigan. Similar is the case with the Rinnegan. The power displayed by Madara with it is obviously of another scale compared to Nagato or Obito. They never used techniques like Tenge Shinsei, or Rinbo, Hengoku, and other superior techniques of the Rinnegan like Madara did. This clarifies just how different it is when the real awakener uses the dojutsu compared to non-awakener. The weaklings don't even have the qualification to possess the eyes of gods. This again confirmed Kuroto's guess that his Tenseigan is in sync with him spiritually and has been suppressing its abilities instinctively to avoid causing any irreversible damage to Kuroto, who isn't yet worthy of possessing them. After understanding this, Kuroto couldn't help but sigh emotionally. Now Kuroto has also understood not use all his chakra rashly in the future. At the same time, he is more obsessed with the artificial tailed beast, the same kind of obsession that Orochimaru had with the Sharingan. As a result of which, Kuroto couldn't help it anymore and asked Maiko-sama to teach him Funjutsu. However, her reply was a disappointment for him. According to Maiko-sama, Maiko's Funjutsu techniques can't be used by those not carrying their blood, and this point has been verified by several generations of Maikos. Simply put, it's a Kekai Genkai. This is also the reason why the position of Maikos of the Land of Demons is inherited only by their descendants. So, Kuroto had no choice but to sigh in disappointment, but Maiko-sama still promised to help him learn the other Funjutsu techniques he wants. As a Funjutsu master, it is not very difficult for her to understand other techniques. Therefore, Kuroto immediately entrusted all the 700 plus Funjutsu techniques involved in the artificial tailed beast plan to Maiko-sama and asked for her guidance. Maiko-sama was also not reserved but in fact, showed great interest. All the sealing techniques involved in the artificial tailed beast plan are of the Uzumaki clan, being the most proficient clan to have even developed techniques like the dead demon consuming seal, the adamantine sealing chains, the 4-symbol seal, etc. Even Maiko-sama with extreme mastery over Funjutsu was amazed by their skills. After several days of research and learning, combined with her own knowledge, she soon became familiar with the Uzumaki seals and mastered all the Funjutsu techniques involved in the artificial tailed beast plan. These techniques are simply too deft. Uzumakis were really admirable to have developed such amazing knowledge. These words came from her heart. Uzumaki Funjutsu style focuses on controlling the strong by the weak. With the weak body of a human, monsters like tailed beasts can be easily suppressed. This is the reason why since the establishment of Konoha, Kyuubi's Jinchuriki has always been the Uzumaki clansman. At novel bin at. So, after learning all these sealing techniques, Moroka felt that she had actually taken a big advantage off of Kuroto, which is why she wholeheartedly guided him in learning Funjutsu without any reservation. Since awakening the Tenseigan, Kuroto's comprehensive power has increased a lot. Therefore, under Maiko-sama's careful guidance, he mastered all the 700 plus techniques involved in the artificial tailed beast plan within 10 days. These Funjutsu techniques are aimed for sealing the tailed beasts, aren't they? This was her conclusion. Kuroto didn't try to hide from her since it was pretty much useless to do so in the first place, and nodded while he also asked a question. Maiko-sama, do you think it would be possible to suppress the tailed beasts with mastery over this much knowledge? She thought for a while, then shook her head. Uzumaki Funjutsu knowledge is too deft. Although I have understood most of what you have provided me with, it's still not enough for me to draw out a conclusion. Besides, there are many parts even I am not confident about, so I can't say for sure. Kuroto frowned from her response. You were able to seal Moro, who has a similar level of strength as a tailed beast. Shouldn't you be able to judge using this fact alone? However, Kuroto had to be disappointed as Maiko-sama denied with an apologetic smile. You're misunderstanding as well as overestimating my strength, Kuroto-san. The only reason I can seal Moro is because of the natural restraint Maiko's Fuinjutsu has on him. If it was a tailed beast in his stead, the result would have definitely been unpredictable. As the two sides of one coin, Maiko's and Moro have a mutual restraint on each other, so our fight cannot be used as a basis to make an effective judgment. Listening to her words, Kuroto's frown deepened. For the past 2 weeks he has been using Maiko-sama's battle with Moro as a basis to judge the strength of tailed beasts. But now that she has said otherwise, Kuroto finally understands that the reason why Konoha dropped the tailed beast project is that the lack of Fuinjutsu knowledge to safely create a Jinchuriki. The tailed beasts must be secured with enough restraints, else it isn't a weapon against the enemies but a ticking time bomb for their own village, and with the demise of the Uzumaki clan, Konoha's source of obtaining such information disappeared. Since he thought about it, Kuroto decided to have an in-depth discussion with Maiko-sama. So, after pondering for a while, he asked her, "Maiko-sama, have you ever seen a tailed beast?" Maiko-sama shook her head. "I personally estimate that the strength of Moro is in the same class as Ichibai or maybe Nibi." Taking a short pause, he continued, "If you don't count the natural restraint you have on Moro, do you think it would have been possible to seal Moro with these techniques?" Maiko-sama took a moment to think and then replied, "If Moro is in a weakened state, it may be possible. Regardless of that, if Konoha village needs help in sealing the tailed beast, I might be able to help." "How?" Maiko-sama explained, "Uzumaki Fuinjutsu technique is different Maiko's as their primary focus is internal sealing, while I have mastery over external sealing." Since Kuroto has already mastered the basics of Fuinjutsu, he immediately understood what she was trying to imply. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu pays more attention to practicality. Their sealing technique is often focused from the inside to the outside, as such it is possible to obtain the power of the sealed subject. The best example of this power is the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. On the other hand, Maiko's Fuinjutsu is more traditional, as they focus on isolation and suppression. In terms of subtlety, it is far inferior to Uzumaki's, while in terms of stability they are far superior to Uzumaki's. Now that he knows this, Kuroto immediately cooked up a new idea, that is, a double seal. In the first step, as per the thesis according to the scroll given to him by Orochimaru, use the core shell made of purple clay, and use Uzumaki Fuinjutsu techniques to make an unstable tailed beast. In the second step, use Maiko's Fuinjutsu to seal the unstable tailed beast in an object that can be carried. In this way, the risk of artificial tailed beast running away will be greatly reduced, and Kuroto wouldn't have to be worried about being influenced by it either. There would be no need to worry about it on regular days, and it can be immediately suppressed by external seals if something is found wrong while in battle. With this objective in his mind, Kuroto decided his further course of action. A few days later, Kakashi and the others responsible for destroying the cultists returned to the temple of Maiko. From the looks of it, the mission wasn't a success. After Moro was sealed, these cultists vanished into thin air. No matter how much effort they put, all they could find were some of the low-level members, but their leader Yomi was missing. However, contrary to what Kuroto expected, Maiko-sama didn't care too much about this. According to her, without Moro's support, Yomi is no different from just some shinin class wandering nin. If he leaves any trace, then she can just hire shinobi from the 5 great nations to eliminate him. Since Maiko-sama didn't care, Kuroto also put past the thought, since Moroku-sama is alive, which is different from the case according to the original series, therefore Moro's resurrection shouldn't happen. Moreover, he will be in contact with her for his artificial tailed beast plan, so there would be more opportunities to come to eliminate Yomi. Kakashi and others were a little depressed about it, but they also knew that the 11th class can no longer stay in the land of demons, as it has already been close to a month since they left for the mission, and since the Konoha is under great pressure, so they have to leave. So with an apology they bid goodbye to Maiko-sama and left. Before they left, Maiko-sama also completed her part of the deal, so Kuroto received purple clay as promised. In fact, she went a little bored and collected nearly a ton of purple clay by mobilizing the power of Land of Demons, although it must have cost a lot, but nobody complained. After all, some monetary value is nothing compared to the countless lives that were saved, including her own. Additionally, Kuroto and Shisui repeatedly reassured her that they would never reveal her secret, so Maiko-sama went full throttle, and the authorities of Land of Demons naturally complied with her demand. So after finally bidding farewell to Maiko-sama and Shin, the 4 shinobi of the Class 11 embarked on their returning journey. On the way back, the 4 shinobi who went through many life and death battles together in the past few days were more friendly with each other and chatted without any reservation. This mission not only increased their knowledge, strength, and experience, but also their trust in each other. Even the silent and indifferent Kakashi would occasionally add sentences in the conversation. The group mostly traveled with occasional stops. Soon they were past the territory of the Land of Demons and entered the country of bears. There is a small shinobi village in the country of bears, but their military strength isn't very strong, so there are many wandering ninjas here that are supported by Rock Village. Their purpose is to quietly infiltrate this country and continuously plunder the resources of the country of bears. While traveling through a dense forest, Kuroto at the front suddenly stopped. Guy asked quickly, "What's wrong?" Kuroto's replied with a gloomy face, "Ambush." Kuroto's reply immediately alerted the other 3. Kakashi sniffed his surroundings. He actually has very good smelling senses like that of an Inuzuka, making him able to even notice what others can't. Even in the 3rd Shinobi War, he used this point to take advantage of his enemies. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the four were about to be engulfed in the flames, Kakashi used a water release ninjutsu. Water release, water formation wall. Crash, huieiist. The agitated water released by Kakashi collided with the surging flames of the explosion, resulting in boundless steam rising up that covered the surroundings in a thick mist. Feeling the vibrations from his feet, and Kuroto immediately warned, "Everyone, disperse." As soon as his words fell, countless sharp soil thorns burst out of the ground, shooting at the four people. With Kuroto's warning, the four of them jumped to the trunks of the surrounding trees, avoiding another silent attack under the cover of explosions. Guy looked around. Where is the enemy? Boom, boom, boom. As if to answer Guy's question, there was another series of deadly explosions. Under the effect of explosions, the four shinobi of Class 11 were forced to disperse again. Now the distance between them was again increased. Although the surrounding mist was not very disturbing for Kuroto because of the Tenseigan, the continuous explosions forced him to retreat opposite to the direction where his teammates were. Seeing that he was continuously being separated from the others, Kuroto more or less guessed who the attacker might be. And sure enough, it didn't take long for a figure to step in front of Kuroto. "So, should I say that I am extremely grateful for you to show yourself here on your own accord? Because I was really worried about how I was going to find you." Kuroto spoke with his bloodlust leaking. He wasn't even trying to control his bloodlust, which is completely opposite to how shinobi work, but against this bastard, he won't. While Kuroto said this, a figure wearing the official shinobi uniform of the Rock Village came out of the burning flames. That's correct, Reader-kun. It is the captain of the Rock Beheading Unit who was also part of the assault team while sealing the demon Moro that came through the burning flames. Initially, Kuroto thought about killing the captain along with eradicating the entire beheading unit, but then he let that thought pass away because he has more important things to do. So to avoid pointless trouble, he suppressed his urge for revenge. He didn't consider that even if he didn't bother to go after the bastard, the other party would come to him on his own initiative. The captain said with a smile, "Well, look at you. Was it so expected?" Kuroto didn't answer but just grinned. "Although I am a little curious, how did you discover the route we would be taking? I can be quite sure no one was following us." Based on the continuous attacks since the ambush, the Rock unit had clearly discovered the route they were going to follow in advance. Otherwise, it is simply impossible to have arranged ambush attacks so perfectly. But he is also confident that Class 11 wasn't any careless in choosing their route. He himself was continuously exploring the surroundings, not to mention Shisui was there to make sure they weren't being followed. Squeak! At this time, a small head sprang out from the neckline of the captain. Kuroto frowned seeing it, because it was just an ordinary-looking squirrel. A squirrel. Kuroto muttered absent-mindedly, then shook his head denying, "No, this isn't just some ordinary squirrel, it's a summon beast. There are many types of summoning beasts. It's not wrong to say that as long as an animal is capable of using chakra it can be regarded as a summon beast, and this seemingly ordinary squirrel is no exception to that. Isn't this guy cute? He may be little but is perfectly capable of tracking any familiar smell from miles away." After a smile, he continued, "I know you belong to the Hyuga clan, so of course, I won't follow you personally." Kuroto wasn't any surprised when he heard that, but he still asked, "So you do remember me, huh?" From the other party's manner of speaking, it wasn't hard to figure out that he also remembers him. After the battle in which Kuroto almost died, not only did he remember the other party, but the enemy also remembered that he survived. Now the captain put away his smile, and said with a cold face, "Last time you were just a low-class chunin. I didn't expect you to grow up to this point in such a short time. The saying Konoha being a cradle of geniuses isn't wrong." Kuroto also said coldly, "It looks you regret it, huh?" Captain gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "Yes, I really not being able to kill you that time? So here I am, correcting the mistake of the past. This time he won't be here to save you, and I'll never let a second yellow flash appear in Konoha. If I allow you to grow anymore, you will become a threat for the Rock Village, and it is my responsibility, as you being alive is my mistake." Hyuga Kuroto, who is only about 15 years old, is already able to interfere in the battle involving tailed beast class monsters. It is hard to imagine what will his strength be in a decade. If allowed to live, he will inevitably grow up to be another yellow flash, which is absolutely intolerable for the Rock Village. Rock Village has never forgotten the humiliation at the hands of Yellow Flash. Boom! A faint explosion sounded in the distance. There is no doubt that the other members of Class 11 have also encountered enemies, and currently battling them. Kuroto thought with some absent-mindedness. Seeing Kuroto a little distracted, the Rock Captain said, "Don't worry about them. Those brats will be joining you in the Pure Land very soon. Remember the name of the person to kill you is Iwamado. Doton, Mogiragaku no Jutsu. Earth Release, Hiding like a Mole Technique." Seeing Iwamado dive into the ground, Kuroto jumped on a big tree to avoid being attacked from the ground and observed carefully. However, suddenly there was a sound of water bursting off the ground not far away. Kuroto turned his sight and muttered, "This is the technique of waterfall." Although this jutsu isn't a threat for Kuroto while he is on the tree, he didn't dare take any chances. The opponent is not only an elite jonin but also the captain of the fearsome beheading unit, someone who is more than experienced to not waste any chakra on the battlefield unnecessarily. Because of the water release jutsu, the ground was wet and muddy. Kuroto felt that the muddy ground was somehow not good, but it was difficult for him to tell why exactly. After all, he didn't know much about earth release. Wish. Wish. At novel bin at. Wish. Suddenly, many pellets fired out of the muddy ground, and like sharp kunai, they all blasted towards Kuroto on the tree. In the face of dense shots of rock pellets, Kuroto didn't hesitate to use defensive techniques. 8 trigrams palms Revolving Heaven. Revolving Heaven can protect him but not the tree under his feet. In the blink of an eye, the tree was ridden with holes all over and fell to the ground in the flying sawdust. As Kuroto landed on the other tree not far away, few whips made of wet mud entangled his legs and yanked him towards the ground. Bang! With a muffled noise, Kuroto fell on the ground. Cough cough. Kuroto curled up and coughed out blood. The sudden fall made him feel dizzy, and even his breathing was getting rigorous. Looks like a few ribs are broken. Seeing Kuroto down, Iwamoto rose from the ground, revealing half of his body, and said with a condescending smile, "It seems that I overestimated you, and your Byakugan is also not strong as I imagined." Suddenly, Kuroto, who was curled up, suddenly raised the corners of his lips, revealing a mocking smile. Seeing that smile, Iwamoto didn't have any good feeling, but when he was about to sink into the ground, a sudden force caught him and plucked him out of the ground. What the hell? In a panicked state, Iwamoto was dragged towards Kuroto. Kuroto, who fell on the ground, suddenly propped his body and with all his effort used 8 trigrams 64 palms. Tuck, 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 tuck. Accompanied by the rapid sounds of palm strikes, Iwamoto flew out and fell on the mud not far away. Cough cough, shit. After delivering a series of gentle fist strikes to Iwamoto, Kuroto again coughed out blood. Although he deliberately pretended to let Iwamoto drop his guard, but the injuries he suffered were not fake. To be honest, he didn't expect the mud whip to be powerful enough to injure him. Having fallen from such height injured his lungs, and due to internal bleeding, he was feeling a little dizzy. Guess that's what you get for underestimating the enemy. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his ragged breath, Kuroto said lightly, "It's useless, Iwamoto. I know you are well awake." When Iwamoto heard Kuroto say this, he opened his eyes suddenly and jumped out of the mud while speaking in surprise. "Boy, what jutsu was that just now?" Kuroto snorted, "Idiot. You think I'll tell you?" However, Iwamoto wasn't angry at Kuroto's denial as he said lightly, "It's alright, I'll make sure to extract everything out of you after I rip your arms and legs apart." As he said, Iwamoto pulled out a short knife from his waist. Kuroto had to accept that Iwamoto is an elite jonin of Rock Village. Previously, when he was pulled by Kuroto under Rain Wheel's effect, the bastard immediately used an earth release ninjutsu, hardening several parts of his body, so even though Kuroto's palm strike sealed his tenketsu, it still didn't cause any significant harm to his body. Although Iwamoto's tenketsu are blocked, making him unable to use chakra from them, but as an elite jonin, even without complete access to his chakra pathway, he is definitely a dangerous enemy. And since Kuroto was injured, therefore Iwamoto felt he still had an advantage over the kid. Seeing that his situation was not very optimistic, Kuroto said no nonsense and directly took out a scroll with san written on it, to summon Kazekage puppet in front of Iwamoto. This is. Iwamoto was stunned when he looked at the puppet floating in the midair with iron sand all around him. As a ninja to have experienced 3 shinobi world wars, his knowledge is more than enough for him to recognize the unique Kekai Genkai of the Kazekage clan. Exposing the Kazekage puppet here is a very risky move, so without speaking any nonsense, Kuroto transferred his chakra to the puppet to launch attacks. Magnet release, iron sand weaponry. Instantly, the iron sand floating in the sky turned into hundreds of sharp spikes, shuriken, kunai, spears, and swords, which rushed towards Iwamoto like raindrops. Chink, clang, clink, shing shang. Iwamoto had a cold sweat on his forehead seeing this series of attacks. As soon as the spikes, spears, and swords rushed towards him, he took a defending stance, and the short knife in his hands was like a gorgeous dancing bella. Accompanied by the sound of the harsh metal collision, he continuously diverted, deflected, blocked, dodged, and reflected back the iron sand objects. Seeing this, Kuroto frowned. He thought since Iwamoto's chakra is sealed, the battle should be concluded quickly with Kazekage's attacks, but he didn't expect the bastard Iwamoto is such proficient in Kenjutsu. However, Kuroto was still not very worried, because Iwamoto obviously can't stop an endless rain of attacks, and not long after Iwamoto's waist, abdomen, chest, right eye, and several other parts of his body were ridden with sharp objects. Now Iwamoto also knew, he can't make a turnaround in this battle, so he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Secret technique, blood burst technique." The blood burst technique is Iwamoto's unique secret technique. As soon as it is used, the amount of chakra in the body of the user will sharply increase, making it possible to break through genjutsu, chakra restraints, and even some seals. As Iwamoto used the secret technique, his face and body turned blood red as if all the blood in his body was burning, and steam started coming off of him. For some reason, even Kuroto felt danger and immediately retreated backward to increase the distance between the two. In the vision of the Tenseigan, he could see that the chakra within Iwamoto was like a raging flame. It was so violent, unrestrained, and uncontrolled. Kuroto remembers this kind of chakra turbulence. This is similar to Gai's Hachiman Tonkao. However, Iwamoto's state is much worse than Gai's, as his chakra could completely engulf him at any moment, which is definitely a negative effect of the secret technique, and very often such techniques have extraordinary power that can even turn the tide of a battle. In just a few breaths, the tenketsu sealed by Kuroto's palm strikes were overflowed with chakra, following which Iwamoto started printing hand seals with a flashing speed. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. At Novel Bin at. Earth Release, Earth and Stone Bamboo Shoot. Earth Release, Mud Whip Bind. In an instant with a low voice filled with murderous intent, he fired 3 Class A ninjutsu simultaneously. All of a sudden, the howling dragon rushed towards Kuroto, then 4 spears sprout out of the ground in an attempt to skewer him, not to mention the violent mud whip that was coming to entangle him to prevent him from dodging. Faced with this series of attacks, even with the insight of Tenseigan, Kuroto wasn't sure how to dodge. Since he can't dodge, then the defense is the best option. Magnet Release, Iron Sand Armor. The iron sand flying all around suddenly condensed into a huge iron sand ball, wrapping him and the Kazekage puppet inside in protection. Boom boom, smash, and crack. The deafening sound of the continuous impact was hurtful to the eardrums, but the iron sand armor didn't budge. Inside the iron sand ball, Kuroto was squatting on the ground, trying to think of a way to make an effective countermeasure. The sequela of the secret technique is bound to be unsustainable for Iwamoto, so according to common sense, as long as Kuroto drags out the battle, the balance of victory will continue to tilt on his side, but considering how meticulously Iwamoto arranged this ambush, the enemy may not be just their 4-man team, as reinforcements could arrive at any time. So, it isn't possible to be sure whether dragging out the battle would be advantageous or not. After a little brainstorming, Kuroto decided to go for a quick decision, even if that would involve some risks. After all, the identity of the Kazekage puppet is too sensitive. If any other rock shinobi discovers it and passes on this information to their higher UPS, it would be very big trouble for him. After making up his mind, Kuroto instructed Kazekage puppets to use their strongest move, Magnet Release, Iron Sand Law. Most of the iron sand protecting Kuroto were pulled away in an instant and turned into sharp spears that rushed at Iwamoto with cannonball speed. Seeing hundreds of spears coming at him, Iwamoto's, who has already gone insane under the effect of chakra overdrive, cackled maniacally as he was driven by madness. The bastard actually gave up the defense and launched Earth Release ninjutsu at Kuroto like a madman. The only thought rushing in his brain was to kill the brat. Even Kuroto didn't know what to feel about this situation, but at this point, he let go of all the thoughts. In the battle of life and death, half-heartedness will only lead to regret. This lesson has been taught to him by his Jonin sensei. After taking a deep breath to let go of unnecessary thoughts, almost at the same time, both sides attacked each other at the same time. Iwamoto's already damaged body that he somehow roughly mended using Earth Release was now again pierced. His entire right shoulder was stabbed, limbs were impaled on the ground by multiple smaller spheres. The whole person was ridden with spears from head to toe. The pool of blood dripping along the sphere stained the ground in red. On Kuroto's side, because Iron Sand Law took away more than half of the iron sand from the protective iron sand sphere, there was a large gap in the defense. Although it still safeguarded him from most of the attacks, there was still one rock spear that managed to get through and pierced him through the right leg. Being ridden with spears all over his body, Iwamoto had difficulty in breathing and there were only few words he could muster. I, cough wheeze, my pre-wheeze, monic cough, premonition, gulp, was correct, why you, cough are a threat wheeze. Kuroto, who was sitting on the ground while covering the wound on his right leg with one hand, gave a death stare to Iwamoto. Bastard, you are still alive. Judging from Iwamoto's chakra reaction, he still has high vitality, so his current weakness may just be a disguise. Iwamoto continued weakly, you're being a little too cautious, kid. Won't you come here and give me a good ending? Kuroto has also experienced a shinobi war. He may still be green, but he is not an idiot. He thought suspiciously. He wants to lure me to approach him. Not giving any time for Kuroto to consider, Iwamoto suddenly broke free of the iron spears. All the injuries and holes in his body were covered and filled by mud, and he unexpectedly ran away deeper into the forest, leaving Kuroto flap his mouth like a fish in a dazed state. He wants to escape. Kuroto was taken aback by Iwamoto's unexpected action, and secretly cursed, bastard, come back here? You think I'll let you escape? At novel bin at. The secret of Kazekage's puppet can't be leaked, so without any thought, Kuroto stretched out his hand and used rain wheel pull with all the chakra he could muster. Under the huge pulling force of rain wheel pull, Iwamoto could barely struggle as he got attracted towards Kuroto. Regardless of the injuries on his body, Kuroto used the gossip palm strikes on Iwamoto with all the strength he has. Tuck, 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 tuck. In the muffled sound of palm strikes, the whole forest now returned to silence. From the touch Kuroto felt while delivering the strikes, he could be quite sure that Iwamoto didn't have the opportunity to use skin and muscle hardening jutsu, so this time, even if he couldn't crush Iwamoto's heart, the lungs were completely damaged. As he expected, Iwamoto's body fell lifelessly at his feet. But just as Kuroto was about to take a breath of relief thinking it was finally over, Iwamoto on the ground suddenly jumped up and wrapped himself around Kuroto like a koala, as he muttered in a hoarse voice, "Young genius of Konoha, I'll take you to the Pure Land with me." Hiss. From the hissing sound of ignition, Kuroto realized that this bastard has altered his body by planting many detonation charms under his skin that can be ignited at any moment by directing chakra through them. This didn't come into Kuroto's perception as it was covered with various seals. Looking at Iwamoto's calm face, Kuroto suddenly had an epiphany. From the beginning, since Kuroto was led into an ambush, this bastard never once thought of fleeing in this battle. The only reason he even pretended to escape was so that he could get close to Kuroto for the final suicide attack. Boom boom. Boom 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 boom. A rain of explosions swept the whole forest in shocking disturbance as the resulting impact raised the surrounding area into meters-long burned hole, with no signs of life left. Only smoke and fire were left and the whole forest was shaking due to after effects. On one edge of the forest, Shisui has solved the last ninja under the effect of genjutsu with his Ambu sword. Currently, 9 corpses were already lying around him and only one of them was a member of beheading unit while the rest were all wandering shinobi. Just as he sheathed his Ambu sword, a violent explosion shaking the entire mountain came from the other end of the forest. What happened? In a fit of astonishment, he hurried over to the site of explosion. On the other end, Kakashi pulled out his right hand covered in the lightning of Chidori from the enemy's heart that was nothing more than a corpse now. While panting heavily, he also looked in the direction of explosion. Based on the experience as a shinobi he has had up to now, Kakashi can judge this is not the result of some mere jutsu or detonation charm. As a result his face was gloomy, because he is quite sure that none of his teammates have any such attack method. Even if he was suffering from chakra exhaustion, even if he didn't have much strength to continue fighting, but he didn't hesitate and limped towards the site of explosion because those who abandons their comrades are worse than scums. On the last battlefield, Guy clutched his injured left arm with a serious face. Being in the siege, he was less worried about the battle in front of him but more about his other companions of Class 11. Even if wanted to go after them, the enemy wouldn't let him and this also made him realize that the others would be in the same situation which made him more worried. But the sudden violent explosion that shook the entire forest attracted the attention of both sides. Guy's heart sank, he was having a bad feeling about this. Seeing the explosion even the beheading unit ninja's face changed greatly and suddenly ignoring the slightly injured Guy he led the rest of the wandering shinobi towards the site of explosion. Guy was stunned because of this but he took a calming breath and followed after them in the same direction. Site of the explosion. After the dust settled, Kuroto's figure slowly appeared. He glanced around calmly and sighed lightly. At the final moment, Kuroto used Revolving Heaven along with expelling chakra from all his tenketsu following which he used Rain Wheel Push to send Iwamoto as far away as possible and used a combined Iron Sand Wall along with Revolving Heaven Jutsu to make a protective shell that covered him from all the direction and took the whole burnt of the explosion. The damage around goes to show just how threatening the explosion was. Even with the several layers of defense of combined jutsu, Kuroto still suffered some injuries merely from the resulting vibrations and heat of the explosions leaving him in a very embarrassed state. On the other hand, there is not even a single bone left of Iwamoto, only a half-burned and broken forehead protector fell on the ground while Kuroto repelled him. Kuroto dragged his injured leg and picked up the broken forehead protector. As a sign of his respect for the enemy Kuroto decided to keep it as trophy. In this battle of life and death he won. Ha 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 ha, cough cough, ha ha ha, cough. No matter how injured or burnt Kuroto was but he was still laughing. This laugh was not because he is a battle maniac or loves the thrill and adrenaline rush of life and death battle. No, it's because of the joy he is feeling. Not long ago, he was just a ninja that could even be ignored if necessary. He was a threat to no one, not many would even bother taking him seriously. In short, he was just a pathetic ninja who could be easily killed. Someone on whom jonins like Iwamoto would even be reluctant to waste any chakra to kill. And today, Iwamoto died in his hands. He did everything to kill Kuroto, even relied on such a large-scale suicide attack, but all for none. At the end Iwamoto died in his hands. This feeling of power was what made him laugh. His heart was full of emotions. Of course, this was also his first battle against an elite jonin, so even if he had to rely on sneak attacks and cheap tricks to win, his performance in this battle was still remarkable. Of course, not counting those embarrassing situations he had to go through under Iwamoto's deceptive actions. While still thinking about this and that Kuroto suppressed his laughter and put away the kaze cage puppet into a scroll and sat cross-legged on the non-damaged ground, bandaging and medicating his injuries, his face was calm as if he was only tying shoelaces. While Kuroto was busy wrapping his wounds, a group of shinobi arrived in front of him with the member of the beheading unit as their leader. Their total number was 8. After a short inspection of the ragged battle site their leader immediately shouted towards Kuroto who was still not perturbed by their arrival or number. "Damn brat, where is our captain?" shouted the rock ninja. However, there was no reply from Kuroto as he continued wrapping his wounds calmly, completely ignoring the others. Kuroto's actions were putting a lot of psychological pressure on the wandering shinobi as traces of sweat started coming of their forehead. Nobody dared to make a move on him even if ignored them because for some reason they all had a feeling if they rushed to attack, only death would await them. Kuroto was silent and the enemy was also silent, only the sound of breathing could be heard, even the birds didn't dare shit in this place. Finally, after a full 2 minutes of silence, when he has completely wrapped all the wounds, Kuroto got up and said lightly, "Don't worry, you'll meet him soon enough." And without even waiting for the enemy to react he rushed towards them without the slightest hesitation. In the battle against Iwamoto, there are many things that Kuroto learned, but his biggest gain is the fearless heart of the strong. 3 days later inside a cave in the country of birds, the 4 shinobi of class 11 were sitting around the bonfire, eating, chatting, and discussing. It has been 3 days since their battle against the rock unit in the country of bears, since everyone except Shisui was more or less injured so Kakashi decided to take a short break in the country of bird. As for what happened in the final battle against the wandering ninjas you ask? It's obvious. Although Kuroto was quite injured but still had enough strength, and after their battle with Guy the enemy ninjas were also injured, not to mention Shisui and Guy soon arrived. After killing all the enemy ninjas, the four people gathered all the information about the ambush attack, only to find that in addition to the four-person team of rock beheading unit, there were a total of 24 wandering nin from the country of bears that participated in the ambush. Of the total ambush party, their captain Iwamoto took the initiative to deal with Kuroto, and the remaining 3 members of the beheading unit led 8 wandering nin each, after Kakashi, Shisui, and Guy. Iwamoto was an elite jonin. There is no doubt that the remaining 3 members of the beheading unit were also jonin, and the wandering nin also had the strength of above genin class. If you think about it, this was already a powerful force. What's more, the battle started from an ambush, so for class 11 to even make it out alive would have already been a big achievement, not to mention they annihilated the enemy force. Among the 4 shinobi, Shisui had the easiest time eliminating the enemy. With the Manjikyu, even ordinary genjutsu attacks are much more dangerous, so the rock ninja that went after him didn't even get the chance of casting any ninjutsu and died without putting up any resistance. Without the command to lead them, the wandering nin also died one after another in the same way. From Shisui's description, it seemed all too easy that the other 3 of the class 11 kind of felt depressed. Kakashi's performance was only slightly inferior to Shisui's, because his body cannot bear the burden of Shurinon, so even if he has the largest chakra among the 4, it's continuously consumed by the Shurinon, which is why even an A-level ninjutsu Chidori is too much for. Therefore, after the battle, it is normal for him to collapse. Guy's fight was not very interesting. This is also natural, as no matter how much effort he puts, Guy still hasn't grown up, so his natural strength is still not very high. Unless he uses 8 gates, it is difficult for him to go against 1 jonin plus 8 nirchinin class ninjas, so him managing to stay alive is already more than one could ask for. In Kuroto's opinion, his performance wasn't bad either. The only part that makes him depressed was that he was being led around by the enemy for most of the battle, and the fact that he was deceived by Iwamoto at the end, that put him in an extremely dangerous situation. He still gets a cold sweat thinking of that suicide blast. This battle gave Kuroto the understanding that he is still too green. He may have gained the strength, but he isn't experienced enough to use it effectively. Kakashi didn't agree with Kuroto's thought, as he shook his head and bluntly denied, "In Konoha, very few people can kill the leader of beheading unit. So, your performance is actually more than just impressive." Kuroto asked curiously, "Why? Is he that dangerous? I mean, I know Iwamoto is dangerous obviously, but he can be such a threat." "Of course." Kakashi nodded while continuing, "As far as I know, there are only 7 beheading units in the rock village. Of those 7 units, 1 was besieged by more than 100 shinobi of our village, but almost all the shinobi of our village died in that battle." Guy was surprised. More than 100 shinobi were eliminated by just 1 unit. Kakashi nodded seriously. "Well, that battle was very tragic. Although that unit was eliminated, only 7 of our shinobi came out alive. Several of the elite jonins of the Uchihas were also killed by Rock's beheading unit," Shisui added. Guy was a little shocked and muttered, "Then did we do a good job? By the way, if we count the unit we just eliminated, does that mean only 5 beheading units are left?" Kakashi again shook his head. "No, there are only 2 left. 2 of them were annihilated by Yondaime-sama and 1 was eliminated by Sandaime Raikage." Hearing Kakashi mention this, Kuroto subconsciously muttered, "No wonder Iwamoto had so much hatred towards Yondaime-sama." Iwamoto mentioned Yellow Flash more than a few times during the battle. Only now Kuroto understands the resentment Iwamoto had towards Yondaime-sama, and where does it come from? It wasn't just because of the incident that time, huh? We have more pressing issues that we need to be worried about now. I am afraid Rock Village will use this incident to cause some disturbances." Listening to Kakashi mention this, Kuroto leaned against the wall and said in a carefree manner, "Well, too bad. What is there to be worried about? This matter will be up to Hokage-sama. We were just defending. It's not like we could just let them kill us without putting up resistance, can we?" Guy suddenly raised his hand. "By the way, why did they ambush us anyway?" Listening to Guy's question, both Kakashi and Shisui turned to look at Kuroto. Kuroto only shrugged in response. "Don't look at me, I am not very clear either." Even Kuroto isn't very sure why Iwamoto was so obsessed with killing him. It shouldn't just be because he feared Kuroto would eventually become another Yellow Flash, because if that's the case then it's too dumb. And even if that really is the case, Kuroto can't come to publicize such a thing. Once such a thing spreads out, it would attract too much attention to him, the hostility of the entire rock village, not to mention the unwanted attention of people like Shimura Danzo. After all, Kuroto was promoted to the rank of a special jonin just about a month ago. The rapid increase in strength has already brought too much attention to him that he isn't willing to seek now. If it becomes known that the captain of the beheading unit of Rock Village came after him because he considered him a threat on the same level as Yellow Flash, then it would get increasingly difficult for him to hide the Tenseigan. Kuroto is already feeling a headache after knowing just how big of a matter being able to eliminate Iwamoto is. He doesn't have any idea how to explain this matter in the report. After all, according to common sense, a recently promoted special jonin shouldn't even be capable of competing against an elite jonin, much less being able to kill him. Sigh. Kuroto could only try not to think about it for some peace of mind. After everyone had their fill, Shisui took the initiative to keep the watch. At novel bin at. Kuroto naturally had no objection as his injuries were the most severe. Guy also smiled and said, "You don't have to watch for the whole night, I will watch from midnight." After a few days of rest in the country of birds, Class 11 finally returned to the village, and this time there was no trouble on the route, so they returned safely. Because it was an Umbu mission directly under Hokage-sama's order, they reported the details of the mission in the Land of Demons to Sandaime-sama. After hearing that the demon Moro had the strength comparable to a tailed beast, Sandaime-sama were also surprised, and that surprise only became more apparent as he learned of the ambush party Class 11 encountered. By the time the team leader and Proctor Kakashi conveyed all the details, Hokage-sama fell into a silence. After pondering for a long time, the details of the mission were classified as Class S secret and sealed in the confidential archive that only the Hokage could read. At the same time, a password was issued to all members of Class 11. Any information related to the mission must be kept confidential and not be disclosed to anyone. And finally, because of the successful completion of the mission, the 3 members of Class 11 were officially appointed as Umbu, which means the test was considered to have passed. Even Guy was appointed to the Umbu, which is something Kuroto can't understand. After leaving the Hokage's office, the 4 members of Class 11 went home. This S-class mission took nearly 2 months. After repeated battles and traveling, everyone was exhausted, so Hokage-sama gave Class 11 half a month's vacation. Back at home, Kuroto was lying on the futon as he recalled Sandaime-sama's reaction. From Sandaime-sama's behavior, Kuroto can conclude that the mission to the Land of Demons was just a coincidence, and there was no temptation. It seems that I was being overly concerned. If Hokage-sama really suspected me of being Orochimaru's spy, he could directly confront me. Why would he bother using such a roundabout method? With this thought in his mind, Kuroto let go of one worry and decided to count the gains he had during the entire mission. Obtaining purple clay and being able to master all the fun techniques involved in the artificial tailed beast plan was undoubtedly his biggest gain. Earning Maiko-sama's friendship and trust was another major gain. Don't underestimate the authority and prestige of the Maiko of Land of Demons. Even the 5 great shinobi villages had to send their elite ninjas immediately in response to Maiko-sama's request. With this incident alone, it can be judged just how high her prestige is. Being able to earn the friendship of someone like her is comparable to having the backing of daimyo, which was something that Kuroto desperately needed. At least now he wouldn't be in a situation like he did after Orochimaru's defection. Moreover, Maiko-sama is also a master of funjutsu, and can provide him with a lot of professional guidance and ideas. Now the only problem to begin the artificial tailed beast plan is the chakra source. Sigh. This is also the biggest problem. Thinking so, Kuroto can't help but sigh. The chakra source Shino used for the Ribi was the darkness of a human's heart. As long as there is darkness in the user's heart, Ribi can continuously generate chakra, and the deeper the darkness, the stronger the chakra. This was also the reason why Ribi was both weak compared to the other tailed beasts and also quite unstable, as it easily possessed Shino after its previous host overcomes the darkness within her heart with Naruto's help. This lesson also verifies Orochimaru's conjecture, that there should be a single source of chakra and it should not be evil or dark in nature. So, the option of using a lot of chakra sources is already out of consideration, but a single source with enough chakra is really difficult to find. Even the demon Moro is out of option. He may have the necessary volume to act as a source, but the nature of his chakra is evil, not to mention his self-awareness. Using him would only mean giving the demon a different body from his original. In essence, there would be no difference. And Kuroto isn't idiot enough to carry a ticking time bomb with him. What he needs is a source with large chakra volume, neutral chakra nature, and weak self-awareness, and Kuroto could only think of one such option. It lies in the ancient city of Varan of the Kingdom of Wind. Ryamayaku aka Dragon Vein is the only best option that probably meets all these requirements. In Kuroto's impression, Dragon Vein's chakra nature may be quite gentle, as it can be controlled by ordinary humans like the Queen of Varan, even if it may be because of her bloodline. More importantly, Dragon Vein shouldn't have a strong sense of self-awareness. As long as the right method is mastered, even the people not of the royal family of Varan can probably use it. Using it as the source should increase the stability of the artificial tailed beast. The only problem at present is that the Dragon Vein was sealed by Yondaime-sama. If Kuroto wants to use the Dragon Vein, he must first break the seal used by Yondaime-sama. The funjutsu technique used by Yondaime-sama should be of the Uzumaki clan, but I don't even know which one he used. Kuroto frowned thinking about it. With Maiko-sama's teaching, although Kuroto mastered the basics of funjutsu of the Uzumaki clan that were involved in the artificial tailed beast plan, it doesn't mean he can be called a master in Uzumaki funjutsu art. On the contrary, he is currently unable to use even a single of the Uzumaki techniques, not to mention there are kinjutsu techniques like the dead demon consuming seal. At novel bin at. What Kuroto has learned up to now is just to follow the description in the information scroll and arrange the seals designed by Uzumakis one by one. As for the chakra running skills and the methods required to perform the complex Uzumaki funjutsu, he can't do it at all. Kuroto thought to himself, looks like I'll have to go to Varan myself to check out the seal Yondaime-sama used. Only by going there in person can he accurately judge which funjutsu technique was used by Yondaime-sama, and then plan his course ahead to think of a suitable method to break it. There is also the fact that Queen's blood has a very high influence on the Dragon Vein. When I break Yondaime-sama's seal, her help might be necessary to prevent any accident in controlling the Dragon Vein. After making this series of conclusions, Kuroto took a long nice sleep to get over all the tiredness and exhaustion he was feeling. The next day early morning, Kuroto took some equipment and went straight to the Forest of Death. The two battles, one with Sassori and the other with Iwamoto, made Kuroto realize the importance of poisons. Kuroto regrets that he never used poisons like Sassori. In his case, even when Iwamoto was severely injured twice, he still didn't die, but if it was Sassori in his stead, even a little injury would have led to Iwamoto's death. In fact, Kuroto is no stranger to poisons. His summon beast, the one-eyed viper, has a lethal snake venom. But because of people like demigod Hanzo, when all the villages started doing research on poisons, the so-called lethal snake venom was of no effect on the battlefield. Therefore, Kuroto never used poison. So now Kuroto decided to compound a poison himself that would be useful in battles. As soon as he entered the territory of the Death Forest, many sets of memories flashed in his mind. Of course, he is no stranger to this forest. Before graduating from the Ninja Academy, there were many combat drills conducted by the teachers for all the students. So, Kuroto is more or less familiar with this place. There are many sources of poison in the Death Forest, including venomous snakes, scorpions, spiders, centipedes, moths, and even rats. The purpose of his visit this time is to obtain the poison sacs of these creatures. After searching for about an hour, while shuttling through the treetops along with collecting various poison sacs from different creatures, Kuroto's attention was attracted towards a small pond. At the small pond, a cobra was facing a baby boar. Since Kuroto needed poison from the cobra, so he decided to help out the baby boar. "Hey little guy, looks like you got unlucky, huh?" he said as a shuriken nailed the cobra's head to a tree on the side. Falling on the side of the cobra, he carefully dissected the corpse to extract the poison sac, after which he threw the corpse aside as it wasn't of very much use to him. But the baby boar that had just escaped due to the sudden arrival of Kuroto rushed back again, picked up the cobra's body, and went away, completely ignoring Kuroto. Kuroto was startled by the baby boar's action and shouted hurriedly, "Hey, you idiot, there's still poison in it." Even before Kuroto could speak, the baby boar went away with the cobra. Seeing this, Kuroto felt a little annoyed. The leftover poison in the cobra's body is extremely deadly for beasts that can't use chakra, and Kuroto can be quite sure that the baby boar has no chakra flowing through him, so, eating the cobra is a death for the baby boar. But whether the cobra eats the boar or the boar eats the cobra, are all part of the food chain. Moreover, Kuroto doesn't have enough time to deal with such trivial matters, so he immediately started searching for more poisonous creatures and ignored the soon-to-be-dead baby boar while cursing him annoyingly under his breath. After a full morning of hard work, he was able to find more than 10 types of lethal poisons. Kuroto returned home while buying some guinea pigs along the way. The concoction of poison is not simply mixing different types of toxins to obtain a more lethal type 1. Different toxins have different properties. Most of the time random mixing will not only not increase the toxicity of the resulting compound, but in fact, neutralize the lethality of the poison. Therefore, the art of making poison also requires a large amount of data and in vivo experiments. Additionally, it also involves modulation, testing, recording data. This was why Kuroto was busy with this meticulous work for the whole afternoon, and still, all the results he got were unsatisfactory. The toxicity of the poison in the Death Forest is weaker. As a result, they can't even kill a lab rat instantly, so they were definitely unsuitable against the ninjas that can use chakra. However, it's not there was no achievement. At least he was able to find a moth toxin with a strong paralyzing effect and scorpion's poison that increases the rate of blood circulation. Once combined properly, they would produce an instant paralyzing poison. It's just that he has no idea on how to combine these. Additionally, how high should he keep the toxicity? Will it be effective on powerful shinobi? There are so many questions and only further experiments can possibly give him the answer. While Kuroto was busy experimenting, Yu came in the evening, along with a hot pot. Seeing all the mess and so many corpses of guinea pigs tossed around by Kuroto, she was shocked. "Kuroto-kun, what are you doing?" Kuroto replied casually while he was busy recording the data of the latest test. As the cute rabbit in front of him took its last breath, "I'm compounding toxins." Kuroto made sure not to hide his research on toxins. From going to the Death Forest in the morning to collecting the poison samples to buying lots of guinea pigs in the market at noon, the whole series of tasks were carried out in the open. Yu squatted beside Kuroto and asked in a low voice, "Are some poisons really useful?" Yu is also a Hyuga, and similar to most of the Hyuga clansmen, she has a subconscious rejection of the use of poisons, but she is also a shinobi to have gone to the battlefield of Third Shinobi War several times and understands well enough that everything is reasonable in a war so long as you survive. Kuroto smiled while he petted her head. "Of course it's useful. Maybe these poisons I am concocting now will make sure that I returned alive to you the next time I go on a mission." Yu had a sudden blush across her cheeks as she heard Kuroto-kun's blunt words and all the petting she was getting. She nodded shyly and silently went away as Kuroto grinned looking at the cute reaction he got from teasing her. Anyway, after finishing recording the data, Kuroto tidied up and then ate the hot pot Yu brought. In addition to bringing food for Kuroto, Yu also brought a piece of news, or rather she also informed him that Hizushi-sama wants to meet him. Obviously, Kuroto can't deny this. Hizushi-sama has great influence within the Hyuga clan, and he is also the person responsible for the affairs between the village and clan, therefore Kuroto can't reject this. So, he nodded to show his approval. At night in an izakaya, Hyuga Hisashi looked at Kuroto while smiling as he asked gently, "Why to agree to meet only here?" Kuroto said casually, "Hisashi-sama must be aware that now I am appointed in the Ops directly under Hokage-sama, so it is better to keep some distance from the clan. This is good both for the clan as well as me. However, the real reason is the fear of exposing the Tenseigan. After all, members of the Hyuga clan continuously pass by while he is on the clan grounds, and if someone opened the Byakugan even by mistake, then the Tenseigan would be exposed. While here in the izakaya, the two of them are just chatting privately, naturally no reason to worry. Hisashi-sama would also not use Byakugan for no reason, so the chances of his Tenseigan being discovered will be greatly reduced. Of course, this is just him being too paranoid and cautious. In fact, because of the perception ability of the Byakugan, the Hyuga clansmen generally do not use Byakugan while in the village. After all, keeping the Byakugan activated is kind of snooping around on the ninjas of the same village, and no like to be spied on. But it never hurt to be careful. And as the saying goes, it's better safe than sorry? Well, even though Kuroto just gave the previous reply as an excuse, but Hisashi-sama was deeply impressed by his thinking, and nodded seriously. Well, you are right to think as such. The higher UPS of the Hokage clan are very guarded against us noble clans. This fact is very clear from the recent arrangements in the village, and Uchihas aren't the only ones Konoha authorities are keeping under monitoring. The suppression of the Uchihas is also worrisome for the Hyugas. Kuroto opted to stay silent as this topic is too sensitive to be discussed here, so to divert the direction of the conversation he decided to ask the main question. So Hisashi-sama, may I ask what is the purpose for you to meet me? At novel bin at. Hisashi-sama spoke seriously. Next month, the village will initiate a vote of confidence for the promotion of Jonin. Under normal circumstances, when a special Jonin is promoted to the rank of a Jonin, it is necessary to pass a small-scale vote of confidence, and this also the reason why Hyuga Hisashi met Kuroto. Hisashi continued, there is a senior member of the main family, currently at the rank of special Jonin, participating in the promotion test, and since you are now in the Ops under Hokage-sama, so not only you have the right to vote but your vote is also of great value, so I hope you can help in this matter. Listening to Hisashi-sama's request, Kuroto smiled and nodded happily. Don't worry Hisashi-sama, it shall be done. Right now, as Hisashi-sama asked him for supporting the member of the main family, Kuroto really felt the change in his political status. Back when he was only a wartime shinin, let alone participating, he wasn't even qualified to have information about such things. And now, the higher UPS of the Hyuga clan are also asking him for such things. Of course, the reason why he agreed so happily is also his selfishness. Unlike the domineering Uchihas, the Hyugas have always been the calm and low-key type, so their reputation in the village has always been much better than the Uchihas, and many ninjas are willing to team up with the Hyugas. Therefore, supporting the clan is not burdensome for him. In fact, it is rather advantageous to increase the influence of the Hyuga clan and have them as his backing. After a few more light conversations, the two parties bid goodbye to each other and left the izakaya. Early the next morning, when Kuroto was going out to collect some samples of poisons in the Death Forest, a figure blocked his path. Without waiting for Kuroto to respond, he asked coldly, "Hey, kid, you are Hyuga Kuroto, right?" Although Kuroto was curious why his identity was asked, he still nodded. While playing with a kunao in his hand, the other party stated, "I am Uchiha Shinichi, and I heard that you defeated Shisui not long ago. So, I came here to have a duel with you. I want you to understand that the Uchihas are not so easy to mess around with. The name of Uchiha cannot be trampled so casually by the likes of you." Kuroto's face was indifferent during the whole time Uchiha Shinichi continued with his monologue, and after he ended, Kuroto only said lightly, "I am sorry, I am busy right now, so you should maybe come another time, or maybe it would be better if you don't come at all." Hearing Kuroto's light reply, Shinichi snorted arrogantly, "You don't have an option here." Seeing that Uchiha Shinichi wasn't about to let him go so easily, Kuroto had no choice but to agree to the challenge. After arriving at a remote grove, Kuroto glanced around and finally pointed towards a large tree at a distance. "Let's take this duel there." Shinichi nodded and proudly declared, "I'm going to let you know this beforehand, I am different from Shisui, and I am not going to go easy on you." "Oh." Kuroto nodded absent-mindedly. Shinichi was annoyed by this absent-minded reaction. It felt as if Kuroto was completely ignoring his presence. "Hey, are you even listening carefully? I said I will use everything I got. If you don't pay attention or take this battle lightly, you will die for sure." Kuroto nodded helplessly as Shinichi tapped his finger on his chest while shouting. However, all he could reply was, "I really have something very important to do, can we please hurry this up?" "Damn it." Shinichi opened his Sharingan in annoyance, and stared fiercely at Kuroto. "You are too ignorant, kid. You have to understand the difference between the strong and the weak. Today I will let you experience the true might of an Uchiha." Having said that, Shinichi quickly printed the hand seal and shouted, "Fire release, fireball technique." As soon as Shinichi started printing hand seals, Kuroto's figure flashed at high speed to avoid the ninjutsu attack. Under the cover of fire release ninjutsu, Shinichi appeared in front of Kuroto with a quick body flicker technique. The three tomo in his Sharingan were spinning rapidly. For a second, they both looked at each other. As soon as Kuroto matched eyesight with Shinichi's, he was suddenly in a dazed state. His body stopped moving and he stood straight, dropping his head blankly just like a soulless puppet. Shinichi curved his lips seeing the genjutsu attack succeed. What? So weak? How could Shisui lose to someone so pathetic? While muttering to himself, Shinichi walked closer to Kuroto. In the vision of his Sharingan, Kuroto's chakra flow at this moment is extremely chaotic. This is also the state of having fallen under genjutsu's effect, so without any care, with the thought that he has already defeated Hyuga Kuroto in just a moment, he put a kunao at Kuroto's throat first, before proceeding to unlock the genjutsu, so that he can watch opponent's shocked face and humiliate Hyuga Kuroto. But just as Shinichi raised his right arm, without raising his head, Kuroto suddenly shot a series of palm strikes. Tuck, tuck, tuck. With the muffled sound of fist strikes, Shinichi fell to the ground with a shocked look and passed out. While patting away some dust, Kuroto said lightly, "Okay, you can come out now, Shisui." Wish? As soon as Kuroto spoke, Shisui's figure appeared next to him. Shisui first glanced at Uchiha Shinichi, who had a shocked face while being unconscious, then bowed to Kuroto and said with a smile, "Kuroto-san, thank you for the hard work." Obviously, Kuroto has long since noticed Shisui trailing behind Shinichi. With the friendship between the two, Shisui would have notified him in advance, but since he didn't, it could only mean that this all happened all of a sudden. Kuroto wasn't very worried about Shinichi but something else, so he asked, feeling a little troubled, "This kind of troublesome thing won't happen every day in the future, right?" Shisui shook his head and said solemnly, "Of course not. Shinichi is also very respected in the clan. This time he lost so badly, the restless clansmen will definitely wait to strategize some countermeasure. So, I guess, it should take at least a few days at the earliest for the next challenge." How can you say that with a straight face? Listening to Shisui say that there would be more people coming, Kuroto asked helplessly, "More would be coming?" Shisui hurriedly promised, "Don't worry. The elders will definitely make sure to not send elite jonins after you. At most they will be at the level of special jonin or jonin." However, Kuroto had black lines on his forehead as Shisui stated this all so calmly. "So, according to your estimation, I am going to be dueling against most of the Uchiha shinobi? By then, won't I get the strange title of Uchiha's nemesis or something along the lines? Ha 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 ha, that sounds kind of nice. Uchiha's nemesis, it's kind of funny. Anyway, thank you so much, Kuroto-san, for bearing with the actions of the Uchiha. Okay, bye, I'll see you next time." Giving a smirk, Shisui immediately picked up unconscious Shinichi and ran away in a panic. Kuroto hurriedly shouted from the distance, "Hey, don't escape. Next time be sure to inform me in advance." The only reason Kuroto managed to defeat Uchiha Shinichi so easily this time was purely because of the other party's arrogance. All he had to do was to disrupt his chakra flow, and Shinichi was easily fooled because of his overconfidence in the Sharingan. If it was someone like Itachi or a more cautious type of person, then it wouldn't have been so easy for Kuroto to win. Got it, Kuroto-san. Shisui expects Kuroto-san to suppress the more and more unrestrained and domineering Uchiha clansmen, so obviously he offered to promise. After solving this matter, Kuroto's plan remained unchanged, so he went straight to the Forest of Death. With yesterday's experience, he was more familiar and comfortable with collecting samples. Today, in less than 2 hours, he had more than twice the number of venom sacs compared to yesterday. Just as he was about to return, there was a sound of bushes moving around. Kuroto stopped and searched for the source of the sound. From the direction of the sound, suddenly a baby wild boar, the same one Kuroto encountered yesterday, sprang out and looked in his direction stupidly. Seeing the baby boar, Kuroto was slightly surprised. "Huh, you are still alive." According to his guess, the poison sac still left in the body of the cobra was more than enough to kill a wild boar 10 times the size of this baby boar. So long as it eats the body of the cobra, it should have definitely died. Did it not eat the cobra, or did it remove the poison sac? As soon as Kuroto thought about this, he couldn't help but be more confused, because he suddenly discovered that there were traces of chakra flowing through the body of the boar. This is definitely different from what he saw yesterday. How come? This change was unexpected according to him. Although the wild animals can learn to use chakra accidentally, the probability of such an accident happening is very small. More often such animals are intelligent than their peers, and generally, they are strong and the old types. For such a young baby boar to learn to use chakra is undoubtedly unexpected. Is it the birth of a genius or a monster? While Kuroto was thinking, the baby boar rushed towards him and grunted, "What?" As Kuroto asked what does it want from him, the baby boar started circling around him. "You wanna play?" It shook its head negatively. "So, you understand me?" No reply. At novel bin at. "What do you want?" "Something to eat." Grunt grunt, it makes a grunting sound as it shakes its head positively. "So, you want something to eat?" "Sorry little guy, I don't have anything, wait." He suddenly stopped halfway and took out a small thumb-size sack from his waist pouch and threw it towards the baby boar. "Do you want to eat that?" Wild animals generally have instincts that let them distinguishes between what's good for them and what's not, so Kuroto wants to check whether this unusual little boar he encountered will eat the poison sac. After all, the smell of this poison sac is slightly pungent, let alone eating. Ordinary animals will stay away from this sort of smell, but if this baby boar dared to eat this, then it would finally mean that he is extraordinary at least. Here Kuroto was thinking that it would at least smell what it's eating, but no. As soon as Kuroto threw the poison sac, it jumped up and swallowed the poison sac as a whole while still in midair. As the baby boar swallowed the poison sac, Kuroto decided to wait for a while and watch what happens. So, he waited, and he waited, and waited, and waited, and waited a little more, but nothing happened to the little guy as it continued nudging him at the feet asking for more. Heh, this is kind of interesting. Kuroto smiled as he threw more poison sacks. After circling a few rounds around Kuroto, Baby Boar that happily swallowed a few more poison sacks nudged him a few times and disappeared into the forest. Is it resistant to poison? Kuroto contemplated and thought of an experimental plan. He has been lacking a suitable experimental subject. Although using guinea pigs like rats and rabbits for conducting tests is well and good, but they aren't ideal subjects as their poison resistance is far too weak. As such, the baby boar that seems to have strong poison resistance is a good solution to his problem. With this thought in mind, Kuroto returned home. There are two main types of poisons Kuroto is compounding. First, instant paralysis poison. Ingredients: venom powder from the crushed wings of a moth, venom from the tail of the red-tailed scorpion, and venom of the giant red ant. The venom powder of moth has a strong paralyzing effect and the venom of red-tailed scorpion increases the rate of blood circulation as well as acts as a catalyst. The concoction of the two venom results in an instant paralysis venom. Modulating venom, A with the venom of a giant red ant will increase the activity of the resulting poison by 4 to 5 times. Second, killing poison. Ingredients: venom of one-eyed viper, tarantula spiders, giant black centipede, and saliva of the giant red ant. Kuroto's summon beast, the venom of the one-eyed viper is already very toxic if it is mixed with other poisons and configured as a compound toxin, then the standard antidotes used by the great ninja villages would be of no use. Of course, these are just his thesis and theories. Continuous research and experimentation is the necessary process to bring these poisons into reality. So, after a whole afternoon of hard work, Kuroto prepared a total of 10 samples of which 5 are paralytic and the other 5 are killing poison. The reason for preparing so many samples is to find out the most optimum ratio. Seeing that it was already past afternoon, he packed up all work and decided to go to Forest of Death tomorrow to find the baby boar. As of the evening, he has other plans. Uchiha clan grounds. Itachi, who was returning home from the academy, saw that the clansmen were gathered in groups of 2 or 3 and seemed to be discussing some things. This scene also attracted his attention, so while walking he perked up his ears and listened. Shinichi actually lost. Yes, I heard that he lost terribly and Shisui had to carry him back while unconscious. Too incompetent, how could he lose? Moreover, how could the elders and clan head allow him to go after Hyuga Kuroto if he was so weak? Isn't this discrediting the reputation of the Uchihas? Don't be an idiot. We both know that Shinichi isn't weak, he has been a special jonin for about 2 years. In fact, I heard he was going to take the upcoming jonin assessment, so how he be considered weak? So, what are you trying to say? That Hyuga kid is so strong? At novel bin at. Huh? How can that be? I heard that he was just a wartime shinin a few months ago, how can he be so strong? But it stands to reason that he defeated both Shisui and Shinichi. There's only one explanation to this, I say Shisui didn't take him seriously. Shisui may not have taken the Hyuga kid seriously, but Shinichi also lost to him. If again someone of the Uchiha is defeated by him, then can't let that happen. Definitely send a strong one next time. We have to make sure that he realizes that Uchiha are not so easy to mess around with. After listening for a while, Itachi walked away with a helpless expression. Sure enough. The sure enough here has 2 meanings. First is that the Uchiha Shinichi really lost. The second is that the Uchiha can't swallow this defeat silently. Full of thoughts, Itachi returned home. While passing by the courtyard, he found his father sitting in a room while turning over some documents. In order not to disturb his father, he subconsciously relaxed his steps. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly called, Itachi. Being called suddenly, Itachi hurriedly stood up straight. Father, I am back. Uchiha Fugaku just nodded without looking back, still doing some work, and asked in a flat tone, did you hear the rumors circulating among the Uchiha? Yes, I just heard the clansmen talking about Shinichi's loss. Fugaku nodded and asked, what are our thoughts on the matter? Itachi's talent and mature mindset are visible to most, and being his father, Uchiha Fugaku is clear about this fact more than anyone, so from a very early time, Fugaku has been training Itachi as the next Uchiha clan head. For this reason, Fugaku occasionally asks Itachi's views on certain affairs to exercise his knowledge and thinking ability to handle political affairs. Listening to Fugaku's question, Itachi was silent for a while, and after thinking a little he replied, for the Uchihas, this loss may be a good thing. Listening to Itachi's reply, Fugaku waved his hand non-committally, and said, you can go. Itachi bowed to his father and left the courtyard silently while busy thinking. Past evening. After repeatedly confirming that no one was spying on him, Kuroto shut all the windows and doors of his house. Kuroto uses the evening time to practice various techniques involved in creating an artificial tailed beast. To successfully create an artificial tailed beast, of course, Funjutsu knowledge isn't the only requirement. One must also have mastery over chakra shape transformation, and some ninjutsus should also be mastered to reduce any errors or omissions in the process of creation, because there would be no opportunities for modification once any mistake happens. Therefore, before officially starting the artificial tail beast project, Kuroto is making sure that he is 100% proficient in all the techniques required. But to have 100% mastery there isn't any shortcut except hard work, so taking advantage of this short vacation granted by Hokage-sama, Kuroto is practicing. Because as the saying goes, practice makes a man perfect, so as long he practices enough, 100% proficiency isn't difficult to achieve. While Kuroto was busy with all the practice and hard work, on the border of Land of Fire and Land of Hot Water, one cloud shinobi crushed the throat of a Konoha ninja held in his hands and said to the Jonin captain beside him, "It seems that Konoha hasn't noticed yet." Yujito Nii, who was squatting while looking at the map spread on the ground, said, "However, our team seems to be slower." Another cloud jonin approached her and frowned while looking at the map. "The information sent by the spies is not accurate. This is already the fastest we can go. It shouldn't be the problem of the intelligence team. It is very likely that Konoha recently changed their defensive formation at this border." After a pause, Yujito Nii continued, "Forget it. Continue the advancement. We must confluence with the unit led by Bisan in 2 days." With Yujito Nii's order, more than 20 cloud shinobi dashed towards the hinterlands of Land of Fire. Early the next morning, Kuroto came to the Forest of Death carrying a bulging bag. Initially thought that it would take some time to find the baby boar, but unexpectedly, as soon as he landed near the small pond that seems to be the little guy's hunting ground, it suddenly sprang out from the bushes. It felt as if he didn't find the baby boar, rather the baby boar found him. As soon as it came out, Kuroto observed it. Kuroto can judge that the size of the boar is obviously bigger than it was yesterday, but several patches of hair on its torso were bitten out and bled a little, along with a bulging right eye that has gone purple. It seems this guy was seriously repaired by some other wild animal. Looking at the limping baby boar, Kuroto asked with a smile, "Who did you provoke? It looks you have been repaired quite badly, huh?" After a little bit of teasing, Kuroto put down the bag he brought along. Taking out a large chunk of raw meat, he cut them into small pieces with a short knife and laid them on the ground. The baby boar that was squatting aside, stared at the pieces of meat greedily with saliva dripping from the mouth, which Kuroto tried his best to ignore. After orderly placing the meat pieces, Kuroto numbered them one by one, then took out 5 bottles of paralytic poison and injected them into the pieces of meat numbered from 1 to 5. All 5 bottles of paralytic poison have the same ingredients, with only a difference in their composition ratio. The objective of today's test is finding out the right ratio for most toxicity, which he will use to further fine-tune the poison. After doing all the preparation, Kuroto threw the number 1 meat piece towards the baby boar. The little guy, who has been eyeing the meat pieces with pure greed in the eyes, ran over as soon Kuroto threw number 1 meat piece, and swallowed it in 2 or 3 bites. After finishing up, it again squatted on the ground staring at the remaining pieces. At this time, Kuroto quickly observed the baby boar with his Tenseigan. However, the baby boar who ate the number 1 meat piece containing paralytic poison was exactly the same as it was before. There were no obvious changes in its chakra flow or muscles around it. Even the blood circulation was normal. The only thing that has changed is the saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth, which seems to be more than before. No effect. Obviously, Kuroto was annoyed with no result. The number 1 meat strip was injected with not just some ordinary poison, but a compound paralytic poison that he carefully modulated. According to his estimation, even Chunin class ninjas might not be able to handle it. But here he is now. The annoying little boar is completely unaffected. After taking in the paralytic poison infused meat piece, there is no effect at all. This was completely unacceptable. The unbelievable Kuroto threw out number 2 meat piece, and then, piece number 3, number 4, no 5. The little wild boar took all the pieces in order very politely, and after eating, there was no change except for the greasy mouth and the dripping saliva that doesn't want to stop flowing out. Seeing the little boar affectionately nudging his leg, and rubbing its saliva on his pants, Kuroto's forehead was full of black lines. This piggy boar doesn't have any intention of being a subject for the live poison test at all, and actually regards him as a source of food. Do you think that's all I got? Kuroto, who was a little frustrated having lost against a mere baby boar, took out the 6th bottle, the most lethal one, in anger, injected it into the no meat piece, and threw it to the little wild boar. An hour later, Kuroto, who returned home, started a completely new toxin preparation project. As for the previous ones, threw them away. Even a baby boar that only seems to have a weak poison resistance can't be affected. What value does such a poison has? In the next few days, Kuroto continued making poison, testing poison, and recompounding poison repeatedly. Talking about the results, it's not as though there was no successful result. At least the little wild boar that is his test subject was fed properly to grow strong and healthy. It was another such morning of his daily routine when Kuroto had just left the house to go to the Forest of Death. A person was waiting at his door. The person saw Kuroto coming out, so he stood up and said while blocking Kuroto's path, "My name is Uchiha Iragi. You should already be aware of my purpose for coming here, so decide whether you want to start here or go elsewhere." While looking at the thin figure who is a shinobi of the Uchiha clan blocking his way, a small note that Shisui handed him last night flashed in his mind. At novel bin at. Uchiha Iragi, jonin with a cold personality, good at fire release, wind release, taijutsu, kenjutsu, and shurikenjutsu. Weakness, poor physical strength to match his taijutsu and kenjutsu specialty, accustomed to taking risks in kenjutsu battle, too focused on killing the opponent. Based on the description of Shisui's note, Uchiha Iragi's abilities are quite comprehensive. The only weakness of poor physical strength may be a serious problem in a life and death battle, but in a duel between 2 shinobi of the same village, it's not too big of a disadvantage. Not to mention Uchiha Iragi must have thought of a way to complement his weak physical strength. It can be seen that this time the Uchiha clan has worked quite hard to win back their reputation. So, the only thing that Kuroto can take advantage of is probably Uchiha Iragi's habit of taking a risk when using a sword, or that his mentality is easily affected by his killing intent. Thinking so, Kuroto said, "All right, come with me." Iragi nodded and followed. Leading Iragi to a practice site, Kuroto said, "So what do you want to compare in the duel?" Iragi seemed stunned. He didn't expect Kuroto to ask this, so after thinking a little he said, "Both ninjutsu and taijutsu are fine, you choose whichever you want." Kuroto smiled and said, "Then compare in taijutsu skills." Since his battle with Iwamoto, Kuroto has discovered that the Hyuga-style taijutsu may be strong but isn't effective enough when dealing with weird ninjutsu users, so although he didn't have much expectation but he still aroused Iragi to limit their type of combat. But unexpectedly Iragi let him choose the type of battle, and naturally, he would taijutsu skills. After deciding the battle aspect of comparison, Kuroto and Iragi took the battle stance. Kuroto's body sank slightly, with both palms wrapped in blue chakra. Iragi pulled out his short sword. The morning light hit the blade of the short kif, reflecting brilliant light. Huaini-ish. A breeze blew by, blowing off a few leaves scattered around. The leaves whirled and floated in the air, and fell on the blade of Iragi's short sword, and silently broke into 2 pieces. Looking at the short sword, Kuroto was impressed. Nice sword. If a fine sword such as this one is in the hands of a Kenjutsu master, then the effective combat power of the resulting party would increase exponentially. Even Kuroto felt a little alert from the murderous energy coming off of the sword. Whoosh! Uchiha Iragi moved suddenly and like an after-image accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, rushed towards Kuroto. Although Iragi's speed is extremely fast, in the vision of Tenseigan, his every movement and expression were clearly visible and moving like a slow picture, so Kuroto wasn't nervous and used the gossip palm strikes to meet him head-on. In the early morning when the morning dew has still not faded away, Uchiha Iragi's chakra-infused short sword and Hyuga Kuroto's Hyuga-style gossip palm strike are competing for dominance. One's subconscious actions are a product of their belief and self. This is Kuroto's firm belief. Uchiha Iragi's aura is a reflection of his pride in his Kenjutsu skills and his trust in his blade. The same pride and trust are what makes him want to take risks while in combat. He may have never even noticed this, however, Shisui was well aware of this habit. And small details such as this are sometimes the key to victory. After the first clash with Iragi, Kuroto took the initiative to retreat with the intention to fight him using the terrain of the small forest. Swish, swish, swish. Another thick tree was cut off by Iragi's sword. Counting this one, there have already been more than 10 big trees that have been brutally attacked by him. Along with the smoke and dust that rose from the falling of the tree, Kuroto successfully dodged another one of Iragi's attacks. Frustrated by Kuroto's continuous dodging, Iragi shouted in anger, "Coward! Do you only know how to escape?" Kuroto calmly replied, "Do you only know how to cut trees? Why, you little..." Iragi was speechless at Kuroto's retort. Seeing Iragi going silent, Kuroto didn't continue to ridicule him but concentrated on coping with Iragi's ferocious attacks. In Kuroto's understanding, Iragi is indeed an elite of the Uchiha. Even without the use of genjutsu and ninjutsu, his strength is definitely a jonin class, with Kenjutsu alone combining with the dynamic vision of the Sharingan. Honestly, Kuroto doesn't really have an effective method to win against Iragi without using Kaze Cage Puppet or using Rain Wheel interaction. If not for the information that Shisui sent him beforehand, he isn't even sure whether he can compete against Iragi. So, Kuroto's tactics are quite simple for this battle, and that is dragging it out as much as possible. As the duration of the battle will continue to increase, Iragi will start getting impatient and reckless. Similar to most Uchiha, Iragi is also not a very patient person, as such his mood started to get worse and unstable because of Kuroto's continuous dodging. As a result of which, Iragi's movements started getting flawed, and these flaws allowed Kuroto to fight back. But Kuroto was in no hurry. He firmly believes in the information Shisui sent him, but he believes in his eyes even more. There was another game of chase, the two, one attacking while the other dodging, left behind the already messy practice range, and arrived at the calm lake nearby. The villagers washing clothes by the lake were surprised and shouted in a panic. Standing on the lake, Kuroto said while struggling to catch his breath, "It seems you are better than the last guy." Iragi shouted in anger, "You bastard who only knows how to hide isn't qualified to judge the Uchiha?" Cough cough. Iragi coughed violently. As Shisui described, Iragi's low physical strength is his weakness, and the high-intensity battle just now was burdensome for him, coupled with the fact that his impatience is only making the physical exertion on him greater due to madly chasing after Kuroto. Seeing that the time was ripe, Kuroto said with a mocking smile, "Hide? I am again surprised at your shallowness." This time Kuroto took the initiative to attack without waiting for Iragi's reply. As Kuroto took the initiative, Iragi raised his guard and immediately slashed his sword at the incoming Kuroto. The calm lake was stirred by the momentum of the two, resulting in high-rising waves all around as they fiercely fought against one another. In the concentrated state of battle, this time Kuroto could feel that Iragi's moves were getting messy by the second. The errors in his moves were continuously increasing, although the killing intent in his every move was as fierce as ever. However, just having fierce killing intent isn't enough to kill people. Opportunity, opportunity, opportunity. In his field of perception, Kuroto continuously discovered Iragi's flaw. But Kuroto was still not in a hurry. He has to be patient. He wasn't just looking for the chance to defeat Iragi, but in fact, for an opening to take away Iragi's short sword. Kuroto's objective is to completely crush Uchiha Iragi's confidence, and only by breaking his pride would Iragi accept defeat. At novel bin at. So, the game of chasing continued, until not long after, an opportunity appeared. Without any hesitation to let the chance pass by, Kuroto immediately locked his palms into a fist and went for a strike at Iragi's chest, and just according to his expectation, rather than choosing to back away, Iragi chooses to recklessly attack him, with an up-to-down vertical sword slash. Seeing Iragi's slow-moving action with Tenseigan, Kuroto smiled sinisterly. Sure enough, he likes to take unnecessary risks. Suddenly, the fist about to strike changed the direction of its momentum and hit the opponent's wrist holding the sword, loosening the grip, while his other hand took away the sword. The entire process happened in milliseconds. After grabbing the short sword, Kuroto immediately backed away, leaving the stunned Iragi who was looking at his hands in a daze. Kuroto was really impressed by the sword in his hands and faintly said, "It is indeed a fine sword, it's a pity that its master isn't good enough to showcase its true abilities." However, before Iragi could retort, Kuroto threw back the sword while saying, "You lost." The stunned Iragi couldn't deny Kuroto's words and left the lake in a fit of rage. Not long after, Shisui appeared next to Kuroto and asked calmly, "How did it go, Kuroto-san?" Because Uchiha Iragi's strength is very high, Shisui wasn't confident enough to trail the other party without being noticed, so, he couldn't watch the entire battle like last time with Uchiha Shinichi. Kurora nodded. Fortunately it went well, but I have to say that Uchiha Iragi is very strong. If not for the fact that he agreed on a pure taijutsu battle, the result might have been a little different. Although Kuroto looked calm and indifferent during the entire battle as if he didn't put Uchiha Iragi much in his eyes, in fact, without using the Kaze Cage puppet and rain wheel interaction, this is his limit. If Iragi hadn't agreed on a taijutsu battle, then the result would have been the opposite. Shisui smiled and selectively ignored Kuroto's last words. It's inconvenient to use some techniques in the village. If the next opponent is stronger than him, I am afraid I wouldn't be able to win. This is completely true. Although Kuroto did manage to win, it was only because the opponent agreed to the style of combat that's Kuroto's strong suite. If the Uchiha sent a stronger jonin, then he isn't sure if he can win. Listening to Kuroto's words again, Shisui hurriedly promised, "Please don't worry, Kuroto-san. I am sure the elders wouldn't send anyone for some time because of Iragi's defeat." The reason Kuroto accepted Shisui's request to accept Uchiha's challenge in the first place is to increase his combat experience and also increase his personal reputation. Although the Uchiha are isolated and suppressed, their reputation is still the highest. Konoha shinobi may not speak this openly, but they subconsciously revere the Uchiha as the elites. Using the Uchiha as his stepping stone can be regarded as the most efficient and safest way to become famous and get on the good side of the Hokage clan. With the successive defeat of Shisui, Shinichi, and Iragi, the information that was initially limited to the Uchiha was now talk of the village. Once the news of Uchiha's successive failure spread, other ninjas also joined the discussion. At night, after finishing with the dishes, Yu asked Kuroto with a little hesitation, "Kuroto-kun, are the rumor going around true?" Kuroto, who was still busy thinking about compounding poison, absent-mindedly asked, "What rumors?" Yu asked anxiously, "About you and the Uchiha." "Oh, that's what you are asking." With a slight smile, Kuroto nodded. "Well, the Uchiha clan did send someone to challenge me, but I defeated them." However, contrary to what Kuroto expected, Yu didn't seem impressed but said with a more worried look, "Nothing good will come in angering the Uchiha, let's not provoke them, okay?" Kuroto was taken aback by Yu's words and looked at her strangely. Seeing the strange look she was getting, Yu asked carefully, "Did I say something wrong?" Kuroto shook his head and reassured Yu with a little petting. However, he was indeed surprised just now. He really didn't expect that even Yu, being a member of the Hyuga clan, another one of the major clans of Konoha, would be so afraid of the Uchiha. This shows what kind of attitude ordinary ninjas have towards the Uchiha. It wouldn't be wrong to say that the Uchiha have been completely separated even from the hearts of villagers. And thinking of this, Kuroto couldn't help but feel a little gloomy. For Kuroto, the Uchiha aren't just a stepping stone to increase his fame, but also a magnet to attract all sorts of attention. As long as there is the Uchiha clan, whether the Hokage-sama, Shimura Danzo, or Obito hidden behind the scenes will have their attention directed towards the Uchiha clan. But once the Uchiha clan is gone, God knows who will become the target of their attention. Therefore, for his own benefit, Kuroto can't allow the Uchiha clan to disappear, at least not before his personal strength reaches the level of a cage. What's more, Kuroto has also been thinking about the artifacts Sword of Totsuka and Yata Mirror. Orochimaru, whose strength is probably on the same level as a tailed beast while using the 8 branches technique, was so easily sealed by Itachi, using Sword of Totsuka. During the entire confrontation, Orochimaru couldn't even fight back and was suppressed so easily and neatly. Therefore, Kuroto has a very high impression of these 2 artifacts. He has 2 speculations about these 2 artifacts. According to the first, the 2 artifacts, Sword of Totsuka and Yata Mirror, are just unique abilities of Itachi's Susanoo. If this is the case, then they would be part of Itachi's chakra and can't exist separate from him. In the second case, these are spiritual artifacts in a chakra state. Because of this, he can use both of them while using Susanoo. And according to Kuroto's guess, the second possibility is more likely to be correct, because when Itachi used Sword of Totsuka and Yata Mirror, both Orochimaru and Zetsu not only clearly recognized the artifacts but were also aware of some of their abilities. Based on this information alone, it can be judged that the two artifacts have existed in the shinobi world since long ago. Otherwise, it would be impossible for both Orochimaru and Zetsu to know the details of these artifacts even when Itachi used them for the first time. It simply doesn't make sense. Of course, before the official appearance of these two artifacts, all these are just Kuroto's speculations. As for where these artifacts may be hidden, Kuroto has considered it a lot, but his conclusion is that whether the first possibility is correct or the second, the task of finding both the artifacts should be left into Itachi's hands. Because the fact that even Orochimaru with such a deep understanding of shinobi world, and even after searching for so many years has not been able to find them just goes to show that they are hidden in some special place. Kuroto even suspects that the clues about their whereabouts might be hidden somewhere within the Uchiha clan, and Itachi might have found those clues after exterminating the entire clan. However, Itachi is still too young, so Kuroto can only put aside this thought for a while. After all, it's not like anyone would be able to get their hands on the two artifacts for the next decade, and Kuroto's immediate priority is the artificial tailed beast plan. As long as he has enough chakra support, Kuroto can not only further explore the superior abilities of the Tenseigan but also confidently and boldly learn a variety of other secret techniques and kinjutsu. The next day, Kuroto came to the Death Forest as usual. After a series of regular failures, the 18th trial sample of the paralytic poison he prepared finally showed some results. As soon as the baby boar ate the meat piece containing the poison, it started showing signs of weariness, and after struggling a few times, it fell on the ground. However, the baby boar was back to normal in just about 5 to 6 minutes, which greatly annoyed Kuroto, but he was still satisfied with this result. As in a battle between shinobi, not to mention 5 to 6 minutes, even 1 to 2 seconds is more than enough to decide life and death. Just a momentary flaw could be fatal. Therefore, he was satisfied and smiled slightly seeing the success. Previously he has been using the powder of crushed wings of tussock moths. Although they have a large number, their toxicity is less, so he decided to use the tussock moth king for the 18th sample. Their numbers are less, they have a high toxicity, and reduced the proportion of giant red ants' venom because it was acting as an inhibitor for the toxicity. By making these two changes and adjusting the compounding process accordingly, although the activity of the resultant poison decreased from 3 days to 1 day, its toxicity has increased. And the poisoning effect of a poison is what's more important for him. Content with the results. Just as he was beginning to record the data of his experiments while thinking about how to further improve the poison and how to prepare an antidote, a figure appeared on the big tree in front of him. Hyuga Kuroto, Hokage-sama has summoned you urgently. Even before Kuroto could nod, after leaving such a sentence the Umbu ninja left in a hurry. It seems he still has the task of informing other shinobi of the urgent summon from Hokage-sama. At novel bin at. Kuroto put away the notebook with a thoughtful look. The half-month vacation isn't over yet, so how come Hokage-sama has summoned? Is it because Rock Village has started taking some actions? The reason why Kuroto was developing the poisons for the past few days is that he was worried that the Rock Village would attack Konoha under the pretext of destroying their beheading unit. Konoha has lost Yondaime-sama, second-generation Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, and Orochimaru, so it no longer has the same deterrence effect of the Third Shinobi World War. Therefore it wouldn't be strange for Rock Village to try to utilize this opportunity. In this scenario, even if there is no war, small-scale conflicts are inevitable, and as a member of the Umbu Black Ops directly under Hokage-sama, Kuroto has to participate in the frontline battle, so there is a serious urgency for him to improve his strength as soon as possible. As soon as he arrived at Hokage office, Kuroto found that the place was filled with ninjas. On a rough count, there were more than 100 shinobi of the upper Chunin to elite Jonin class. The fact that Hokage-sama summoned so many elites indicate that the seriousness of the situation is beyond doubt. Kuroto thought silently as he walked over to the place where Class 11 was. Guy greeted in his usual cheerful manner and asked, "How come so late? We have been waiting for you to come for quite some time." Kuroto didn't explain that he came from the Forest of Death, and instead asked, "Is there any information why Hokage-sama called for an emergency summon?" However, no one seems to be aware of the reason and shook their head negatively. No one is clear about the exact reason for the emergency summon. At this time Shisui suddenly spoke. Could it be related to Rock Village? Most likely, was Kakashi's reply. The battle between Konoha's Class 11 and Rock's beheading troops in the Land of Bear gives Rock Village a perfect excuse to cause trouble to the weakened Konoha. Therefore all the 4 shinobi of Class 11 have been psychologically prepared for the upcoming battles. Because of the issued password, Class 11 didn't discuss this topic anymore but diverted towards some casual chat. Not long after, Hokage-sama, Mitokade Homura, and Yudiden Koharu of the Konoha Council along with Inoshikocho clan heads, and Hyuga Hizushi of the Hyuga clan appeared, one after another. With Hokage-sama's arrival, the venue immediately became quiet as everyone could judge that matter was serious from the solemn expression on his face. Hokage-sama took a step forward and announced to the ninjas present, "We have received news from the border about 2 hours ago. According to the news, a raid party of the Cloud Village has breached the border of Land of Fire about 3 days ago." Suddenly hearing such shocking news, the quiet meeting place suddenly became extremely noisy. The news about Cloud Village's sudden raid reminded everyone present here of the Third Shinobi War that ended not long ago, and everyone couldn't help but shudder thinking of that terrible war. There are too many painful memories attached to it. No one present here wants to experience such a thing again. However, Class 11 was more surprised than shocked. Guy muttered, "Shouldn't it be Rock Village? How come Hokage-sama mentioned Cloud Village?" Kakashi also frowned, "This is really not good." Shisui also whispered, "It shouldn't be the case that Cloud Village and Rock Village join forces, right?" If that happens, he didn't finish his words, nor was there any need to finish, because everyone knows that if such a thing really happened, it would get close to impossible for Konoha to resist the joint attack, and in that case, Konoha might even cease to exist. However, Kuroto shook his head negatively, "Things won't get so bad. Remember, the third Raikage died in the hands of Rock Shinobi? So how could Cloud Village agree to form an alliance with Rock Village? Not to mention even if they did, Rock Village wouldn't trust Cloud Village. So even if Rock Village did have some plans of attacking Konoha, Suchikage would opt to watch Konoha and Cloud fight while waiting for a suitable opportunity to strike a hard blow to both the villages at the same time." This isn't just Kuroto's speculation, but because he was reminded of the information that even in the original series, Konoha and Cloud did have some small-scale conflict after the Third Shinobi War. Later, when the representatives of Cloud Village came to Konoha to sign a peace agreement, the head ninja responsible for the mission died at the hands of Hyuga Hayashi. It was also this incident that led to the sacrifice of Hyuga Hisashi. Therefore, Kuroto thinks that even if the conflict against the Cloud may not be on a small scale, it shouldn't develop to the level of an actual war involving several villages. After hearing Kuroto's analysis, everyone of Class 11 thought about it and found it reasonable, which greatly relieved them. Hokage-sama standing on the stage raised his hand to calm down the discussion on the field, and then said with a solemn expression, "Based on the current information, the commander leading Cloud Village's charge is Hakubi's Jinchuriki, Killer B along with 3 head ninjas as well as Nibi's Jinchuriki Yujito Nii is part of the raiding unit." Hearing that Cloud Village had sent both of their human column force at the same time, Konoha Shinobi at the field were both indignant and worried. Seeing that everyone was a little demoralized, Hokage-sama ordered in an indisputable tone, "You all present here will form an advanced team responsible for preventing Cloud Village's invasion." Yes. Konoha Shinobi seemed to have recovered some confidence from Hokage-sama's majestic voice and bowed their head respectfully. With the return of morale and confidence in his shinobi, Hokage-sama nodded and continued, "Until Jiraiya's arrival, Nara Shikako will temporarily serve as the commander while Hyuga Hisashi will be the deputy commander of the advanced team." Both Nara Shikaku and Hyuga Hisashi immediately appeared and accepted the appointment of Hokage-sama. Finally, after one last glance at everyone, Hokage-sama said, "Umbu stays, rest will go back and prepare to depart." Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With Hokage-sama's orders, the group of shinobi left the venue one after another with quick body flicker. Now there were only Hokage-sama and 2 elders of the Konoha Council, as well as 16 Umbu ninjas, including the Class 11 that Kuroto was part of. At this time, Hokage-sama took 4 scrolls from the hands of Mikado Homura and handed one of them to each captain, with the order, "Your tasks are all recorded in the scrolls. This time the safety of Konoha is at stake, you must put all your effort." The 16 Umbu kneeling in front of Hokage-sama replied in a unison, "Please rest assured Hokage-sama, we will definitely complete the task." Sandaime-sama nodded, "Class 11 stays back, rest leave for the preparation." With a quick bow again 12 Umbu disappeared with a quick body flicker. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Now with only Class 11 left, Hokage-sama led them to the Hokage office. After lighting up the tobacco pipe, Sandaime-sama slowly said, "According to the regulations, it is only allowed to apply for advanced jutsu after serving for 1 year in the department. However, this time considering that the difficulty of the task is very high, I am giving special authorization for you all to apply to learn an advanced type of jutsu. The authorization here only applies to Kuroto, Guy, and Shisui. As for the captain of a Class 11 Kakashi, he is already an old man in the Umbu Black Ops, so Hokage-sama's words were not for him." Kuroto didn't expect such benefits to appear, so after pondering for a while, he asked, "Hokage-sama, what rank of jutsu can we apply for?" While playing with the tobacco pipe he replied, "Some rank A and most of the rank B jutsu are allowed." After Kuroto heard Hokage-sama's words, he fell into thinking again. At the border of Land of Fire and Land of Rain, a Konoha messaging eagle swept across a valley as it flew towards the hinterland of the Land of Rain. The messaging eagle is specially trained by Konoha, a creature of the sky, not only capable of long flights but also fearless of most of the creatures, with close to 0 natural enemies. Konoha's last resort for emergency transmission of information. The same eagle was now passing through this border when suddenly a shuriken was shot out of nowhere, and it accurately hit the messaging eagle in its high-speed flight. Bang! The messaging eagle suddenly fell from the sky on a high mountain cliff. At novel bin at. At this time, the air around the high cliff where the eagle fell distorted into a vortex, and a mysterious man wearing a one-eyed spiral pattern mask walked out of it. The mysterious man leisurely picked up the dead message eagle, untied the small scroll on its leg, opened it to take a look, and suddenly spoke while laughing madly. Too bad Hokage, it seems Jiraiya couldn't receive the emergency news. And with just a small fire release he burned both the eagle and the scroll and disappeared mysteriously, leaving no trace of his existence. If Kuroto has to choose between Rank A and Rank B Jutsu, then he thinks that Rank B Shadow Clone Jutsu and Rank A Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu would be most useful for him. For a ninja specializing in Taijutsu, the Shadow Clone Jutsu can instantly double the combat power, and if used properly it can often have a miraculous effect in the battles. And according to his guess, there must be a collection of Shadow Clone and Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu in the libraries of the Hyuga clan. Therefore, Kuroto had actually planned to ask for the favor of Hyuga Hisashi in learning these jutsu after providing the vote of confidence for the member of the main branch in the Jonin assessment. However, he never thought that his plan could not keep up with the sudden changes, and now it was already too late to make a request from the Hyuga clan. Despite this, he still didn't want to use the opportunity that Hokage-sama has provided to learn Shadow Clone Jutsu. This time the opportunity is too rare. It can be said that this is the best chance for him to get into touch with Funjutsu openly. As for learning Shadow Clone Jutsu, asking Shisui's help on this matter would be most reasonable. Shisui owes him a favor for helping out with the matter of the Uchiha clan, so passing a mere rank B Shadow Clone Jutsu shouldn't be big deal, right? After making up his mind, Kuroto said in a deep voice, Hokage-sama, I hope to learn advanced Funjutsu. Hokage-sama frowned hearing Kuroto's request. Funjutsu. The practice of Funjutsu has extremely high requirements. If someone doesn't specialize in Funjutsu from childhood, then they often need to reach the level of an elite jonin to successfully start learning it. Funjutsu not only has high restrictions on the chakra volume of the practitioner but also chakra controlling ability. Some parts of Funjutsu even requires a ninja's mental strength to be very high or having some sort of Kekkei Jinkai. In simple terms, practicing Funjutsu has a really high threshold. This is one of the reasons why Funjutsu masters are regarded highly. So, after hesitating a little at Hyuga Kuroto's request, he finally nodded. After all, it is up to the person himself to choose what jutsu he/she wants to learn, and even as the Hokage, he doesn't have much reason to interfere in the personal interest of his subordinates as long as it is not harmful to the village. So, after conforming to Kuroto's request, Hokage-sama turned to look at Might Guy and Uchiha Shisui. Guy gave up the opportunity to learn advanced jutsu without hesitation on the grounds of concentrating on Taijutsu-style combat. Sandaime-sama nodded approvingly to Guy. Precisely because Guy's entire focus is on Taijutsu mastery, he becomes Konoha's blue beast of prey and one of the few ninjas who can threaten Uchiha Madara in the Fourth Shinobi World War. Shisui, being a member of the Uchiha, has no shortage of Rank A and Rank B jutsu either, so initially, he also thought of giving up this opportunity to learn any advanced jutsu. However, Kuroto has chosen to learn, and if both he and Guy gave up, it would be a little embarrassing for Kuroto, so he randomly opted for a Rank B fire release ninjutsu. With all this decided, Kuroto and Shisui followed Hokage-sama to the confidential database located under the Hokage office. On the way to the confidential database, Kuroto observed every detail with the Tenseigan. There are umbu guards at the corners leading to the basement on the first floor. 2 members on each spot, a total of 4 people. Judging from their chakra volume, they should be Chunin class. At novel bin at. There are sealing technique engraved here, 1, 2, 3, 5 in total. These seals should be induction type. If the person entering doesn't have Hokage-sama's chakra signature, or whatever is used for identification, these seals should activate. There are more seal techniques engraved on each stair step. They kind of look strange, not like the Uzumaki sealing techniques. Kuroto was observing and analyzing all the possibilities of sneaking in. The overall security of the Hokage building isn't as strict as one would expect. This may also be due to a shortage of manpower in the village. Leaving aside the working staff in the Hokage building, there are probably a dozen Chunin guards on the bright, while there are only 4 umbu squads and Hokage-sama's personal guards protecting the Hokage building from the shadows. Although the number of guards is small, with Sandaime-sama himself present here, there probably is no need for many individuals. After all, if someone could bypass Hokage-sama himself, then no matter how many guards there are, they would all be pretty useless. Moving along the stairs, the 3 arrived at a door under the leadership of Hokage-sama. At this time, Sandaime-sama quickly made a few hand seals and then pressed one hand on the door. Click. With a clicking sound, the door slowly opened. Come in. Giving this instruction, Sandaime-sama took the lead in entering the confidential database room. As soon as he entered the confidential database room, he couldn't help but sigh. The underground database is so much larger than I expected. It goes to show just how much secret information, knowledge, and jutsu are hidden here. Calming his emotions, Kuroto observed Sandaime-sama skillfully shuttle through the rows of bookshelves, and quickly took out 2 scrolls that he passed to Kuroto and Shisui each. Shisui randomly selected a rank B fire release ninjutsu that he didn't know from the scroll and silently stood on the side, while Kuroto carefully observed the seal techniques recorded in the scroll. There are many seal techniques he could choose from, including the 5 elements seal, 4 symbol seals, 8 trigram seal, contract seals, and so on. After much deliberation, comparison, and repeated observation, Kuroto found that among these sealing techniques 4-symbol seal was the best for him for now, so after a little more consideration, he opted for 4-symbol seal. Sandaime-sama nodded slightly, and then put away the introduction scrolls. Then from the bookshelves on the front, he selected a scroll that separately records the 4-symbol seal along with a scroll of the rank B fire release ninjutsu selected by Shisui and passed them to Kuroto and Shisui respectively. Sandaime-sama also reminded, the jutsu you are learning while in the umbu cannot be passed out to others, both of you should be aware of this. Kuroto and Shisui both nodded, of course, they are aware of such rules. Additionally, turn in the jutsu scroll within 1 month. While you are on official missions, this time will be postponed, and if you encounter an accident, make sure to destroy the scroll and never leak it. Yes. With Hokage-sama's nod, both Kuroto and Shisui left the Hokage building. As soon as they came out, Kuroto talked about the shadow clone jutsu with Shisui. However, Shisui was stunned and looked strangely at Kuroto. And, why wouldn't he be stunned? From Shisui's perspective, with Kuroto-san's strength, being able to kill the elite jonin of Rock Village as well as the fight and suppress the demon Moro, shadow clone jutsu should have been mastered long ago. Anyone with a little bit of brain and necessary chakra level will at least master it, even if they don't use it much. Even Kuroto was feeling a little embarrassed about it. Obviously, he can't tell Shisui that he was just a cannon fodder class ninja until a few months ago. Where can he learn such important jutsu? All he could do was to come up with some excuse to hide this embarrassment. Listening to Kuroto-san's explanation, Shisui didn't think much about it, and immediately explained the principle of shadow clone jutsu while also demonstrating the hand sign printing method, as well as chakra running method for the shadow clone jutsu. Kuroto observed the entire process with the Tenseigan very carefully, and after only a few attempts, he was able to roughly master the shadow clone jutsu. After all, with his current chakra volume, mastering a rank B jutsu is not so difficult. What's more, with the insight of the Tenseigan, he can clearly observe the flow of chakra in Shisui's chakra pathway. Anyone with a little intelligence can master such techniques using the same method. This is the advantage of having a dojutsu Kekai Genkai. Even Kakashi was able to copy so many jutsu, earning him the title of Copy Ninja Kakashi. This is not only because of his talent but also because of the Shurinon that Obito passed on to him. At novel bin at. After this short episode, both Kuroto and Shisui went to their respective home to prepare for the secret mission. Considering that this time, the mission will be amid fierce conflicts close to the level of a small-scale war against the Cloud Village, Kuroto didn't dare to be careless. Shuriken, kunao, senbon, etc. He made sure to take them in an appropriate amount, along with more than 500 detonation seals. Paralytic poison, antidotes, medical bandages, military ration pills, etc. were all orderly prepared. After doing all the packing and preparation, when Kuroto was about to go out, the ninja pouches around his waist were already bulging. As soon as he stepped out of his door, he collided with the anxious Yu. Helping her stabilize herself, Kuroto said with a gentle smile, "Why are you being so anxious?" While catching her breath, Yu looked at Kuroto-kun, who was already ready to go to the battlefield. While bending her head down, she murmured, you must be careful, Kuroto-kun." There were thousands of words in her heart that she wanted to speak, but right now all she could muster to ask him was to be careful, while on the battlefield. Although Yu spoke in a very light voice, Kuroto heard it more clearly than he could have ever. Seeing her anxiousness and worry, Kuroto reached out his hand to hold her right cheek, lifting her head to match with his eyesight. He reassured her with a confident smile, "I am a special jonin now, it isn't me who has to be careful but the enemy ninjas." Feeling Kuroto-kun's confidence, Yu felt a little relieved. Then as if she suddenly remembered something, she took out a sword and handed it to Kuroto. "Here, Kuroto-kun. Clan head asked me to give it to you." Kuroto took the sword from Yu's hand and looked at the beautiful carving around the hilt. Unsheathing sound. As he drew it out of the sheath, a beautiful silver blade came out. Even the warm sunlight of the day couldn't dispel the cold air lingering around it. One could feel its sharpness with just a glance. Highly impressed by the short sword in his hands, Kuroto couldn't help but mutter, "Good sword." Seeing Kuroto-kun busy admiring the sword, Yu decided to explain, "It's a Chokyuto, capable of channeling chakra, and Hayashi-sama said that it's a Kusanagi sword. It also has a special ability according to which if an enemy is injured by it, then it would prevent the healing of that wound." Sword of Kusanagi. Kuroto was a little startled by this information and thought silently, could this really be one of those many Kusanagi no Tsurugi? Of course, Kuroto was extremely surprised by the sudden gift from clan head, not to mention one of the Kusanagi, but after thinking about it a little, this sudden gift may not be so unexpected, considering that now he isn't just some cannon fodder that he used to be. As a member of the Umbu Black Ops, serving directly under Hokage-sama, Kuroto also has some authority. He can participate in the internal and external affairs of the village. Adding the fact that he defeated Shisui, Shinichi, and Iragi not long ago, which made his reputation increase several times, makes him undoubtedly the most outstanding of all the Hyugas around his age. It is completely natural for the clan head to get on his good side. If Hayashi-sama doesn't even do this much, then what sort of clan head would he be? Hyuga Hayashi should be more than clear about the true picture of the Hyuga clan. Although there are many Chunin in the clan, the number of Jonin is not so much. And in the younger generation, apart from the sudden appearance of Kuroto, there is only you with the potential to reach Jonin class or probably higher. This is also one of the reasons why the Hyugas have always preferred to stay low-key. They simply don't have enough strength like the Uchiha. It's just that even if it is natural for the clan head to do something like this, Kuroto never expected that Hayashi-sama would give such a valuable treasure. This made him sigh with lots of emotion. Undoubtedly the background and history of a millennia will have an inheritance such as this. Kuroto doesn't know much about this Kusanagi sword. Even in the original series, only 3 Kusanagi swords were shown, but does that mean there are only 3 of them? This is an answer he might never be able to find out. Who knows how many of such swords have been buried in the long river of history. Therefore, Kuroto decided to ignore all these issues, and be content with the gift he received. After bidding a farewell to you, with some petting and a hug, and finally an Itachi-style flick on her forehead, Kuroto rushed to the meeting point of Class 11. Both Shisui and Guy were already waiting, but there was no sign of Kakashi. So, after a short greeting with the two, while waiting for Kakashi to come, Kuroto had some discussion with Shisui about his new sword. After waiting for a long time, Kakashi finally arrived. Guy asked curiously, "Kakashi, my rival? What took you so long?" Kakashi said with an apologetic expression, "I just went to the memorial stone, so it took a little while." Hearing this, Kuroto suddenly wrinkled his brows. Kakashi actually went to the memorial stone before performing this secret mission? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? It seems that the secret mission handed by Sandaime-sama is not so simple. Kuroto thought silently. However, he can only try doing his best, since it was almost time for departing, so everyone stopped chatting and immediately set off. While traveling, Kuroto decided to ask Kakashi, "What is the task of Class 11? Shisui and Guy also looked towards Kakashi once they heard Kuroto's question. The task scroll handed by Hokage-sama is kept by the captain of the quad, so currently, only Kakashi knows the specific information of the secret mission handed over to Class 11. In response to Kuroto's question and seeing the curious look of Shisui and Guy, Kakashi only shook his head negatively while saying, "I can't speak yet." To prevent the outflow of intelligence, mostly the squad leader only informs the details of the task to other members of the team after arriving at or near the mission location. Because Kuroto knows this, so Kakashi's denial only increased his worry. He can feel that this mission is definitely not going to be easy, and maybe it has nothing to do with blocking the Cloud Village raid party, because if it was just blocking the invasion of the enemy forces, there was no need to keep it a secret. Well, looks like I can't rest assured, huh? In the following week, Class 11 detoured all the way avoiding the Cloud Village troops invading the Land of Fire, passing through the Land of Hot Springs, and finally approached the border of the Land of Lightning. By now, every one of the class has figured out that this secret mission will be carried out in the enemy territory. Captain Kakashi no longer concealed the details of the mission, spreading a map on the ground. He pointed at a red dot, while explaining, "Remember it, this is the location where we have to carry out the mission. The red dot on the map is located at the border of Land of Lightning and Land of Frost." Carefully looking at the topography on the map, the target location is on a valley, and the surrounding geography is hard to tread. Kakashi continued, "According to the intelligence, a secret warehouse storing a large number of tools and ration supply of Cloud Village is located here. Once this warehouse is successfully destroyed, Cloud's offensive in the Land of Fire will be forced to slow down." Listening to the objective of the mission, Shisui immediately asked, "What about the security from the enemy side?" Kakashi shook his head at Shisui's question. The intelligence team could only detect the location, the number of enemy guards and security are unknown, so before heading out, we have to be prepared for the worst. It would not be surprising to find more than 100 shinobi guarding such a large warehouse. On the other hand, Class 11 only has 4 people. Although nobody here is weak, with being so heavily outnumbered, no matter how you look at it, the chance of successfully completing this mission is very low. After all, even the third Raikage died by being outnumbered. After hearing all the details of the task, Kuroto couldn't help but slander. No wonder Sandaime-sama were suddenly so generous. There is one more information you all should know. Shinobi army of the Rock Village has already been assembled at the border of the Land of Grass. Therefore, we must end the conflict with the Cloud Village as soon as possible. Otherwise, Konoha's situation would become similar to the time of the Third Shinobi War. Kakashi gave another message. The conflict between the 5 great shinobi villages has never been isolated. When Cloud Village launched a surprise attack on Konoha, Rock Village has already received the news and would naturally respond accordingly. As the news spread further, perhaps even the Sand Village and Mist Village will also make their responses, but these issues are not what Team 11 can consider right now. While Kuroto was busy with his thoughts, Shisui asked seriously, "In other words, we can't afford to fail the mission?" Kakashi nodded. "We don't have an option of failure, because if we fail, Konoha would fall into an extremely disadvantaged situation like that of the Third Shinobi War. No, in fact, even worse situation than that." However, Guy didn't have the slightest fear or depression, and said, "So what are we doing here standing around? Let's go already." Kakashi put away the map and ordered calmly, "I will complete the final assault. The 3 of you are only responsible for providing me with cover by distracting the enemy forces." "That's an order." Listening to Kakashi's serious order, both Kuroto and Shisui nodded. Although Guy wanted to object a little, but seeing Kakashi's determination, he decided to stay silent and nodded firmly. On the battlefield in the Land of Fire, In the semi-liberated state, Killer B easily blocked the Inoshikacho formation attack while sweeping away Choza Akimichi aside with one of Hakusabi's tails. Immediately afterward, Killer B rapped in his unique tone, "Yeah, why did Konoha send only you people?" Nara Shikako and Yamanaka Inoichi looked helpless when he heard this. At novel bin at. In their eyes, Killer B, who can perfectly cooperate with the Hakusabi, is a monster through and through. They could barely even resist him with Inoshikacho joint techniques. Glancing around the battlefield from the corner of his eyes, all Nara Shikako could see was the passive situation of Konoha. Feeling anxious, he couldn't help but think, how come Lord Jiraiya hasn't arrived yet? Such monsters are not what we can resist. Not far away, Hyuga Hisashi panted heavily as he stared at the black-haired Cloud Shinobi in front of him. The opponent is no one other than the deputy commander of the Cloud Invasion Force, a Black Lightning Kekai Genkai user. Before Hisashi arrived here, 2 teams of Konoha ninjas had already been buried in his hands. If not for Hisashi trying to block the enemy, the nearby Konoha ninjas would hardly be spared. The enemy grinned mockingly, "You are weak." Hisashi didn't bother refuting but silently pondered about the countermeasure. Black lightning is a combination of lightning release and water release. It not only has the destructive power of lightning release, but also the free control of water release, giving a lot of versatility to the user. Additionally, the enemy deputy commander is also an experienced shinobi with quite an experience in using the Kekai Genkai, so the power displayed is quite overwhelming, which is restraining for Hisashi. Looking at the faintly exposed cage bird seal on Hisashi's forehead, the enemy commander curled his lips. "Unfortunately, you are a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan. Otherwise, I would have been able to collect a pair of Byakugan this time." Hisashi's expression shrank as soon as he heard this, and he straightened the forehead protector immediately, completely covering the caged bird seal. These words touched the deepest pain in his heart inadvertently. On another part of the battlefield, in the completely liberated state, Nibi's Jinchuriki is almost uncontrollable. The entire battlefield in the region has become a playground for her unscrupulous attacks. At this time, 8 Konoha ninjas shouted together, "Earth Release Barrier, Earth Prison Dome of Magnificent Nothingness." With their combined shout, a huge amount of mud rose from all directions and suddenly joined together, trapping the Nibi's Jinchuriki in the liberated state inside a dome of earth. Roar. However, before Konoha ninjas could breathe a sigh of relief, accompanied by a huge roar, Ujito Nii easily broke through the dome of earth and swept the huge claws at Konoha ninjas. 7 ninjas died on the spot, some managed to dodge but not without being injured. Water style, water colliding wave technique. Earth style, earth spear technique. Earth style, earth dragon technique. How could the remaining of the Konoha ninjas watch their comrades falling one after another? So they immediately released ninjutsu attacks without sparing any chakra. Boom, bang, crack, wish. Countless ninjutsu was fired at the human column force in the tailed beast state, but not a single attack proved too effective in stopping her. While in the tailed beast state, she opened her mouth and shot out a huge flame from it. Instantly, the surrounding forest was burning in the flames of death, and all the Konoha shinobi were plunged into the sea of fire. Cough, cough. There was only one ninja who was still alive in the sea of fire. His condition was not any better than being half dead. While coughing up blood, he could only mutter with deep sadness, "If Yondaime-sama and Kuwabai's Jinchuriki were still alive, you people." Even before he could finish his words, Ujito Nii crushed him with her claw and snorted coldly, "Unfortunately for you, they are already dead." White Fang committed suicide, Princess Tsunade ran away, Orochimaru defected, Jiraiya left on his journey, Yondaime-sama and Kuwabai's Jinchuriki died during the Kuwabai's rebellion. The impact of all these events has finally broken out in the Land of Fire. In the face of Cloud Village's 2 perfect Jinchuriki, the weakness of Konoha was clearly exposed. On the side of Team 11, after a few days of travel, the 4 shinobi of Team 11 finally arrived at the target location. The Land of Frost and Land of Lightning are adjacent to each other, making it an effective war zone. This is also the reason why Konoha has very detailed information about the geography of this country, allowing Team 11 to pass through without much risk to successfully reach the border of Land of Lightning. Standing at the top of a big tree, Kakashi looked at the valley in the distance and said, "We are here." Kuroto observed the surroundings. A large number of sealing techniques have been arranged around the valley that's blocking Byakugan perception, so I can't tell how many enemy ninjas are there. Cloud Village has many years of experience against Konoha, so they will naturally take effective measures against Byakugan detection. Kakashi wasn't disappointed, and said quietly, "In that case, proceed according to the agreed plan. The 3 of you are responsible for attracting enemy attention and leading away from the guards on the periphery, while I will execute the final attack." Guy tried to say something, but however, before he could say anything, Kakashi cut him off. "I am the captain, and this is an order, execute it without any question." Shisui also looked at Kakashi, then at Kuroto, hoping for him to do something. Guy also turned his head towards Kuroto. According to their belief, if anyone in Team 11 could persuade Kakashi, it is only Kuroto. Seeing both looking at him expectantly, Kuroto put one hand on the hilt of his sword, tied at his waist, and asked solemnly, "Kakashi, I only have one question, are you sure?" Without any hesitation, Kakashi replied with a determined look, "Of course I am sure. Rest assured, I will meet you all at the retreat point. Time, around midnight." Location, valley where the secret warehouse of Cloud Village is located. Wah! A cool breeze blew past, causing the two Cloud ninjas in the sentry post to unconsciously tighten their clothes. One of them suddenly asked, "Hey, did you hear something?" Another person listened for a while, then shook his head negatively. "Isn't it just the sound of insects and birds? What else did you hear?" At this moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed into the sentry post and dashed towards the two Cloud ninjas. Two Cloud ninjas didn't even have the opportunity of subconscious defense before they fell under the cold light of the blade. Taking a step forward, the shadow checked the breath and pulse of the two of them. After confirming that the two were now dead, he slowly stood up and cast his eyes towards the secret warehouse located at the innermost part of this valley. The shining moonlight fell on the black shadow, revealing his face. This person is not someone else but Hyuga Kuroto, who is responsible for attracting enemy attention and leading them away to generate a suitable opportunity for Kakashi. After sneaking into the valley, Kuroto found that Cloud Village had arranged a very tight defense for guarding against enemy attacks. Even when quite far away from the warehouse, there are already so many ninjas spread around here. From such strict security, Kuroto can guess that Cloud Village must have stocked a lot of supplies here. However, after a moment of careful observation with the Tenseigan, he couldn't stay calm anymore. The number of ninjas guarding the warehouse is more than 150, and that's just those in the bright. If those guarding from the shadows are included, then at the very least more than 200 enemy shinobi are present here. This situation is far beyond Kuroto's expectations. Initially, Team 11 expected about 50 to 80 enemy shinobi and planned their tactics accordingly. However, the current situation is obviously not what they expected. Suddenly, there was a noise from the other end. The noise was mixed with shouts and fighting sounds. It made the entire silent valley extremely noisy. Kuroto looked in the direction while murmuring, "That should be Guy's direction." Was he discovered so soon? The battle plan deployed by Team 11 is very simple. Firstly, Kuroto, Shisui, and Guy will infiltrate into the valley from 3 different directions, while assassinating any of the enemy shinobi they encounter along the way. Once they are spotted, they would immediately retreat while leading some guards away, to decrease the enemy number guarding the warehouse. Then, Kakashi, who is responsible for the final assault, will charge straight into the warehouse and destroy it completely. Finally, the 4 members of the Team 11 who completed their part of the task will meet at the retreat point and return together to the Konoha village. However, the premise of this battle plan succeeding is that the enemy number should be around 80 at maximum. With the current enemy count, it's obviously not possible. So, an ominous premonition surged in Kuroto's heart. As Kuroto prepared himself, the noise on that end finally faded away. Since Guy was exposed, then he must have acted according to the plan, leading away a part of Cloud's forces, thought Kuroto. But Guy's exposure also made the Cloud ninja extremely alert and aware of the enemy attack, as a result of which teams of ninjas spread out and searched the entire valley inch by inch. Seeing that enemy ninjas were about to approach at his location, Kuroto no longer hid and immediately threw several dozen kunai tied with detonation paper in their direction one after another. Boom, 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 at novel bin at. There was a series of violent explosions. Under the cover of darkness and the rising smoke from the explosion, Kuroto unsheathed his sword and rushed towards the panicked ninjas. Who is it? Where? Enemy attack, enemy attack. Be careful, it's an enemy attack. The sword light flickered, and like a reaper, Kuroto reaped these ninjas. In the blink of an eye, 4 ninjas were already dead. Wind release, breakthrough. However, before he can take any more actions, one of the Chunin leaders reacted immediately and using a wind release ninjutsu cleared away the smoke and dust. Without the cover of smoke, Kuroto's figure appeared in front of the whole crowd of Cloud shinobi. Another Chunin leader immediately shouted as soon as he saw Kuroto, "It's Konoha Umbu, everyone, be careful." This group of Cloud search forces consists of Chunin and Genin ninja, so along with sending a signal to the base camp deep in the valley, they surrounded Kuroto. According to the plan, Kuroto should retreat right at this moment. However, considering that the number of enemy ninjas is far beyond what they imagined, he had to stay and attract more attention. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Kakashi to get close to the warehouse. In another direction, Shisui also took the initiative to launch the surprise attack. He started with the body flicker technique, and in just a few moments, solved a 4-person squad of Cloud shinobi, after which he rushed deeper into the valley. Along the way, he didn't entangle with the enemy much but did kill off the individuals he could without letting the enemy discover himself. But as soon as he was about to approach the warehouse, a group of Cloud ninjas with a Jonin as their leader detected him. With the fierce assault of Kuroto and Shisui, the entire valley was noisier. Explosions, roars, wailing and crying for help, one after another, all the sounds mixed together. Kakashi, who was hiding in the dark, was paying attention to all this, but he had to be patient as it wasn't yet time for him to assault. Before long, Kuroto and Shisui chose to withdraw from the valley. However, the enemy ninjas were obviously not kind enough to let the 2 of them get away so easily. So, 2 chasing units followed the 2, to chase and kill them respectively. Guy drew 8 people, Kuroto drew away 16, while Shisui drew away 12 ninjas. Kakashi, while hidden in the dark, silently counted the number of enemies led away by the teammates as he observed the changes in the guarding formation after the attack. Counting the total number, the 3 members of Team 11 killed and led away, there are still more than 100 enemy ninjas here. But Kakashi can't blame them, this is already a very good result. As for the problem of the enemy number being much higher, Kakashi has no fear of it. On the contrary, this increased his determination to destroy the warehouse, because such a strong defense just implies that the supplies stored must be really important for the Cloud Village. Taking a deep breath, he muttered, "It's now. Ox, rabbit, monkey, dragon, rat, bird, ox, snake, dog, tiger, monkey." As Kakashi completed this hand sign printing, suddenly, a sharp and piercing sound reminiscent of many birds chirping echoed throughout the valley. Accompanied by the sound of birds chirping, Kakashi dashed forward into the valley. On Kuroto's side, as he was moving through the trees, the sound of Kakashi's unique jutsu Chidori echoed throughout the valley, indicating that Kakashi has launched the final assault. While still jumping from tree to tree, he glanced at the cloud ninjas chasing behind him. There were 16 of them divided into 4 squads. Among these 16, there were 2 at least Jonin class from their chakra volume, and 5 were Chunin while the rest being Genin class. I have to eliminate these people before reaching the retreat point, thought Kuroto. Having made up his mind, he stopped at a clearing, and slowly pulled the Kusanagi sword out of the sheath on his waist. Clouds chasing ninjas immediately spread around, surrounding him. The leader of one of the squads smiled and said while looking at the Kuroto's young figure, "Just a kid, but look at the courage, dared to sneak in here. Damn you kid." As the chest was already cut open and blood was spurting out, Cloud Village's Jonin ninja became weaker and weaker. Eventually, his body fell to the ground with no signs of life left. Kuroto staggered a few steps, then sat on the ground, panting heavily. The corpses of 16 cloud shinobi fell around him. The entire forest area was in a mess, clearly indicating the signs of a fierce battle that occurred not long ago. After resting up a bit, Kuroto examined his body, and finally took a breath of relief. Although he had many wounds, out of which only one was serious, the rest were only small pierces, cuts, and burns. The injury on his left shoulder was slightly serious, but that didn't hinder him from holding the sword in his right hand. "I guess I am alive thanks to Yuha," Kuroto murmured as he sheathed the Kusanagi sword. This time, Kuroto was able to wipe out the entire unit of 16 Cloud Ninja at the cost of an injured left shoulder and only some cuts and burns. The credit definitely goes to the Kusanagi sword and the paralysis poison he compounded. One of the enemy Jonin didn't know about his Kusanagi sword and tried to block his slash with just a simple kunao. Obviously, the kunao couldn't resist and was divided like butter under a hot knife by his Tenseigan chakra-infused sword slash. As a result, one Jonin ninja died without any resistance in the face of Kuroto's attack. This not only decreased the strength of the enemy side but also weakened their morale, which helped Kuroto finish off the rest of the bunch. After simply bandaging up the wound, Kuroto didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately rushed towards the retreat point. After all, they are still in the enemy territory. Every second of stay here will only bring danger to them. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the retreat point that Team 11 agreed upon. Guy and Shisui, who arrived earlier, saw Kuroto arrive and greeted him. "Finally here, Kuroto? How did it go on your side?" Kuroto said. "It took a little bit of effort to eliminate the enemies." Shisui nodded. "Well, I noticed before, Kuroto-san drew most enemy ninja away from the warehouse." Kuroto also glanced at Shisui and Guy, while asking casually, "How did it go on your end?" Both Guy and Shisui talked about the situation they faced separately. Since Guy was discovered earlier, so he could only lead away 8 enemy ninjas which were only Chunin and Genin class, so after a fierce battle Guy eliminated them all. Among the 12 enemy ninjas that Shisui led away, although there was one Jonin, he was under Shisui's genjutsu from the very beginning. So, by the time he successfully broke through the effect of the genjutsu, the other ninjas were already lying in the pool of their own blood, which is to say Shisui had already killed them, and without any support from his teammates, the Jonin was obviously not Shisui's opponent, therefore not long after he fell under Shisui's blade. After hearing the description from both Guy and Shisui, Kuroto frowned. "So, if we combine the total number of ninjas we eliminated, it only reaches up to 80 people. More importantly, among them, only 3 of them were Jonin class, while the vast majority were Chunin class or cannon fodder class that are only useful for consuming enemy chakra." Listening to Kuroto's deductions, Guy was more worried about Kakashi. "Yes, so I am worried about Kakashi. How will he be able to deal against more than 100 enemy ninjas?" Shisui also stood silent. The current situation is very clear, even if Kakashi is very strong, but there is absolutely no way he could survive against more than 100 cloud ninjas. Even if he somehow manages to destroy the warehouse, retreat would be impossible for him. Guy looked in the direction of the warehouse and said firmly, "We have to go and help him." Shisui also wanted to say something but he didn't know what to say. Currently, all 3 members of Team 11 are not only injured but they also don't have much chakra volume after a series of battles. They can't even be sure to safely escape to the Land of Fire from Cloud Village's follow-up pursuit. In such a situation, going back to the warehouse is simply a death wish. Seeing the worry in Guy and Shisui's eyes, Kuroto also looked towards the valley with slight hesitation. "I made a promise to him, I can't let it end here," was the only thought going on in his mind. At the valley, taking a glance at the burning warehouse beside him, Kakashi squatted halfway in a pool of blood, with a relieved smile on his face. Finally completed the task. "No other companion will have to die for me." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, more and more cloud shinobi rushed towards the burning warehouse with the body flicker technique, surrounding Kakashi from all sides. The head ninja of Cloud Village spoke with a murderous look on his face. Konoha ninja, speak your name. Although the head ninja was very angered and wanted nothing more than to crush the brat under his feet, he still had to admire the kid's determination, so, to show his respect to the kid, he asked the kid's name before killing him. Kakashi tried raising his head to look at the person, but because of the excessive blood loss, his vision was getting blurry. He could only vaguely perceive the swaying firelight and the shadowy figure of the ninjas around him. At this moment he suddenly fell into a daze. This was a familiar feeling? I seem to have felt this before. Yeah, now I remember, it was during the Battle of the Konoha Bridge. Back then also I was surrounded by so many enemy ninjas. Unfortunately, Minato-sensei is no longer alive. No one will come to rescue me this time. I am sorry, father. I am sorry, Minato-sensei, I couldn't protect your son. Obito, Rin, we are finally going to meet again. Hehe, it seems to be a good ending. Slowly but steadily Kakashi felt the strength in his body fading away bit by bit. His thoughts drifted further and further, as if he was already past the shackles of the body. Seeing the tranced and lifeless look of the kid, the head ninja shook his head while sighing, then regaining the same cold look in his eyes he signaled the Chunin beside him to behead the kid. The Cloud Chunin immediately drew a kunai and walked towards the kid's direction. But after walking in front of the kid, this Cloud Chunin didn't make the killing move for a while. At novel bin at. The head ninja urged impatiently, what's the hold up? Finish him quickly, we have to also chase after the rest of his teammates. The secret warehouse has already been destroyed. If he doesn't chase after and successfully kill the Konoha ninjas responsible for this, then even if he is a qualified head ninja of the Cloud Village, he wouldn't escape Raikage-sama's anger. The Cloud Chunin stared at the weird-shaped eye in Kakashi's left eye socket and said while stumbling, "Bibat, his eye." However, before anyone could understand the Chunin's words, a figure wearing an eagle-faced mask suddenly flashed by, instantly beheading the Chunin who was standing in front of Kakashi, and then two more figures appeared on Kakashi's side, one with a dog-faced and the other with a cat-faced mask. Waving the sword to get the blood off of it, Eagle, who was now standing in front of the kid, said lightly, "Dog, carry Kitsune on your back and leave." Dog hesitated, but seeing that the Kitsune's consciousness was already blurry and he couldn't retreat alone, so, he carried the Kitsune on his back and said to Eagle and Cat, after dropping Kitsune to a safe place, "I will come back soon." Cat smiles and shook his head, "No, you make sure to take him back to the village, I and Eagle-san can handle it here." But, Dog wanted to interject. However, Eagle shouted with annoyance, "Get the hell out of here already before I change my mind." Obviously, the Eagle, Cat, and Dog are none other than Kuroto, Shisui, and Guy. With Kakashi being in a state of coma, Kuroto had temporarily taken over the position of captain of Team 11, so Guy didn't argue anymore, and immediately retreated while carrying the unconscious Kakashi on his back. How could the Cloud ninjas present here allow the retreat? So, several teams immediately separated from the crowd here and chased after Guy. Neither Kuroto nor Shisui stopped this group, rather they couldn't. The head ninja of the Cloud Village took a look at Kuroto and Shisui standing guard and said with a smile, "I have to admire your group of outstanding youngsters." Kuroto said coldly, "Thanks for the compliment, but it was unnecessary. My name is Fuji, I am the commander of this garrison." After a short pause, Fuji continued, "I really do admire you bunch of young ninjas of Konoha and your determination, but it's a pity that you all are going to die here, of course including the two brats who escaped." Kuroto did not bother to reply but glanced around him to analyze the situation they were in. Excluding the 4 squads that went after Guy, there are still more than 100 Cloud ninjas surrounding him and Shisui, out of which at least a dozen of them have Jonin-class chakra volume. Moreover, the emergency signal has already been fired by the enemy, so, the reinforcements would already be rushing here from all directions, considering the importance of this place. Fuji noticed that the two kids still didn't give up hope in such a desperate situation. His admiration for them increased more and said with a wicked smile, "I think Raikage-sama will definitely forgive me for being unable to guard this warehouse if I kill such excellent youngsters of Konoha." However, without losing his calm because of Fuji's words, Kuroto still stood silently waiting for a suitable opportunity. With the steady improvement in his strength, the effective range of rain wheel interaction has increased to about 22 meters. If Kuroto decided to overexhaust his chakra without caring for the consequences, then give or take, 25 meters should be possible. Currently, Fuji is standing about 21 meters away from him, so he is within the effective range of rain wheel interaction. But considering that the opponent is an elite Jonin of the Cloud Village, his strength is definitely not weak, so 21 meters is not a safe distance. Kuroto has to get at least at a distance of 15 meters to make sure that the attack works properly. While silently calculating his options, Kuroto took out a bottle of poison from his waist pouch. In the series of battles up to now, the poison he has applied on the blade of his sword has already been consumed, so he needs to repoison the blade. Previously, he forgot to do it because of the eagerness of rushing here. So, at this moment, he has no choice but to do it in a hurry while in the presence of so many enemies. Seeing Kuroto silently applying poison on the short sword, the Cloud ninjas glanced at each other feeling awkward. With frowned brows, Fuji asked the subordinate standing next to him, "Why hasn't Kurappa arrived yet?" The reason why the Cloud ninjas haven't attacked them yet is that they are waiting for the torture ninja Kurappa to arrive. In Fuji's eyes, the two kids are already dead, so all their actions are meaningless. However, he would like to make good use of the two of them. At the very least they can extract some information from their heads through torture. Cloud Village doesn't have a secret technique that allows them to extract information from the brains of corpses, so they have to wait for the torture ninja Kurappa to arrive before doing anything. By then, even if the two kids are limbless or close to death, with Kurappa here, he would have enough time to conduct the interrogation. This abnormal behavior of Cloud Ninja didn't escape Shisui's eyes. He whispered to Kuroto, "Eagle-san, there seems to be something wrong with them. What are they waiting for?" Obviously, Kuroto has also noticed this abnormality and knew that they couldn't wait any longer, so he said, "Cat, when we attack, directly start with the Susanoo." Shisui didn't ask why but nodded seriously. After instructing Shisui, Kuroto lightly walked towards Fuji. Seeing one of the kids walking forward, Fuji suddenly had a bad feeling. He immediately shouted towards the Cloud Ninjas, "Don't wait, do it." However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt huge unspeakable traction that pulled him towards the kid. In fact, not only him but with Kuroto as a center, everyone within 21 meters of the surrounding area, including Shisui, everything was pulled towards Kuroto by this huge force. At this moment, Kuroto shouted while holding the Kusanagi sword in his right hand. 8 trigram, Heavenly Blade Rotation. Heavenly Blade Rotation is a crooked move he came up with after getting Kusanagi sword. According to his imagination, he would pull all the enemies around him using the rain wheel pull, and then he would use Kusanagi's sword to perform Revolving Heaven. To achieve both the offense and defense, with Revolving Heaven as defense and Blade Rotation as the offense. The only problem is that he hasn't practiced this move before, so in this desperate situation, he can only try to create it out of scratch. The huge force of rain pull attracted so many ninjas, let alone the enemy side. Even Shisui was shocked. Although he has seen Kuroto-san use this move before against Moro, it's the first time he has experienced personally just how it feels being under its effect. Fortunately for him, Kuroto-san has already instructed him, so without panicking, he directly opened Manjikyu and used the Susanoo. Slash, 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 slash. The sound of the blade slashing through the air brought everyone out of the daze. Those that came into the range of rain pull, Heavenly Blade Rotation were injured by the Kusanagi blade at varying degrees. Except for Shisui under Susanoo's protection, everyone else took the attack by the Kusanagi sword without exception. After stopping Heavenly Blade Rotation, Kuroto panted heavily due to chakra overdraft and observed the result. The use of such large-scale attacks consumes too much chakra, and now he is in an exhausted state, so he had to make sure that at the very least Fuji, their commander, has to be dead from his attack. At novel bin at. But contrary to what he expected, among the Cloud Ninjas who were cut by the Kusanagi sword, all of the ninjas with Jonin-class chakra turned into lightning. Lightning-style shadow clone. Kuroto's heart was shaken. Dojutsus are unable to differentiate or identify shadow clones. Even Kakashi used a lightning-style shadow clone to deceive pain, and it worked even against the Rinnegan. And now that this technique was used against him, not to mention in such a desperate situation, Kuroto is obviously not very pleased about it. Kuroto has never seen a lightning-style shadow clone before, so he couldn't judge that all the Cloud Jonin in front of him, including the Commander Fuji, were just some clones. While Kuroto was in a panicked state, Fuji and the other Cloud who lost the lightning clone came out of the shadows. Fuji observed Shisui's Susanoo with interest, and smiled. "Oh, it appears I was looking down on you too." Sure enough, if Konoha can send such young kids for suicide missions into the hinterland of the enemy territory, they would have to have some unusual means, huh? Kuroto observed Fuji, who walked out of the shadows with a solemn expression. It was his first time using Heavenly Blade Rotation. To ensure the smoothness of rotation and to balance out the inconsistencies between the sword and the palm, Kuroto consumed a lot of his chakra. Adding the chakra he consumed in Rain Wheel Pull and all the battles up to now, he has very little chakra left currently. As long as he could have killed or even injured Fuji and the other Cloud Jonin ninja, it would have been worth it. After all, without Jonin support, whether he and Shisui fight or retreat would be up to them. But now that the surprise attack failed to work, their situation is not good. Kuroto glanced at Shisui from the corner of his eyes. It looks as if Shisui inside the Susanoo is already out of breath. Obviously, the previous battles consumed a lot of his chakra, and coupled with the burden Manjikyu has on his young self, his situation isn't very good. While Kuroto was storming out his brain to think of something, Fuji shouted, "Do it." Following Fuji's call, the surrounding ninjas immediately launched attacks. Kuroto quickly shot a few shurikens to kill the already injured Shinin and Genin, then leaped back to retreat into the armor of Susanoo. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Kuroto retreated, the attacks from Cloud Shinobi caused a series of violent explosions. After the smoke cleared, the skeletal figure of Susanoo remained unaffected, leaving Shisui and Kuroto inside unharmed. Fuji was extremely surprised by this. The Susanoo of the Uchiha clan hasn't appeared in the shinobi world for many years, so even the elites like Fuji do not know what the Green Phantom figure is. But this does not stop him from making his judgment about this. As far as Fuji thinks, whether it was the strange technique used by the kid with the eagle mask or this Green Phantom type jutsu, they are very powerful and strange jutsu, which is definitely not something ordinary ninjas can master. Considering that both the kids are too young, these jutsu have to be some kind of Kekai Genkai. And the body of a ninja with a Kekai Genkai is an information library, so although very shocked and surprised, he is even more anxious to take down the two kids. Trap them with earth release, and attack with fire and wind release. And do not stop, keep attacking. While giving several orders, he backed away slightly. Earth style barrier, earth dome release technique. Earth style, great mud wall technique. Fire style, fire dragon bullet technique. Wind style, great breakthrough technique. Following Fuji's order, the cloud ninjas immediately surrounded the Susanoo structure from the four sides and launched jutsu one after another. Instantly a series of earth wall rose from the ground, cutting off any possible escape route. A combination of fire release and wind release covered the entire sky in flames, and like a sea of fire, rushed towards Susanoo. At the same time, Shisui gritted his teeth and used his Susanoo secret technique. Susanoo, Tsukumo. With Shisui's shout, the Susanoo opened its ribcage to expose its chest, launching a barrage of large, green-colored chakra needles at an incredible speed. And how could Kuroto silently watch? So, while still being inside Susanoo's defense, he fired several kunai wrapped in detonation charm, shurikens, senbons, etc. Boom, boom, boom. The resulting violent explosion due to the collision of jutsu shook the whole area. Countless ninjutsu, throwing tools, detonation charm, chakra needles turned the entire valley into a fiery ground. The smoke gradually dissipated, and the scene of the battlefield was revealed. The earth wall and dungeon created by the cloud ninjas was completely damaged. Dozens of cloud ninjas in the range of Susanoo Tsukumo's barrage suffered heavy casualties. At novel bin at. But the Susanoo that shielded Kuroto and Shisui from all the attacks, although fading slightly, still remained unscathed. It's just that Shisui was already kneeling on the ground at this moment, coughing up violently. It looks impossible for him to keep the Susanoo active for much longer. Fuji, who was hidden in the distance, carefully observed the Susanoo, and Shisui within it as he secretly said, "Such terrifying ninjutsu? Although this is the first time I have seen such a technique, the chakra consumption has to be severe. From the looks of it, the kid can't bear it any longer." From standing unharmed against the attacks of cloud ninjas just now, Susanoo has proved its unparalleled defense. If an ordinary ninja encounters such a powerful enemy, then it wouldn't be strange if his/her nerves will freeze from the chakra pressure alone. Even Fuji is the same in its presence, but his desire to redeem himself is letting him bear the pressure. Moreover, he knows that this is the territory of Lightning Country and the reinforcements from the surroundings will be coming at any moment. So, no matter how strong the enemy might be, it will never be possible for these two brats to leave here alive. No matter how strong the defense, no matter how strong the offense, even the third Raikage Sama died in the face of countless enemy ninja, and these two are just some brats. It can block attacks from all directions? From the looks of it, this chakra phantom can't be broken from the outside. Is there no other method? As if suddenly thinking of something, if it's not possible to attack from the above, will it possible to break through it from the ground? Thinking so, Fuji printed several hand seals and then pressed his hands on the ground. Inside Susanoo's armor, while coughing violently, Shisui weakly said, "Kuroto-san, I can't hold it any longer. Please, you have to retreat. I will make sure there is no follow-up pursuit from here." Kuroto was also catching his breath, shook his head. It's not yet time to give up Shisui. Although they are in a dire situation, it is still not worse enough to feel despair. Kuroto still has the secret technique of physical regeneration at his arsenal that he got from Orochimaru. As long as he doesn't hesitate to overdraft his life, he can recover from his injuries, and chakra can also be extracted from the newly formed cells. Once that's done, they can just escape using the flying ability of the Kaze Cage puppet. As for the matter of being exposed, they are already in such a dire situation, so he can't care much. If he dies here, what good will keeping the Kaze Cage puppet a secret does? Just as Kuroto stretched his hand into the ninja bag to take out the Kaze Cage puppet scroll, he suddenly felt a slight vibration under his feet. Even before he could check for the source, a small crack appeared just below his feet, out of which a lightning snake shot out, rushing straight towards him. What? Kuroto was already in an exhausted state, coupled with several injuries. He couldn't react fast enough to dodge, and the same was Shisui's situation as both of them were attacked by lightning snakes. Instantly they were paralyzed due to being shocked, as a result of which Shisui's Susanoo that was already fading now completely disappeared. Ha ha ha. Finally got rid of that troublesome jutsu. Seeing that the attack succeeds, Fuji, who was hiding in the distance, couldn't stop himself from laughing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, one after another, figures of more than 100 cloud ninjas as reinforcements appeared at the valley. Upon seeing the chaos in the valley, the secret warehouse being submerged in the blazing fire, as well as the corpses of cloud ninjas lying all over the place, these cloud ninjas who came to support couldn't help but be shocked. The leader of Command Kurappa directly questioned Fuji, who was responsible for guarding the secret warehouse. "Fuji, what the hell is going on here? Why didn't you protect the secret warehouse?" Fuji could only helplessly reply, "We were attacked by Konoha's elite troops." Elite troops? Kurappa curled his lips in anger and spoke while pointing his finger towards the injured and paralyzed Kuroto and Shisui. "Just two brats? You dare call them Konoha's elite troops? Have you become so incompetent that you can't even deal with two little devils?" Fuji snorted at Kurappa's words. "Just two little devils? Humph, take a good look around you. These two little devils killed more than 200 of us. Upon hearing Fuji's words, Kuropa and other cloud ninjas looked around and found that only the corpses of cloud ninjas were lying all around, in the entire valley. Aside from the paralyzed Kuroto and Shisui, there was no sign of any other Konoha shinobi whether dead or alive. With this alone, Kuropa realized that for these two brats to have done such serious damage on their side, they are indeed not so simple as you would expect considering their young age. So, he immediately stated, I will torture out all the information in their heads, while the rest watch out for the reinforcement from the enemy sides. Fuji only shrugged, do as you please, 2 more of the brats have escaped, I am going to pursue them now. Kuroto, who was injured due to the lightning snake, couldn't even use the slightest of his strength. Seeing the arrival of enemy reinforcements, even if he tried to force it, his heart couldn't stay calm. As Kuropa was walking towards him, Kuroto felt more and more danger. He tried thinking of whatever he could use, but there was no solution he could arrive at. Is this really it? I made a promise to him. I can't let it end here. This was the only thought going into his mind, but unfortunately, there were no signs of hope. Something, anything. As if hearing Kuroto's plea, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar force surging. The power seemed to be hidden far away in the sky, yet it seemed especially close to him. What surprised him more was the kindness it directed towards him along with the huge amount of energy. At novel bin at. Yes, it was the kindness of a father, a grandfather, their forefather, or maybe a distant ancestor. This energy that seemed within his reach yet out of his control attracted all his attention. It reignited his desire to survive, reminded him of the thought of surviving from death and accomplish what he dreams of. With this reignited hope, Kuroto tried to raise his hand with all the strength he could muster. Kuropa, who was walking towards him, sneered as he saw Kuroto struggling to move. Don't struggle, brat. After getting what I want, I will let you die without pain. Shisui on the side also looked at struggling Kuroto. He believes that Kuroto-kun wouldn't do any meaningless action, so he was ready to sacrifice a Mangekyo by using Koda Amatsukami to control Kuropa. Because of the lack of chakra, it is obviously impossible for Shisui to use Koda Amatsukami normally, so the only option he has left is to use it forcibly by sacrificing one eye. But as long as Kuropa is controlled, he and Kuroto-kun will be able to escape from here, so it is undoubtedly worth it. He had already started accumulating pupil power in his left eye. However, before he could fully launch the strongest genjutsu, Kuroto, who finally managed to raise his hand, grabbed the non-existent space. Seeing Kuroto's action, Kuropa raised the corner of one eye while thinking to himself, is consciousness so blurred? That's good, it would be much easier to extract information from dash. However, before he could finish the thought, something happened that left him stunned. Not only Kuropa but all the surrounding cloud ninjas, even Fuji, who was about to leave to follow up after Guy and Kakashi, as well as Shisui, who was gathering pupil power in his left eye to cast Koda Amatsukami, were stunned. In everyone's perception, as soon as Kuroto's grabbed into the void, a huge chakra reaction erupted from his body, shining like a pillar of blue light illuminating the night sky. The chakra reaction was so great that both Kuropa and Fuji, who had seen a tailed beast, were shaken. As soon as the chakra erupted, his body started floating up, and visible to the naked eye all the injuries and numbness on his body disappeared instantly and was replaced by a feeling of overwhelming and endless power. What the hell is going on? Honestly, Kuroto was no less shocked than the others. Although he felt the kindness and acceptance from this force, he was certain it wasn't the power of his Tenseigan. Before he could make any judgments, some images started to appear in his mind. It's hand seal printing. Kuroto did not know what this hand seal printing method is used for. Just out of the instinctual trust he felt towards the source, he performed the seals one by one according to the images he saw. Ram, tiger, boar, tiger. Whoosh! As soon as he completed the hand seal printing, Kuroto gained a cyan-colored chakra shroud with 6 megatamas marking on his collar, dark markings over his eyebrows, and lower eyelids. The shroud constantly radiated flickering flames of chakra, and his clothing and hair continuously billowed upwards as if caught in an upward breeze as he floated in midair akin to a god. And that's not it. Immediately afterwards, several orbs of black malleable chakra flashed from the center of his eyebrows, and floated around him. Tenseigan chakra mode? The printing method just now was to turn on the Tenseigan chakra mode. Kuroto was out of his wits as he discovered the state he was in. It was only now that he understood the source of the energy that is helping him. He still couldn't help but think as to why did it help him out right now, but it was obviously not the time for him to entangle himself in these things. Suppressing all the mixed thoughts in his heart, and directing all his attention towards the only objective in front of him, Kuroto made sure that he must eliminate all the cloud ninja here, not only to ensure his and Shisui's safety but also to make sure there are no witnesses left to remember the events that took place here, to ensure that his Tenseigan doesn't get exposed. After making up his mind, Kuroto pointed his hand towards Shisui and dragged him along with the ground he was sitting on into the air, all while his other hand was slowly raised and aimed in the direction of the valley. The 9 truth-seeking balls floating around him immediately merged, as he focused his chakra through them, and muttered in an emotionless tone, "Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion." Following Kuroto's call, the chakra he focused on the truth-seeking balls created a powerful silvery typhoon, and the target of this gust was the entire valley along with all the cloud shinobi. On the moon, in the Atsutsuki family hall, a gray-haired, old man suddenly opened his cloudy white eyes, and muttered in a surprised tone, "Who is using the power of the giant Tenseigan?" Without any hesitation, he immediately got up and rushed towards the temple. At the same time, 2 more elders also rushed towards the temple just like him. What is happening? Who is drawing chakra from the Tenseigan? Only 3 of us can control the Tenseigan, then how come? The oldest of the 3 said at this time, no matter who is it, firstly put a seal on the Tenseigan and cut off any external chakra output. Yes. Having decided the course, the 3 of them made several hand seals, then spoke in a unison, Funkekai. With the combined seal from the 3 elders, the twinkling of the giant Tenseigan dimmed slightly. Boom. The huge storm made by the silver wheel reincarnation explosion instantly swept the entire valley. In such a fierce storm, whether they were elites like Fuji, Kurappa, other Jonin, or the Chunin and Genin, everyone was like rootless duckweed. Nothing more than tiny little ants. Not only the cloud ninjas but countless big trees were also uprooted. Huge rocks were turned into dust, buildings, and sentry posts and many other things all disintegrated into debris at the first contact with the storm. The entire valley was like a drawing on a piece of paper that was wiped clean by the eraser named Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, and nothing but a blank was left. Not enough. Still not enough. Kuroto still doesn't have any plans to stop. Although the entire valley has been razed to the ground by him, there were still many chakra reactions he could perceive with the Tenseigan. This only meant that there were still many survivors left. These survivors must not stay alive. If even a single one of them manages to escape, Cloud Village will come to know of my Tenseigan. Cloud Village has done a lot of shameless actions to steal the secrets of the other villages, attempted to kidnap Uzumaki Kushina, and even Hyuga Hinata for studying Byakugan. Who knows what they will plot against him. So, nobody can be allowed to stay alive. Shisui, who was sitting on a piece of floating rock beside Kuroto, was in a daze at the scene in front of him. It has been several minutes, and this expression hasn't changed. Is this Kuroto-san's true strength? No matter how humble he may be, Shisui still has deep pride within him. But now that he saw such a large-scale and powerful technique used by Kuroto, he suddenly lost confidence in his Manjikyu. Can Susanoo be comparable to something like that? This was the only question being repeated in his mind again and again. This was the moment his pride was completely torn apart and his reverence towards Kuroto-kun increased exponentially. Kuroto, who was still busy killing every cloud shinobi, didn't notice the change in Shisui's mentality. But suddenly, the endless source of chakra was cut off. The power and chakra that was overflowing in his body seemed to be hollowed out all of a sudden. This happened so quickly that he couldn't even react to it. He has long since realized that the source of this chakra must be the giant Tenseigan on the moon. Such kindness could only be felt from Hamura. Precisely because he realized the source of the chakra, so he did his best to transfer as much as he can in Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion because he knows that the Otsutsuki clan on the moon wouldn't allow the Hamura's chakra to be used by anyone but their own, so this was most likely a once-in-a-lifetime chance. However, the members of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon reacted too quickly. From the time when the resonance between his Tenseigan with the giant Tenseigan began, only a few minutes have passed and they already cut off the chakra supply. However, he can't stop now, there are still some life sources left. Can't stop now. Before killing every cloud ninja, he could not let the Tenseigan chakra mode fade away, even if he has to overdraw his vitality. Gritting his teeth, he insisted on using the secret technique of physical regeneration. According to the rough estimation, it would take only about 13 more seconds to completely flatten the valley. Not to mention the humans, even the rats, and ants hiding in the ground must not be left alive. But without the support of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, Kuroto was already overwhelmed by the fatigue, and his consciousness started getting blurry. Have to stay awake. 7, 6, 5, 4. With the heavy eyelids he couldn't keep open, Kuroto somehow managed to sense the remaining chakra reaction in the valley. 3, 2, and the last one. With the disappearance of the chakra source of the last enemy ninja, Kuroto forced himself to stay awake to confirm no more people were left alive in the valley. Now, he finally couldn't hold up anymore and fell to the ground along with Shisui while coughing out blood. Even before he could lift off the Tenseigan chakra mode, it automatically wore off, and with it, the Tenseigan in his eye socket also turned into Byakugan. Shisui somehow managed to get up and quickly checked up on Kuroto's condition. Kuroto-kun, how are you doing? Don't worry, I am only tired and injured. Just leave this place before any more enemy forces arrive, Kuroto said as he lost consciousness. Shisui nodded, and while carrying unconscious Kuroto on his back, fled towards the border of the Land of Frost. Not long after Kuroto and Shisui left, several more groups of cloud ninjas rushed to the valley from all directions. Of course, this place couldn't be considered a valley anymore, because wherever the eyes could see, it was all a straight plain. It almost felt like a giant plowed the land with a shovel. The arriving cloud ninjas were confused looking at the situation around. We didn't come to the wrong place, did we? Didn't the map stated that it should be valley around? No, you idiot, how could we come wrong? This is the place where the emergency signal came from. Then where is anyone? Where is the secret warehouse? One by one cloud ninjas were confused by such a development. At this time, a jonin stood up and shouted, "Assholes, what are you all doing standing around in a daze? Hurry up and find any survivors. I want to know what in the god's name happened here." The ninjas came out of their stupor and reacted immediately as they dispersed one after another, trying to find any source of information that could be useful. But over and over again, no matter how much they explored or dug the muddy ground, they found nothing but mutilated corpses, and without exception, each of them belonged to the shinobi of Cloud Village. What? Not even a single enemy corpse was found. Hearing such a report, the Jonin leader was more panicked. While pointing at the rows and rows of corpses that had been gathered in front of him, he said tremblingly, "Impossible. How could so many of our die and not even any sign of any enemy around? Search everywhere. I want 4-man squads to search in every direction and find any trace that the enemy might have left." Yes. Just what in the hell did they fought against? Was the only question in his mind. On the moon. At Novel bin at. After cutting off the chakra supply of the giant Tenseigan, the 3 elders now discussed the possible cause for such a thing to happen. Elder 1 said, "This time giant Tenseigan acted too strange. I suspect it has something to do with the person who stole the Gadu statue before." Elder 2 was shocked and angry. He dares to try to steal the treasure of its Satsukis? Elder 3, who was the eldest of all, remained slightly calm and said after some thinking, "It would be better to use the giant Tenseigan to see." The change now was indeed quite unusual. Maybe something happened in the ninja world. Elder 1 and Elder 2 nodded at Elder 3's words and immediately made some hand seals. Enlighten. The now dim Tenseigan once again bloomed in the brilliant light, and as per Elder's sealing, spread a light curtain into the earth. On the earth, Kuroto, who was resting on Shisui's back as they both fled towards the land of frost, suddenly felt the familiar chakra of the giant Tenseigan swept over him, and this brought him out of his sleep, making him highly alert. However, since his Tenseigan faded and turned into Byakugan because of the depletion of chakra, the chakra curtain of the giant Tenseigan did not stay on him for longer than an instant and went past him as if it didn't recognize him at all. Wah! A few days later. Land of hot water. Kakashi and Guy, who were unconscious, lay side by side on the ground inside a small cave, while Kuroto sat on the side and Shisui was sitting at the campfire busy cooking. Stirring the small pot on the fire, Shisui whispered, "Kuroto-san, the soup is just about ready." Kuroto nodded eagerly. He was really hungry right now. Although he still has military ration pills left with him, their taste is just too awful. Now, it's not that Kuroto hates eating it, but like most other shinobi, he would also prefer eating something delicious like fish soup over the tasteless military ration pills. Without much delay, Shisui brought a bowl of fresh steaming fish soup for Kuroto. While drinking the soup, Kuroto looked over towards Kakashi and Guy, who were lying unconscious. It's funny to think that Guy, who retreated first with Kakashi on Kuroto's orders, was more injured than him and Shisui. But it's not that strange if you think about it. Even if Kuroto and Shisui tried their best, they were unable to stop any follow-up chase after Guy. As a result, he was intercepted by Cloud Ninjas and had no choice other than to use Hachiman Tonkao. Hachiman Tonkao is a forbidden jutsu that damages the enemy 1000 points and injures oneself by 800 points. So although Guy successfully managed to repel the enemy shinobi, he was also injured severely. On the other hand, Kakashi's situation is even more complicated. Although Kakashi has serious injuries and excessive blood loss, the reason for him being in a coma is something else. As for what that reason might be, Kuroto has no idea for the time being. At Novel bin at. He doesn't even have much time to worry about Kakashi right now, as his own troubles have not been solved yet. Crack. For some reason, Kuroto suddenly wrinkled his eyebrows, and the bowl in his hand fell to the ground, breaking into several fragments, which alerted Shisui. Shisui suddenly asked, "Kuroto-san, are you alright? Did something happen? Is there anyone approaching here?" Kuroto only shook his head negatively with a sullen face. Nothing happened. After reassuring Shisui one more time, Kuroto turned to look outside the cave. The night sky outside was very charming. Bright stars like diamonds filled the night sky. Bright and soft moonlight only enhanced this beauty, making it all feel surreal. Looking at such a charming night, Kuroto can only sigh as he was worried about something else. Did that small incident shock them so much? Kuroto thinks so only because just a few moments ago the search curtain of Tenseigan chakra again went past them. He wouldn't have even noticed this if not for the fact that he is now familiar with Hamura's chakra. Shisui, sitting beside him, didn't react all. This just goes to show how secretive the chakra search of the giant Tenseigan is. Even Shisui with the Mangekyo can't perceive it at all. This has already been the 7th time today. Why haven't they given up yet? Wasn't it just some tiny amount of chakra? Why can't they let go of this for once? Kuroto thought. He is very annoyed by this, but he knows that the last members of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon are all pure radicals. Obviously, they misunderstood Hamura, thinking that the shinobi world created by the Sage of the Sixth Path is nothing more than a failure, and took it upon themselves to destroy and recreate the world. If they come to know about his existence, Kuroto can't even to begin thinking of what might be the consequences. Moreover, now he, who has borrowed the chakra from the giant Tenseigan, knows better than anyone just how powerful giant Tenseigan is. It wouldn't be wrong to say that it is undoubtedly a supreme treasure that belongs to the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Even Kuroto with the Tenseigan only barely managed to resonate with its chakra in a near-death state, while those Otsutsuki descendants can freely use it as per their wish. From just this alone it can be seen that the Otsutsuki clan on the moon has a much higher authority than the Hyuga clan. And if they come after him, what Kuroto would have to face will be the onslaught from the giant Tenseigan, which is thousands of times superior to him in terms of both the quality as well as quantity of chakra. The result isn't that hard to figure out. Honestly, Kuroto even thinks that he is quite lucky. Fortunately, his Tenseigan went into temporary dormancy due to chakra exhaustion, bringing back the Byakugan. Otherwise, he would have had no method to avoid giant Tenseigan's search. On the moon. Cough. After a short cough, Elder 1 Rese led the giant Tenseigan and shook his head negatively. When Elder 2 saw this, his brows tightened. Still nothing. Elder 1 calmed down his coughs, then said slowly, apart from the forbidden spots, there is no other abnormality in the shinobi world. The last descendants of Otsutsuki have desired to destroy the shinobi world long since. It's just that, using giant Tenseigan's regular explorations of the shinobi world, they have found several places where the light of the Tenseigan is unable to reach. Therefore the Otsutsuki have close to no information about these places, and termed them collectively as forbidden spots. Some of these forbidden spots are densely filled by natural energy, some are occupied by weird extraterritorial forces, while the others have been contaminated with evil energy. Due to these reasons, the Otsutsukis have hesitated to make a move up to now. Now there aren't many people left on the moon, except for the 3 elders. There is only a 3-year-old child named Tonari and his father left. Their current power is not enough to smoothly destroy the entire shinobi world, so no matter how radical they may be, the elders can only endure and choose to wait for the right opportunity, or wait for Tonari to grow up and fulfill Hamura's wish. Elder 3 asked at this moment, what about the Gadu statue? Is there any finding of it? Elder 3 asked this because they did manage to briefly sense the Gadu statue a few years ago, but before they could use the Tenseigan to search, the induction disappeared, so the elders could only stay disappointed for not being able to find its exact location. Elder 1 again shook his head at Elder 3's question. Elder 2, who is the most radical of all, stood up from the futon. Are we just going to watch and do nothing? Elder 3 calmly said, we have grown too old and don't have enough strength to fulfill Hamura's last wish. Let Tonari take this important task. He is the most gifted child the Otsutsuki has ever witnessed. If it is him, he would definitely be able to fulfill it. Elder 1 tentatively suggested, we may be able to seek help from the Hyuga clan. After all, they also have the same blood as us. Elder 2 snorted coldly, Hyuga? No, they are fallen people, they are unworthy, and their fate will be the same as the rest of the shinobi world. They are part of the failed world created by the Sage of the Six Paths, so they too have to perish along with it. Elder 3 thought of suggesting that if all of the people were exterminated, then the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, which is already close to extinction, wouldn't escape this fate as well, but seeing the decisive look of Elder 2, he chooses to sigh and let go. In the final analysis, all 3 of them share the same thought that the Hyuga clan is really unworthy of being compared to the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, at the border of Land of Earth and Land of Grass. Sandamed Tsuchikage, Oniki looked at the information on the piece of paper in his hands and said, so, the commander from Konoha facing us is Shimura Danzo. The Jonin commander standing by Tsuchikage-sama's side replied, yes Tsuchikage-sama, according to the information collected by the intelligence team, Shimura Danzo is commanding the Konoha front. Rock Village suddenly assembled its army at the border of Land of Grass, so Konoha had to take some countermeasures. Shimura Danzo of the Konoha Council was assigned by Sandaime Hokage to guard the front line against the Rock Village. Adat Novel bin Adat. Yuditen Koharo was responsible to go to Sand Village in person to discuss alliance matters, while Midokado Homura had to go to the coastline on the east of the Land of Fire to prevent raids from the Mist Village. Such pieces of information are difficult to conceal, so the Rock Village Intelligence Department easily intercepted them. After pondering a little, Tsuchikage asked, what about the Hokage himself? Jonin leader shook his head, there is no accurate information yet, but most likely opinion states that he is still sitting in the Konoha village. Hokage is really calm about the situation. Tsuchikage smiled mockingly, then as if he suddenly remembered something, and asked, by the way, is there any news about the shinobi responsible for killing Iwamoto and his team? As the captain of one of the remaining few beheading units in the Rock Village, Iwamoto was an elite jonin of the Rock Village. So, his death undoubtedly made Tsuchikage very angry and annoyed. According to the intelligence sent by the spies planted within the Land of Demons, it was Team 11 of the Konoha Umbu Black Ops that killed Iwamoto and his team. Tsuchikage frowned hearing this, Konoha's Umbu. No matter which village, the identity of the Umbu is highly confidential and in some cases only known to the Kage himself, so finding out more detailed information about this Team 11 wouldn't be an easy task, even for Rock Village. Did this Team 11 make an appearance on any of the battlefield yet? Tsuchikage asked while holding his chin. The Jonin browsed through all the documents and pieces of intelligence at his hands and replied, note Tsuchikage-sama. The battle between the Konoha and Cloud Village naturally attracted the attention of all the shinobi villages, and among them, Rock Village undoubtedly placed special attention on that front to have all the first-hand information. Therefore, at the beginning when the intelligence about the sudden raids from the Cloud Village was known, Rock Village dispatched a large number of ninjas proficient in sneaking and information gathering into the Land of Fire, to receive the intelligence on any changes in the war situation on that front at the latest. In the battle of intelligence gathering, Konoha undoubtedly suffered a big loss this time. Several lines of defense at the border was so easily breached by the secret raid of the Cloud Shinobi, again leading to the loss of both material and personnel. Tsuchikage-sama is of course very happy seeing Konoha suffer. If Cloud keeps up with this speed, they should be able to attack Konoha village within a few weeks. This battle completely exposed Konoha's current state. Every village was able to see that Konoha village is no longer the invincible existence that overwhelms the entire ninja world single-handedly. However, the Jonin leader on the side wasn't as optimistic as Tsuchikage-sama. He shook his head negatively and said, "I am afraid it wouldn't be that easy, Tsuchikage-sama." After the Toad-san and Jiraiya arrived at the Cloud front, Konoha's situation is much better, making Cloud Village's offensive temporarily contained. So far no one has any idea as to why Jiraiya arrived at the battlefield a whole week late than expected, but his arrival did slow down Cloud's offensive. Tsuchikage pondered a little, and said, "Konoha's reaction is a bit strange this time. Hokage should know that the combat power on the battlefield is insufficient, but there are no signs of the Uchiha clan participating like in the Third Shinobi War. Then there is no trace of the seemingly strong Team 11 of the Anbu Black Ops. Moreover, Jiraiya arrived later at the war. Hokage himself is still sitting in the village. I have a feeling that there is something more to it than meets the eye. Arrange some ninjas to check this out. I want to know why is this the case." "Yes, Tsuchikage-sama, I will arrange it." Land of Fire, Cloud Camp. After receiving the news from the rear, Yujito Nii and Cloud Head Ninja looked at each other in confusion. The content of the message only has few words. Pause the attack. Killer B raised his head and asked the two who were looking at each other in confusion, "Well, why did Brother A send such an order?" The head ninja shook his head in confusion. "This is simply incomprehensible. We have already destroyed Konoha's frontal defense. If we stop now then the previous efforts would all be in vain." Yujito Nii suggested, "Could it be that something happened at the village?" Both Killer B and Head Ninja agreed to Yujito Nii's suggestion. Otherwise, there is no reason for Raikage-sama to send such absurd orders. Well, what choice do they have? Raikage-sama ordered, they have to follow through. So, the offensive from the Clue village's end temporarily stopped. Land of Fire, Konoha camp facing Cloud offense. Nara Shikaku walked into the head tent and quickly said, "The opposite side seems to have stopped attacking." Standing on the side, Hyuga Hisashi frowned at Nara Shikaku's words and asked, "They are obviously on the dominating side, why did they suddenly stop?" Jiraiya, who was sitting at the center, knew the most possible reason, so he said at this time, "Most likely old man's strategy worked." Having said that, he briefly explained that Hokage-sama gave orders to the Anbu Black Ops to destroy the secret warehouse of the Cloud Village at the border of the Land of Lightning to slow down the Cloud offensive. Everyone who heard about this information couldn't help but sigh. This kind of mission of sneaking into the enemy's territory involves too much risk, even if it is some small shinobi village, not to mention Cloud Village being one of the 5 great shinobi villages. For someone to have completed this task is way beyond expectations, but everybody was extremely grateful to them. At least now the Konoha side has a temporary breathing period. Land of Hot Water. Kuroto, who was freshening up by the lake, untied the black goggle that you gave him. The clear water in the lake reflected the Byakugan in his eye sockets. Looking at his reflection in the lake intently, Kuroto found that his dojutsus were indeed Byakugan. Although their purity has increased slightly, they are the Byakugan, no doubt about that. After repeated confirmation, Kuroto closed his eyes and injected chakra into them. After doing this for a few seconds, he reopened them. This time his eyes flashed with the royal blue light. The floral pattern formed by the white irises looked like a beautiful star in the night sky. As soon as he opened them, Kuroto's field of vision became clearer. He could even perceive the linings on the bark of a small tree far away. Thank goodness, the Tenseigan was only dormant, not lost. Kuroto chuckled and breathed a sigh of relief. He finally learned the method to be able to activate and deactivate the Tenseigan. After several more attempts to check for any signs of abnormality, Kuroto was sure that his Tenseigan can be closed just like the Uchiha. In the normal state, he can use the Byakugan similar to Sharingan, and at a further stage, he can activate the Tenseigan similar to Mangekyo. But that wasn't it. Kuroto checked several times and was surprised to find that as soon as he deactivates the Tenseigan, the curse seal on his forehead activates. This discovery really made him interested in the cage bird. This curse seal is obviously not simple as it may seem. The secrets hidden within it are much deeper than one would expect. Suddenly, Kuroto found that this curse seal seems to be of great research value, since he can now freely activate and deactivate the Tenseigan, so there was obviously no need to wear the dark goggles anymore. After all, wearing the goggles also has a considerable impact on his field of vision, especially at night. The dark color of the lens interferes with his insight. So, after putting the goggles in the ninja bag around his waist, Kuroto got up and returned to the small cave where the Team 11 was hiding. As soon as Guy saw Kuroto walking in, he smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, I couldn't even recognize you for a second, looks quite strange without the goggles." Kuroto didn't mind Guy and observed him while asking, "How is your condition?" Guy immediately gave his nice guy pose, a thumbs up, wink, and a winning smile showing his front teeth, complete with the proverbial ping, and while laughing enthusiastically said, "Don't worry, I am Konoha's sublime blue beast of prey. Such small injuries will not stop me from brimming with the power of youth." And Kuroto has no doubt about Guy's words. Undoubtedly, Guy's resilience is far extraordinary than one might think. If ordinary people push themselves as hard as he does in his training, they will not only be physically overwhelmed but even mentally collapse. This time the injuries he suffered were not minor but only a few days of rest and he can already jump around. So he only shook his head helplessly at Guy's enthusiasm and walked forward. Going further inside the cave, Kuroto found Shisui chatting with Kakashi in low voice. Seeing both of them a little serious, Kuroto asked casually, "What are talking about with such serious looks?" Shisui glanced at Kakashi and seeing that the other party nodded, he said to Kuroto in a weird tone, "Kuroto-san, Captain Kakashi has awakened Mangekyo Shurinon." Kuroto looked at Kakashi, "Did you awaken at the valley?" Kakashi, who was still in weakness, shook his head negatively, "I don't know much." Obviously, Kuroto isn't surprised about Kakashi awakening the Mangekyo, because as far as he remembers, Kakashi did have it in the original series. It was about the same time when Obito awakened his Mangekyo, probably because of the resonance between the two and the intense emotional fluctuation that the two experienced due to Rin's death. It's just that Kakashi might have not realized this fact until now, but his battle at the valley in the Land of Lightning probably allowed him to learn of this fact. Seeing that Kakashi was still in pretty bad condition, Kuroto didn't ask for any more information. Besides, he didn't want to show his interest or familiarity with the information on the Mangekyo, as it would bring a lot of unnecessary trouble and suspicion. After all, for a high god to have such knowledge on the Shurinon of the Uchiha clan is indeed suspicious. There are already other people who have a deep interest in the Shurinon as well as Mangekyo. Shimura Danzo in the village, and Orochimaru outside the village are a few of the examples. There is also Obito being hidden in the dark, who plans to destroy the Uchiha clan as well as weaken Konoha, and not to mention the freak Zetsu, who Kuroto can't even begin to think about. Kuroto doesn't want to become the target of their focus, as it would only bring way too much trouble upon him. Seeing Kuroto-kun not very interested in Kakashi-san's Mangekyo, Shisui didn't say much. It's just that he was already in a dumbfounded state. Never in his life would he have thought that a non-Uchiha member who transplanted the Shurinon could awaken the legendary Mangekyo revered by the Uchiha. In his opinion, the very existence of Captain Kakashi's Mangekyo is the biggest mockery of Uchiha's pride. Countless Uchihas who have been hailed as geniuses failed to awaken the Mangekyo. Even now, as far he knows, he is the only Uchiha to have awakened the Mangekyo. And the power of Mangekyo even terrifies him. He fears that this Mangekyo would only bring ominousness to both the village and the Uchiha. This is also the reason why he guards this power that represents the Uchiha's pride so carefully, and here he is now witnessing Captain Kakashi, who is not even an Uchiha, to have awakened it inexplicably. This is way beyond hilarious. Shisui doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, Shisui's inner pride has already been torn to shreds by Kuroto-san not long ago. In his belief, the proud Uchiha have obviously been defeated by the Hyuga clan. At least in his thinking, the power of Mangekyo cannot rival Kuroto-san's power he witnessed at the valley. Therefore, this time it was much easier for him to accept the loss of Uchiha. After all, Captain Kakashi is also the son of White Fang. It should be acceptable, shouldn't it? This was his question to himself. Shisui's complicated mental activities were unknown to Kuroto and Kakashi. One was immersed in his own spiritual world, while Kuroto was pondering over the events that took place in the past few days. This battle at the valley again taught him a lesson. Even if has a lot of whole cards in his hand, he must remain cautious, otherwise, he may lose his life in just a split second and wouldn't even get the chance to use those whole cards. And this thing almost happened this time. Although he had the Kaze cage puppet with him, and he could have easily escaped using it, but just one small negligence almost made him lose his life. It must never be forgotten that this is the shinobi world, the very same shinobi world where even the Jubijin Shuriki Madara was left helpless in the face of Black Zetsu's sneak attack, and even Kaguya was sealed twice. Even a bit of carelessness isn't an option. You have to be vigilant even when you are as strong as the Sage of the Six Paths or the Chakra Ancestor. The biggest gain is undoubtedly the information he obtained from the giant Tenseigan about the method to enter Tenseigan Chakra mode, as well as using the other techniques like Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion and Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion using the Truth-Seeking Orbs. In fact, now Kuroto can even understand Kaguya, Madara, Nagato, and Tonari's god complex. The moment he entered the Tenseigan Chakra mode, Kuroto himself felt like he was a god, and all the enemies were just some tiny little ants he could crush with just a wave of his hand. This feeling of course made him very happy, unlike those that might feel disgusted about it. But it's a pity that those Atsutsuki descendants on the moon reacted way too quickly and sealed the chakra flow of the giant Tenseigan, so he didn't have enough time to familiarize himself with the Tenseigan Chakra mode. At novel bin at. But Kuroto is not too much worried about it. After that incident, there are traces of Hamura's chakra left on him, and with enough rest and recuperation, his original chakra has also almost recovered. Although with his chakra volume, using Tenseigan Chakra mode for too long wouldn't be ideal, familiarizing himself with it should be possible. However, Kuroto wasn't in any hurry. Such things should be taken steadily one at a time. Moreover, those Atsutsuki descendants on the moon are also searching the shinobi world quite a lot, so laying low for a while is the best course of option for him for now at least. After returning to the Land of Fire, he would test the Tenseigan Chakra mode. The short resting period allowed the Team 11 to recover a little bit, and now what to do next became an urgent issue before them. The 4 members of the Team 11 sat on the ground spreading a map to discuss their further course of action. While pointing at the map, Shisui was the first to speak. Cloud Village has too many spies infiltrated within the Land of Hot Water, so us staying in this territory for too long is definitely not a wise choice. I suggest we choose to leave immediately using the Unison route. The Unison route referred to by Shisui goes along the easternmost coastline of Land of Hot Water back to the Land of Fire. Judging from the map, this route seems to be the most unsafe, as it lies in the combined area of control of Konoha Village, Cloud Village, and Mist Village. But for this very reason, this unison route can, in fact, be considered the safest, because no village has absolute control over it. For this reason, unison route has become a unique zone with many wandering and retired ninjas hiding here. Guy immediately nodded at Shisui's proposal. Well, I think it will a good choice. With the current combat power of Team 11, as long as they don't get too unlucky and directly encounter the main combat force of Cloud Village or any supposed ninjas village, they should be able to cross any territory without much difficulty. However, the captain of Team 11, Kakashi, hasn't spoken his opinion yet. He seems to be considering something. Kuroto guessed that Kakashi has some other plans, so he asked, Kakashi, if you have something in mind, just say it directly. After all, we are a team, who have already experienced life and death battles. I think you should be comfortable in expressing your thoughts by now. What Kuroto said isn't wrong, even if Kakashi concealed the details of the previous mission and led Team 11 into such a dangerous situation that almost got them killed, but nobody could blame him. The mission was personally issued by Hokage-sama, and as the member of Umbu Black Ops, they must complete his orders. Kakashi doesn't have any right to reject or question Hokage-sama's orders, not to mention he took the most dangerous part of the task upon himself and almost got himself killed, therefore nobody blamed him. Listening to Kuroto's words, Kakashi sighed. Pointing at the current location of Team 11 on the map, he slowly said, as Shisui said, we have already completed our mission and should retreat to the Land of Fire as quickly as possible. However, everyone, think about where are we currently? From one perspective, we are stuck between the Cloud Raid troops at the front while the Cloud Village at the rear, but from another perspective, our position is too critical. Kuroto understood what Kakashi is trying to say. Well, you are right about that. Indeed, our current position is extremely dangerous for us, but at the same time our stay in the Land of Hot Water is like a knife at the enemy's throat that can strike any time. I am afraid that the Cloud troops wouldn't be rest assured until they eliminate us. Not only Team 11 destroyed the secret warehouse but also eliminated more than 300 ninjas, so no matter how conceited Cloud Village may be, they wouldn't dare to ignore such an existence hidden behind the rear of Cloud Raid forces. As soon as the Cloud Village discovers that Team 11 is hidden within the territory of Land of Hot Water, their frontal offensive will obviously weaken and some of it might even be directed towards chase and hunt of Team 11. Shisui also thought a little and said, yes, Cloud ninjas don't know about our injuries, they may estimate us to be a little weakened to exhausted, but we can utilize this ignorance to our advantage. As long as we hide well enough and occasionally choose to strike to scare them critically, they wouldn't be able to concentrate entirely on the Konoha front. Well, indeed, Team 11 is not entirely in a battle-ready state. Kakashi has still not recovered completely. Although Guy is fit enough to jump around, his fighting power is still not restored entirely due to several fractures. Shisui is in a better state than two of them, but he is still not at his 100% combat effectiveness. Due to using Susanoo for too long, he also suffered from chakra overdraft, so he is also in a weakened state, so at most he can play at around 50% to 60% of his full combat potential. At least, my situation is better than the others. I have already recovered about 80% of my chakra, and there are close to no injuries as they were already healed from the Shaker of Giant Tenseigan as well as because of using the secret technique of physical regeneration, so my combat effectiveness is almost close to 100% as my chakra recovered, thought Kuroto. After some more discussion, Team 11 reached a consensus and decided to extend their stay within Land of Hot Water to harass the raid troops of Cloud Village. Kuroto agreed because he knows that Cloud Village has no intention to expand the conflict to full-scale war. Once the situation reaches a stalemate or disadvantageous, Cloud Village should propose peace talks. And if Team 11 is the one that caused Cloud and Konoha to sit on the negotiation table, then it would be considered a great honor. Not to mention their authority in the Umbu will also skyrocket. Take Namikaze Minato as an example. Nothing could build reputation and authority faster than the meritorious services in war period. So, this course of action is natural, the best suited in Kuroto's opinion. Land of Fire, Cloud Raid Camp. Through active communication with the village, several commanders of Cloud Village including Killer Bee, Cloud Head Ninja, and the young, Nibis Jinchuriki Yujito Nii, finally learned why Raikage-sama issued the absurd order of pausing the attack against Konoha forces. Holding the piece of paper in his hand, even Killer Bee's always cheerful face was gloomy. The news from Raikage-sama mentioned that the 4 secret warehouses of the Cloud Village spread around different parts of the Land of Lightning were all attacked by the Umbu Black Ops of Konoha Village within a short period of 2 days. But that wasn't it. At the location of one of the warehouses, more than 300 Cloud ninjas were found dead, with no signs of the enemy around, whether injured, dead, or alive. This news surprised all the 3 sitting around. At Novel bin at. The youngest Yujito Nii folded her hands around the chest and said coldly, huh. Konoha also knows some tricks. Cloud Head Ninja was more worried. Konoha was able to get intelligence about the location of the secret warehouses. This isn't too surprising, because of the transportation of goods. It is indeed difficult to cover up all the tracks, but they were able to wipe out more than 300 of our men. This is not something to be taken lightly. Although Yujito Nii is a proud kunoichi, she also knows that it is not an easy task for just some random Umbu squad to kill more than 300 shinobi, so thinking a little she asked, among Konoha's high-level combat personnel who hasn't made an appearance on any battlefront yet. The Jonin secretary on the side immediately replied, according to the information we have gathered, so far only the patriarch of the Uchiha, and the Hyuga, as well as the Hokage-sama himself, hasn't made an appearance on any battlefront. Cloudhead Ninja also gave his analysis, the main family of the Hyuga clan rarely shows up on the battlefield and that too when the situation is too dire. This was the case even in the Third Shinobi War, and going so deep into the enemy territory isn't something the Hyuga clan could afford, so they can be ruled out. There was something weird with the Uchiha this time. There is no news of any Uchiha being on any battlefield. This wasn't the case in the Third Shinobi War, so in my opinion, the warehouse where our 300 men died should have been attacked by the Uchiha. At this time Yujito Nii suggested, it has to be the Uchiha clan and their patriarch, and if not them then it can only be the Sandaime Hokage himself. Both Killer Bee and the Cloudhead Ninja nodded at her conclusion. They also agree that no one else in Konoha has this kind of power. As one of the great shinobi village, Cloud Village has enough intelligence network to know of the people that might be responsible for this attack. In Yujito Nii's view, if there is someone who could lead a shinobi team and complete such a difficult secret raid behind the enemy lines, except for the now defected Snake Sunin and the deceased Yellow Flash, there is only Wicked Eye Fugaku of the Uchiha clan and Hokage-sama himself, so naturally, those two became the target of her suspicion. However, before they could proceed with further countermeasure, a Cloud Ninja hurriedly walked into the head camp and said, I am extremely sorry for the intrusion, but an emergency transmission has been sent from the village. Receiving the news, Killer Bee, Yujito Nii, and Head Shinobi were again surprised. According to the latest piece of news, although 3 of the 4 secret warehouses did suffer some damage, the attacking Umbu were captured alive. After the torture, Cloud was able to extract information out of them, and the name of Konoha Umbu Team 11 has appeared in the vision of Cloud's senior officials. However, this information is even more shocking than previously. A 4-person Umbu squad wiped away not only entire warehouse but also more than 300 of our ninjas. Yujito Nii muttered in surprise, and after a short pause she continued, could it be that Raikage-sama made some mistake? Bee and Head Ninja were equally surprised by this information. Even in the Cloud Village's side only Yujito Nii and Killer Bee have such ability because of being the human column pillar of the tailed beast. Being able to flatten a whole valley is not a joke. The chakra requirement to achieve something of this level is not possessed by just some Umbu ninjas. In other words, ordinary ninjas cannot do something of this degree in just one night. So, if Team 11 could cause such damage to Cloud Village side, then there was only one thought in the minds of the senior Cloud officials. Konoha Umbu Team 11 must be eliminated at all cost. This idea took root in the hearts of everyone. The 3 present here glanced at each other, and finally, Yujito Nii stood up and said, I'll kill them. Land of hot water. Enemy attack. Be careful everyone, he is behind. Hurry up and send a signal for help. In the chaotic atmosphere, Kuroto holding his Kusanagi sword rushed amidst the cloud transport unit. The leader of the team, a Cloud Shinin, immediately raised his kunao to block the enemy's incoming sword strike. Ha! Idiot! Upon seeing this action, Kuroto raised the corner of his mouth. He couldn't remember how many ninjas have already tried to block his strike with an ordinary kunao, and without exception all of them. Ding! With a crisp metal collision sound, the Chunin leader together with the kunao in his hand was cut in half by the Kusanagi sword. Without the lead of Chunin leader, the remaining genin hardly pose a resistance and were one by one killed by him. The last left genin, who knew he wasn't going to survive, resolutely activated the detonation symbol hidden in the transporter, making it all explode, as a result destroying it entirely. Kuroto, who has already seen this scene happen more than a few times even during the Third Shinobi War, wasn't surprised by the genin's actions and easily avoided the resulting explosion. His purpose is obviously not the materials, so why take such unnecessary risks? After taking a quick round around the battlefield and checking that all of the enemy ninjas were dead for sure, he picked up all the kunao cut in half and put it in a storage scroll. If the Cloud ninjas that will come to check here found out the broken kunao remaining on the battlefield, the Cloud Village will come to know that one of the shinobi on the enemy side is using a high-grade sword based on the smooth cut. Once this information is known, they will naturally take countermeasures, and how can Kuroto allow himself to let go of such an advantage? After finally confirming that there were no more traces left, Kuroto didn't stay here any longer and immediately left the site. Not long after Kuroto left, Cloud Village's Nibi Jinchuriki led a group of Cloud ninjas and rushed here because of the help signal. Seeing an already messy site, bloody corpses, and the blown-up transporter, the faces of Cloud ninjas were ridden with anger. Yujito Nii herself couldn't hold back any longer as her pupils turned into tailed beasts. At this time a Cloud Jonin came over. Shaking his head, he reported, no survivors. Although Yujito Nii was burning with anger, she suppressed herself and asked, any signs that indicate their identity? Jonin again shook his head. I am afraid no. All we know is that the enemy uses a sword damped with some kind of unknown poison, based on the method of killing. As for which sword and which poison, what is the proficiency, identity, and retreat, there are no signs. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she snarled viciously, send 4-man squads in all possible routes, and find any trace. The enemy must not have gone too far. At novel bin at. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following her order, the cloud ninjas one after another disappeared using the body flicker technique. While running along, Kuroto perceived a shinobi squad coming in his direction. He smiled slightly and immediately used the shadow clone jutsu. The main body and the clone nodded at each other and separated into two different directions. After using the shadow clone to escape the chase of the enemy squad, Kuroto came to a crevice on a high cliff, which was not only well hidden but also provided him with a good field of vision. With Kuroto's insight and perception of the Tenseigan, this was the best hiding place. While chewing a military ration pill, Kuroto reapplied the poison on his sword and thought about his next move. In the past week alone, Kuroto successfully attacked and destroyed 3 transportation units. Although no materials were obtained, neither was it too big damage for the Cloud Village compared to those more than 300 men that died, but it did bring their attention in this area. The small movements made by the Team 11 have become a headache for the Cloud Village. The front line is unstable because of Jiraiya's presence, while the rear is unable to solve Team 11, as such all the momentum of Cloud Village has dropped. Such abnormal behavior immediately attracted not only Konoha's but also other villages' attention, that are watching this conflict very closely. And everyone unanimously cast their sights on the land of hot water, which is locked between the land of lightning and land of fire, as if the activities going on here will be the key to determining the direction of the conflict. Team 11 has now become the #1 target of the Cloud Village, as a result of which more and more combat force is deployed for the siege of Team 11. It all started with just a single Jonin squad. And now not only the Jinchuriki was called from the front lines but even 20 Jonin squads are searching for the traces of Team 11 in the land of hot water. This level of deployment is obviously done against Cage-class combat powers. Suddenly Kuroto was brought of his thoughts. Just now he sensed that his shadow clone disappeared. Of course, this wasn't the issue. The purpose of the shadow clone was to act as a decoy in his stead, but what surprised Kuroto was that it disappeared abruptly, and there was no sign of the identity of the enemy in the memory returned. This only means that whoever was responsible, insta-killed his shadow clone. Now, this is interesting. Although, Kuroto isn't 100% proficient in the shadow clone jutsu yet, and he needs to improve it, he still has some degree of confidence, not to mention the clone also had about 50% of his combat power and dojutsu insight. And still, he couldn't find the trace of who was responsible. This is surprising. Leaning against the mountain wall, Kuroto looked in the direction where the shadow clone disappeared and smiled leisurely. Who could be such a strong guy? Of course, many strong people can defeat Kuroto in the current shinobi world, but very few of them are capable enough that his shadow clone couldn't even perceive him/her. And specifically, to the Cloud Village, there is only one such person. At novel bin at. Could it really be Yondaime Raikage-sama? Guessed Kuroto as he put his kusanagi into the scabbard. Judging from the Cloud's reaction so far, Team 11's plan has undoubtedly been a success. If, as Kuroto guessed, Raikage-sama has also come out personally, it just proves that Cloud Village cannot ignore their movements anymore. If Raikage-sama has also joined the siege, it would be best to stop disturbing Cloud's transportation line, thought Kuroto. Yondaime Raikage is not just some ordinary ninja. In terms of speed, he is unparalleled in the current shinobi world. Even Yondaime Hokage-sama might have been inferior to Raikage-sama if not for the Flying Thunder God technique. Facing someone like him is undoubtedly looking for death, which is something Kuroto doesn't want to experience. And since Team 11's plan was to harass the transportation lines at the rear of the Cloud Assault troops, so Kuroto will obviously not choose to continue if Raikage-sama himself has come after them. In the face of powerhouses like the Raikage-sama, as long as he lives, it would be his victory. So, without further ado, Kuroto gathered all his equipment and retreated to the small cave where Team 11 was hiding. Land of hot water, Team 11's retreat point. Shisui, who returned not long ago, saw Kuroto-san's arrival, asked, "Kuroto-san, how did it go on your end?" Kuroto smiled. "I managed to eliminate 3 teams this week, how about you?" Shisui replied, "As expected of Kuroto-san, even when I searched for the whole week, I only managed to eliminate 1 team." Shisui doesn't have long-range detection ability like Kuroto, so his searching efficiency is naturally inferior to Kuroto. Not to mention he hasn't even recovered all his combat power, so he has to be very cautious in choosing the right target, therefore, less effective. Guy, who stayed at the cave to recover and train, whispered at this time, "Next time I will also come with you." Because of their injuries, Guy and Kakashi weren't responsible for carrying out the harassment work, so they have been training and recovering for the past few days. It's just that with Guy's energetic temperament, it is difficult to stay silent listening to Kuroto and Shisui discuss the results of the attack on Cloud. It makes him feel kind of itchy. "You better stay here." Kuroto shook his head, and immediately mentioned how his shadow clone disappeared inexplicably. "I suspect that Raikage-sama himself has arrived at the land of hot water to eliminate us." Shisui said in a surprised tone, "Kuroto-san, what did you do to Raikage-sama?" Shisui is now really worried about what Kuroto-san might have done to Raikage-sama. In his opinion, the strength that Kuroto-san showed back at the valley was definitely more than enough to not only fight but also suppress Raikage-sama. And if something happened to Raikage-sama, the conflict between Konoha and Cloud will escalate to an all-out war. However, Shisui's reaction left both Guy and Kakashi dumbfounded. After a silence when nobody spoke, Kakashi asked weakly, If Kuroto met Raikage-sama, we should be worried about him, not about the Raikage-sama, isn't that the case? Guy also nodded in agreement. Obviously, Raikage-sama is not something he can handle yet. Kuroto also helplessly glanced at Shisui, and secretly thought, Shisui, do you have some sort of misunderstanding about my strength? Unlike the Raikage-sama who was somewhat arrogant and reckless in the original series, the current Yondaime Raikage who was totally overwhelmed by Yellow Flash in the Third Shinobi War should be quite cautious. And fighting against a speed-type ninja, not to mention the cautious one, it would be extremely difficult for Kuroto to do something. If he had the support of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, Kuroto wouldn't have been that worried, but without it, by simply relying on his own chakra, just being able to survive is more than enough of an achievement. What's more, there would definitely a large number of cloud elites around Raikage-sama. So, anyone with the idea of seeking trouble with the other party would most likely be an idiot in Kuroto's books. After weighing the situation a little, Kuroto said to the members of the Team 11, by now we have already overfulfilled the task, the Raikage-sama himself is here, the risk of continuing of stay in the land of the hot water is much greater, so I propose to retreat to the land of fire immediately. Shisui also said, I agree. After a little bit of consideration, Kakashi also nodded. Land of hot water, on a high mountain crevice. Yujito Nii was standing at a high cliff with an extremely eager expression. Not long after, a Cloud Jonin ninja came out of the crevice and said, this should have been the hiding spot of the Konoha ninja who attacked the transportation unit. Yujito Nii quickly asked, so, were there any clues left behind? Jonin nodded, although no direct clue is left, there are traces of a smell, but that should be more than enough. As he said that, the Jonin walked to the edge of the cliff and whistled. Upon the whistle, a small skylark covered in unique silver feathers flew out from a distant tree, and after covering a few laps in the air, it firmly landed on the Jonin's shoulder. The Jonin commanded the skylark to smell the scent in the crevice, after which he threw the skylark high in the air. The skylark took the opportunity to fly and after circling around the crevice a few times, it flew in a direction. The Jonin said to Yujito Nii, it found the trace, in that direction. There was only one word from Yujito Nii, chase. Instantly, a dozen ninjas turned into afterimages following the skylark. Land of hot water, outside the small cave where Team 11's retreat point. A dozen ninjas arrived outside the cave one after another. One of them, with the best perception skills, activated his sensor jutsu and said to the other ninjas around him, there are 4 people inside the cave, all of them are above Shinin class, they should be the Konoha Umbu Black Ops Team 11. Yujito Nii stared at the entrance and asked, are there any traps placed? After sensing a little, the ninja shook his head, there seems to be no trap outside the cave, but many weak chakra reactions are coming from inside the cave, it is difficult to determine what exactly they are. An older ninja frowned, it's most likely a trap. Yujito Nii said bitterly, they have been playing around with us for quite long, now that we finally have some traces of the enemy, I will break through it even if it is some trap. Thinking about the fact that these Umbu were responsible for undermining all of Cloud Village's efforts and plans, the anger in heart boils just like burning lava, and it is about time for it to finally erupt. So, under the leadership of Jinchuriki, the group of ninjas broke into the cave. As soon as they entered, they noticed 4 people from the Team 11, hurriedly packing up. Seeing their actions, Yujito Nii grinned viciously as she said, huh. I finally caught your group of mice hiding in this hole. As the Nibi's Jinchuriki, she likes the closed and narrow environment. Here, she can not only display the agile and dexterous characteristics of her tailed beast form but also cut off the enemy's escape route. So, finding Team 11 hidden here was more than what she could have asked for. The 4 members of Team 11 were not too alarmed or panicked by the arrival of the enemy forces, each took out their weapons and took a defensive stance. At this time, Yujito Nii's gaze swept on Kuroto's face, and her brows frowned slightly as if she suddenly remembered him. You are a member of the Hyuga clan. Yujito Nii suddenly remembered the last time when she encountered Kuroto during the task of recovering the scroll of forbidden jutsu stolen by Shino. That is the first and only mission she failed to complete, and it was because of that ninja she encountered, so he left an impression upon her. And now because Kuroto isn't wearing his goggles, she managed to recognize that he is of the Hyuga clan. As she swept her gaze past Kuroto, she also noticed another kid with the Shuriken and muttered, one Byakugan, one Shuriken, no wonder it is so difficult to deal with your group. It turns out that both of the dojutsu of Konoha were here. Then checking over to Kakashi and Guy, her eyes narrowed again on Kakashi, but she didn't say anything to them, just hummed softly, just right, new account and old account, all will be calculated this time. Ignoring Yujito Nii's words, Kuroto looked towards Shisui and Kakashi and said regretfully, it's Nibi's Jinchuriki, a pity. Shisui also shook his head in disappointment. Yes, so Kuroto-san, are you going to do it? Kuroto nodded. Listening to the conversation between Kuroto and Shisui, Yujito Nii suddenly had a bad feeling and immediately shouted, everyone retreat now. Boom, boom, boom. However, before her voice could reach the other ninjas, a series of explosions sounded in the cave. The impact was loud enough for the sound to reach miles away. In the explosion, the entire cave collapsed, and the small mountain range where the cave was located collapsed, and along with it, a dozen cloud ninjas that were inside. As the smoke and dust cleared, the huge figure of a two-tailed cat engulfed in blue flames jumped out of the collapsed mountain range. The ninjas that followed her here all managed to barely survive thanks to Nibi covering them within her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Attracted by the impact of the explosion, a group of figures arrived here one after another, and their leader wasn't someone else but the yondaime Raikage-sama himself. Raikage-sama glanced at the injured figure of Yujito Nii along with a dozen ninja and asked with annoyance, "Where is the enemy?" Yujito Nii, who already released her tail beast cloak, coughed violently, and said, "Cough cough. This was just a trap. I am afraid they have escaped long ago, Raikage-sama." Listening to Yujito Nii's words, Raikage-sama fell into deep thought. He seems to be considering something as he cast his gaze into the distance. After a little of thinking, he finally said with some emotions, "It seems that Konoha village isn't as weak as I expected. Maybe it's time to end this conflict." Yujito Nii was surprised by Raikage-sama's words and quickly said, "Raikage-sama, please give me some more time. I swear I will definitely kill them." However, A shook his head. "I am afraid the situation isn't as simple. I have received the news from the front line. Hokage himself led troops and conducted a series of surprise attacks on our camp. With you here, B couldn't resist and had already begun to retreat. Not only that, but the intentions of Rock Village are also unclear. With such Gage's character, he would definitely bite if the situation allowed. We are falling into a disadvantage. Forces of the Rock Village have already been gathered at the border of the Land of Grass. Sachikage-sama is sitting quietly while watching Konoha and Cloud fight each other. If Cloud reveals even a small flaw, Onaki wouldn't hesitate to strike." Yujito Nii was taken aback by the sudden turn of events and murmured, "Does that mean all the efforts were in vain?" Raikage patted Yujito Nii's shoulder. "Don't be discouraged. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. As long we increase our strength, Konoha will have to fall." Yujito Nii still grumbled and cursed Team 11 while gritting her teeth in frustration. "Damn it, Konoha Team 11 bastards." Eastern coastline of the Land of Hot Water. The 4 people of Team 11 were galloping along the coast in the direction of Konoha. Suddenly, Kakashi, Kuroto, and Shisui stopped and looked at each other with signs of regret in their eyes. "At novel bin at." Shisui sighed in disappointment. "Sigh. I didn't expect her to arrive in the cave, such a shame." However, Kakashi wondered, her reaction was too extreme, right? They just came to deal with the 4 Umbu members, why to bring such heavy forces? And how come Nibi's Jinchuriki wasn't at the assault force? Raikage-sama being in the Land of Hot Water is already too strange, not to mention the Nibi's Jinchuriki too? Doesn't it appear to be too weird? Obviously, Kakashi didn't know of the havoc Kuroto caused in the Tenseigan chakra mode. Not only he killed every being alive in the valley but even flattened it entirely, so, him being puzzled by the extreme reaction of the Cloud Village is natural. Listening to Captain Kakashi's words, Shisui glanced at Kuroto-san from the side and thought silently, when facing someone like Kuroto-san, Cloud Village has no chance of winning even with the Nibi Jinchuriki, so having a Raikage is necessary for them to survive. Kuroto only coughed, feeling a little embarrassed, but this embarrassment wasn't noticed by Kakashi and Guy as they were still wondering about Cloud Village's strange reaction. In fact, Kuroto was more regretful that the detonation charm they used in setting up the trap went to waste, so it made him quite sad. After deciding to withdraw from the Land of Hot Water, Team 11 set up a large-scale trap to give Cloud Village goodbye greetings. After setting up the detonation charms around the cave, Kuroto and Shisui each left their shadow clone while Kakashi left 2 shadow clones, one his and another Guy's to complete the trap. Team 11 expected some squad led by Jonin or Chunin to find that cave, so no matter how they escaped, there would have been some damage on the enemy side. However, contrary to their expectations, it was Nibi's Jinchuriki that showed up. Once the Jinchuriki enters the tailed beast state, it is difficult to cause fatal damage. What's more, Yujito Nii is a perfect Jinchuriki, so her cooperation with Nibi will make most of the traps against her useless, not to mention the hastily prepared trap by the Team 11. Even if the trap failed to cause any fatal damage to the Cloud's side, the members of Team 11 were not too disappointed. Or even if there were some regrets, they can't afford to be depressed over it. As Cloud Village deployed more and more forces in the Land of the Hot Water, this country became more and more dangerous. Therefore, they didn't have any other option but to retreat. So, after digesting the information from the Shadow Clone, they continued to travel towards the Land of Fire. Perhaps because of the conflict between the 2 great shinobi villages, the wandering ninjas in the Land of Hot Water have long since escaped. So, the Team 11 didn't have to get involved in useless battles, and after continuously moving along the coastline for a few days, except for the short breaks they took, they finally returned to the territory of the Land of Fire. In their own territory, Team 11 quickly met with a Konoha ninja team who was responsible for patrol and investigation. Through these Konoha ninjas, they learned about some general situations of the front line. As per Kuroto's expectations, Cloud's raid was just some temptation. This entire conflict with the Cloud Village can even be considered the follow-up effects of the Kyuubi's rebellion, a chain reaction of Orochimaru's defection, and the death of Yondaime Hokage-sama and his wife Uzumaki Kushina. Cloud Village would obviously not want to escalate it into full-scale war as long as there is no benefit, and Konoha's current situation doesn't allow it to push the stalemate any further. Since the situation turned unfavorable for the Cloud's side, they showed their willingness to negotiate and Hokage-sama readily accepted this offer. Although Hokage-sama doesn't know the exact situation that was caused by the Team 11 and how much troubled Cloud Village was because of them, he would have chosen to negotiate nonetheless, because Konoha simply couldn't afford a war given their current lack of power and personnel. Now Konoha and Cloud have entered a ceasefire agreement and Cloud Village has withdrawn all their troops from the border of the Land of Fire a few days ago. Inside a damp cave in the Land of Rain. Drip. The echo of water dripping within the silent cave gave a gloomy atmosphere to it. At this moment a Venus flytrap-like extension slowly rose from the ground and a strange face that was half white and half black with green hair and yellow eyes appeared within those green flytrap-like leaves. The swirled masked man sitting upon a rock glanced slightly at the strange existence without batting an eye and asked casually, "How is the situation?" The strange half-black half-white person who appears to be more of a plant and less of a human, while still being partially submerged underground replied to the masked man's question, "The conflict between Cloud Village and Konoha Village is almost over. Both parties seem to have agreed for the peace talks, which is completely different from what you expected." The masked man was silent for a while listening to the person named Zetsu, and asked another question, "Why did Cloud Village slow down their offensive? They were at a complete advantage." At the beginning of the raid Cloud Village's movements seemed unstoppable, completely breaking through the frontal defense of Land of Fire. Including the masked man, everyone believed that this time Cloud forces would be able to reach the Konoha village without much problem. No one expected that not only Cloud Village couldn't reach the Konoha village, but in fact, had to completely terminate their attack. Zetsu shook his head, "I don't know." Keeping track of the complete battlefield within the territory of the Land of the Fire already tired out Zetsu, so he was unable to place his attention on the events outside the Land of Fire, and most likely something that happened in the Land of Lightning, Land of Frost, or Land of Hot Water prompted Cloud Village to put forward the idea of peace talks. But what exactly? Zetsu isn't clear yet. The masked man was a little annoyed. Cloud Village wasted such a good opportunity. Zetsu recalled a little of what he heard and based on the information he had, there is something that happened at the rear of Cloud's frontal assault units. Before their forces withdrew from the territory of the Land of Fire, the deployment of their forces was quite weird. Even Nibi's Jinchuriki left the assault troops all of a sudden and hurried back to the rear. Whatever happened there is the K-dash. However, before Zetsu could continue any further, the masked man waved his hand. Forget it. He is not interested too much in this. As far as he thinks, whether Konoha or Cloud, they are all just some pieces on his chessboard. Since the best they are useful is for being played around, there is no point in having many expectations off of them. So, the masked man doesn't care too much about them. Since the masked man displayed his disinterest, Zetsu didn't continue the topic and asked, "What are you going to do now?" The masked man smiled. From the conflict against Cloud, Konoha's complete distrust of the Uchiha is revealed. "We should start with the Uchiha to further weaken the village's strength. What do I need to do? Find an Uchiha clansman for me." After a short pause, he continued but this time his tone became gloomier by the second. "I need someone useful enough to stimulate the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. Konoha village, Uchiha clan." Knock. 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 A rapid knock on the door sounded from the outside of the courtyard of a house. Uchiha Shisui, who had just returned home after a long mission, had to drag his tired body to open the courtyard door, and as soon as he opened the door, the young figure of Itachi appeared before his eyes. The young Itachi noticed Shisui open the door, and he said with clear joy in his voice, "Shisui-san, you are finally back." The Uchiha clansmen were obviously aware that Shisui went on some secret mission by the orders of the Hokage-sama. So, for the past more than a month, when there was no news from Shisui, nor was there information about his presence on any of the battlefield, all the Uchiha clansmen thought that this is Sandaime-sama's handiwork, deliberately sending their most genius ninja to some mission to get rid of him. Although Itachi didn't believe in it, he was worried about Shisui nonetheless. Now finally confirming that Shisui returned safely, Itachi was greatly relieved. Shisui seemed to notice Itachi's worry, so, with a smile, he led Itachi into the house. After being seated, Shisui briefly mentioned the details to the extent that Hokage-sama allowed Team 11 to Itachi and reassured him with a helpless smile, "Don't worry, there is Kuroto-san in our team, so obviously there won't be a danger." Hearing some brief explanation from Shisui, and noticing from the gist that Team 11 caused some big troubles in and around the territory of the Land of Hot Water, Itachi looked more curious. "So, Shisui-san, that is to say, Cloud Village slowed down and terminated their offensive towards Konoha because of your team. Cloud's strange behavior has left all the villages that aren't aware of the exact situation in strange doubt." There were various speculations even among the discussion of the Konoha villagers until the final doubt of something being wrong at their rear was pointed out. As soon as Hokage-sama realized this, he personally led the troops to launch an attack on Cloud's assault troops. As a result, the assault troop had no choice but to retreat under the offensive. Shisui smiled and nodded at Itachi's question. Even now when Shisui recalls the surprised look of Hokage-sama when he listened to the complete report of the actions taken by Team 11, his mood becomes extremely cheerful. When the Team 11 returned to Konoha village, all the doubts were finally cleared. Precisely because of the surprise attack that Team 11 conducted on the secret warehouse and the regular harassment of the Cloud transport line, the Cloud assault troops slowed down their offensive, giving enough respite period for Konoha. From this alone, Team 11 played the most critical role. After chatting for a while, Itachi suddenly said seriously, "Shisui-san, look. As he said, Itachi's eyes suddenly turned blood red with two black tomo revolving around them. Shisui asked in surprise, did you awaken the Shurinon? Itachi nodded, it happened on the battlefield a few weeks ago. Battlefield? What were you doing there? Again Shisui asked in great surprise. Itachi said, I have graduated EA-. However, before Itachi could finish, a figure appeared into the courtyard of Shisui's house and said, Shisui, Patriarch is holding a clan meeting, you are to attend it now. Shisui's face suddenly solidified. At novel bin at. He nodded to the Uchiha ninja, and after nodding to Itachi he left his house. When he arrived at the mansion, Shisui looked at the faces of people present here. In the room, other than the Patriarch Uchiha Fugaku who sat silently at the center, there were only elites of the Uchiha police. A dozen of them and without a doubt all of them elite Jonin class. Seeing such a group Shisui felt a little depressed. Even the special Jonin weren't eligible to participate in this meeting. He can already guess what will be the topic of discussion this time. Patriarch. After a polite greeting to the Patriarch, he sat at the corner silently. Fugaku glanced slightly and nodded. With Shisui's arrival, the Uchiha clan's meeting officially began. An elite of the Uchiha police force, Uchiha Denki, said, Patriarch, I have received accurate news that this time the village lost more than 30 ninjas of the special Jonin to elite Jonin class from the Hyuga, Sarutobi, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Abarame, and Inuzuka. Some of the high-level ninjas also died in the battles, not to mention countless Chunin and Genin. As he continued talking, this Uchiha elite stood up and said with a fanatical expression, after suffering such a big loss, Sandaime actually agreed to the peace talks. Many of the clans and villagers are dissatisfied with his actions. This is the best opportunity for Uchiha. Another Uchiha elite also stood up as he expressed his views. There are also rumors that the Hokage also lost some of the strong Umbu elites, so their strength is more weakened. As soon as the news of the Umbu was discussed, all faces turned towards Shisui. Currently, only Shisui is a member of the Umbu, so Uchiha's source of obtaining Umbu intelligence is only him. Shisui, who was bored until a moment ago, was now the center of everyone's attention, but unfortunately, he could only say, I don't have much information, because of being away for the mission, but probably 3 Umbu squads died. Hearing Shisui's words, all the Uchiha had fire ignited in their eyes as they were excited one by one. One of them stood up and said to Uchiha Fugaku, Patriarch, it's the best opportunity, this time the position of Hokage can definitely be the Uchiha's. Yes, Patriarch, please do it. Please give your orders, Patriarch. The atmosphere was getting heated up, as more and more Uchihas got excited at the opportunity. The Patriarch was still sitting silently. Finally, after sighing, his gaze fell upon Shisui as he asked, what is your opinion, Shisui? Looking at the fanatical and crazy faces of the people around him, Shisui felt terrified for a second. If such craziness were to spread within every one of the clansmen, then no doubt only destruction is waiting for the Uchiha clan. Making up his mind, Shisui stood up and said, Fugaku-sama, I believe force is not the only solution to every problem. Moreover, the Uchiha clan isn't strong enough to face the entire village on its own. If the Uchiha clan really fought against the village, then only destruction awaits us. Shisui, what are you talking about? Are you being afraid? Everyone knows that Uchiha is the most powerful. As long as we get rid of Sandaime, the position of Hokage will belong to the Uchiha clan and the whole village will have to recognize us. The room was getting noisier by the second. Cough. Uchiha Fugaku finally couldn't sit silently and coughed lightly to stop the mess the Uchiha were making. Shisui decided to not give in this time. Blind actions will only lead Uchiha clan to destruction. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep look at Shisui, then waved his hand. Okay, that'll be it for today. Disperse. With Uchiha Fugaku's order, everyone suppressed their urge to continue and one by one got up and left. Walking alone towards his home, Shisui covered his eyes with his hand and thought silently, maybe I awakened the Mangekyou to be able to save the clan, but can Koto Amatsukami really change the fate of the Uchiha? Hyuga clan, Kuroto's home. Looking at the scroll of 4-symbol seal in his hands, Kuroto was thoughtful. The difficulty of learning the 4-symbol seal is much higher than his expectations. It not only involves shape transformation of chakra, but this technique highly revolves around nature transformation of chakra. In fact, it isn't strange either, considering that many powerful forbidden techniques were actually developed using 4-symbol seal as the basis. While Kuroto was pondering, Yu walked inside carrying the fragrant dishes. Smelling the rich fragrance, Kuroto was brought out of his thoughts and said to her with a smile, Ha, it smells good, what's so special today? However, Kuroto didn't get the answer he expected. After putting the dish on the table, Yu sat beside him silently with her head down. A long silence, she didn't speak anything, he didn't speak anything either. Finally, Kuroto couldn't take it anymore, so after a sigh, he brought her closer for a hug. In his embrace, Yu finally couldn't hold it, and tears started to come out. There was no news from Yu Kuroto-kun, even Hizushi-sama also said he has no information about you. I thought you had an accident, Kuroto didn't speak anything, just let her vent. To ease her, he rubbed the back of her head softly. After a few minutes, Yu finally calmed down, and then Kuroto whispered, didn't I tell you already? Don't worry too much, or you'll get grandma wrinkles, and if that happens. Listening to Kuroto making fun of her, Yu humphed, as she started to get up and take the dish back. Now Kuroto was in a panic. Okay, sorry. I was just trying to ease you a bit. One more time, and I won't forgive you. Alright, no more teasing. But you, haven't I told you already, to not worry? In fact, this mission wasn't that dangerous, we just needed to, hide, yeah that's right, just hide, and do some work. Plus I get to be the hero of the village, although most of the villagers will never know of this, that's beside the point. But anyway, shouldn't you, be prouder or something? You looked at Kuroto-kun trying to reassure her and said with a pout, you always do this, always lie to me about the dangerous things and talk as if they were nothing. Well, what can I say? I am just that strong, dangerous things are just some time pass for me. Kuroto said with a fake arrogant snort. That brought a chuckle out of you he. Alright fine, but you have to promise to be careful Kuroto-kun. Of course, I will. Kuroto said with a smile. Anyway, what is the situation of clan because of all this fiasco? Kuroto asked quickly changing the subject. You sighed in a depressed mood at Kuroto-kun's question, including Aina-chan's father. More than a dozen members died in the conflict this time. Hyuga Aina is Yu's neighbor only a few years younger than her. Aina's father Hyuga Takashi was one of the elites among the Hyuga clan. With Hyuga Takashi's death, the number of elites can already be counted with 10 fingers. That is to say, the Hyuga clan lost many ninjas in the Third Shinobi War, as well as now. When Kuroto thinks of all the orphans left within the clan, he feels really sad about them. Unfortunately, Kuroto is unable to do anything for them, which makes him more depressed. Kuroto-kun, Hayashi-sama said that when you are free, go to see him. Patriarch wants to have a talk with you. Yu's words again brought Kuroto out of his thoughts. Kuroto nodded. Now he can activate and deactivate his Tenseigan freely, there is no need to hide away from the clansmen. After having the meal with Yu, Kuroto walked towards the center of the Hyuga clan. Although the Hyuga didn't isolate themselves like the Uchiha, most of the clansmen still lived around the Patriarch's house, so the Hyuga clan land is also like a smaller village within Konoha. When Kuroto arrived at Patriarch's house, he didn't even have to knock, a servant opened the door. The servant greeted Kuroto politely. Kuroto-sama, Patriarch is waiting for you inside. Kuroto was in a trance upon hearing the servant. This is the first time he was referred to by Lord, and the servant who called as such was a Chunin. Such a thing was impossible in the past. Coming out of his dazed state, Kuroto calmly walked into Patriarch's house, and after walking in through a corridor, Kuroto finally saw the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. Patriarch. Kuroto greeted Hayashi-sama with a polite bow. Hyuga Hayashi, who was seated calmly on a zabuton, nodded calmly, sit down. As he got seated on a zabuton opposite Hyuga Hayashi, Kuroto asked, Hayashi-sama wanted to see me. After a moment of silence, he asked, Uchiha Shisui is your teammate in the Umbu department, right? Yes, Hayashi-sama. And I am sure you are aware of the Uchiha's situation in the village, right Kuroto-kun? Kuroto frowned slightly at Hayashi's question. What, do you mean Hayashi-sama? Seeing the confused face of Kuroto, Hayashi decided to be a little blunt. The conflict between Konoha and Cloud exposed Hokage faction's complete distrust and suspicion on the Uchiha. Therefore, I am a little concerned over what the Elder Council might be planning against the Uchiha. As the patriarch of one of the major clans of the Konoha village, Hyuga Hayashi fully understands the importance of balance. Whether the village eradicates the Uchiha clan or the Uchiha clan takes control of the village, both the situations are unacceptable for the Hyuga clan. When the Uchiha and the Hokage faction are in balance, only then the Hyuga clan will not become the target of either side and will be able to preserve itself. But this balance that has been maintained for many decades has now collapsed and the weight is turning against the Uchiha clan. In the eyes of discerning people, a fierce conflict is brewing, and this conflict is something that most would not want to see or be part of. Hayashi continued, with the near disappearance of the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan are the only few of the major noble shinobi clans left. If the destruction of the Uchiha is allowed, the prestige of the Hyuga clan will also fall. Whereas if the Uchiha take control of the Konoha village through unacceptable means, we will inevitably be susceptible and weakened more than we already have become. Therefore, I hope that you can do some things to prevent either of this situation from happening using your identity as an Umbu. How Shisui is the only Umbu within the Uchiha clan, Kuroto is also a similar case. So, the Hyuga clan now greatly values Kuroto. Therefore, asking Kuroto for doing such a thing is a natural course of action. Kuroto also didn't deny and immediately agreed, I understand Hayashi-sama. When it comes to the matter of dealing with the Uchiha, Kuroto's opinion aligns with that of the intentions of the clan, that is, the Uchiha cannot be allowed to disappear. Why is the reputation of the Hyuga so high? Isn't it because the Hyuga is valued as an equal to the Uchiha clan? But if the Uchiha clan were to disappear, the Hyuga clan will become the next target. After all, the Dojutsu Kekii Genkai surpasses all other types of Kekii Genkai and this is the very reason why they have a lot of enemies. Novel bin at. After discussing a little more about the situation about the Uchiha, Hayashi then took out a bingo book and handed them to Kuroto while saying, you better be careful from now on. Kuroto was a little confused why would Hayashi-sama say something like this? But when he took the papers from Hayashi-sama's hands, there was a single page that caught his attention. On that page, he saw a picture of his along with some description about him, and a bounty underneath with too many zeros. Upon counting the number of zeros, he finally exclaimed, 20 million ryo. However, without waiting for Kuroto to be out of shock, Hayashi leisurely handed another paper to him while saying, here, this is a second one. Kuroto quickly took the second reward list, and this reward list also had his picture with the same number of zeros, but the amount exceeded the previous one. TW 25 million ryo? Why such a high reward? Hayashi-sama didn't care too much about his outburst or shock and said leisurely, I am afraid you have offended some big shots. Such high rewards are too rare and will most likely attract some bounty ninjas. So, be careful and not leave the village casually. After some detailed inquiry, Kuroto was surprised to find that all the 4 members of Team 11 had a bounty of 20 million ryo on their heads. These bounties should be Cloud Village's handiwork, right? This was Kuroto's thought. If the Team 11 of Umbu Black Ops has hatred against anyone, then no doubt it is the Cloud Village and the Rock Village. Compared to Rock Village, Kuroto feels that Cloud Village is more likely to have issued these bounties. But there is one thing I don't understand. How come Cloud Village has the specific information on the 4 of us? I get that Yujito and I saw our faces when we used the Shadow Clone Jutsu, but just from knowing our faces Cloud Village shouldn't have such specific information about Team 11. Could it be that their spies have infiltrated into the Umbu? This sudden thought made Kuroto a little panicked. The Umbu directly under Hokage-sama are personally selected by Hokage, and the members could be anyone from the common civilian ninja to the son of the patriarch of the most prominent clan. If there are spies that have infiltrated the village for a long time, then it could only mean that they have not shown any flaw to reveal their identity as of yet and somehow been selected within the Umbu. I have to be more careful now if what I think is really true. Immediately afterward, Kuroto thought of the second bounty. The second bounty is 5 million ryo higher than the first bounty, reaching a terrifying amount of 25 million ryo. Such bounties are only offered to the most elite ninjas of a shinobi village. But the strange thing is that only Kuroto has this second bounty, that is to say, other than him no one of the Team 11 has been issued this bounty. This undoubtedly implies that the person who issued this bounty has personal vengeance against him, and it has nothing to do with the rest of the Team 11. It can only be him, right? Thought Kuroto. Kuroto-kun. Seeing Kuroto's look, Hayashi thought that Kuroto was a little worried about the bounties, so he explained, don't worry too much Kuroto-kun. For a shinobi the bounty in the black market is also a manifestation of his/her merit. After all, only powerful shinobi are awarded bounties. Kuroto nodded at Patriarch's explanation. At novel bin at. It's not that he was scared, but just a little concerned is all about the person who offered a bounty for his head. Taking a light sip of tea, Hayashi continues, do you know what is the bounty on my head in the black market? How much? Hayashi said lightly, 100 million ryo. Kuroto smiled nervously at such an amount. Ha ha ha, the patriarch deserves it. In fact, Kuroto also understands that the 100 million ryo isn't a bounty on the patriarch just as an individual, but a reward for the treasure of the Hyuga clan, the Byakugan. The Byakugan can only be stolen from the main family of the Hyuga clan, and the number of people in the main family is very less. So, as long as Hyuga Hayashi is killed, it is possible to not only obtain the Byakugan but also cause damage to the Hyuga clan. So, this reward of 100 million ryo is quite right. After some more casual discussions with the patriarch, Kuroto bid goodbye and left. Walking slowly towards his house, as Kuroto walked by a narrow alley, a figure suddenly walked out of the shadow blocking his way. Kuroto was a little stunned, and immediately took out the Kusanagi sword at his waist as well activated the Byakugan, along with taking a defensive stance. A frail-looking old man walked out of the shadow with the support of a cane. He had a cold face, black, shaggy hair, with the right eye bandaged and an X-shaped scar on his chin. The man wore a white shirt, with a blackish robe over the top of it covering from his feet to just over his shoulder. Looking at the defensive stance of Kuroto, the old man spoke coldly, Special Jonin Hyuga Kuroto, you should be aware of just who I am, right? Kuroto immediately deactivated the Byakugan and nodded, yes, Danzo-sama. It was none other than Shimura Danzo who blocked Kuroto's path. Shimura Danzo, the shadow of Hokage, founder and leader of the Root, notorious as the darkness of the shinobi, at the same time one of the 4 advisor of the Konoha Council. Taking a deep look at Hyuga Kuroto, Shimura Danzo stated, Hyuga Kuroto, you have talent. There is no future for you in the Umbu under Hokage. Join Root, there you will have everything needed for you to grow into a loyal Konoha shinobi. Danzo's tone was cold. It didn't seem like he was trying to entice Kuroto at all. There was great confidence in his approach, which implied that the conditions he offered were something that Hyuga Kuroto could not refuse. However, Kuroto replied without even a second of hesitation, I am sorry Danzo-sama. As a member of Umbu directly under Hokage-sama, all transfer must follow his arrangements. Danzo's eye narrowed at Kuroto's answer and he spoke with a cold tone, if the old man remembers correctly, this is the second time you have refused to join the Root. Back when Kuroto was briefly detained after Orochimaru's defection, at that time also Kuroto refused solicitation from the Root. But back then he was merely a wartime shinin, a disposable cannon fodder level character, so Shimura Danzo didn't care at all. After all, Hyuga Kuroto would have eventually died in the cleansing anyway. So, why bother? Unfortunately, not only did he not die, but seemed to have changed completely, and within a few months, his strength not only reached high enough to become a special Jonin but also defeated 3 Uchiha with Jonin-class combat power. And not long ago he was recruited by the Hokage in the Umbu and completed the secret mission under Hokage's orders. A young man who is in full swing. Obviously, Danzo will personally come to recruit such an individual into his route. However, Kuroto's refusal without a moment of hesitation left Danzo dissatisfied. Facing Shimura Danzo's double-meaning question, Kuroto completely turned a deaf ear to it. Please forgive me Danzo-sama, I am not interested in joining the route. Young man, every decision must be made carefully, otherwise, you may regret it in the future. Leaving this sentence Danzo walked away in the darkness. Looking at Danzo's figure walking away with complete confidence upon himself, as if everything was under his control, Kuroto only had a condescending smirk. Danzo didn't realize this, but Kuroto had discovered the bastard hidden in the shadows the moment he turned towards this alley. All that panic and drawing out his Kusanagi sword was just an act to cover up activating the Byakugan and check Danzo's current state. Obviously, his performance wasn't in vain and he was able to discover that the current Danzo had already transplanted Hashirama cells and Shurinon in his entire arm that was hidden inside the dark robe. It makes sense that he has almost stopped making any public appearance for some time. Although he can only sigh, Kuroto has to also think of some countermeasures against Danzo. He has naturally not forgotten the fact that the village had planned to dispose of him in the cleansing. After several investigations and based on the information provided by Orochimaru, Shimura Danzo is the person who took charge of that task. In fact, it was Shimura Danzo who emphasized on the cleansing. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether Shimura Danzo tries to recruit him or not, Kuroto will not let off the old bastard so easily. However, the information he obtained this time did surprise him slightly. Obviously, Orochimaru and Danzo's relationship should have fallen apart, but Danzo was still able to obtain Uchiha Shin's hand? Or, did he transplant that hand from some other source? No, that can't be. Or, did he again started cooperating with Orochimaru? Otherwise, him being able to get Hashirama cells with Shurinon transplanted shouldn't be that easy. Now, it's not that Danzo doesn't have a study and research of Hashirama cells. In fact, in this field he might even surpass Orochimaru, although the last part sounds ridiculous, but you never know. But, recreating an entire hand is not a joke? Anyway, the fact that he already has that hand shows that he has been collecting the Shurinon of deceased Uchiha for a long time, otherwise, he couldn't have obtained so many Shurinon before Uchiha's extermination by Itachi. Because there is no curse seal in the Uchiha clan like that of Cage Bird, so obtaining Shurinon is relatively easy, at least for Danzo who has the entire route as his personal force. I am afraid that even if the Uchiha clan didn't have any intention of a coup d'état, Danzo wouldn't have allowed them to live peacefully. After all, if he did, how would he have obtained so many Shurinon? Kuroto thought while walking towards his house quietly. It's really troublesome. Danzo's obsession with the Shurinon is even deeper than Orochimaru's. Being a disciple of Senju Tobirama, a friend and rival of Sandaime-sama, and a long-term advisor of the Konoha Council, even without that hand, Danzo's strength should be close to Cage class. Otherwise, how could he be so obsessed with the position of Hokage? And now that he has transplanted Hashirama cells along with many Shurinon, his strength may have even surpassed Sandaime-sama to a certain extent. One can't be too careful when it comes to problems that involve the Uchiha and Shurinon. This is because the Shurinon has too many mysteries surrounding it, aside from the many forbidden techniques that a Shurinon is capable of, the likes of the Izanage and the Izanami, against which you can't even defend if you don't know the details from beforehand. Each Shurinon also has the potential to at least evolve into a Manjikyu, that in itself is completely mysterious. Now that Danzo has transplanted Hashirama cells and a large number of Shurinon that are embedded in that arm of his, it is very likely that he mastered some of these forbidden jutsu. Kuroto has taken a lesson from Orochimaru's example. Even though Orochimaru has Cage-level strength, he lost very easily against Itachi. Both the times he fought, Itachi easily defeated Orochimaru. So, Kuroto obviously takes these lessons to heart. Therefore, at this point in time, fighting against Danzo in head-on combat is a great risk. I will have to look for some method if I want to solve Danzo. With this thought in his mind, Kuroto returned home. Right now, improving his strength is the most important. All of his plans are for this purpose only. Kuroto has always distinguished what's of primary importance and what's of secondary. Mastering the four-symbol seal is the most important currently, because Kuroto believes that as long as he masters the four-symbol seal, it will become possible for him to understand as well as master other Uzumaki Fuinjutsu techniques. Once he becomes proficient in Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, he should be able to break the seal used by Yondaime-sama on the dragon vein, thus completing the next important step in his artificial tailed beast plan. So, condensing all his thoughts, Kuroto focused on learning the four-symbol seal. After a while of studying, Kuroto recorded his experience in its practice one by one. After he finished writing, Kuroto thought, this time Team 11 did quite a good job, even slowed down the offensive of Cloud Village. It shouldn't be a problem to change the mission points for another sealing technique. In Kuroto's prediction, it would take him around a week at most to completely master the four-symbol seal. After mastering the four-symbol seal, if he can learn one or two more of the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu technique, then he will be able to have a deeper understanding of it through his Tenseigan. With the credit points of Team 11, changing another Funjutsu technique shouldn't be that big of a deal, right? Early next morning, Kuroto went out. Along the way, he picked up signs of dissatisfaction and small disputes among the villagers regarding the peace talks between the Konoha and the Cloud. Without a doubt, many villagers are dissatisfied and angry about the sudden attack by the Cloud village. After all, hundreds of ninjas died in this small conflict. Every major clan except for the Uchiha also lost someone. So, the fact that Hokage-sama easily accepted Cloud Village's peace talks left many of the villagers dissatisfied. Even if the villagers understand the difficulties of Hokage-sama and the lack of combat power within Konoha, but this can't bring back their loved ones, can it? The attitude of Cloud Village this time was like first slapping Konoha right in the face and then shaking hand for peaceful negotiation, as the ninja of the greatest shinobi village people can't easily swallow such insult. However, Kuroto doesn't have any opinion in this regard. He is more than clear that the current Konoha is no longer the Konoha of Shodame-sama or Naidame-sama's era, when the Hokage was able to overpower and dominate the entire shinobi world with their individual strength. No matter how great the humiliation, you can only bear it if strength is insufficient. Moreover, this is just the beginning. The troubles that Konoha will be facing in the future are no small either. While thinking these things, Kuroto silently arrived at the agreed meeting place. Not long after his arrival, Shisui's figure appeared in front of Kuroto. As soon as he arrived, he spoke in an apologetic tone. "Kuroto-san, I am sorry to have kept you waiting." "It's all right, it's only been a while." After a short pause, Kuroto continued, "I have a very important thing to tell you this time." "What is it?" Shisui asked curiously. However, before starting, Kuroto activated his Byakugan and confirmed that no one was spying on them, then whispered, "Yesterday, I encountered Danzo-sama, and discovered a really disturbing thing about him." Shisui was shocked. "What, did you also meet Danzo-sama yesterday?" When Kuroto heard Shisui, he frowned a little. A bad premonition surged in his heart, and to confirm this he asked Shisui, "Did you also meet him yesterday?" Shisui replied, "Well, Danzo-sama invited me to join Root, but I refused." "Did he invite you too, Kuroto-san?" Ignoring Shisui's question, Kuroto hurriedly asked, "Don't tell me you confessed about awakening the Mangekyou to him." Shisui nodded. "We did talk about the contradiction and isolation of the Uchiha and the village. To reassure Danzo-sama and the advisors of the Konoha Council, I confessed about my Mangekyou to Sandame-sama and Danzo-sama. They promised to me that if necessary, I am allowed to stop Uchiha clan's extreme intentions." However, Kuroto wasn't too happy about this, as his face sank. He bonked Shisui's head in frustration. "Stupid." While rubbing his head, Shisui asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Kuroto-san?" "In regards to this issue, I called you here in the first place." After a short pause, Kuroto continued, "Yesterday, I was able to discover through the Byakugan that Shimura Danzo has transplanted Hashirama cells and a large number of Shurinon. He has already used the forbidden art of body transformation to beyond recognition." "What?" Shisui froze as soon as he heard Kuroto. However, Kuroto only glanced slightly at Shisui and said with a sigh, "That old coot has coveted the power of the Shurinon more than anyone in the world, and you just told him about having awakened the legendary Mangekyou Shurinon. Isn't this simply delivering the sheep to the lion's den?" The best countermeasure that Kuroto thought of yesterday was to inform Shisui about Danzo's obsessiveness for the Shurinon and then induce Shisui to use Kodo Amatsukami on Danzo, to solve the problem Danzo once and for all. But he never thought that Danzo acted so fast. On the very same day, he not only solicited him but also enticed Shisui to join the route. What worries him more is that Shisui actually confessed about his Mangekyou to Danzo and Sandame-sama. Of course, Kuroto doesn't know of the stimulus Shisui received at the Uchiha clan meeting yesterday. Some of the Uchiha completely expressed their intentions of a coup d'état. Although the patriarch didn't express his opinion, most of the opinions were united. Therefore Shisui opted to confess to Hokage-sama. After worrying for a while, Shisui murmured, "Kuroto-san, I did something stupid, didn't I?" "Damn right you did an extremely stupid thing." Looking at Shisui's depressed state, Kuroto sighed and asked again, "In addition to Susanoo, the Mangekyou should have more abilities, right?" Without hesitation, Shisui immediately replied, "Yes, my Mangekyou grants me access to Kodo Amatsukami in each eye, a unique genjutsu of the highest caliber, that allows me to cast a powerful yet subtle mind-controlling genjutsu on the target." "Did you talk about this to Danzo and Sandame-sama?" Shisui nodded nervously. "Well, I am planning to use this genjutsu to change the intention of the Uchiha clan, and stop the coup. So, to convince Hokage-sama of my ability to be able to do this, I didn't conceal about it either." "You really are naive, Shisui. True, you can stop the Uchiha from launching the coup, but what will you do about Danzo's intention against the Uchiha? Now, the elders of the Konoha Council will no longer trust you completely. Moreover, there is a 100% guarantee that Danzo will do everything in and beyond his power to get his hands on your Mangekyou." Shisui seemed really tensed now. "Remember, if Danzo asks to meet you in private, there is only one intention, he will be after your Mangekyou. So, be careful, because if you aren't, then who knows what sort of trouble he might cause for the Uchiha as well as for the rest of the village if he does manage to obtain your Mangekyou Shurinon." Shisui didn't expect the matter to become so serious. Now he was sort of panicked. He always felt that he was doing the right thing, and those crazy people are the wrong ones, but after listening to Kuroto-san's words, he is starting to realize that by confessing about his manjikyu to Sandaime-sama and Danzo, he actually dragged the Uchiha one step closer to their doom. Shisui bowed towards Kuroto and said sincerely, "Kuroto-san, please trust me, I would never use Koda Amatsukami on my companions, please believe me." Kuroto shook his head. "Shisui, it has nothing to do with whether I believe you or not. In the face of someone who has the ability to modify others will at any time, no matter who the person may be, they will feel an instinctual fear and suspicious of you, even if it is me." Shisui was a little lost now, but regardless of whether you are loyal to the village, whether you are an upright and kind person, as long you have that ability, you will be considered a threat by others. Taking a short pause to let Shisui digest his words, Kuroto continued, "In the end, it is the technique Koda Amatsukami that makes others too uncomfortable to accept it so easily." By now Shisui realizes the crux of the matter, so he hurriedly asked, "Kuroto-san, then, is there some way for me to help the Uchiha?" Listening to Shisui's question, Kuroto put one hand on his chin, in a thinking posture, and after a little consideration, he said, "For the time being, I have no good method to help you out, but you better not do anything unnecessary. Let the peace talks between Konoha and Cloud get completed, which will take some time, and the village won't risk doing something to the Uchiha in this period. As for the future, give me some time to think about an effective way to help out with the Uchiha problem." Shisui's personal problem isn't that big of an issue. Koda Amatsukami is indeed worrisome. That is the reason it will be difficult for him to be trusted by the advisors of the Konoha Council, but he will have to make do with that. After all, who told him to just go out there and confess about his manjikyu and its abilities to Danzo and Sandaime-sama so brazenly? Following Kuroto's assurance, Shisui nodded silently. Kuroto thought a little about Obito hidden behind the scenes and doesn't have very good intentions against the village, so he decided to warn Shisui about it a little. "One more thing, Shisui, remember to pay close attention to any suspicious people near your clan." "What do you mean by suspicious people, Kuroto-san?" "During the Kyuubi's rebellion, although I wasn't in the village, the information I have collected so far indicates that the Kyuubi was indeed controlled by the Shuriken." Shisui's face suddenly sank. "Kuroto-san, do you really suspect that the Uchiha planned Kyuubi's rebellion?" "It's not about whether I suspect or not. The Kyuubi was controlled by the Shuriken, so the suspicion inevitably falls upon the Uchiha." Glancing at Shisui, who seems to be getting more and more depressed, Kuroto nodded to himself and continued to induce, "Besides, it doesn't necessarily have to be an Uchiha from the village, you get what I mean." Shisui suddenly lifted his head in shock. He has heard about some of the Uchiha that went missing or left Konoha for no reason. Among them, the name of Uchiha Madara, who founded Konoha together with Shodaime-sama, was the loudest one. If the descendants of these missing Uchiha have been left outside the village, then it would make sense if they have a Shuriken. Does that mean there is an outsider with Uchiha's blood, who planned the Kyuubi's rebellion? Shisui asked. "It could be. I am not too sure either, but it wouldn't hurt to be cautious, right?" Kuroto said. Shisui nodded. He has always felt that Kuroto-san is trustworthy and what he said makes logical sense too. After the two chatted for a while longer, Shisui left. Looking at Shisui's figure walking away, Kuroto shook his head in melancholy. As the most gifted ninja within the Uchiha, Shisui is simply impeccable in every aspect. It's just that he is too immature at understanding and figuring out people's hearts. His kindness, undying loyalty, and habit of naively trusting others became the cause of his death. Shaking his head in sadness, Kuroto walked away. Hokage Building, Council Meeting Room. Sandaime-sama was discussing the matters of the peace talks with the Cloud Village with other advisors of the council, mentioning the secret mission of Umbu Team 11. He lightly tapped his desk. Heitake Kakashi, who was waiting outside the meeting room, walked inside upon hearing the tapping sound and explained the details of exactly what he knew about the entire process and events in completing their task, from the time of leaving Konoha to the time of returning to Konoha. After Heitake Kakashi was finished with the explanation, Sandaime-sama said indifferently, "All right, that would be enough. Withdraw." Kakashi nodded respectfully and left the meeting room. Uchiha Kohara said after Kakashi left, "So, that was really the case, huh?" Team 11 harassing Cloud's transportation line slowed down their offensive as well as forced the Nibi's Jinchuriki to retreat at the rear? Team 11 has done a great job, they are heroes of Konoha. Midokade Homura also said in praise, "Well, they should be promoted and rewarded appropriately for their work." However, Shimura Danzo had other thoughts as he suddenly said, "You received this report? The news I received from the information network of Root tells the other story." Not only Midokade Homura and Uchiha Kohara, but even Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo, waiting for his explanation. Being the center of attention, Danzo said coldly, "Cloud Village slowed down their offensive less because the Team 11 harassed their transportation line but more because of the heavy losses they suffered at the rear." According to the secret intelligence, more than 300 Cloud ninjas, including several elite jonin, died overnight, which prompted even the Raikage to leave the village in search of the enemy responsible. As far as my sources indicate, the Team 11's name came for being responsible for this work. What? Advisor Kohara and Homura looked at each other in shock. When Sandaime heard of this, He suddenly remembered that Uchiha Shisui took the initiative to confess to him about awakening the Mangekyo Shurinon, and his face suddenly sank, the tobacco pipe fell and he was left speechless. However, without waiting for Hiruzen to recover, Danzo stood up and asked, "Why didn't your Team 11 report of this? What made them hide such a glorious feat that is worthy of high rewards?" Uchiha Koharu asked Hiruzen seriously, "Team 11 has that kind of combat power. For the 4 members of Team 11 to be able to wipe out more than 300 cloud ninjas overnight, they must have at least one person with Cage-class combat power." Sandaime was left with no choice and stated, "Uchiha Shisui awakened the legendary Mangekyo Shurinon." As soon as she heard this, Koharu was surprised. That power? Did Kagamai's grandchild actually awaken it? Homura whispered to himself, wouldn't he become another Uchiha Madara? However, Danzo didn't stop. "Hiruzen, you seem to be hiding something." Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced murderously at Danzo. However, Danzo wasn't afraid, and said, "Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo allows him to cast the highest level of genjutsu called Koto Amatsukami, which can modify the will of others subtly without making them realize. In other words, he can make anyone into his puppet without even letting the puppet know of it." What? If until now they were shocked, now they were panicked. Danzo smiled coldly as he said, "Letting an Uchiha have such a dangerous technique in his possession is too harmful. I propose to take immediate coercive measures against Uchiha Shisui." At novel bin at. In the brief shock and panic, Homura immediately said, "Agreed." Sandaime-sama shook his head in denial. "Uchiha Shisui is the bridge between the village and the Uchiha. If we take any coercive measures against him, it will only stimulate the Uchiha clan. Now the peace talks with the Cloud Village are in progress, so at this critical moment if any turmoil breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable." There was no reply from Uchiha Koharu. She remained silent the entire time as if she was mulling over something. However, Danzo ignored her, and since he expected Hiruzen Sarutobi to say this, so he didn't force it and said, "Then put Uchiha Shisui on the monitoring list, and the root will be responsible for this task." After pondering for a while, Sarutobi finally nodded. Danzo was very satisfied by Hokage's concession, and he suddenly remembered the scene where Special Jonin Hyuga Kuroto refused his solicitation by refusing to join the route, so he said again, "That's not enough, Hiruzen. Team 11 concealed information, their loyalty is questionable. I propose to list all the members of Team 11 under monitoring." Mitokade didn't wait for Sarutobi to speak and said while adjusting his glasses, "There is no question about Heitake Kakashi's loyalty. He is the disciple of Minato? As the son of Konoha's White Fang, the disciple of Yellow Flash, and one of the heroes of the Third Great Shinobi War, Heitake Kakashi has too much honor upon him. If even Kakashi can't be trusted, then no one within the village can be trusted either." Sandaime also nodded, "I will conduct personal inquiries with the Team 11, there is no need to monitor all of them. They are all trustworthy Konoha shinobi." Trustworthy? Danzo said with a cold smirk, "Hyuga Kuroto is the disciple of Orochimaru, who's to say that he isn't a spy Orochimaru left in Konoha? Allowing this kind of person to stay in the Umbu, Hiruzen, you are being too careless." Hiruzen really disliked that Danzo touched on the matter of Orochimaru, and said in a deep voice, "Danzo, there is no need to mention it." However, how can Danzo become silent so easily? He insisted, even if you don't talk about his student-teacher relationship with Orochimaru, he was also part of the cleansing operation, but somehow got lucky enough to survive. Such a person should never be allowed to stay in the Umbu. But if you are insisting on letting him stay in Umbu, then at least let me appoint some root ninja to monitor his action. Sandaime-sama was silent now. The matter of Hyuga Kuroto being part of the cleansing operation has been a thorn in Sandaime-sama's heart, which makes him unable to completely trust the kid. Because no matter how loyal a shinobi might have been to his village, once abandoned by the village, his loyalty would undoubtedly be compromised. Danzo saw the silent expression of Hiruzen and stopped saying anything as he left Hokage building. Shimura Danzo has known Sarutobi Hiruzen for decades now, and that silent expression indicates Hiruzen's acquiescence to his proposal. On Kuroto's side, after separating from Shisui, Kuroto came to the Forest of Death. Not long after entering the Forest of Death, the little wild boar on whom Kuroto conducted live poison test, suddenly sprang out of the dense bushes and circled around him as it sniffed his trousers. Kuroto was surprised seeing the little guy, not because the other party found him so easily, but because of something else. "Hey, how come you grew up so big?" Kuroto looked in pure confusion at the little wild boar that was not so little anymore. It has only been about 2 months ago, the little wild boar that was so small the last time Kuroto saw, now reached up to his waist. Kuroto took a closer look to see that this guy had many injuries on the body, there were scars everywhere, and even hairs were quite sparse. Seems like it often got involved in fights with the other wild animals inside the forest. So many injuries? Still as ignorant as ever, looks like only the body grew in size, the brain is the same as before, really like an idiot pig. With a sigh, Kuroto activated his Byakugan. After carefully taking a look around him, and repeatedly confirming that no one was around or spying on him, or there were no signs of abnormal chakra reaction, Kuroto shut his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes glowed in a royal blue color with a white floral pattern shining within them. Printing the hand seals, Kuroto muttered in a low voice, "Tenseigan chakra mode." Whoosh! Kuroto's entire body was instantly covered in a cyan blue chakra cloak and lifted him up in the air. The grass plates beneath his feet were blown away by the high wind pressure. The entire forest around him swayed by the chakra pressure, but none of the creatures felt any danger from this sudden change, because the chakra pressure was quite gentle and serene. The little wild boar on the side didn't panic much by the sudden change and slowly approached Kuroto, who was hovering at 2 feet above the ground. After approaching close, the little boar sniffed around, and upon finding that there was no change in the scent, it again circled around him without a care in the world and seemed to be asking Kuroto to feed him something. Kuroto smiled slightly at the boar's antics and, ignoring the little devil, Kuroto focused on the chakra mode. Although he used the Tenseigan chakra mode once before at the Land of Lightning and even used Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion by merging his chakra with the Truth-Seeking Ball, after all, it was on the battlefield, and the time of usage was also very short, so Kuroto didn't manage to get familiar with the chakra mode. This time he is in a ghostly area of the Forest of Death, so getting familiar with the chakra made without being disturbed or spotted by others is the best opportunity to test his current limits and chakra consumption. Slowly coming back to the ground, Kuroto touched the ground with one hand and injected the Tenseigan chakra into it. As a result of this, with him as the center, all the chakra reactions in a radius of a dozen miles were now under his perception. Chakra perception has increased dozens of times. Kuroto was overjoyed by this and poured more chakra into his Tenseigan and looked around attentively. At this moment, even the patterns on the wings of a moth hundreds of meters away appeared as if it was right in front of him. With all these conclusions, Kuroto glanced at the little boar dangling by his side and noticed that the chakra inside its body has grown quite a lot during this time, but the chakra meridians inside its body were not completely connected. Frowning a little, he raised his hand. Instantly, the little boar flew towards Kuroto. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't get rid of the restraint of the traction force of rain wheel pull. Bringing the boar closer, Kuroto ignored all its struggle, pressed his hand gently on its abdomen, and injected Tenseigan chakra inside it little by little. With the sudden rush of the Tenseigan chakra, the chakra volume inside the boar's body instantly grew several times, and the meridians that weren't connected completely were penetrated as it formed a perfect network around its body due to continuous flow on chakra under Kuroto's guidance. Here, it's your reward for helping me with testing the poison. Kuroto now smiled faintly in a good mood. The little boar, whose chakra pathway was now connected, groaned, swayed, and walked wobbly as if it was in a drunken state. Now leaving the boar to its own antics, Kuroto again focused on himself. With a little understanding, he was able to find that unlike the last time when he had 9 truth-seeking balls circling around him, this time, without the chakra support of the giant Tenseigan, even if he used all his chakra, at most, he was able to bring out only 1 truth-seeking ball. And he can also faintly guess that once he does activate this one orb, all his chakra will be empty. Playing with the truth-seeking ball in his hand like a squishy ball, he thought, if it is the question of maintaining the Tenseigan chakra mode, I should be able to last about 10 minutes, but if use truth-seeking ball for techniques like Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, or Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, I will be hollowed out instantly. Kuroto has long since faced the issue of low chakra volume, but he isn't that worried about this issue now. At novel been at. From the time at Ninja Academy to the Third Great Shinobi War, he has always been the transparent kid, always staying in the background. But what about that? He still reached up to this point, didn't he? How many people are capable of using truth-seeking balls in the entire shinobi world? Countless geniuses and strong ninjas have already been left behind by him. Taking a deep look at the far sky, Kuroto muttered to himself, isn't it just the lack of talent? The issue of chakra volume? The problems to which the solutions can be found are not at all problems in my eyes. The essence of truth-seeking balls is the condensation of high-density chakra into the form of black orbs. Truth-seeking balls encompass the power of all 5 basic natures as well as yin, yang chakra nature. As such, it surpasses any single chakra nature, Kekai Genkai, as well as Kekai Toda. Being able to condense truth-seeking balls is more of a qualitative awakening. For this reason, a thought suddenly flashed in Kuroto's mind. What if I use truth-seeking balls to break through the seal applied by Yondaime-sama to seal the dragon vein? But after a little consideration, Kuroto gave up the idea. Fuinjutsu is one of the most mysterious and powerful branches of jutsu, and it can be both weird and unpredictable at times. There is close to nothing that can't be sealed using Fuinjutsu, whether those big monsters or tailed beasts or the impure world reincarnations which are in a half-life and half-death state, and the illusionary things like the soul of a person. Even the chakra ancestor at Satsuki Kagaya isn't immune to Fuinjutsu. So, what might happen to the seal or the dragon vein chakra setup once it comes into contact with the truth-seeking ball is sort of unpredictable. Moreover, currently, Kuroto can only summon 1 orb, and if he uses this to break through the seal, all his chakra would be empty. Once the seal breaks and all his chakra empties, Kuroto can only watch the huge chakra of dragon vein rush out uncontrollably. And by then, even if he had mastered all the techniques necessary for the artificial tailed beast plan, he wouldn't be able to do anything because of the lack of chakra. It would be impossible for him to suppress the dragon vein's overflowing chakra. Not to mention, if he doesn't successfully steal away the dragon vein chakra in the least amount of time possible, its signature reaction will be picked up by the other ninja villages, especially the Sand Shinobi village that's closest to the Roran. In this series of events, Kuroto will become a helpless little fish. And that too when there wouldn't be a time accident because of dragon vein. Who's to say that it wouldn't send him to a different timeline? So, using Truth-Seeking Ball will be a big no-no? He can only increase his Funjutsu proficiency to break through the seal used by Yondaime-sama. While Kuroto reached this conclusion, he suddenly sensed a ninja rushing towards his direction in the Forest of Death. As soon as he sensed this, Kuroto released the Tenseigan Chakra mode and deactivated the Tenseigan. After a while of waiting, a ninja dressed in an umbu uniform appeared on a tree branch before Kuroto, and said, "Hokage-sama has summoned you." Kuroto nodded at the umbu's news and followed him out of the Death Forest all the way to the Hokage building. At Novel Bin at. As soon as he entered the main room of the Hokage office, he discovered that Sandaime-sama has summoned all the members of Umbu Team 11, since Kakashi, Guy, and Shisui were already there even before him. With Kuroto's arrival, Sandaime-sama put down the tobacco pipe on the side and glanced at the 4 people of Team 11 with a sharp eye, as he asked, "Did your Team 11 conceal any details about the secret mission in the report handed over?" Kakashi's expression shrank as soon as he heard Hokage-sama's words. His mind was only thinking that Hokage-sama was most likely referring to the matter of him awakening the Mangekyo. With a feeling of guilt, he felt quite nervous and traces of sweat beads started coming off his forehead. Guy also lowered his head directly, not daring to meet the eye of Hokage-sama in fear that his expression might reveal something. He also thought that Hokage-sama was referring to Kakashi's Mangekyo Shurinon. The 4 members of Team 11 have already reached an agreement to not reveal the existence of Kakashi's Mangekyo. This is because no one can predict what sort of reaction the Uchiha or the Konoha Council might have upon learning that a non-Uchiha awakened Mangekyo, so everyone, and that's including Shisui, decided to conceal it, lest the Uchiha clan might end up doing something extreme that could intensify the already brewing conflict within the village after getting such shocking news. Kuroto was calmer and only brought out a confused look as if the matter was completely unrelated to him. Shisui was feeling a little awkward, but he was calm nonetheless. The reason for Kuroto and Shisui's calmness was naturally because they knew that Hokage-sama was most likely referring to those more than 300 cloud ninjas that Kuroto wiped out. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the 4 totally silent people, without saying any word, so after shaking his head a little he directly brought out the papers describing the details about this incident that Shimura Danzo passed him, and threw it towards the 4 people, and said solemnly, "Look at it yourself." When Kakashi and Guy read the details of the information, they were taken aback, and immediately looked towards Kuroto and Shisui with clear surprise on their faces. By the end of the battle, Kuroto and Shisui were the only 2 people that stayed behind to secure Guy and Kakashi's retreat, so this information must be somehow related to either of them, but neither of them mentioned having killed more than 300 ninjas in the details when they talked about the battle later. Now that both Kakashi and Guy are learning of things like the entire valley being razed to a flat ground, hundreds of ninja buried 6 feet under the mud and rocks, the shock on their faces can be clearly imagined. Their reaction also prompted Sarutobi to turn towards the Hyuga and the Uchiha kid. Kuroto was still calmly flipping through the pages, with an expression that said, "Don't look at me, it has nothing to do with me." Sandaime-sama was still silent. Kakashi didn't know what to say. At this time Shisui took a step forward and said, "Hokage-sama, it was me. To not reveal the existence of having awakened the Mangekyo Shurinon, I didn't mention it in the mission report." Without waiting for anyone to speak, Shisui continued, "Kuroto-san was unconscious when all that happened, Captain Kakashi was in coma, and Guy-san was severely injured by the time I retreated while carrying unconscious Kuroto-san, so the rest of the Team 11 didn't know of this." Listening to Shisui's explanation, Sandaime-sama nodded. From Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective and based on the details of the report he has, if anyone in Team 11 might have the strength to slaughter hundreds of ninjas including several elite jonin in an overnight, then it can only be Uchiha Shisui who has awakened the legendary Mangekyo Shurinon. As for Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, or Hyuga Kuroto, all 3 of them are strong and talented for their age, and no doubt they might even be able to do such things in the possible near future, but at this stage, they don't have enough strength to achieve feats that require Cage-class combat power. Since Kat has come forward to clarify this fact, and the matter was indeed a little hard to express, so it will be overlooked this time, but make sure to not conceal anything related to the mission details from the next time. Is that clear? Yes. All the 4 nodded. Well, moving past that, Team 11 did great this time. The news of your achievements can't be made public because of your identities as the Umbu Ninja, but the council has consensus on rewarding the 4 of you. An opportunity to learn advanced jutsu. Don't be hasty in making the decision right away, take your time, and come back anytime after consideration. Thank you for your kindness, Hokage-sama. All 4 responded and left the Hokage office one after another. After walking out of the Hokage building, Guy hurriedly asked, "Shisui, did you really kill hundreds of cloud ninjas alone?" Shisui awkwardly glanced at Kuroto from the corner of his eyes while nodded towards Guy. "Ah, yes, Guy-san." Without waiting for Guy to continue, Kakashi whispered, "Thank you, Shisui." Kakashi was also shocked by the information of Shisui awakening the Mangekyo Shurinon, but this made him more grateful towards Shisui for keeping his Mangekyo a secret, and he sort of understands why Shisui didn't reveal about that incident. Shisui humbly shook his head. It's for the peace of both the Uchiha and Konoha. Obviously, Shisui is also a little unacceptable of Kakashi awakening the Mangekyo Shurinon. Even if his pride has been crushed, it is still a little difficult to accept a non-Uchiha awakening the legendary eyes. This is exactly why he understands the possible impact that it could cause once the news of Kakashi's Mangekyo leaks out. If the Uchiha clan learns of this news, it is hard to imagine what they might end up doing. After some more chats, Guy and Kakashi left for training, while Kuroto and Shisui walked towards a secluded place. Glancing thoughtfully behind him, Kuroto whispered, "Thanks, Shisui." Shisui sighed lightly, "Well, whatever, I don't care anymore." Looking at Shisui's tired face, Kuroto faintly said, "Don't worry, things will definitely turn for the better in the future." Shisui nodded, "I hope so, Kuroto-san." The reason why the village is suppressing the Uchiha is also because of their own weakness. And the initiator of most of the trouble that Konoha faces is Obito hidden in the dark. Even the condition of Sandaime-sama can be said to have been exhausted. His strength is rapidly declining because of aging. If the successor he had carefully chosen as the Yondaime Hokage hadn't died accidentally, all these problems wouldn't be there. But unfortunately, the young and powerful Yondaime-sama died, and now everything is completely different. The trouble Konoha is currently facing, including the raid from the Cloud Village from the outside and the Uchiha's dissatisfaction inside the village, are all just the follow-up effects of the death of Yondaime-sama. If Yondaime-sama and Uzumaki Kushina were still alive, Cloud Village wouldn't dare to make a move on Konoha, nor would the Uchiha clan get restless. Yondaime-sama dies, and Konoha was entirely messed up, and the person Obito responsible for the death of Yondaime-sama really made the most effective blow on Konoha at the right opportunity and completely broke Konoha's backbone. Kuroto can only sigh at just how much of a devil Obito has become. Taking a light glance behind him, Kuroto said in a low voice, "We are being followed." Shisui nodded. I realized it some time ago." After pondering a little, Kuroto said, "The person following us should be a root ninja." Both Shisui and Kuroto are Umbu ninjas under Hokage. It's the job of Umbu to track and monitor others, no one will dare to target and monitor them. This is because if Hokage-sama doesn't trust his Umbu ninjas, then those Umbu ninjas will directly be suspended instead of being monitored. Therefore, only root ninjas can have the audacity to monitor Umbu ninjas under Shimura Danzo's orders. Shisui didn't care that they were being monitored, and said calmly, "I am loyal to Konoha and will never do something to harm the interest of the village, so I am not afraid of being under surveillance." Kuroto shook his head as he said in a little disappointment, "If only it was that simple." Shisui asked in confusion, "What do you mean, Kuroto-san?" Being under surveillance is a signal of Shimura Danzo's distrust of us, which is not rare, but it also indicates that he isn't afraid to make a move against us. After a pause, Kuroto said with a dark tone, "He can distrust us all he wants, I don't care, but he has to understand that making a move against us isn't a wise choice." When Shisui heard Kuroto-san say this, he immediately became a little worried. And Shisui's worry wasn't without a reason. Since the incident at the valley in the Land of Lightning, Shisui has started to believe that the strength Kuroto showed there is his true strength. Therefore, in Shisui's view, Kuroto-san is undoubtedly the strongest ninjas in Konoha. Even Hokage-sama or the Sunin Jiraiya wouldn't be able to match Kuroto-san. "Kuroto-san, are you really going to do something to Danzo-sama?" Looking at Shisui's look of trepidation, Kuroto sighed, and said, "You don't need to worry too much about it. Just make sure to keep whatever I talk with you a secret. Can you do that for me?" Although Shisui was still not satisfied, he nodded nonetheless. Kuroto is no longer afraid of Danzo and the senior management of Konoha. Basically, only those ninjas who are purely dedicated to the village may be afraid of Danzo, those that have an option of defection, which Kuroto now does. Danzo's existence only irks him a bit and nothing more. In the dense forest outside of Konoha village. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. After releasing the Fireball Jutsu, Uchiha Shinichi knelt on the ground panting heavily, but without wasting any time he immediately stood up again and launched Shuriken at the distant target. Since early morning he has been training arduously, even when soaked with sweat and exhausted completely, he didn't stop and continued to put more effort. Shinichi has become a laughingstock of the Uchiha clan ever since he lost to that damn Hyuga Kuroto and had to be carried back by Shisui. Everyone only ridicules him and looks down upon him, even the elders of the Uchiha have started to question his strength. Because of losing the challenge, Shinichi even lost the recommendation from the Uchiha clan for the Jonin assessment, as such he lost the opportunity to become a Jonin. All this has made Shinichi crazy and hateful. From that day on, he decided to train more and more, push himself harder than anyone and regain his lost reputation, which is why whenever he is free, he would always come to this area to practice and train heavily. On a large tree not far away, a strange man with a black cloak and swirl mask sat cross-legged on a branch of the tree as he observed Uchiha Shinichi. After some time of observation, he asked, "So he is the one you found?" On the side of the trunk, Zetsu, whose only half body was exposed, nodded. "I can feel the hatred in his heart." However, the masked man was not satisfied. "Such low hatred isn't enough," Zetsu said helplessly. "He is the only person that best meets your requirement currently. Most of the ninjas of the Uchiha clan serve in the Konoha police force, so generally, it is very rare for them to leave Konoha. However, Uchiha Shinichi has been an exception for some time. In addition to having 3 Tomo Sharinon, his strength is also Jonin class. Moreover, he has hatred in his heart, so I immediately informed you about him." The masked man nodded after a little consideration. "Zetsu, you wait here, I will see if he can be useful." After leaving these words, his body twisted and disappeared inside a whirling spiral. On the other side, the masked man appeared behind Shinichi, and spoke in a deep hoarse voice, "Look at you, such a pathetic sight you are in. Shinichi was shocked by the sudden voice that came from behind him. In reaction, he immediately jumped back and turned around only to see a masked individual who looks completely suspicious no matter from where you look at him. Drawing out his sword, Shinichi asked cautiously, "Who are you?" The masked man laughed mockingly as he said, "It doesn't matter who I am, but I can give you what you want most." Shinichi was furious by the roundabout reply of the masked man and asked in anger, "What do you want?" Masked man still said with a grin, I don't want anything. I was just passing by, and I saw such a genius kid of the Uchiha clan training so arduously. This piqued my interest, and after some observation I found you to be quite interesting, so here I am." "Well, too bad, cuz I am not into men," Shinichi replied in irritation. "Ha ha ha ha." Masked man laughed at Shinichi's joke. However, this reaction irritated Shinichi. "You wanna hide behind the mask? Fine, I'll figure out who you are after I kill you. You can try all you want, but you are not capable enough," the masked man said as he spread his arms open. Shinichi felt insulted. The masked man was treating him like he was nothing, and this reminded him of that damn Hyuga. Drawing his sword in anger, Shinichi rushed towards the masked man. Seeing that the masked was still stupidly standing with arms open, without making any attempt to dodge the incoming attack, Shinichi had a condescending smirk on his face. "Go to hell, you masked freak." But strangely, as Shinichi's sword neared the masked man, it directly passed through his body without any resistance. It was as if the person standing before him was just an elusive figure, not the real body. What? Shinichi was both confused and horrified. Without waiting for Shinichi to recover, the masked man punched him in the stomach that flew him crashing on a nearby tree. Getting up from the ground, Shinichi coughed violently. That punch hurt like hell. Just how much strength he has, thought Shinichi as he tried to figure out just what the hell was going on. Shinichi was now completely alert. He was also confused. Why did my attack pass through him? Is he just an illusion? No, that can't be it. If he was just an illusion, how did he hit me? Or is it that it was also a genjutsu? Shinichi thought probably that was the case, so he immediately activated his Sharingan and looked around. At novel bin at. At this time, the masked man spoke, "Is that the best you have? I guess I was hasty, looks like I wasted my time." Shinichi gritted his teeth and shouted at the insult, "Shut up, bastard! I have cracked through your genjutsu attack." After saying that, he formed several seals, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Instantly a huge fireball engulfed the figure of the masked man. Boom! The great fireball didn't stop and burned many trees down to charcoal. Shinichi observed carefully. Seeing no movements from the other side, he thought silently, "Is he dead?" However, contrary to what he thought, the masked man suddenly appeared behind him and instantly pressed his shoulder with one hand, dragging him into the spiraling whirl, leaving no trace of either of their presence in the surroundings other than the burning trees and a sword. A few minutes later the spiral whirl appeared again. Uchiha Shinichi, who was severely wounded, was thrown out of the spiral and fell on the ground with a loud bang. Half of his face was buried in the mud. Following Shinichi, the masked man emerged from the spiral whirl and walked around comically, as he spoke in a flat tone, "Can't stand already." Although Shinichi's condition was pretty bad, he somehow managed to lift his head and looked at masked man with stubbornness and hatred. The masked man nodded in appreciation when he saw that stubbornness and hatred and said a smile, "Very good eyes." Shinichi asked weakly, "You, just who in the hell are you? What kind of jutsu did you use just now? Haven't I already said it doesn't matter who I am?" After a short pause, he continued with an enticing voice, "What's important is that I can give you what you desire the most." Shinichi was confused a little. "What I desire the most?" Masked man noticed Shinichi's confusion and decided to guide him a little. Squatting on the ground, he asked, "What have you been doing here for the past 2 months? What is the purpose of you pushing yourself so rigorously every day? Why, just why?" With masked man's every question, Shinichi remembered the one person he hates the most, to defeat that bastard Hyuga Kuroto. Masked man was a little taken aback. "Hyuga Kuroto? Is this guy so strong?" Although embarrassed to admit it, Shinichi nodded helplessly. "Ha ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. An Uchiha unexpectedly lost, ha ha ha. An Uchiha lost to the Hyuga, ha ha ha." The masked man couldn't hold his laughter for a while. After calming down a little he spoke, "The almighty Uchiha clan has become so pathetic that it loses to the Hyuga." Shinichi was also embarrassed about it, but it really irked him that the masked man openly mocked him and the Uchiha clan. Controlling his laughter, the masked man said with a bewitching voice, "With your talent and my guidance it wouldn't be difficult to defeat some weak Hyuga kid." Although a little hesitant, Shinichi stared at the masked man vigilantly. Indeed, he really wants to defeat Hyuga Kuroto, but he isn't foolish enough to believe that this masked man would help him out for no reason. Not to mention, the other party didn't even mention his identity. Anyone can understand that this person is dangerous. Shinichi obviously didn't trust the other party's words, but that strange jutsu he uses. If I have a powerful jutsu like that. This thought echoed in his mind for a second, but before it could take root Shinichi shook his head, and said, "Thanks, but no thanks." The masked man noticed Shinichi's vigilance and decided not to push him at once. Spreading his hands he said, "No need to rush, you can always find me here if you have a change of mind." Leaving these words, the masked man disappeared in the spiral whirl. A few minutes after the disappearance of the masked man, Shinichi stood up with some difficulty, and took a look around with caution. Seeing that no one was around him, he dragged his wounded body and staggered towards the village. If not for his beaten-up state and the injuries all over his body, Shinichi would have thought that it was all just some dream. Not long after Shinichi went back towards his home, the masked man appeared on the same tree as before. Zetsu's half-body appeared out of the bark and looked in the direction of Uchiha Shinichi's departure. After thinking a little, Zetsu asked, was that necessary to do? What happens if he informs the Uchiha clan? Or probably other Konoha ninjas? However, the masked man shook his head negatively. He won't. What makes you so sure? Zetsu asked in confusion. Because he is a fool just like everyone. He is a fool who desire power. While dangling his legs, the masked man continued, good job, Zetsu. He is more qualified than I expected him to be. With the right stimulation he may awaken those eyes. Can he? Zetsu asked. We will see that. However, what makes me more curious is the person he hates. Hyuga Kuroto, since when did you come into the picture? Kuroto's home. Kuroto, who was studying at home, suddenly sneezed and felt a chill on his back. Who's talking about me, though, Kuroto? It was as if someone was talking about him and not in a good way. At novel bin at. After thinking a little, he shook his head and got back to what he was doing. After his talk with Shisui, Kuroto returned home and directed all his focus in the careful study of the four symbol seal again. Perhaps because he personally studied the truth-seeking ball with the help of his Tenseigan, Kuroto now has a deeper understanding of chakra transformation. So, when he started to study the four symbol seal this time, all the doubts that he initially had were now cleared up. Similar to most of the advanced jutsu, the transformation of chakra is also the core of the four symbol seal. After studying for a while, Kuroto pondered while taking a sip of warm tea, if I keep up this speed then it should take only about 3 more days to completely master the four symbol seal. And Sandaime-sama has again promised Team 11 to allow them to learn an advanced jutsu, so asking for another advanced fuinjutsu should be possible for him. While thinking of these things, Kuroto suddenly perceived something outside. He was able to perceive a chakra reaction hidden behind the large tree outside the courtyard of his house. Judging from the amount of chakra, the other person was probably a special Jonin class shinobi. Obviously, it has to be the root ninja responsible for monitoring him, and the other party obviously knows that Kuroto has Byakugan, so instead of trying hard to hide, which is completely impossible, courtesy to the Byakugan, he started to observe openly, without any intention of hiding his presence. Since I am part of the Umbu unit, so without Hokage-sama's acquiescence, Danzo shouldn't take drastic measures against me, thought Kuroto. So, after making up his mind, Kuroto didn't even leave his house unless absolutely necessary and dedicated all his time to studying and mastering the four symbol seal. 3 days passed by in a flash. As per Kuroto's expectations, because of having a solid base because of Miku-sama's teaching, he quickly understood the four symbol seal. There are still a few parts that he isn't completely clear about, but that would require practice, so anxiousness is not an option. With the scroll of the four symbol seal, Kuroto came to the Hokage office. After returning the scroll, he once again expressed his desire to learn another advanced Uzumaki fuinjutsu technique. Sandaime-sama obviously had some doubts about his request, but after thinking it over he approved of it. From Sandaime-sama's perspective, it is better for Hyuga Kuroto to master a sealing technique over some forbidden jutsu. After all, fuinjutsu is mainly used for defense, so even if Kuroto masters Uzumaki fuinjutsu, he doesn't pose too much threat to the village. What's more, mastering most of the techniques of Uzumaki clan requires the user to be their blood descendant, so even if Hyuga Kuroto wants, he can't master all of the Uzumaki fuinjutsu. So, after a little consideration, Sandaime-sama handed over the scroll of contract seal from the confidential database and issued the same order to return it over within 1 month. Obtaining the contract seal, Kuroto returned home and continued his study. In comparison to the four symbol seal, the scope of contract seal is obviously narrower. The main purpose of the contract seal is to sever the direct control the summoner has on the summon. But this doesn't imply that the contract seal is any inferior to the four symbol seal. In fact, Kuroto has a feeling that even the seal applied by Sandaime-sama to seal away the Dragoon Vein chakra must have elements of contract seal in it. This is because of the isolation ability of the contract seal. Since the royal family of Eren has some inexplicable relationship with the Dragon Vein which allows them to control the Dragon Vein chakra, and in all likelihood, it has to be some sort of contractual relationship. Therefore, Sandaime-sama should have definitely used the elements of contract seal while sealing away the Dragon Vein, so that in the future if anyone covets the power of the Dragon Vein, he/she must go through the Queen of Eren first to break the seal successfully. The difficulty of learning contract seal is not any less than that of four symbol seal. This is because the contracts are of many types including weapons, summons, souls, bloodlines, demons, even life and death, and other illusionary things that are difficult to explain and comprehend. However, Kuroto is also no longer the rookie he was until a few months ago. After the careful guidance of the Miko of the Land of Demons and his personal study and research of the four symbol seal, his current knowledge of fuinjutsu is no longer that of a novice. This is especially the case in regards to the Uzumaki fuinjutsu. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he has at least surpassed the beginner stage. After half a day of study and research, Kuroto estimated that it would take about a week for him to master the contract seal. Fortunately for him, the village is in the period of peace talks with the Cloud Village, and since Team 11 was given a vacation, so he had the time to master it. On the 4th day, Kakashi, Guy, and Shisui suddenly came to Kuroto's house. Glancing at the 3 members of Team 11, Kuroto asked with a smile, "So, what brings the 3 of you to my home, not to mention at the same time?" "Kuroto, didn't you hear about the rumor that's been going on for the past week?" Guy asked impatiently. "What rumor?" Kuroto asked in confusion. Over the past few days, Kuroto stayed at home and only practiced the contract seal. His only source of information is you, and since she didn't mention any rumor, so he has no idea what Guy was talking about. Kakashi calmly said, "About the ongoing peace negotiations with the Cloud Village." "What about it?" "Kuroto-san, it's said that the peace talks with the Cloud Village broke down," Shisui finally said. "What?" Kuroto exclaimed in surprise. It shouldn't be the case. According to Kuroto's memory, the peace agreement was signed between Konoha and Cloud, otherwise how come the Cloud Head Ninja attempted to kidnap Hyuga Hinata? If the talks were to break down midway, then such a thing wouldn't have happened. So, it is unlikely for the peace agreement to break down. As the captain of Team 11, Kakashi obviously had more information, so he explained the ins and outs of the matter in detail. There have been rumors that the shinobis of Cloud Village are also dissatisfied with the peace talks. Just like the case in Konoha, they believe that as long as they persist and apply enough pressure, it shouldn't be a too difficult task to win against Konoha. Kakashi. Is that the reason? Kuroto muttered while thinking. Since both sides are unable to accept the conclusion, then it wouldn't be strange if the negotiations do fall apart. However, after thinking a little, Kuroto shook his head negatively. "I don't think that's the case. The village can't afford another war. Sandaime-sama should be clear of this more than anyone. Even the Cloud Village wouldn't stupidly escalate this conflict any longer." "How come you are so sure about this?" Guy asked curiously. "Think about it a little. The raid not long ago should just be a temptation from the Cloud side to judge the strength of Konoha. Now that Raikage-sama had his answer, he wouldn't send his shinobi to die needlessly. Even if he is hot-blooded and reckless, he is still the Cage of Cloud Village after all. Moreover, there aren't just 2 shinobi village. Although the situations of Mist Village is a mystery, the Rock Village is still there, and considering the enmity Cloud Village has with Rock Village, whether according to the original story or based on the information he has of the current status of the 5 great shinobi villages, Kuroto can be sure of his conclusion. If Konoha really didn't have any strength to fight back, Raikage would have definitely pressured Konoha. But since Konoha proved that although incredibly weak, it is still not weak enough to bow down to Cloud Village. So, Cloud Village also wouldn't waste their ninjas needlessly. After Kuroto's assurance and some more light discussion in regards to each other's progress in strength, Kakashi, Guy, and Shisui went back to their house. Closing the door of his house, Kuroto thought to himself, it seems that the peace talks between the village and Cloud will take a long period. Although it is known that the 2 sides will eventually sign a peace treaty, how long will it take is unknown. But this also beneficial for him. As long as the peace negotiations aren't successfully concluded, council advisors wouldn't risk civilian unrest, so this period will also serve as a shield for the Uchiha clan. With this thought, Kuroto continued his practice. With meticulous study and research, he successfully mastered the contract seal, although it took him 5 extra days than predicted, but doesn't matter much. The main reason for the delay was again the lack of opportunity to practice his hands-on. While studying 4-symbol seal, he could still practice it at home without much worry, but that's not the case with contract seal, as you have to have individuals with summons to sever the contract and all. Thankfully, there were some extremely detailed notes in the scroll handed to him by Sandaime-sama, so somehow, he was able to theoretically understand them. After the complete mastery of the contract seal, when Kuroto returned the scroll, Sandaime-sama was extremely surprised. Sarutobi Hiruzen initially thought that it would take at least 1 whole month for Hyuga Kuroto to master the contract seal, but unexpectedly the kid completed it in just 13 days. At this moment he was reminded of Namikaze Minato, who took 15 days to master this funjutsu technique. At this moment he couldn't help but look at Hyuga Kuroto with a different light. A thought that Hyuga Kuroto might just be a rare funjutsu master took root in his mind. After returning the scroll back, Kuroto also expressed his request for traveling outside of Konoha for a short period. Sandaime-sama narrowed his eyes at Kuroto's request and asked with slight confusion, "Travel? Why such a request?" Kuroto has long thought of a suitable excuse for this question, so without any hesitation, he spoke politely, "I want to find a suitable psychic beast." Obviously, it is not uncommon for ninjas to travel, especially in Konoha. One of the 3 Sunin Jiraiya is a typical example because unless there is an emergency, he wouldn't be in Konoha. But going out for travel requires approval from the village. Even Jiraiya isn't an exception to this rule, otherwise, the ninja will be listed as a missing nin, and then an endless onslaught of hunter nin will come after you. Of course, if the backing and strength are strong enough, like that of Tsunadeheim, then they wouldn't be treated as missing nin but run away. Being an Umbu shinobi, it is reasonable to say that Kuroto isn't eligible to apply for this request, especially during the sensitive period of peace negotiations with the Cloud Village. Therefore, he had to come up with a suitable excuse, so that Sandaime-sama wouldn't refuse. A psychic beast is related to the combat power of a shinobi, so searching for a suitable psychic beast is the most legitimate reason for Kuroto to travel. Sandaime-sama pondered over Kuroto's request and reason, and finally agreed, "I can only give you 2 months." Kuroto readily accepted this, and after expressing his gratefulness for the approval, he hurriedly returned home. Completing all the preparation he would need for his trip, he walked towards the main gate of the village. The purpose of Kuroto's trip is obviously not to look for a psychic beast but to check out the seal applied by Yondaime-sama to seal the dragon vein, and see if he can break it with his current knowledge or does he need more study. As long as Kuroto can break through Yondaime-sama's seal, the artificial tailed beast plan could finally proceed to the final stage. After registering at the main village gate, Kuroto left Konoha. Since Kuroto left Konoha so suddenly, the root ninja responsible for monitoring him had no choice but to follow closely. Kuroto also noticed the follow-up and thought to himself, I have to somehow get rid of him. However, before he could even take any measures, a metal chain suddenly appeared from the side of the tree, tying him firmly and restricting all his movements. With Kuroto tied up and restricted, two figures appeared from the bushes, one on the left and the other on the right, carrying ninja swords in their hands and pierced through Kuroto's heart and throat. All this happened so suddenly, Kuroto couldn't even react. At novel bin at. As soon as the blade pierced the target's heart, one of the attackers grinned. 25 million ryo are secured. One of the attackers smiled greedily, upon seeing that the attack succeeded. Heh, such a pathetic brat, 25 million ryo bounty and such weak strength. Bang. However, before the two could celebrate, Kuroto's body exploded into a cloud of smoke upon being pierced through by the sword. Both the attackers were taken aback by this and shouted in surprise, what, a shadow clone? At this time, Kuroto's figure jumped down from a tree, and directly stepped on the heads of the two, burying both of them to the ground. Squatting down, using the heads of the two bounty hunters as a foothold, questioned the two, hey, did you two come here for the bounty on my head? But seeing your pathetic state and useless attempt, it feels like you are looking down on me, is that the case? You bastard. How could it have been a shadow clone? The two bounty ninjas obviously couldn't move because of being trapped. Seeing the two struggles, Kuroto thought to himself, does the name of Hyuga clan already has no deterrent power that the likes of no-name bounty hunters are coming after me? That too without any background check. In Kuroto's opinion, the bounty ninjas that will be coming after him should at least know of the Byakugan that he has, simply based on his portrait and name. But it didn't seem that these two attackers took any countermeasures against his Byakugan. In terms of skill and strength, they are obviously not weak, both of them seem to have the strength of a high-class Chunin, and even then, they didn't take countermeasures for the Byakugan? Now Kuroto is a little uncertain, he isn't sure whether these two bounty hunters were just too ignorant for their own good or that the Hyuga name has already faded to such an extent. Tying up the two bounty ninjas, Kuroto returned to the village. Kuroto has already confirmed that these two bounty ninjas have defected from the Mist Village. According to the general trend, if a shinobi defects from his village then a bounty is placed on his/her head, and based on their crimes this bounty keeps increasing. Therefore, these two bounty hunters also carried bounties on their heads. When Kuroto delivered the two, at the mission center of the village, he received 3 million ryo for the combined bounty. Kuroto also learned that the Mist Village is in a state of civil strife. One of the major shinobi clan in the country of water, Kagaya clan directly initiated a rebellion. The situation of the Mist Village has become a mess. As a result, a large number of ninjas on the Mist side have defected recently. Some became wandering ninjas while the other chooses to become bounty hunters. Shaking his head at the disparity of the Mist Village again left the village without any delay. Jumping from tree to tree, Kuroto didn't seem too happy at the recent profit he just received. On the contrary, he had a murderous expression on his face. During the attack that he encountered not long ago, Kuroto hid himself a little because he was worried about the follow-up attacks from the two bounty hunters and observe his surroundings carefully. Although those two bounty ninjas disappointed him, he was able to notice that the root ninja hiding in the shadows didn't even move an inch to help him. Even if the other party is responsible for monitoring him, but in the face of a life and death situation, shouldn't the other party come forward at least help him out? After all, both are the shinobi of the same village. But the other party didn't seem to care. This obviously means that the other party not only doesn't care about him but has already regarded Kuroto as an enemy. Since the other party thinks in this manner, then how could Kuroto tolerate this? Initially, Kuroto decided to ignore him, as he considered that the ninja was only doing his job and nothing more, so Kuroto only thought to escape his chase, but now that's no longer the case. If the other party has such thinking, then he can only die. At night Kuroto chose a flat terrain to set up a campsite. After lighting up the bonfire, he sat on a broken tree bark while the rabbit meat he caught was being roasted by the fire. Not far away from Kuroto, the root ninja responsible for monitoring him sat on a tree branch observing Kuroto closely. Lighting a bonfire? The vigilance is too pathetic. How did someone like him even get into Ambu Black Ops? Slandered the root ninja while chewing the dry food he carried along. The code name of this root ninja is Kuroshimesu and he is very apt in these sorts of tasks. Surveillance and assassination are his specialties. According to Kuroshimesu, surveillance and assassination are two steps of the same task because the target he generally monitors end up becoming a target of an assassination by the orders of Danzo-sama. Therefore, Kuroshimesu never considers his targets as anything but an enemy, even if they are from the same village. Suddenly, Kuroshimesu felt strong killing intent directed towards him. With his years of experience, Kuroshimesu clearly felt that someone was watching him and definitely not with good intentions. Ninpo, super beast imitating drawing. Almost subconsciously, Kuroshimesu soared into the air and drew an inkbird on the paper. Swish. Unfortunately, before he could even land on the inkbird, 2 iron spears pierced through the inkbird, splashing it all over the air. Falling on the ground, Kurashimesa discovered that the attacker is some unknown ninja covered from head to toe in bandages. But what shocked him more was the iron sand floating around the mysterious ninja. At a glance, Kurashimesa realized that means magnet release. As a member of Root, Kurashimesa has an understanding of some of the weirdest and most known Kekkai Genkai. Therefore he instantly realized the unique Kekkai Genkai of the Kazekage clan, exclusive to the Sand Village. And if the identity of the enemy to be able to master magnet release can't be ordinary, as a result, Kurashimesa was a little tense, and asked nervously, "Who are you?" Even in the Sand Village, there are very few ninjas to have mastered magnet release. Currently, there are only Yondaime Kazekage and the missing Sandaime Kazekage, whose alive or dead status is unknown. Kurashimesa doesn't believe either of those 2 monsters would sneak into the Land of Fire specially to attack him. Sand Village will also not send ninja to assassinate him because of their alliance. So, in his opinion, this mysterious ninja has to be some missing nin. But this still confused him, as to why would he be attacked. The reason for believing this is because Kurashimesa is quite sure that neither does he have the intelligence nor some important items that would prompt the other party to attack him. So, unless the other party has specific hatred towards him, there is no reason for the missing nin to assassinate him. At novel bin at. Therefore, it could only mean one thing. He target isn't me but Hyuga Kuroto. Considering the huge bounty on Hyuga Kuroto's head, this was the most logical explanation Kurashimesa could reach. He must be thinking that I am getting in his way, so he wants to get rid of me first, and then go after Hyuga Kuroto. Thinking this, Kurashimesa suddenly had an idea. If Hyuga Kuroto is the target, then as long as he leads the enemy ninja towards Hyuga Kuroto, the opponent will naturally ignore him and attack the target instead. Once this thought appeared, Kurashimesa was a little relaxed. After all, Kurashimesa knows that he isn't capable of defeating the other party. As long as he survives, it would be fine. As for the Hyuga Kuroto, he can die for all I care. Ninpo, Super Beast imitating drawing. Quickly drawing 2 ink lions to act as small divergence, Kurashimesa immediately fled towards the campfire using the body flicker jutsu. While traveling at high speed, he noticed that Hyuga Kuroto was still sitting by the bonfire, and leisurely chomping down the rabbit meat, and said with disdain, "What a fool, didn't even notice a fight at such a close distance even though he is a Hyuga." Using 2 ink lions to stall some time, Kurashimesa immediately fled towards the campfire. Glancing at Hyuga Kuroto still sitting by the campfire and casually savoring the roasted rabbit meat, the corner of his lips curved in viciousness, and he thought in his heart, "You should die here, idiot, an unworthy bastard, dare to refuse Danzo-sama's order." After solving the 2 ink lions with ease, the mysterious ninja quickly followed behind Kurashimesa. While he was still running, the iron sand around him turned into countless needles and shot at Kurashimesa like raindrops. Kurashimesa was both shocked and panicked, and immediately thought, "Why is he attacking me now? Could it be that his goal isn't Hyuga Kuroto, but me?" Obviously, Kurashimesa couldn't protect himself from the rain of iron needles, so matter how hard he tried to dodge and deflect the incoming iron sand needles, there were still a few dozens of them that got through his body. Compared to Shuriken and Kunao, Needle's power is undoubtedly inferior, so although Kurashimesa's body was ridden with needles, he would still stay alive for a while. Kurashimesa collapsed on the nearby tree with staggering steps and pointed at Hyuga Kuroto, who still didn't bother to look this side. You are allied with him, aren't you?" How can Kurashimesa not understand such a thing at this point? He is dying just 10 meters away from Hyuga Kuroto. How could the other party not even notice? But even if he understands this, he still can't figure out how did an elite ninja who mastered magnet release ally with pathetic brats like Hyuga Kuroto? Kuroto noticed the eyes of the root ninja that were going blank, so he got up and walked towards him and asked calmly, "What order did Danzo give you?" Cough. Cough. Kurashimesa coughed out blood because of the injuries in his body, and snorted coldly, "You traitor, you dare ally yourself with an enemy ninja. Someone like you will never be able to escape. You're going to dash." Kuroto didn't bother listening to the other party's cursing and muttered thoughtfully, "Cursed tongue eradication seal wouldn't let him speak either about Danzo or Root. All the Root ninja have the cursed tongue eradication seal, to prevent them from revealing any information about the Root and Danzo." Shaking his head in disappointment, Kuroto returned back to the bonfire and again started eating the rabbit meat and let Kurashimesa die at the hands of Kazekage Puppet as if both of them had nothing to do with him. Kurashimesa was again confused by Hyuga Kuroto's behavior. As far as he can see, both Hyuga Kuroto and the mysterious ninja are indifferent to each other, but no matter what, he has to pass the information about Hyuga Kuroto's betrayal to Danzo-sama. Mustering up the last of his strength, Kurashimesa spread the scroll he was carrying to cast a jutsu using the last of his chakra. Ninpo, multiple super imitating beast drawing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a series of noises, hundreds of small ink birds flew out from the scroll spread by Kurashimesa and spread in all 4 directions in the blink of an eye. Looking at the ink birds going away, Kurashimesa, who was almost on the verge of losing consciousness, had a gratified smile. However, his smile suddenly froze and turned into horror because he just realized that all the ink birds had suddenly stopped midway in their flight and were all attracted towards Hyuga Kuroto by some inexplicable traction force. Before Kuroshimesu could even do anything, an iron spear pierced right through his head. On Kuroto's end, after filling up his stomach and sealing away the Kaze cage puppet, he rushed towards the nearest Konoha guard post carrying the root ninja's corpse. Arriving at the outpost, he said to the ninja responsible for the post, "I was attacked by a bounty ninja during the battle. Unfortunately, this Umbu ninja died. Send the body back to the village for autopsy and report the situation to Hokage-sama." The ninja responsible nodded at Kuroto's instruction and sent a ninja to complete the task. With Kuroto's status of being Umbu ninja, issuing such tasks is a piece of cake. After a brief explanation, Kuroto left the post. It was better for him to send Kuroshimesu's corpse back to the village than to dispose of it by himself to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hokage-sama must be aware that Hyuga Kuroto carries a large bounty on his head, so such attacks wouldn't be too rare, and even if he suspects that it might have been Kuroto himself who killed the root ninja, there is no proof of it. So, him pushing the root ninja's death on the bounty hunter nin is the best course of action. With this, he also indirectly expressed his attitude towards Shimura Danzo. As for what would be Danzo's reaction to this, Kuroto couldn't care less about it. Shimura Danzo isn't someone who will let you off just because of your softness and loyalty to the village. Shisui is the best example of this. Even when he dedicated himself to the village, Danzo still stole the Mangekyo, which prompted Shisui to commit suicide in silence to not let his death escalate the conflict between the Uchiha and the village. So, even if Kuroto shows acceptance towards Danzo, even if he agrees to Shimura Danzo's offer to join the root unit, with Danzo's nature, he wouldn't be satisfied unless he engraves several curse seals on him. Shimura Danzo doesn't trust anyone, not even his loyal followers. Therefore, Kuroto had to make his stand clear. At novel bin at. After this small episode, Kuroto rushed to the forest, activating the Byakugan to check for any pursuit or any nearby presence. After confirming that no one was following him, he activated the Tenseigan. Kuroto only has about 2 months, and he can't waste most of the time traveling. So, after checking the route he has already planned, he resummoned the Kaze cage puppet and flew all the way to the Land of Wind with the help of magnet release. In just about 3 days, he crossed the border of Land of Fire, passed over the Land of Rivers, and finally arrived back to the Land of Wind. The Ancient of Varennes lies in the vast sea of sand of the Land of Wind. Even with the map pointing to its accurate location, it would have been extremely difficult for anyone to reach it if not for the deep knowledge of the terrain around the area. Fortunately, Kuroto has means of flight, so it took him only about 10 days to find the ruins of Varennes city, which was much less compared to the ordinary ninjas. Kuroto was a little mesmerized looking at the towering buildings of the ancient Varennes city. If not for these buildings, I am not even sure I would have been able to find the location of the dragon vein. Even when he is so close to the actual site, he couldn't perceive the slightest trace of chakra leaking from the dragon vein, which just goes to show how strong the seal implied by Yondaime-sama is. But this fact was within his consideration, because if the seal was so easy to break, then the sand village wouldn't have let the dragon vein rest here peacefully as if completely ignoring its existence. Since he has finally found it, Kuroto cautiously ventured into the ruins of the ancient Varennes city. As soon as he walked into the ancient city of Varennes, Kuroto felt a sense of oppression. The oppression was not from the chakra, but from the presence of sentience. He felt similar to how an ordinary human would feel in the presence of a beast. Byakugan. Activating the Byakugan, Kuroto observed everything around him, and while carefully walking towards the central tower he paid special attention to any movements in the surroundings. In his Byakugan's perception, the entire city was in a solitary state, with no signs of activity at all, and no chakra in his perception either. It's kind of weird. Witnessing such a scene, Kuroto had doubts in his heart. No matter how uninhabited the place may be, there have to creatures like a snake, rats, ants, spiders, and other insects in here, but strangely Kuroto couldn't perceive any signs of life. This bothered him a little. Shaking his head in disappointment, Kuroto decided to just let go of such a strange thing. After all, he didn't have any fear. No matter how bad the situation may get, it wouldn't be bad enough for him to freak about it. With his current strength, at the very least Kuroto has confidence in being able to retreat safely. And that absolute certainty lies even if the dragon vein chakra runs amok. So, without caring too much, Kuroto came to the place where Yondaime-sama sealed the dragon vein. Observing the applied seal for a short while, Kuroto muttered thoughtfully, "Sure enough, it's a compound seal." Kuroto was able to distinguish multiple types of sealing techniques Yondaime-sama used to design a compound seal for sealing the dragon vein. Approaching a little closer, Kuroto studied the techniques carefully. While analyzing, Kuroto muttered thoughtfully, "The principal seal is 4-symbol seal, but there are also 2 other types of seals. One is the contract seal while the other technique." After a rough analysis, Kuroto can conclude that this dragon vein is sealed by a combination of 3 different seals, 2 of which are Uzumaki seals, but the third one is unknown. Apart from the 2 seals being the 4-symbol seal and the contract seal, Kuroto doesn't have the faintest clue on what the third type of seal is. At least it's not an Uzumaki seal for sure. At the time of his mission at the Varennes city, Yondaime-sama definitely didn't inherit the position of Hokage, so there are only 2 sources for him to learn seal techniques. The first source was his lover Uzumaki Kushina, to teach him the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu techniques, and the other was his teacher, the Sunin Jiraiya, who could teach him the sealing techniques of one of the holy places, Mount Myaboku. So, the third seal technique used would definitely belong to Mount Mayaboku. With this theory, Kuroto pondered whether he can successfully break through the seal applied by Yondaime-sama. After a little bit of brainstorming, Kuroto felt that he should be able to successfully break through the seal. After all, the entire seal is designed with 4 symbols seal as the foundation, and Kuroto has confidence in his ability to break through it. After all, breaking is always easier than creating. So once the seal is forcibly cracked, the rushing dragon vein chakra should break through the rest of the seal on its own. Now the only problem is that Yondaime-sama also used contract seal in the seal applied. This implies the dragon vein definitely has a contractual relationship with the royal bloodline of the Varan city. Therefore, if he wants to be 100% certain for the safety while suppressing the dragon vein chakra, it would be best to bring the descendants of the royal bloodline of the Varan city while breaking the seal. But where to find the descendants of Queen of Varan? Muttered Kuroto helplessly. Konoha village, root base. Whoosh. A ninja suddenly appeared with the body flicker technique and reported to Shimura Danzo, who was waiting impatiently for the report. Danzo-sama, the autopsy of the Kurashimesa has been completed. Tapping his crotch impatiently, Danzo asked with clear anger in his voice, report. The kneeling root ninja immediately replied, death due to fatal piercing on the forehead. Additionally, there are 37 piercing wounds on Kurashimesa's body. There is also serious blood loss, due to having so many injuries. What about memory information? Danzo asked. Unfortunately, we can't extract any information from the brain, because the brain tissues are heavily damaged, replied the root ninja. The root ninja giving the report was sweating in fear. He could sense, the more information he gave on the autopsy report, the more intense bloodlust oozing off of Danzo-sama. By the end of the whole report, Danzo's face was way past gloomier. Was that anger for the death of Kurashimesu? No, there is no way Shimura Danzo would grieve for the death of a ninja. For him they are all just pieces to be used and then disposed of. Therefore, Danzo wasn't angry about that. When he first heard that Kurashimesu died, his first reaction was that it must have been done by Hyuga Kuroto. But after thinking about it he wasn't sure anymore. Because Shimura Danzo knows if it had been Hyuga Kuroto, then he would have already received a message by now. Danzo knows that Kurashimesa would have used the last of his life to send him a report about Hyuga Kuroto's action. But he didn't receive any such report. This implies that Kurashimesu died even before he could send a report. Danzo doesn't believe Hyuga Kuroto to be strong enough to do this. Danzo is angry because Kurashimesu died so inexplicably. This is not acceptable to him. Seeing Danzo's silence, the root ninja continued with the autopsy report. At novel bin at. While conducting the autopsy, we found traces of iron sand in his wounds, not in just 1 or 2, but in all of them. Danzo had a strange expression upon hearing this. Iron sand. Yes, Danzo-sama, the iron sand particles are very fine, almost uniform in size, and they are highly chakra conductive in nature. The iron sand appears to be washed with concentrated chakra for a long time, just like. The root ninja wanted to speak his inference, but he himself felt absurd thinking of such a possibility. However, even if the root ninja didn't speak, Danzo has more than enough knowledge and experience to know what the root ninja's inference was. As a result, only 2 words escaped his mouth, Sand Village. And the thought of the involvement of Sand Village, in this case, appeared in his mind, but after thinking a little he questioned again, did you check the background and identity of the ninja that brought over Kurashimesa's corpse? Root ninja immediately replied, yes, there is no problem in his resume, neither does he has any sort of connection with Hyuga Kuroto nor with the rest of the Hyuga clan. However, Danzo wasn't satisfied and said sternly, that isn't enough, search his memory, I want to know everything? Yes. The root ninja immediately nodded and quickly retreated to follow the new order. Not long after that, the same root ninja appeared again, and reported to Danzo, Danzo-sama, we have confirmed through torture and memory search, the Chunin doesn't have any connection with Hyuga Kuroto. Thinking a little, Danzo again questioned, what about Hyuga Kuroto's state when he delivered Kurashimesa's corpse at the guard post? Were there any signs of injuries? Root ninja shook his head negatively. No, in the memory of his meeting Hyuga Kuroto, there were no visible signs of any type of injury on his body. Danzo then questioned, by the way, where has Hyuga Kuroto gone? Neither of them knows. In fact, from a rough perspective, nobody other than Hokage-sama knows about where Hyuga Kuroto has gone. With all the information at his hands, Danzo was still not sure and muttered in confusion, was it Hyuga Kuroto who somehow managed to kill Kurashimesu, or was it the bounty ninja that came after Hyuga Kuroto? By the way, Danzo-sama, what to do with the Chunin who brought over the corpse? After going through the torture and forced brain search, his chakra pathway is damaged, he can't be a ninja anymore. To this Danzo only waved his hands dismissively. This action only meant, just deal with him as usual. The root ninja naturally understood what Danzo-sama meant with this and he nodded respectfully, yes. Grass Village, Task Center. A middle-aged woman sat at the reception and asked with a polite smile, sir, what task do you want to entrust us? Kuroto replied politely, I want to find someone, the problem is I don't know her whereabouts, so I am here to entrust a ninja of your village to help me find where she is. Finding someone? No problem, please fill in the information of the person here, the middle-aged woman said as she passed him a paper. Receiving the paper, Kuroto glanced briefly at the requirements. The information to be filled in is only the information about the person he is looking for and the amount he is willing to pay. There is no need to fill in any information about him. Seeing these, Kuroto nodded in approval. Grass Village is not one of the 5 great shinobi village. If they want to compete with other shinobi villages for task entrustment, they have to relax the task requirements. This is one of the reasons he chose Grass Village. After filling in the information he knew about the descendants of the Queen of Varan, Kuroto pondered a little and wrote 1 million ryo as the amount for the completion of task. When Kuroto passed back the paper, the middle-aged lady was taken aback by the huge amount, 1 million ryo. Such an amount is used for A-level tasks and above. Will the task involve fighting with ninjas of other shinobi villages? Kuroto kept his smile and said, the person I am looking for is most likely to be in the territory of Land of Wind, so I am willing to pay such amount just in case that ninjas here may encounter shinobi of the Sand Village. I hope you can assign an excellent ninja to accept the task. After reading the complete details and listening to Kuroto's reasoning, the middle-aged lady understood that most likely the task wouldn't involve fighting. Realizing that such a task is a good business opportunity for their village, so said with the most pleasant smile, I understand. Please don't worry, sir. The Grass Village is the strongest besides the 5 great shinobi villages. We have many strong and capable ninjas, and we guarantee to find the person you are looking for in the least amount of time possible. Kuroto nodded slightly in appreciation. Among the small shinobi villages, although Grass Village is not weak, it isn't strong enough to be called the strongest. In Kuroto's understanding, the strongest would definitely be the Rain Village, if not for the location of Rain Village that lies in the Land of Rain that borders the territory of Konoha, Sand, and Rock Village. It would have already been considered the 6th great shinobi village even in the era of Hanzo. Not to mention now with the presence of Pain, Rain Village may in fact be the strongest of all shinobi villages? Kuroto didn't have to wait too long, as just about an hour later 4 ninjas with Grass Village's Forward Protector came to him. One of them analyzed Kuroto and then said, My name is Yamada, I am a jonin of Grass Village. I and my team will be responsible for your task. Kuroto smiled and nodded, you all can call me Mr. Mew, and I am grateful for the 4 of you for accepting the task at such short notice, and I hope you can help me find the person I am looking for. Kuroto was satisfied with the 4 ninjas in front of him. Just from the chakra level, he can guess that Yamada is really a jonin class ninja, and his physique is also quite impressive, indicating his good strength. Although the other 3 are mid-level chunin, they didn't seem too mediocre either. Nodding in satisfaction, the 5 of them left the Grass Village. While traveling, one of the chunin said to Kuroto, Don't worry Mr. Mew, Yamada-san is one of the best ninjas of our village, completing the task under his leadership will be a breeze. Kuroto nodded, it seems I was lucky to be able to hire you all. Of course, I don't want to scare you or anything, but our Yamada-san has a bounty of 10 million ryo in the black market. Even if we meet the ninja of the Sand Village, you don't have to worry about being in danger. Hearing the chunin ninja's word, Kuroto took a closer look at Yamada, who was at the front of the team. Kuroto didn't expect that a Grass Village jonin will have a bounty of 10 million ryo. This amount, although not very big but is also not small either. Should I take his head for the bounty after the task completion? Thought Kuroto silently. But after thinking a little, he decided to let go. It's just 10 million ryo, it would be pointless trouble. This time Kuroto was really helpless, as he didn't have any other choice but to go to Grass Village to entrust the task. After the Varan city was abandoned, the people of Varan lived a nomadic life chasing after oasis, as such they didn't have any permanent homes. It would be nearly impossible for him to find them in just 1.5 months in the vast deserts of the Land of Wind. Therefore, he came up with the idea of entrusting this task to some shinobi village. Konoha Village and Sand Village were obviously eliminated by him for this purpose. As for the remaining, Rock, Cloud, and Mist Village was also excluded by him one after another. Rock Village has strong enmity with the Sand Village. Mist Village is too far. And Kuroto just can't begin to trust Cloud Village. Then for the small villages around the Land of Wind, there are only Rain Village and Grass Village. Rain Village is currently the base of operation of the Akatsuki. It is a tiger dens. Kuroto doesn't want any sort of trouble by contacting them, so he chose the only other option he was left with. After disguising himself, Kuroto came to the Grass Village. By hiring Grass Ninja, he will have access to the information network of the Grass Village, as such finding the descendants of the Ren would be much easier. Land of Water. Sassori of the Red Sand sat on a small rock. Taking out a small water kettle, he took a light sip of water as he looked at the battlefield in front of him. At this moment, countless bone spears burst out of the ground, making a bone forest covering hundreds of square meters of area, sort of like the bamboo bone forest. In the middle of the bone forest was the corpse of the person responsible for creating such a forest. The corpse was also covered with sharp bone spurs, giving it a monstrous look, but Sassori wasn't scared by this scene. No, he wasn't scared at all, rather he was happy, as he slowly walked towards the side of the core, and carefully sealed it in a scroll. By the time he was done, another person appeared at his side. Sassori turned his head and said coldly, Orochimaru, you are late. At novel bin at. Orochimaru said with an overcast smile, ignoring Sassori's previous words, the patriarch of the Kagaya clan seems to be nothing too special. Although Orochimaru said this, in fact, he was quite surprised that Sassori easily managed to kill the patriarch of the fierce and powerful Kagaya clan. Putting away the scroll, Sassori stated, the people of Kagaya clan are all lunatics. In my opinion, their strength is also not too bad. If not for the poison, they wouldn't be so easy to kill. Looking at the bone forest around him, Orochimaru said with interest, you seem to have collected a lot of high-quality puppet materials using the turmoil in the Mist Village. Sassori glanced at Orochimaru condescendingly as he stated, aren't you the same? You took away the brat in the dungeon. Ho, I thought I managed to hide it from you. Orochimaru smiled indifferently and continued, it's about time we leave, the situation of the Mist Village seems to be calming down. Sassori shook his head, let's stay a few more days, such a chance to hunt the ninjas with strong Kekii Genkai is too rare, I need more puppet materials. Groaning a little, Orochimaru nodded, alright fine, just stay for a few more days. Orochimaru has found an orphan of the Kagaya clan, so he no longer has any interest in staying in the Land of Water. However, he and Sassori are partners in the Akatsuki. Since Sassori insists on staying, he also has to stay for a few more days. As for the reason why Sassori insists on staying in the Land of Water, obviously to make up for the loss of Sandame Kazekage puppet. If he still had that puppet, he wouldn't be so interested in staying in the Land of Water anymore. Wearing his everyday kimono, Orochimaru wandered through the major towns of the Land of Water, in search of anything that might interest him. Because of Sassori, he can't leave the Land of Water as per their original plan, and because there is close to no enemy in the Land of Water that would require both him and Sassori to act at the same time to deal with, therefore he obviously didn't stay with Sassori. The turmoil in the Mist Village has been going for quite a while now, and this turmoil has exhausted most of the vitality of the Mist Village. Several of the shinobi clans with strong and famous Kekii Genkai like Kagaya clan is destroyed. Yuki clan too is near destruction with the rest of the members alive living in fear and suppressing their Kekii Genkai. Even Hojiki clan has very few of the shinobi left. Most of the ninjas of the Mist Village defects because of the turmoil, which has even led the Mist Village to create a special hunter nin unit in its Umbu department. The village of the Bloody Mist has been too harmful to this shinobi village. The only good thing for the Land of Water is that they are in an isolated state, surrounded by water, and neighboring Konoha village and Cloud village have their own issues to deal with in the peace talks, so they simply don't have enough energy to turn towards the Mist Village. Otherwise, even the survival of Mist Village would become difficult. As Orochimaru was passing through a street, a burly man carrying a sharp sword stepped in his way and said with a crazy expression, hand over all the money you have. Seeing the person in front of him, Orochimaru stretched out his tongue and licked his lips playfully, as he said in a mocking tone, an idiot who doesn't even realize what's good for him. It's really sad. The burly man was furious at being mocked and raised his sword high to show Orochimaru who's the boss. Ding! However, before he can even strike at the person in front of him, the sword in his hand fell on the ground, following which he also fell on the ground with foam coming off his mouth. At this moment all he could see was a small green snake, thinner than a finger, had bitten on his throat. The snake crawled through his body and went back to Orochimaru, who neither glanced at him nor did he take out his hands from the pockets of his kimono from the beginning to the end and walked past him. The burly man was already dead. Orochimaru naturally didn't care. Orochimaru continued to stroll around the Land of Water. In his travel, there were very few people who dared to make trouble with him because even the most incompetent ninjas could feel Orochimaru's cold and vicious aura. Only some of the most ignorant civilians would dare to step forward in front of him looking for death. Passing through a corner, Orochimaru suddenly stopped and his gaze was directed towards a garbage pile on the corner of the street. At the side of the garbage dump, a young child wearing dirty and torn rags was breaking the moldy piece of bread into small crumbs and distributing them to a few skinny street cats that sat around him and affectionately nudged him or licked his cheeks. Orochimaru was a little interested as he noticed that although the child was very young and extremely skinny, he has a good chakra, really good for his age. Licking his lips, Orochimaru walked slowly towards the garbage dump. The sudden arrival of Orochimaru terrified the child. He curled up in fear and wanted to run away from the dangerous aura he felt from the person, but thinking of the small cats that were trembling in panic, the child gritted his teeth and opened his arm in their protection. Orochimaru curiously looked at the child's action, as he noticed the few pieces of bread crumbs lying on the side of skinny cats. After a little stare competition, Orochimaru asked, "What is your name?" Although fearful, the child replied meekly, "H. Haku." Orochimaru was a little thoughtful. He glanced at Haku's eyes, only to notice innocence and kindness within them. Shaking his head in disappointment, he turned and started walking away. At novel bin at. Orochimaru can clearly see that the child is suffering from hunger and malnutrition, but he is still giving away all the food he has to the street cats. Even if he has good chakra, that kindness in those eyes makes the kid unsuitable to be a ninja, that have to be heartless, so he left the kid to his own devices. This is Orochimaru's twisted kindness for the innocent child. But after taking just a few steps, he suddenly stopped and thought of the child named Yugo whom he took under his wing not very long ago. Yago is a child that can absorb natural energy, as such he is helpful for Orochimaru's research of the Cursed Seal. Looking at Haku, Orochimaru murmured, such a pure child might be able to carry the power of Cursed Seal, he might even be able to harness natural energy for the Sage Mode. While Orochimaru was considering this, Sassori appeared at his side. Sassori slightly glanced at Haku, who was more horrified by the presence of both Orochimaru and Sassori, but Sassori didn't care about the other party's vigilance and directly turned towards Orochimaru as he stated, "Let's go, the target I am looking for has finally appeared." Orochimaru smiled slightly, breaking through his thoughts, and asked, "Are you certain you are looking for a person, not a corpse?" Gritting his teeth, Sassori stated, "I will turn him into a corpse myself." Orochimaru rarely sees Sassori so annoyed, so he asked casually, "Who are you looking for anyway? I don't have time to run around with you. It's a ninja of your Konoha village, Land of Wind." With Yamada's assistance, Kuroto finally found the traces of the descendants of the Roran citizens after a whole month of search. Turning over to a sand dune, Yamada pointed at the oasis at the far end, and said to Kuroto, "The survivor of Roran that you are looking for is there, Mr. Mew." As Kuroto looked over, he saw a circle of caravans parked around the small oasis. Some people were coming and going around it doing various tasks, like fetching water, looking after camels and sheep, some were involved in the cooking job, and etc., etc. Kuroto frowned when he saw them and asked in a confused manner, "Why are there so few people in their tribe?" The entire population of the tribe was 300 people roughly, which is too less compared to his expectations. Although there weren't many survivors left, they shouldn't be so few. A local guide that a grass ninja found during their search hurriedly explained to Kuroto, "Ever since they abandoned the Roran city, the people of Roran have lost their livelihood, and most of their people died in their travels. These are the only ones left." Kuroto asked the guide, even if these people didn't settle in any town or another permanent settlement, were their lives so miserable? The guide shook his head. He was going to explain something, but suddenly something caught his attention and he pointed in that direction. "Look there, Mr. Mew, and you'll understand the cause." Kuroto and other grass ninja looked in the direction where the guide pointed, only to see two sand ninjas came to the camp around the oasis and started some sort of negotiations with the people. The two sides naturally appeared to be discontent with this, and after a short quarrel, the two ninjas of the sand village left the camp and gradually disappeared. Kuroto asked, "So, why did the sand ninjas appear here?" The guide said with some pity in his words, "All I have heard is that the sand village is imposing taxes on the Roran survivors. The two sand ninjas should have been here for collecting the taxes." After a little bit of thinking, Kuroto understood Sand Village's intentions. How much tax amount could Sand Village obtain from a small nomadic tribe that has its own troubles in survival? Tax collection is just an excuse to monitor the remnants of the Roran survivors. Additionally, the Raikage would have probably hoped that by succumbing to the economic pressure the people of Roran would move to the Sand Village. If this happens, Sand Village can legally claim the Dragon Vein. Kuroto shook his head with a sigh. He doesn't care about the small movements from the side of Sand Village. It is natural for Raikage to do such things for the sake of Sand Village, not to mention he would also be worried about the presence of such huge amounts of chakra. In fact, it would be too abnormal if he didn't do such things. When Kuroto broke out of his thoughts, the grass Jonin Yamada asked, "Mr. Mew, do I need to go over and check for the specific person you are searching for?" Kuroto shook his head dismissively, "No need, just locating them is enough." Yamada asked, "In that case, what about the task?" Kuroto nodded, and directly handed over the leftover amount along with the seal of approval of the successful completion. Yamada accepted the balance amount along with the seal of approval for the completion of the task and left along with the guide they hired. During the whole process, in fact, for the entire month, Yamada didn't try to snoop around Kuroto too much. Being a Jonin, Yamada has long since discovered that Mr. Mew is also a ninja. After all, one can't continue running around the desert for a month. Even if the body is strong, the spirit will be exhausted, but Mr. Mew didn't show the slightest sign of fatigue, indicating that he is also a shinobi. As an experienced ninja from a small shinobi village, Yamada has performed all sorts of missions that could even be considered too weird if anything. There have even been cases where the task was issued by a ninja of a great shinobi village to assassinate a ninja of the same village. All this experience has taught him one thing, i.e., the less he knows things unrelated to him, the safer he will be and the longer he will live. Therefore, he didn't bother asking anything from Mr. Mew about his purpose and all. Kuroto was also very satisfied with Yamada's awareness. If Yamada had asked about anything or showed any signs of snooping around in search for Kuroto's purpose of finding the Roran survivors, Kuroto would have no choice but to take that 10 million bounty reward on his head. But since Yamada didn't care, Kuroto naturally didn't bother either. After the grass ninja and the guide left, Kuroto concealed himself behind the sand dunes and observed the Roran survivors. Not long after, his eyes fell upon a woman with red hair. The woman appeared to be around 20 years old, holding a baby in her arms with a melancholy expression. Kuroto was a little uncertain and muttered to himself, "Is she the one?" In his impression, the last queen of Roran, Sarah, was probably 4 to 5 years older than Kakashi, who was traveling with Minato-sama at the time. Since Kuroto and Kakashi are of the same age, so Sarah should be 4 to 5 years older than him. This means her current age should be about 20 years old. And the age of the woman with red hair holding the baby in her hand appears to be the same. Among all the survivors present here, only she meets the condition, so Kuroto finally concluded that she has to be Sarah. "Finally found her," muttered Kuroto. With this, another problem for the artificial tail beast project has been solved. Kuroto thought with emotion. Since this task is done, he summoned the Raikage puppet out of the scroll. The purpose of Kuroto's trip has been completed. Of course, he wouldn't be getting in touch with her this time. This is because if something strange happened to the Dragon Vein while he is out of the village, then there are chances that the suspicion would fall upon him, which is something he doesn't want to deal with just yet. Kuroto had two objectives in this 2-month trip. The first was to check out the seal technique used by Yondaime-sama to seal the dragon vein. The second was to confirm the whereabouts of the last queen of Iran. Now that both of the objectives have been completed, he only needs to leave the Raikage puppet behind to keep track of Iran survivors, while he can return back to Konoha and then find an opportunity to secretly sneak out of the village to steal the dragon vein silently. Puff. Before Kuroto can even do something, the lazy figure of the one-eyed viper appeared on his shoulder. Kuroto was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the one-eyed viper. Calming down his heart, he took out the scroll from its mouth to read the psychic communication sent by Orochimaru. After reading the content of the scroll, he couldn't help but sigh. That guy is so persistent. The information in the scroll is a warning sent by Orochimaru to inform him that Sassori has been able to track his movements in the Land of Wind, and now they will be coming here. In the search for the whereabouts of the remnants of the Iran survivors, Kuroto traveled to many places and interacted with all sorts of people. Since Sassori was able to track his movements, this could only mean that someone might have been able to see through his disguise and informed Sassori. But it doesn't matter anymore. He has already completed his objectives, so there is no need to stay in the Land of Wind any longer. Thinking about the warning Orochimaru sent him, Kuroto also took out a scroll and handed it to the one-eyed viper. The content of the scroll records the detailed information of the Umbu members Kuroto collected up to now. This even details about the Umbu ninja that died in the war against the Cloud Village. This was one of the conditions Orochimaru presented to him in exchange for the information of Artificial Tailed. After so long, Kuroto has to obviously give his teacher some information. Not to mention, Orochimaru's warning this time also saved him from big trouble named Sassori, so Kuroto had to repay the favor. Konoha Village, Hokage Office. Sandaime-sama stood by the window to observe the hustle and bustle of the village. Danzo silently sat on the side while tapping his crutches in impatience. The three members of the Team 11 nervously stood in front of the Hokage's desk, each one's heart beating more vigorously than the other because of the sound of the crutch tapping the ground. After waiting for little, while the three members read the information they were given, Sandaime turned around and questioned the three members of Team 11, "Have you finished reading the details?" Kakashi and the other two nodded. "So, what are your opinions on the matter? Would Hyuga Kuroto do such a thing?" Sandaime questioned. Guy was the first to answer. "Hokage-sama, I believe that Kuroto would never kill a ninja of the same village." Putting back the report in his hand, Kakashi also said, "I also have faith in Kuroto." In Kakashi's opinion, Kuroto even led back the team to help him, not to mention he opted to stay behind and secure a retreat for him and Guy in the face of hundreds of Cloud Ninja, and he even did so much damage to the Cloud Village, all for the sake of Konoha. How can someone so dedicated to Konoha betray the village? Even if the root ninja in the report did die in Kuroto's hands, the first attack must have been initiated by the root ninja. Kuroto himself wouldn't choose to take the initiative. Different from Guy and Kakashi, Shisui was a little more nervous, because different from the two he has already seen and knows of the Raikage puppet. Therefore he realized that it must have been Kuroto-san who killed the root ninja, and coupled with the tension between Danzo-sama and Kuroto-san just makes it all the more clear. But even if Shisui knew of this, he couldn't bring himself to tell this to Hokage-sama because of the promise he made to Kuroto-san. At novel bin at. So, even if he felt guilty for hiding this, Shisui gritted his teeth and gave the same answer as Kakashi and Guy. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with the three. Sandaime sighed and said, "Even if Hyuga Kuroto didn't kill Kuroshimeso himself, he does bear some responsibility for his death. As such he will be suspended from the Umbu Black Ops." "Hokage-sama, Hyuga Kuroto is a member of my Team 11. If he is responsible, I too am responsible as the captain of the team," Kakashi said calmly. "Your Team 11 concealed a part of the truth last time. This time a member of your team is suspected of assassinating a ninja of the same village. I suggest all the members of the Team 11 be suspended from their positions in the Umbu," Danzo said coldly. Sandaime sighed and stated, "Very well, Team 11 is suspended from their position in the Umbu department." In Hiruzen's opinion, this suspension will only be for a short while. He didn't want to bother too much with this trivial matter in arguing with Danzo, so in order to appease Danzo who lost a ninja in his root unit, Sandaime chooses to temporarily suspend Team 11. After the three members of Team 11 left the Hokage office, Danzo stood up and slowly walked towards the Hokage's desk with grim eyes and stated, "Hiruzen, it's time to decide." Sandaime shook his head. "The matter has not reached such a point yet. Have you not considered how severe the losses of Konoha would be if they take the initiative?" After a short pause, Danzo urged, "Leave the matter in my hands, and I will make sure the damage is kept minimal." Taking a puff of smoke, Sandaime stated, "Have you not learned anything from the turmoil of the Mist Village? I will handle the matter of the Uchiha clan in the future. You don't need to interfere in this anymore." Even Danzo was left speechless when Sandaime mentioned the turmoil of the Mist Village. It wouldn't be wrong to say that the Mist Village has completely lost its strength to be considered one of the 5 great shinobi village. Therefore, no matter how desperate the situation gets, Konoha can't afford to have a tragedy like that with its current troubles. With a slight hesitation, Danzo said again, "Hiruzen, you can't let Uchiha Shisui stay in the Umbu. His strength has already surpassed what you or I can suppress. If he chooses to side with the Uchiha clan, you will be in danger." Sandaime nodded this time. The reason why Sandaime readily agreed to Danzo's proposal of suspending the entire Team 11 was also because of the fear of Uchiha Shisui's strength. At novel bin at. Because of the story pulled off by Kuroto and Shisui, the Konoha Council now believes that the tragedy of the valley at the Land of Lightning was Uchiha Shisui's doing and Hyuga Kuroto didn't have any part in that at all. Therefore, the members of the Konoha Council are more vigilant of Uchiha Shisui. Coupled with his ability, Koto Amatsukami has raised the threat level of Uchiha Shisui even higher in their eyes. In their beliefs, whether it is Sandaime himself or Danzo, there is no possibility of suppressing Uchiha Shisui in one-to-one combat. And since the Umbu members under Hokage have the authority to directly enter and exit the Hokage building freely, therefore, if Uchiha Shisui chooses to side with the Uchiha clan, then one fatal attack is all it will take to kill Sandaime. Although Hiruzen believes Shisui wouldn't betray the village, as the Hokage, he can't afford to take such risks. This is why he had no choice but to suspend the entire Team 11. A week later, before the end of the 2 months, Kuroto returned to the village. Upon returning he got to know of the suspension of Team 11, which didn't surprise him much, as the position of Umbu was no longer so important for him. From the very beginning, Kuroto's purpose of joining the Umbu was to learn some advanced jutsu. After that he would have naturally resigned from the Umbu department even if Sandaime didn't suspend him. Now that he has already learned the entire layout of the Hokage building, the details of security, and most of the information of all the Umbu members, he is confident in sneaking around if necessary. Even the fact that he served in the Umbu department has been added to his resume. So, continuing any further in the Umbu would only be a restriction for him, which is not something Kuroto wants to be put under. Although Umbu ninjas have all sorts of privileges, they are also subject to many restrictions. For example, ordinary ninjas can leave the village after receiving a task at the task center without any restrictions, unless of course, there is some sort of mandatory task assigned by officials. This is not the case with the Umbu ninja. All the tasks are given under Hokage-sama's directive, their every movement is under the directive of Hokage-sama. They must also report anything and everything to Hokage-sama, otherwise the consequences would be similar to that of now. In short, Umbu ninjas are too bound to the village. And such a thing may not be a problem for ordinary Konoha shinobi, but it is very troublesome for Kuroto, so the identity of being an Umbu ninja does more harm to him than good. Therefore, he didn't care about the suspension. But what confused him a little was why was the entire Team 11 suspended. Thinking a little, Kuroto guessed that it was probably because of the fear the Konoha Council has because of Shisui's abilities and strength. Since he guessed the possible cause, Kuroto threw aside this matter altogether. Konoha will not make any move against the Uchiha clan until the peace talks with Cloud Village are finished. So, in this period Kuroto has to focus on the Tailed Beast project that will help him improve his strength by solving the low chakra problem. After all, strength is the most important factor in the shinobi world. If you are as strong as Madara, then no matter what anyone thinks or intends to do, you can single-handedly solve all the issues. For the next few days, Kuroto spent some normal days along with the rest of the Team 11 in training and sparring sessions, interacted with some of the clansmen of the Hyuga clan, and also spent private time with Yui. The purpose of this was to let everyone in the village know that he has returned. Danzo didn't send anyone else to monitor him these days, and Kuroto didn't bother to investigate the possible reasons. After Kuroto was done with all this, he isolated himself at his house to finally commence the artificial tailed beast plan. Now he needs to create the shell, or better yet the core of the tailed beast. The material used for this is purple clay, as described in the scroll given to him by Orochimaru. Kuroto has already done several experiments previously and the result did indicate that the purple clay indeed has a very strong ability to isolate chakra. It is the perfect material for making the core of the artificial tailed beast. Byakugan. After scanning around his house to confirm that no one was spying on him, Kuroto took out the scroll that stored the purple clay, given to him by the Miko-sama. Looking at the pile spread in front of him, Kuroto opted to shape the core into a simple circular shell. Choosing a simple round shape is to make the structure as simpler as possible for better stability. After all, the artificial tailed beast is nothing more than a chakra battery for him. If he opts to make a fancy appearance like that of Ichibai or Kyuubi, there is a probability that the stability of the structure would decrease. With this in his mind, Kuroto started to mold the purple clay as per the procedure recorded in the scroll. One thing to note is that the molding has to be completed without a break, i.e., Kuroto has to complete it overnight. Neither can he pause midway nor are any mistakes allowed. Even the slightest of flaws will affect the stability of the structure, which might directly burst the core while filling in the chakra of the dragon vein in it. For this reason, Kuroto directly activated the Tenseigan, and using the insight of the Tenseigan, he continued with the task. He has to control the chakra extremely meticulously to avoid any after issues. It's accurate to say that when you do something with full dedication and focus, the passage of time only becomes faster. By the time he was finished molding the shell, there was already dawn outside. With a slight yawn, Kuroto looked at the time, as he deactivated the Tenseigan. Spending the whole night in the molding process, and because of continuous chakra consumption, Kuroto was really tired now. After sealing the core of the artificial tailed beast that he molded in a scroll, Kuroto got up and stretched his waist to refresh himself while looking at the rising sun of the morning sky. It took 2 days of continuous rest for Kuroto to fully recover from the after effects. From this alone the difficulty of the molding process can be judged. Now that the core of the artificial tailed beast is ready, the next thing Kuroto has to worry about is how to sneak out of the village quietly. If the problem was to only sneak out of the village, then it wouldn't be such a big deal for Kuroto, who stayed in the Umbu for a while, but the crux of the matter is that he will not be returning in just 2 or 3 days. After all, the distance between Konoha and Roran is thousands of miles, so the journey alone would take a lot of time. Therefore Kuroto has to leave behind a shadow clone at home to deal with any issues that may arise in his absence. Now, this is where the main problem starts. Half of his chakra is already being used to keep the Kaze cage puppet activated all time, and if he divides the remaining half to leave a shadow clone behind, then Kuroto isn't even sure whether he will have enough chakra left to successfully break the seal applied by Yondaime-sama on the dragon vein. So, after thinking a little, Kuroto invited Shisui to his home. Shisui asked curiously, "Kuroto-san, what did you call me here for? There is indeed something I need your help with, but before that, I have to ask another thing," Kuroto said after a little thinking. "What's up?" asked Shisui. "Do you remember how I mentioned that during the Kyuubi's rebellion it was being controlled by Shurinon?" After a short pause, Kuroto thought of the best words he could use, and then asked, "Have you noticed any strange person appearing around the Uchiha clan grounds? Or anything strange at all?" After a little thinking, Shisui shook his head negatively. Kuroto again asked, "No abnormalities?" Shisui said with a helpless smile, "Except for the Umbu ninja and Root ninja who are monitoring the Uchiha clan, there wasn't any other strange individual around." Uchiha clan was originally at the center of the village, but after the Kyuubi's rebellion, they have been moved to the edge of Konoha, which has resulted in their alienation. Coupled with their reputation, ordinary villagers dare not go to the Uchiha clan grounds. While Shisui was pondering, he suddenly thought of something that was kind of weird. Kuroto didn't miss that and asked, "So, what did you remember?" Although a little uncertain, Shisui still said, "There was indeed something strange if you consider it." "What?" Kuroto asked inquisitively. "You should remember Shinichi, right?" After pausing a little, "He has been acting a little weird for some time, and the thing is that he has been going somewhere to train every day." "What's strange about that?" Kuroto asked while holding his chin thoughtfully. Kuroto doesn't have a very deep impression of Uchiha Shinichi. Since he defeated the guy by tricking him, the process was so fast that it didn't leave any deep impression on him. So, Kuroto isn't quite sure how that's strange. At novel bin at. At this moment Shisui said with a worried look, "The strange thing is that the Root ninja who has been monitoring him disappeared for no reason. This has also escalated a headache for Patriarch with Danzo-sama. If not for Hokage-sama coming forward to act as a mediator, this could have resulted in a serious conflict. No wonder Danzo didn't send anyone to bother me these days," Kuroto muttered silently. Kuroto felt quite strange in the past few days, as to why didn't Danzo send anyone to continue monitoring him. Now listening to Shisui's words, it seems Root ninjas had some trouble with the Uchiha keeping them occupied. But one thing to notice is that Danzo didn't take any actions against Uchiha Shinichi. It could only mean that the disappearance of the Root ninja has nothing to do with Shinichi, or that there is no evidence that it was Shinichi's handiwork. Of course, Kuroto can't analyze the whole matter whether it was really Shinichi or not, but he has noted this matter to heart as it would require some investigation. After learning the current situation of the Uchiha clan, Kuroto turned the topic over to why he has called Shisui here today. "Shisui, I have a request. I hope you can help me with it." Shisui hurriedly nodded. "Kuroto-san, you are being too polite, don't hesitate to tell me, and I'll try my best to help you." With a serious face, Kuroto stated, "I need to sneak out of the village to do something, and I don't want anybody to know of my absence. I hope you can help me with this by creating a shadow clone that can act as my cover until I return." The reason why he asked Shisui is that with the Manjikyu, Shisui could apply an illusion over the shadow clone that would be difficult to be seen through even by the likes of Sandaime-sama, unless of course, the clone itself gives away the cover. So, Shisui is the best person to cover for him. "Kuroto-san, what do you want to do?" Shisui asked, a little surprised and sorta panicked. "Nothing Kuroto-san does secretly has anything good," this was Shisui's thought. Kuroto immediately waved his hand to calm down the guy. "Don't worry too much, my objective this time has nothing to do with the affairs of the village, it's just a personal matter." Kuroto also knows about Shisui's character, so he explained it clearly. The kid is so loyal to Konoha that he would rather commit suicide than choose the option of defection, even if betrayed by the highest authorities of the village, so if Kuroto didn't explain it clearly, Shisui might not help him even if they have a rather good interpersonal friendship. After hesitating a little, Shisui finally nodded in agreement. "If that's so, then all right." Kuroto smiled. "I am afraid you'll have to work hard this time because I won't be able to come back in a short while." As soon as he heard this, Shisui asked cautiously, "Kuroto-san, how many days will it take for you to come back to the village?" After thinking a little, Kuroto said, "If everything goes well, then I should be able to return in about 15 days, but I can't be sure if there is some accident." "What? 15 days?" Shisui stood up in shock. Maintaining a shadow clone and an illusion over it for half a month is not a joke, even for Shisui. What's more, there are chances that Hokage-sama might summon them anytime, and Shisui really has no guts to deceive Hokage-sama. Kuroto patted Shisui's shoulder, making him sit again, and said with a wicked smile, "You just agreed to help me a few seconds ago, now you can't go back on your words, Shisui." But, Kuroto-san, Kuroto hurriedly interrupted Shisui's complaint. Don't worry, you continue helping me, and I will most definitely resolve the issue between the Uchiha and the village. We are friends, aren't we? And friends are supposed to help each other, aren't they? Although, Shisui was still very hesitant, listening to Kuroto's sweet talk and emotional blackmailing, he finally nodded after pondering over it. Okay, Kuroto-san, I'll try my best, but 20 days is the most I will be able to keep cover. If it goes any longer, I can't guarantee anything. Kuroto nodded. 20 days should be good enough. Although Kuroto has used the Kaze cage puppet to keep track of Uran survivors, he can still fly using the Tenseigan chakra mode, and his flying speed will be extremely faster in the Tenseigan chakra mode compared to the flying speed of the Kaze cage puppet. So, after the two of them discussed some details that Shisui has to be especially careful about, Shisui left an almost identical shadow clone at Kuroto's house. With a cover arranged, Kuroto didn't delay any longer and directly sneaked out of the village. He had already selected the route he has to follow, so as soon as he sneaked out of the village, Kuroto immediately entered the Tenseigan chakra mode and flew in the direction of the Land of the Wind. Kuroto also made sure to keep his flying height at an appropriate distance from the ground to avoid being accidentally discovered. With the cyan light of Tenseigan chakra mode, the flashing figure appeared like firelight in the night as it rushed towards the Land of Wind. Land of Wind. Walking on the winding sand dunes, the young face of Sassori had a gloomy expression under the cloak. Looking towards the distant sky, he muttered in frustration, nothing here either. For the past 10 days, he has been searching in the major towns, black markets, and even several oases on the commercial route connecting most of the towns in the Land of Wind, but he found nothing at all. It was as if the trail of Hyuga Kuroto disappeared out of thin air. Ever since he managed to learn of Hyuga Kuroto's true identity, Sassori has been making plans to exact his revenge on the bastard. The only hurdle is that he is unable to track the kid. Hyuga Kuroto is a member of the Konoha's Umbu Black Ops, so his whereabouts are only known to the Hokage and the fellow teammates. At Novel Bin At. Once he leaves the village, the kid has to perform secret missions under Hokage's directives, so his position can't be tracked at all. This time, Sassori finally got some tip from the informant in the black market, and he thought finally he could hunt down the kid, so Sassori rushed from the Land of Water all the way to the Land of Wind only to find nothing. It's like the kid has already left the Land of Wind long ago. Stay alive while you still can, cause Lady Luck won't always help you. After uttering these words with a cold snort, Sassori wrapped his cloak tightly and walked in the direction of the Land of Rain. Land of Fire, inside a dense forest. Kuroto landed on a tree branch from the flight and gasped for breath as the Tenseigan chakra mode faded away. Because Kuroto can't afford to use all of his chakra so as to keep the Kaze cage puppet active in the Land of Wind, he has access to only half of his total chakra volume. Due to this, he can keep the Tenseigan chakra mode active only for 5-6 minutes. Therefore, he has to continuously rest and recover chakra to continue his flight. Fortunately, Kuroto's flying speed is extremely fast while in the Tenseigan chakra mode, so even if he is traveling in short bursts, it is much faster than his normal running speed. While chewing the military ration pill, Kuroto spread the map on the ground and carefully looked at the route he has been following. It has already been 2 full days since he sneaked out of the village, and according to the plan, he should be able to cross the territory of the Land of Fire and enter the territory of the Land of River soon. The main reason why it took him so long was that Kuroto chose a route that's too remote for human travel. During the entire journey, he has only seen the endless forest in sight, including the occasional mountains he crossed, with some small cliffs, rivers, swamps, and valleys. In fact, Kuroto was also helpless, so he had to choose this route. The Tenseigan chakra mode is too eye-catching, and if he doesn't take such a remote route, he will most certainly be perceived by the perceptual ninjas present in the Konoha guard posts spread throughout the Land of Fire. So, even if it is troublesome, Kuroto has to use this method. A few days later he finally crossed the border of the Land of River and entered the territory of the Land of Wind. After entering the desert, Kuroto didn't rush headfirst and sensed the position of the Kaze cage puppet. While sensing the position, he suddenly opened his eyes in surprise, so far away. The reason for his surprise was that the Kaze cage puppet that was keeping track of Uran survivors was about 200 miles away from his current position. Opening the map, he drew some dots with a pen. The initial point was the location where he left the Kaze cage puppet before heading back to the Land of Fire. Using that point as the center of a circle, he scanned the map and finally locked his gaze on an oasis named Manto. Drawing a circle in the specific oasis, Kuroto muttered silently, this should be their next stop. The Manto is a semi-popular oasis in the Land of Wind, and the important detail to notice is that it lies along the major trade route, and based on the trajectory the caravans of the Uran survivors were following, this Manto has to be their next stop. After figuring this out, Kuroto immediately put away the map and headed towards Manto at the fastest speed possible. It took another 2 days to reach Manto after the high-speed flight. In these 2 days, the Uran survivors also arrived at Manto. After arriving at Manto, Kuroto didn't rush to meet the Queen of Uran but chose to put back the Kaze cage puppet and restore his peak state. Wrapping a black cloak over his body along with a mask with a demonic look that he bought in a market, Kuroto made sure to keep his identity as hidden as possible. He didn't want to leave any trail that could lead someone to him for stealing the dragon vein. After doing all the preparation, Kuroto waited for nightfall. With the setting of the sun, the moon appeared high in the sky. Right now, there were many bonfires lit with groups of 2 or 3 people sitting around it while carrying out various activities, like chatting, dancing, playing games, cooking, etc. In short, enjoying the rare leisure time of the day when they forget all their troubles. Queen Sarah didn't sit around with the others but was taking care of her young child alone while humming a lullaby in her private tent. Under the cover of night, Kuroto sneaked into the queen's tent without alerting anyone, and whispered in low voice to draw Queen Sarah's attention, who was distracted in sadness. "What are you thinking?" Sarah was shocked as she suddenly heard the sound. Quickly holding the baby in her arms, she drew a dagger while retreating towards the corner and looked at the person wearing a black cloak and a red demonic mask alertly, and asked, "Who are you?" Kuroto looked at the dagger as he thought to himself, that should be the Konoha chakra blade Naruto left behind. But to him, this thing didn't matter as he said lightly, "Don't be too nervous, I am only here to make a deal with you." Queen Sarah muttered in confusion, "Make a deal?" In their tribe there is nothing of value except for some animals, so she can't think of anything that might interest anyone, therefore she didn't relax her vigilance because of the masked person's words. At the same time, she was smart enough to not call for help, because she understood that for someone to sneak in here without even alerting anyone outside could only mean that the person is a ninja. And if that's the case, then calling for help will only put her people into danger. The fact that this person is here and didn't harm anyone outside means that he isn't here with the intentions of killing their entire tribe, so negotiations are still a possibility. As long as the other party is satisfied, he shouldn't take some drastic action. But the question is, what is he after? Kuroto nodded. Yes, make a deal. Queen Sarah wanted to say something, but because of nervousness and panic, she coughed, and the coughing didn't stop at all. It appeared that she was even having difficulty in breathing. Seeing her condition, Kuroto activated his Tenseigan and scanned her body. He was surprised to find that many of her blood vessels had clotting, affecting the blood flow. Then there was also a blockage in her lungs. From the looks of it, she was seriously ill. Kuroto frowned upon noticing this. "You are sick." While trying to catch her breath, Sarah said weakly, I know." Looking around at her tent that didn't have a very hygienic atmosphere, Kuroto said deeply, "You need immediate medical treatment. If not, your condition will continue worsening and you won't be able to survive even a few more years." Looking strangely at the masked person, Queen Sarah asked with a serious expression, "Just who on earth are you? What do you want from me? And why do you care about my well-being? Didn't I say it already? I am here to make a deal with you." However, Sarah shook her head. "I can't think of anything that I can sell." "Actually, you do. You have a priceless treasure in your hands." After a short pause, Kuroto continued with a mocking smile, "It's just that this priceless treasure is actually useless for you and your people." When the masked person said this, Queen Sarah realized what the stranger meant as she muttered with a horrifying expression, "Why, you are after the dragon vein." Kuroto didn't deny Sarah's guess and spoke in a cold voice, "Yes, the deal I am talking about has a lot to do with the dragon vein." "No, never." Sarah shook her head in refusal without even thinking. "Ha ha ha." Kuroto chuckled at her response. He didn't ask any stupid questions like why not, but simply stated, "I am afraid you don't understand your position. You don't have any right to refuse the deal." Queen Sarah understood the threat in those words, but she wasn't afraid. Instead, she tried to persuade the person, "You don't understand how dangerous the power of Dragon Vein is. It's not something that you or I can control. Please give up the thoughts of obtaining the Dragon Vein." However, how can Kuroto be persuaded so easily? He shook his head and said, "You still haven't understood your situation. As I have said, you don't have any right to refuse. Would you rather want me to slaughter everyone here and then take you forcibly? Or how about killing you along with the rest of your tribe, then raise your daughter as a puppet for the same purpose? Or I could just torture everyone here right before your very eyes unless you agree. As I stated before, you don't have a choice, Dragon Maiden. It's either you agree or I make you agree." Sarah was horrified at every word Kuroto said. She couldn't even look straight at him. Turning her head to the side, she still tried to come up with some method to persuade the person in front of her. Unknowingly, she clutched the dagger in her hand more tightly as if it was her support. She was about to say something, but Kuroto didn't give her the chance and interrupted midway. "When I listen to the voices of the people outside living in such difficult condition like nomads, just so that they can follow you, I feel real pity for them." With a short pause, Kuroto's voice became indifferent. "And here we have the queen for whom they left their city, their houses, their livelihood, but you have the heart to watch your people die one after another right in front of you? Such a cruel person you are, aren't you? Just to keep something to yourself that doesn't even have any value for you, you are willing to watch all your people be tortured to death right in front of you? I have to say, I haven't seen anyone greedier than you, and I can't believe you are willing to watch your daughter grow up to be nothing more than a puppet. It really makes me so sad for the child to have such an emotionless and cruel mother." Kuroto was using the best method of emotional blackmailing, coupled with the black cloak that covered all his body, and a red demonic mask gave Kuroto's words more heaviness. Sarah looked really pale upon hearing the masked man's words. Slight tears started to come out of her eyes. She tried to retort his words, but nothing she could say would be convincing enough. As she was thinking about what to do, a woman's voice came from outside the tent. "Sarah-sama, the soup is warm enough. Do you want me to bring it in for you?" That voice broke Sarah out of her guilt trip, but before she could reply, her eyes fell upon the masked person, who has unknowingly taken out a kunao and seemed to be cleaning the slight dust on it with his finger and checking the fineness of the material it was made of. Without any need for Kuroto to speak anything, Sarah understood the silent warning from that action. Gulping down, she quickly said, "No, I am not hungry." The woman still tried to say, "But, Sarah-sama, your health will be dash." I said, "I am not hungry right now." Sarah interrupted her mid-sentence in annoyance. "Very well, please call me when you are hungry, Sarah-sama." With a courteous greeting, the woman left. Queen Sarah let out a long sigh of relief as she heard the footsteps of the woman going away. "Your people really care about you, don't they? I wonder what they will think when they come to know that you would rather watch them die than make some deal with a stranger," Kuroto said wickedly. Viciously glaring at the masked person, Sarah finally sighed. Seeing this action, Kuroto asked quickly, "So, have you finally considered it?" The queen said after a little thinking, "The dragon vein has been sealed, and I can't crack it, so there is no use forcing me to do it." This was her last hope. As long as the person realizes that she can't break the seal, hopefully, he will leave her, and her people. Unfortunately for her, she has to be disappointed. You don't need to worry about the seal, all you have to do is to control the dragon vein chakra as it rushes out of control. After a pause, Kuroto continued, "Don't worry, I'll be paying you with a large sum of money if the ordeal completes successfully. With that money, you and your people can live a better life. Compared to the dragon vein, that's nothing more than a burden for your people. Money is what's more important for you all. After all, you can't feed dragon vein to your growing daughter, can you?" Listening to the masked person's words, Sarah nodded, and after gently laying her sleeping daughter on the baby cradle, she put the dagger on the table at the side. When she was done with all this, Sarah finally stated, "I'll go with you, but you have to promise not to hurt my people." Sarah of course didn't believe in the rhetorical words of the masked person. The promise of paying a huge sum of money? That's just empty words. The most likely thing to happen once this person gets his hand on the dragon vein would be to kill her. After all, that's what any ninja would do. But it's not like she has any other choice. To protect her daughter and the people of Iran, even if she has to sacrifice herself, then that's what she would do. Besides, she is already ill and doesn't have much time to live anyway. As long as her death is meaningful for her people, then death is what she would choose. Kuroto neither nodded nor denied, directly left the convoy while carrying her, and disappeared in the night. None of the people even noticed that their queen was already missing. The Manto Oasis was not very far from the city of Iran, so after several hours of traveling, Kuroto brought Queen Sarah to the ancient city. Sarah, who returned to the Iran city again, silently shed tears remembering her past and the time she spent here. This is the place where she grew up and also the home she and her people abandoned. Kuroto didn't disturb her and quietly stood on the side watching her. At this point, he can also somewhat understand her, even he would feel similar if he suddenly travels back to his previous world. At Novel bin at. After Sarah managed to recover, the two of them came to the place where Yondaime-sama sealed the dragon vein. Pointing at the seal on the ground, Sarah stated, "The seal here was personally applied by the Yondaime Hokage of Konoha village. If you can't unlock the seal, I can't do anything about it." Kuroto ignored her words and walked silently to the center of the dragon vein seal, where the flying thunder kunai was embedded. After printing several hand signs, he shouted, "Kai." With Kuroto's shout, the sealing technique imposed on the dragon vein started disappearing. Sarah muttered in shock, I can feel the dragon vein. What are you so surprised about?" "Of course, you can feel it. I have lifted off the contract seal applied by Yellow Flash, so the connection between you and the dragon vein has been restored," Kuroto explained with an indifferent expression. "Tell me the situation of the dragon vein." Sarah replied after sensing for a while, It seems it be very irritated." Kuroto glanced at Sarah thoughtfully. "Irritated state is it?" At this point, Sarah hurriedly spoke, "Please, there is still time to turn back. The power of dragon vein is not something that humans can use. If the seal is lifted completely, I am afraid something bad might happen." Kuroto smiled playfully at her words. "We have already reached this point, do you think I will stop?" Sarah shook her head while exclaiming, "You don't understand how terrifying the power of dragon vein is. It will corrupt you." "Ha ha ha, you're a real jokester, your highness, aren't you?" "Indeed, the power of the dragon vein might corrupt me, but so be it." Kai. With an indifferent expression, Kuroto unsealed the next seal. This time he unsealed the four symbol seal. As the core seal was lifted off, the entire dragon vein chakra rushed out of the earth. Huieish. Huieish. The intense chakra pressure caused a storm in the area as the howling wind blew everything around. Looking at the purple tower of the dragon vein chakra, Kuroto laughed maniacally. The reason why he was so sure to unlock the seal applied by the Yondaime-sama because he didn't need to break the entire seal, just make a small hole and the rush of chakra will automatically corrode the entire seal. Stopping his laughter, Kuroto immediately brought out the core of the artificial tailed beast that he prepared and placed it at the center of the rushing chakra. As the initial eruption disappeared, the inflating purple clay appeared in Kuroto and Sarah's view. Queen Sarah looked at the inflating object on the ground and asked, "What is this?" Kuroto activated his Tenseigan and said calmly, "You don't need to bother what that is. All you need to do is to make sure that the dragon vein chakra doesn't get out of control, and help me transferring it in that purple core." By now Sarah has realized that the person she is dealing with is no ordinary ninja. The fact that he was able to break through the seal applied by Yondaime Hokage of Konoha village itself proves that, because even the entire sand village couldn't accomplish such a thing. Since she realized this, she also understood that no matter what she said, it wouldn't make any difference, so she nodded. At least she can make sure that no tragedy happens. Kuroto analyzed the dragon vein chakra with his Tenseigan and noticed that it was gradually getting out of control. To be honest, Kuroto isn't very sure as to how did the dragon vein come into existence in the first place, because it is sort of impossible for the birth of such a high volume of chakra source without any good reason. The dragon vein chakra could even rival some of the higher tiers tailed beast. In Kuroto's view, such existences can only be created either by the ancestor of chakra, Atsutsuki Kagaya, who has been sealed for millennia already, or probably her two sons, Hago Romo and Hamura. Else maybe, by some unknown evil god that unknowingly appeared in the shinobi world. In short, dragon vein is by no means a natural product of the shinobi world, and as a researcher, Kuroto has a deep interest in trying to figure out the possible cause for the birth of such dense chakra that can even distort time and space. Under the red demonic mask, the Tenseigan was glowing with a brilliant light as Kuroto was thoroughly observing the changes in the dragon vein. Wish, wish, wish. In the whistling sound of the breaking wind, the rising storm was getting stronger by the second. The surrounding gravel was blown up and spun around the center of the altar as the eye of the rushing storm. The waking up of the sleeping dragon vein chakra shook the earth, spreading cracks in the ground and walls. In moments, the buildings started collapsing. Queen Sarah, who was barely managing to stand, finally couldn't hold it and fell to the ground. In the high-speed storm winds, it was getting difficult to even keep your eyes open as she covered her face with her hands and spoke with all her strength. The dragon vein seems to be getting irritable by the second. I can't control it any longer. Hearing her say this, Kuroto flashed by her side protecting her from the effects of the storm, and calmly spoke, "Don't worry. This is just the initial rush of the chakra, just like a volcanic eruption. The dragon vein will come down gradually." Sarah, who being protected by Kuroto, reluctantly got up with his support, and asked with a strange expression, "Why aren't you scared at all?" The scene before Sarah makes her think that the end of the world has come. She doesn't even know if she will be surviving this ordeal, and here this person is all too calm. She was sort of suspicious of the identity of the person with the red demonic mask. In her opinion, people who can face the dragon vein so calmly have to at least bear the name of the cage of a village. Kuroto didn't mind the strange look he was getting. Roar. By the time the last of the ceiling symbols disintegrated, there was a breathtaking roar from the abyss. Kuroto's eyes flickered as he muttered, "Looks like it's about to come out." Sarah, who was hiding behind Kuroto, and barely managed to stand, by tightly clutching his cloak, said with difficulty under the stormy winds, I can already feel it. Ding. As soon as the flying thunder god kunai that was used as the center point of the core seal collapsed, the altar that covered the seal flew out because of the rising pressure from the abyss. A huge amount of chakra, much larger than the towering pillar a few seconds ago, spewed out from the abyss, shattering the dome that covered the area, and like a chakra pillar, it rushed straight towards the sky, lighting up the entire night sky in a mysterious violet light. Kuroto was ecstatic seeing the rushing chakra. In his perception, the chakra of the dragon vein was extremely majestic and powerful. The quality of chakra was so pure that he was literally salivating in jealousy. At the same time, the magnitude of the movements caused after the complete unsealing of the dragon vein was also far beyond his expectations. Looking at the towering pillar of purple chakra, Kuroto knew that soon the sand ninjas will be rushing here to investigate the cause. Therefore, he didn't have much time left. Suppressing all the speculations and doubts in his mind, he started the second last step of the artificial tailed beast plan. With his handprints, the core of purple clay gradually bulged and became bigger and bigger. Open. Instilling his own chakra into the core, Kuroto crouched on the ground. Accompanied by Kuroto's shout, a purple glow flashed across the seal spread on the core, and something akin to a mouth slowly opened from it. Sarah was so shocked by all this that she couldn't bring the words to understand just what was happening here. Novel bin at. Not minding her shock, Kuroto continued printing hand signs, and finally tapped his hand on the floor as he muttered, "Fun." Instantly, a sealing circle spread on the ground, and like a spider web, it covered all the area. This technique is the chakra sealing method, recorded in the scroll of Artificial Tailed Beast project handed to him by Orochimaru. Taking a deep breath, Kuroto started transferring all his chakra into the seal and shouted towards Sarah, "It's now or never. Suppress the dragon vein like your life depends on it." Looking at the purple core that started to swallow the pulsing dragon vein, Sarah realized what it was doing. It's devouring the chakra of the dragon vein. In the shock of the events, she fell into entanglement. The dragon vein is the symbol of the ancient city Varan, a treasure passed down from generation to generation. She was still unwilling to let the dragon vein be taken away by some unknown person. But finally remembering the people who left Varan and followed her, she finally steeled her heart. The people of Varan are its greatest treasure. With the firm expression, there was no more hesitation in her eyes. At this time Kuroto was already having some difficulty in suppressing the chakra. In just a few moments, the purple clay core has already expanded more than 10 times, its huge body broke through the surrounding walls. Seeing this, Kuroto shouted hurriedly, "What are you staring in a daze for? Hurry up." G got it. Without any more hesitation, dropping a trickle of her blood on the seal spread, Sarah shouted, "In the name of the Queen of Varan, I order the sleeping Ryua Mayako, restrain your power." With Sarah's chanting, the chakra pressure of the dragon vein gradually subsided, following which the fierce howling winds also calmed down. The chakra pillar that was rising in the sky also shrank a little by little, resulting in the controllable state. Phew, it really worked. Breathing in relief, Kuroto ordered Sarah, "Don't let your guard down, make sure to keep the dragon vein chakra as much suppressed as possible." Sarah nodded heavily. Under her control, the dragon vein calmed down. This made the process of transferring the chakra much easier for Kuroto. In the blink of an eye, 20 minutes passed. Under Kuroto's urging, Purple Shell continued devouring the chakra, and soon its body was already big enough to cover the sky. Its current size was probably even many times larger than that of the Kyuubi. "I guess, it's almost reaching the limit," Kuroto thought with a serious expression while looking at the inflated balloon-type purple clay core. The dragon vein chakra rushing out of the ground has also become very weak. As a result, the sharp wind has also stopped. With the continuous transfer, the chakra beneath the crumbling altar has almost dried up. Sarah had a melancholic expression. She could feel that her connection with the dragon vein was severed, and gradually she could no longer feel the presence of dragon vein. Roar. Accompanied by the last roar, the chakra pillar of the dragon vein faded away. As soon as the transfer was complete, Kuroto printed several hand signs and shouted, "Stop." All the sealing symbols on the now gigantic body of the inflated balloon glowed, as a result of which the balloon that had already expanded multiple times that of before started to shrink as it gradually started taking a form. Kuroto looked at the gigantic form of the artificial tailed beast as it shrunk under the restraint of seals engraved on its body with an eager smirk. But before he could be joyful for very long, his expression froze due to the unexpected change. The form of the purple clay balloon gradually started changing as the chakra inside it condensed. This was contrary to his expectations. As the form shrank, it took the appearance of a Western dragon. However, that wasn't all, because the core was initially shaped into a sphere by Kuroto, and the sentient shape of the dragon vein had the form of a dragon, so a conflict between the physical and metaphysical state began. Under the pressure of the dragon vein chakra, the original sphere was forced to change, but because the core was originally spherical, the final form that came out to be was that of a chubby baby of a Western dragon. In short, it was fat and cute. At first glance, it looked quite adorable. Seeing such a cute appearance, Queen Sarah gave a weird look to Kuroto. She had no idea that the big bad ninja who blackmailed and threatened her to such an extent had such an interest. Under the strange glance of Sarah, Kuroto couldn't bring himself to look at her and tried explaining with an indifferent voice, "This is actually an accident, it wasn't meant to look like this." Turning her head to the side she snorted quietly, "Yeah right. Sure, I believe you." Her tone clearly expressed that she didn't believe him at all. "I told you this is unexpected, damn it." Kuroto stomped in frustration. Seeing the frustrated look of the big bad ninja, Sarah chuckled silently. Taking a deep breath while trying to ignore the girl, Kuroto hurriedly completed the next set of seals to seal the artificial tailed beast inside him. The cute and chubby body of the Ryumayako was probably of the same size as the Kyuubi after condensation now entered inside Kuroto's body without any resistance. This was because the self-awareness of Ryumayako isn't that high. After all, it's only been born for a very short time, and Kuroto also applied pressure from the Tenseigan, so the sealing process went without a hitch. This was just a temporary seal, as he is currently unable to borrow chakra from the artificial tailed beast. Only after completing the true Jinchuriki fusion seal will he be able to use the chakra from the Ryumayako. It's just that he can't stay here for much longer as the Sand Ninja should soon be arriving, so the matter of the fusion seal can only be handled later. Finally, after checking the surroundings with the Tenseigan to make sure no traces of his or Sarah's presence were left, Kuroto left the Varan city. A few hours later, by the time the morning light started to fall upon them, Kuroto had already returned to the Manto Oasis. Sarah noticed that they would soon be arriving back at the site where her people were staying and sternly asked, "You promised me that you will not harm my people if I go with you." Kuroto nodded, "Yeah I did. I am not going to kill your people because there is no need to." Sarah's expression eased with Kuroto's assurance, then finally taking one look towards the site, she turned towards the masked person and said with all the courage she could muster, "All right then, I am grateful that you are keeping your words, so there is no need to go any further. I have already seen them, so if you are going to kill me, then kill me now." Kuroto folded his hands and asked with doubt, "Why would I kill you? That wasn't part of the deal." Sarah asked with a hopeful expression, "You aren't going to kill me. When did I say I would? You didn't trust my words at all, did you, Dragon Maiden?" Only now Kuroto understands that Sarah never believed that he would in fact pay her once the ordeal was completed, but no matter, even if she was scared because of the incoming death, Kuroto's purpose was completed. Realizing that the masked person really had no interest in killing her, Sarah sighed in relief, but asked in doubt, "But I know you stole the dragon vein, aren't you afraid I will reveal your secret? Do you know my name? No. Do you know what I actually look like? No. Do you know what are my abilities? No. Do you know anything from which you can identify me if I appear before you without this disguise? No. You don't know anything about me, so even if you reveal that a masked person threatened you and stole the dragon vein, what good would that do? It's not like that's going to have any impact on me." After a pause, Kuroto said coldly, "Besides, I know you wouldn't reveal anything about me, because you are very clear of what might happen if you go out to blabber without any thinking. After all, your people would still be alive at the time, wouldn't they? And you wouldn't want your daughter to accidentally die by being eaten by some wild animal, would you?" Sarah desperately shook her head while sweating. She couldn't even begin to imagine the last part of the threat. I promise. I swear I wouldn't reveal anything even if my life depends on it. Aren't you smart? Kuroto said with a chuckle. But I am afraid I wouldn't leave you off so easily. At the very least, you can't stay in the land of wind anymore, said Kuroto after thinking a little. What? But you promised. Sarah asked with a panicked expression, but when she thought of what the Sand Village might do because of the sudden disappearance of the dragon vein, she also realized that the people of Iran can no longer stay in the land of wind and asked with sadness, but where else can we go? We are already living as nomads. Kuroto began to think of a suitable place. In terms of safety, Konoha and the territory of the Land of Fire is good, but their identity as the Iran survivors is too sensitive for Kuroto's comfort. So, once they hide in Konoha, Sandaime would immediately order an investigation. After all, the dragon vein was personally sealed by Konoha's Yondaime Hokage. Not only was someone able to successfully unseal it, but the dragon vein was stolen. It would be impossible for Sandaime-sama to ignore this. Not to mention the sand spies hidden in Konoha would send this information to Sand Village, and that could lead to a potential conflict between Konoha and Sand Village. So Konoha and the Land of Fire is a big no-no. Excluding Konoha, Kuroto can't think of any safe place for Iran's people. They could definitely go to other smaller countries too, but safety from Sand Shinobi would be the biggest issue. Think. There's got to be some place that would be safe for Iran's people. And suddenly the perfect and safest place flashed in Kuroto's mind, the Land of Rain. As the base of Akatsuki, the Land of Rain may as well be one of the most dangerous places in the world for a shinobi of any other village, but for ordinary people, it could even be considered the safest and most peaceful land. There was a reason why Pain and Kanon were treated as god and angel in the Land of Rain. Because of Pain's strength, very few ninjas who dared to venture into the Land of Rain could escape alive. Coupled with the closed policy under Pain's rule, it is close to impossible for a ninja to sneak into the core towns of the Land of Rain. So, once Iran's survivor enters the Land of Rain, catching them would be a very difficult task for either Sand or Konoha. Novel bin at. And the most important point is that Nagato with the Rinnegan wouldn't care about something like Dragon Vein. As far as Kuroto knows, Nagato doesn't have that greedy nature within him, and continue to concentrate on the tailed beasts. Although Kuroto can't be sure of Obito, maybe his arrogance would make him ignore such a thing. After thinking this, Kuroto told Queen Sarah his thoughts and said again that he would pay her a good sum of money as the agreement. Now Sarah also believed that the person in front of her really had the intention to pay, so she asked meekly after gulping in nervousness, "So, how much are you going to pay?" After considering a little, Kuroto immediately stretched out 5 fingers. Staring at the 5 fingers stretch out by the masked person, Sarah asked herself, 5,000 ryo? Well, it's quite a lot actually. Kuroto shook his head speechlessly. Sarah asked tentatively, not 5,000? Then is it 500,000 ryo? Kuroto ridiculed, it seems that you don't take Dragon Vein too seriously. Sarah couldn't resist her excitement as she asked in surprise, is it actually 5 million ryo? Kuroto nodded casually, although 5 million isn't much, it is more than enough to improve the lives of your people. Giving too much money will also attract trouble towards you, so you'll have to make do with this. In Kuroto's view, 5 million ryo is actually not much, but it would really be enough for her and her people. With this amount, she would even be able to hire a good doctor to heal her illness. After all, her age is still too young, and as long as she receives proper treatment, then recovery is still a possibility. Now that everything was decided, Kuroto told that they can't delay any longer. Otherwise, if Sand Ninja intercepted the convoy of Iran survivors, and Queen Sarah was threatened by them just like he threatened her, then it would be impossible for her to not reveal all the details. Although she doesn't know his true identity, she has still witnessed the whole process of the birth of the artificial tailed beast, so Kuroto doesn't want to risk it for now. After collecting his thoughts, Kuroto immediately said to Queen Sarah, time is of the essence now, go to your camp and set off towards the Land of Rain. Sand Village will definitely send ninjas here after checking the ruins, I will eliminate them. According to common sense, Sand Village should definitely send an elite team to investigate the situation at the Iran city first as soon as they notice the abnormality of the Dragon Vein. This process could take as short as half a day to as long as 2 days, depending upon their reaction speed and how much importance they put on the Dragon Vein. Once they discover that the Dragon Vein was stolen, the information will be sent back to the village, and the village will appoint ninjas to search for the Iran survivors. These tasks could take up to 1 to 2 more days. Therefore, the Iran survivors have up to 3 days for a safe breakthrough. As long as this opportunity is grasped, the Iran survivors will most likely escape Sand's chase and smoothly enter into the territory of the Land of Rain. Queen Sarah also realized the preciousness of time, so she hurriedly nodded and asked, you will be escorting us out of the Land of Wind, right? After thinking a little, Kuroto said lightly, I can't guarantee that I will be there all the way. If anything, Kuroto wants to personally escort them out of the Land of Rain in secret, but if the Yondaime Kazekage personally leads a team to chase after the Iran survivors, then Kuroto can only opt to protect himself. Queen Sarah nodded silently. Although a little disappointed, she was still relieved that the masked person at least doesn't have any intentions to deceive her. Queen Sarah no longer hesitated, and after giving a final look to the masked person, she ran towards the oasis in the distance. While running, she stopped midway and shouted after turning around, I am no longer Queen of Iran, You must call me Sarah from this moment on. At novel bin at. And without waiting for his reply, she rushed towards the caravans. Kuroto silently stood at his pace, watching her go away. Neither did he agree nor disagreed. Not long after, the caravans of the Varan survivors that were camping at the Manto Oasis set off. Kuroto didn't immediately follow them but turned his gaze towards the sand dunes. Sand Village has arranged 2 ninjas to always monitor and keep track of the Varan survivors. Kuroto discovered this when he was searching for the whereabouts of the Varan survivors along with the Grass Shinobi team. So, to ensure that the Sand Village doesn't immediately discover the whereabouts of Varan survivors, he must first eliminate these 2 sand ninjas responsible for monitoring work. Byakugan. Activating the Byakugan, Kuroto glanced at the distant sand dune and confirmed the presence of 2 very weak chakra reactions from one spot. Judging from their chakra levels, the 2 ninjas are genin class. Since the enemy strength isn't very high, Kuroto didn't bother to personally go after them. Rather, he summoned the Kaze Cage puppet and used it to kill them. It didn't take long for the Kaze Cage puppet to easily get rid of the 2 sand ninjas in the distance. After dealing with this issue, Kuroto led the Kaze Cage puppet and chased after the caravans from a distance. While there wasn't much to do, Kuroto's mind wandered to the possible cause of the origin of the dragon vein. Although he doesn't know the possible cause of the origin of the dragon, this doesn't stop him from theorizing his guesses. As far as he thinks, the dragon vein is not a natural occurrence, or to be more precise, the dragon vein isn't completely a natural product. The best possible explanation states that the core of the dragon vein, or better yet its origin, should be a foreign existence just like Atsutsuki Kagaya, i.e., it came from outside the shinobi world. However, unlike the Atsutsuki Kagaya who came to plunder the energy of the planet, the arrival of the origin of dragon vein might actually be accidental, and at the same time the existence who or which arrived in the shinobi world accidentally might actually be injured at the time. Because of this, it had no choice than to form a contractual relationship with the royal family of the ancient kingdom Iran. This might explain the contractual relationship between the 2. After the contract, the existence sneaked into the depths of Earth to recover itself by steadily absorbing energy from the ley lines. However, that didn't go as smoothly as one might expect, and for a certain reason that is difficult to explain, the injured existence was possibly attacked by something that resulted in its disintegration, but just before fading away, it managed to leave behind a sentience metaphysical trace, and that very trace grew over the course of the next millennia by steadily absorbing the natural energy, giving birth to the ignorant dragon vein. The dragon vein might have actually forgotten everything related to its past, but because of the contractual relationship with the royal family of Iran, it was instinctively loyal to them. This also explains why the Queen of Iran can maintain an unequal contractual relationship with the dragon vein. Otherwise, it should be practically impossible for the royal family of Iran to control the majestic chakra of the dragon vein that is no inferior to a high-tier-tailed beast. And as just mentioned before, a normal human without any strength, like Sarah, isn't qualified to have such an unequal relationship without the necessary strength. As for the origin of the original core, Kuroto does have some guesses, but let's take that for some other time. While Kuroto focused on the protection of Iran survivors, Yondaime Kaze Cage of the Sand Village received the news that the dragon vein of the ancient city of Iran was stolen. Staring at the information in his hands, Yondaime Kaze Cage Raza asked the 2 advisor elders around him with a thoughtful look, could it be Konoha's handiwork? Cho, one of the elders of the Sand Village, snorted coldly, who else can steal the dragon vein so quickly besides Konoha? The dragon vein was personally sealed by Konoha's yellow flash, and it's not so easy to break that seal. Listening to Cho's analysis, Kaze Cage crushed the intelligence report in his hands with a cold look. Outside Konoha village, eating a rice ball from the bento he received, Shinichi muttered grumpily, didn't I already told you to not bring me bento? I have prepared military ration pills. The girl sitting on the side responded with a calm smile, eating military ration pills all the time isn't good for your health, Shin-kun. The girl is about 14 or 15 years old, with chin-length raven-color hair, wearing a Chunin ninja vest with Uchiha clan crest on it. From the appearance alone it can be judged that she has decent strength. Uchiha Shinichi, who was grumpily eating the rice balls brought by the girl, just shook his head helplessly. After hurriedly swallowing the last piece of rice ball, he said with a serious expression, it's not safe outside the village. Don't come here again, understand? The girl frowned slightly at Shinichi's words and asked angrily, if it's not safe around here, then why do you come to train here, Shin-kun? Aren't there so many training grounds in the clan? Why come here when you can train there? Shinichi said with a cold snort, I don't want to train with those bastards. The those in Uchiha Shinichi's words are the Uchiha people who mocked and laughed at him for losing to Hyuga Kuroto. In the eyes of the people of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shinichi, who couldn't even stop Hyuga Kuroto's one move, lost the face of the Uchiha clan, so most of the people of the Uchiha clan ridicule him openly. Listening to this, the girl said with anger, I will visit Patriarch today and ask Uncle Fugaku to teach them a lesson. Shinichi felt that his self-esteem was being violated. He furiously said, Kuromi, you don't need to bother about my personal affair. At novel bin at. The girl Kuromi was a little aggrieved by Shinichi's response. Snatching the bento boxes from Shinichi's hands, she said with anger, you don't want me to interfere in your personal matters? Fine, see if I care. Leaving this sentence, she walked away in anger. On a nearby tree branch, the masked was seated while dangling his legs as he observed the daily fights between Uchiha Shinichi and Uchiha Kuromi. As Uchiha Kuromi started going away, Zetsu's body rose from the tree trunk and said in a comical voice, "I have arranged everything as you asked. Let's start then." Masked Man said coldly while looking towards Uchiha Kuromi going away. Zetsu also looked towards her while asking in a doubtful tone, "Will this method really be effective?" The masked man glanced coldly, "What do you think?" Zetsu said with a smile, "Perhaps." After packing the bento box in the camping basket, Kuromi ignored Shinichi and walked towards the direction of the village. Shinichi wanted to say be careful on the way back, but he couldn't bring himself to be the first one to apologize, so lowering his head he sighed heavily. On the other hand, after leaving the training area, Kuromi was sulking while wondering how to complain to Patriarch and let him teach a lesson to those people for bullying Shinkun. "Stupid Shinkun," muttered Kuromi with a pout. "Halt." At this moment Kuromi suddenly stopped and the basket in her hand also fell to the ground with a soft noise. No matter how much she tried, Kuromi couldn't even move a single step. As a kunoichi of the Uchiha clan, Kuromi naturally realized that she had been attacked by some sort of technique. Her first thought was, could it be Nara's shadow imitation technique? But looking around there was no shadow that restrained her, so obviously that idea was immediately discarded. Then the thought clicked that her position was still not very far away from Shinkun. She tried to shout for help, but even if she opened her mouth, no sound came out of it. How is that possible? Now Kuromi was a little panicked. However, without waiting for her to calm down, she felt something attached to her body and suddenly she lost control over her body. Now all she could do was watch as her body moved under someone's control, and no matter how she resisted, it didn't have any effect. On a nearby tree, the root ninja responsible for monitoring Uchiha Shinichi also noticed the abnormality of Uchiha Kuromi. While frowning a little he muttered in confusion, "What's wrong with her?" Before he could clearly deduce what might be happening to her, the stagnated Kuromi suddenly moved and rushed towards him at an astonishing speed. Because of the mysterious disappearance of the previous root ninja responsible for monitoring Uchiha Shinichi, this one was extremely vigilant of the other party, so even if Uchiha Kuromi acted a little strange and rushed towards him, he didn't panic much and directly took out a kunao to meet the incoming strike. While blocking her attack he asked her sternly, "What are you doing, girl? Do you want to betray Konoha?" However, he received no reply from her. Although there was clear panic in Kuromi's eyes, this didn't stop her from carrying out swift and clean attacks. Without even the passage of a moment, more than a dozen shuriken were already shot towards the root ninja, cutting off all of his escape routes. Ding, ding, ding. After blocking the shuriken attacks from the girl, his doubts intensified. As a shinobi of darkness, he has heard of all types of weird jutsu under Danzo-sama's teaching, so the moment he noticed the panic in the girl's eyes, he understood that the matter isn't as simple as it may seem. While continuing to dodge and block her attacks, the root ninja asked authoritatively, "What's wrong with your state?" Kuromi wanted to speak. She tried hard to shout, to answer, to tell him that she was being controlled, that her body wasn't responding to her, but no matter how much she tried, no sound came out. She could only carry out attacks like a puppet. In desperation, tears started to stream out of her eyes. She didn't want this. What wrong did she do to go through this? With no hope whatsoever left, she could not even think of a way out of this. Seeing the tears coming off of the girl's eyes, the root ninja was now sure that she is being controlled, so to avoid causing any unnecessary damage, he decided to move away from her for now. After all, the scene before him is definitely being played under someone's directive, which means there are definitely more enemies hidden somewhere and they are using the girl to meet some purpose that he doesn't understand for now, but that doesn't mean he is going to play as per their script. So, avoiding will be the best option, or lead her towards that Uchiha kid. Maybe he could help her calm down? But just as the root ninja was about to flicker away, he found that his body wouldn't budge, even after applying all his strength. The root ninja couldn't move an inch. As soon as he realized that his body was out of his control, his heart went into a frenzy. Now he realized just what was happening to Uchiha Kuromi. But even if he realized, it was too late already. Uchiha Kuromi's body rushed towards him in straight, and the kunao that he was tightly holding in his right hand was raised even after the resistance he tried to put and slammed into her chest. Puff. Blood spurted out of her chest and mouth as the kunao pierced her chest. Uchiha Shinichi, who rushed over to this place upon hearing the noise of the metal collision, froze for a second as soon as he saw this scene. His mind went blank at the scene of Kuromi being pierced. In panic and anger, Shinichi roared angrily, "What the hell did you do to her?" However, the root ninja couldn't take care of the Uchiha's brat. He was more panicked than he ever was in his life as a shinobi, because the moment his kunao pierced the girl's chest, he found out that he has regained control over his body. Realizing just what has happened, his heart shuddered. He understood that they were all acting in the palms of some third party who might just be having the time of his life as he/she watched them all kill each other. Uchiha Shinichi's look clearly dictates that he wouldn't listen to any explanation. After all, why would he? The kid literally saw the girl being pierced through the chest by him. So, without bothering to even try, the root ninja rushed towards the village with everything that he had. Uchiha Shinichi stumbled towards Uchiha Kuromi's body. Hugging her, he shouted in desperation as he ran towards the village while carrying her. "Kuromi, why, you are going to be okay? I swear, just stay with me, you hear? We will rush to the Konoha hospital immediately and they are going to treat you. It will take some time, but you are going to recover. Just stay with me." Kurumi was already dying, even the last bit of her consciousness was about to fade away, but feeling the sensation of warm tears on her cheek, she mustered the last bit of the strength and stretched her hand to wipe the tears on Shinichi's cheek as she weakly murmured, Shinkan, B, C-A-R-E, F, U, L, T-H dash. However, before she could finish, the last of her breath disappeared and her hand fell lifelessly. Shinichi, who was running towards the village with all his strength, stopped midway. No, no, no. Kurumi, Kurumi, Kurumi? It's not good to joke around like this. Please wake up, Kurumi. I am sorry. I promise I wouldn't ever shun you. Please just wake up. Kurumi? At least complete the sentence. Damn it. However, no matter how much Shinichi shouted, nothing worked. The girl in his arms was already gone. Kneeling to the ground, Shinichi cried hoarsely. His mind was completely blank as he couldn't think of anything at the moment. There were only memories of the time he spent with Kurumi that continued to flash before him. He didn't even notice that the three tomo in his Shurinon were spinning rapidly as they started to join together. On the tree, Zetsu asked curiously, looks like they are going to change? By the way, how did you know that he is qualified? His strength is obviously not the best in the Uchiha clan, right? After pondering a little, Masked Man replied, opening Mangekyo has nothing to do with the strength. It depends upon innocence, of course. It doesn't matter whether a person is simplistic or complicated, good or evil. The more innocent and purer one's emotion, the greater the probability of them opening the Mangekyo. While explaining, Masked Man seems to have fallen into some memory. Zetsu looked around curiously, but he seemed to disagree with the Masked Man's words.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.